The Sage Handbook of Marxism. The Sage Handbook of Marxism intends to set the agenda for Marxist understandings of the present and for the future. It will provide an in-depth cartography of, and original contribution to, contemporary Marxist theory and research, showcasing the vitality and range of today's Marxisms. The handbook sets out from the premise that it is possible to bring together diverse work across the disciplines to demonstrate what is living and lively in Marxist thought, providing a transdisciplinary state-of-the-art of Marxism, while inspiring contributions to areas of research that still remain, in some cases, embryonic. The aim is to demonstrate how attention to shifting social and cultural realities has compelled contemporary researchers to revisit and renovate classic Marxian concepts as well as to elaborate, in dialogue with other intellectual traditions, new frameworks for the analysis and critique of contemporary capitalism. The past decade has witnessed a resurgent interest in Marxism within and without the academy. This renaissance of sorts cannot be framed, however, as a simple return of Marxism. The multiple crises of Marxism since the 1980s, in both political and academic life, have had lasting and in some cases irreversible effects for certain understandings of Marxist theory. Yet it is also true that theoretical approaches that largely define themselves by contrast with Marxism, from post-colonial theory to deconstruction, from post-Marxism to certain varieties of feminism, have encountered serious limits when it comes to thinking the patterns of change and domination that define capitalism. The Sage Handbook of Marxism intends to advance the debate with essays that rigorously map and renew the concepts that have provided the groundwork and main currents for Marxist theory, and to showcase interventions that set the agenda for Marxist research in the 21st century. The Sage Handbook of Marxism. Volume 1. Edited by Beverly Skeggs, Sarah R. Ferris, Alberto Toscano and Svenja Bromberg. Introduction and editorial arrangement. Copyright Beverly Skeggs, Sarah R. Ferris, Alberto Toscano, and Svenja Bromberg, 2022. Chapter 1. Copyright Jairus Banagi, 2022. Chapter 2. Copyright John Halden, 2022. Chapter 3. Copyright Taithi Bhattacharya, Sarah R. Ferris and Sue Ferguson, 2022. Chapter 4. Copyright Stefano Dugara and Carlo Vercellone, 2022. Chapter 5. Copyright Tommaso Redolfi Riva, 2022. Chapter 6. Copyright Jim Kincaid, 2022. Chapter 7. Copyright Guido Starista, 2022. Chapter 8. Copyright Jason E. Smith, 2022. Chapter 9. Copyright Patrick Murray, 2022. Chapter 10. Copyright Riccardo Bellofiore and Andrea Coverai, 2022. Chapter 11. Copyright Beverly Skeggs, 2022. Chapter 12. Copyright Alessandro De Giorgi, 2022. Chapter 13. Copyright Brenna Bandar, 2022. Chapter 14. Copyright Leonardo Marcus, 2022. Chapter 15. Copyright Sarah R. Ferris, 2022. Chapter 16. Copyright Laura Schwartz, 2022. Chapter 17. Copyright Panagiotis Sotiris, 2022. Chapter 18. Copyright Neil Davidson, 2022. Chapter 19. Copyright Heidi Gerstenberger, 2022. Chapter 20. Copyright Gavin Walker, 2022. Chapter 21. Copyright Kensi Kawashima, 2022. Chapter 22. Copyright Alberto Toscano, 2022. Chapter 23. Copyright Salam Mohandesi, 2022. Chapter 24. Copyright Chris O'Kane, 2022. Chapter 25. Copyright Harrison Fluss, 2022. Chapter 26. Copyright Massimiliano Tamba, 2022. Chapter 27. Copyright Kanishka Gunwardna, 2022. Chapter 28. Copyright Amy E. Wendling, 2022. Chapter 29. Copyright Miguel Candiatai, 2022. Chapter 30. Copyright Anselm Japp, 2022. Chapter 31. Copyright Jan Remen, 2022. Chapter 32 Copyright Elena Louisa Lang. 2022. Chapter 33 Copyright Andres Sainz de Sicilia, 2022. Chapter 34 Copyright Silvia Federici, 2022. Chapter 35 Copyright Massimo De Angelis, 2022. Chapter 36 Copyright Veronica Gago, 2022. Chapter 37 Copyright Cajeseto, 2022. Chapter 38 Copyright George Kafantzis, 2022. Chapter 39 Copyright Matt Huber, 2022. Chapter 40 Copyright Erica Legalese, 2022. Chapter 41 Copyright Gail Day, Steve Edwards and Marina Vishmit, 2022. Chapter 42 Copyright Luisa Lorenza Corna, 2022. Chapter 43 Copyright Jeremy Gilbert, 2022. Chapter 44 Copyright Brent Ryan Bellamy, 2022. Chapter 45 Copyright Daniel Hartley, 2022. Chapter 46 Copyright Nicholas Thoburn, 2022. Chapter 47 Copyright Maya Pal, 2022. Chapter 48 Copyright Robert Knox, 2022. Chapter 49 Copyright Gerard Hanlon, 2022. Chapter 50 Copyright Roberto Matsaccio 2022. Chapter 51 Copyright Le Levidao and Luigi Pellizzoni, 2022. Chapter 52 Copyright Jamila M.H. Mascat, 2022. Chapter 53 Copyright Samo Tomsisi, 2022. Chapter 54 Copyright Peter Drucker, 2022. Chapter 55 Copyright David Facenfest and Graham Cassano, 2022. Chapter 56 Copyright Roderick A. Ferguson, 2022. Chapter 57 Copyright Ashley J. Bower, 2022. Chapter 58 Copyright Assad Haider, 2022. Chapter 59 Copyright Jonathan Beller, 2022. Chapter 60 Copyright Kalpana Wilson, 2022. Chapter 61 Copyright Anandi Ramamurthy, 2022. Chapter 62 Copyright Andrew Curley, 2022. Chapter 63 Copyright Mary Davidson, 2022. Chapter 64 Copyright Jeffrey R. Weber, 2022. Chapter 65 Copyright Joshua Clover, 2022. Chapter 66 Copyright Gregor McLennan, 2022. Chapter 67 Copyright Chiara Georgi, 2022. Chapter 68 Copyright Emma Dowling, 2022. Chapter 69 Copyright Sarin Mao, 2022. Chapter 70 Copyright Oksana Timofeeva, 2022. Chapter 71 Copyright Hannah Proctor, 2022. Chapter 72 Copyright Pietro Bianchi, 2022. Chapter 73 Copyright Johanna Isaacson and Annie McClanahan, 2022. Chapter 74 Copyright Cynthia Aruzza, 2022. Chapter 75 Copyright Wendy Matsumura, 2022. Chapter 76 Copyright Katie Cruz and Kate Hardy, 2022. Chapter 77 Copyright Jamie Woodcock, 2022. Chapter 78 Copyright Rohini Hensman, 2022. Chapter 79 Copyright Charmaine Chua, 2022. Chapter 80 Copyright Jeremy Anderson, 2022. Chapter 81 Copyright Tyne Hogner, 2022. Chapter 82 Copyright Stale Holgerson, 2022. Chapter 83 Copyright David Harvey and Ben Trott, 2022. Chapter 84 Copyright Andrea Fumagalli, 2022. Chapter 85 Copyright Paul Recruit and Christian Sadkowski, 2022. Chapter 86 Copyright Nicholas de Genova. 2022. Chapter 87 Copyright Sandro Mesadra and At Sage we take sustainability seriously. Most of our products are printed in the UK using responsibly sourced papers and boards. When we print overseas we ensure sustainable papers are used as measured by the PREPS grading system. We undertake an annual audit to monitor our sustainability. Apart from any fair dealing for the purposes of research or private study, or criticism, or review, as permitted under the Copyright, Designs, and Patents Act, 1988, this publication may be reproduced, stored, or transmitted in any form, or by any means, only with the prior permission in writing of the publishers, or in the case of reprographic reproduction, in accordance with the terms of licenses issued by the Copyright Licensing Agency. Inquiries concerning reproduction outside those terms should be sent to the publishers. Contents. List of figures 12. Notes on the editors and contributors 13. Editor's Introduction Thirsiv. Volume 1. Part I Reworking the Critique of Political Economy 1. 1 Merchant Capitalism 3 Jairus Banaji. 2 Mode of Production 24 John Halden. 3 Social Reproduction Feminisms 45 Taithi Bhattacharya, Sarah R. Ferris and Sue Ferguson. 4 Rent 68 Stefano Dugara and Carlo Vercellone. 5 Value 85 Tommaso Redolfi Riva. 6 Money and Finance 102 Jim Kincaid. 7 Labor 118 Guido Starista. 8 Automation 135 Jason E. Smith. 9 Methods 153 Patrick Murray. 10 The Transformation Problem 171 Riccardo Bellofiore and Andrea Coverai 6. Part 2 Forms of Domination, Subjects of Struggle 189. 11 Class 191 Beverly Skeggs. 12 Punishment 212 Alessandro De Giorgi. 13 Race 232 Brenna Bandar. 14 Slavery and Capitalism 248 Leonardo Marcus. 15 Gender 268 Sarah R. Ferris. 16 Servants 296 Laura Schwartz. Part 3 Political Perspectives 309. 17 Politics 311 Panagiotis Sotiris. 18 Revolution 328 Neil Davidson. 19 State 348 Heidi Gerstenberger. 20 Nationalism and the National Question 366 Gavin Walker. 21 Crisis 387 Ken C. Kawashima. 22 Communism 409 Alberto Toscano. 23 Imperialism 430 Salah Mohandesi. 7 Contents. Part 4 Philosophical Dimensions 449. 24 Totality 451 Chris O'Kane. 25 Dialectics 474 Harrison Fluss. 26 Time 491 Massimiliano Tamba. 27 Space 507 Kanishka Gunwardna. 28 Alienation 527 Amy E. Wendling. 29 Praxis 543 Miguel Candiatai. 30 Fetishism 559 Anselm Japp. 31 Ideology Critique and Ideology Theory 576 Jan Remen. 32 Real Abstraction 593 Elena Louisa Lang. 33 Subsumption 609 Andres Signs de Sicilia. Volume 2. Part V Land and Existence 631. 34 Primitive Accumulation. Globalization and Social Reproduction 633 Silvia Federici. 35 Commons 643 Massimo De Angelis. 36 Extractivism 662 Veronica Gago 8. 37 Agriculture 683 Caicedo. 38 Energy and Value 700 George Kafantzis. 39 Climate Change 711 Matt Huber. Part 6 Domain 727. 40 Anthropology 729 Erica Legalese. 41 Art 747 Gale Day, Steve Edwards, and Marina Vishmit. 42 Architecture 766 Luisa Lorenza Corna. 43 Culture 785 Jeremy Gilbert. 44 Literary Criticism 807 Brent Ryan Bellamy. 45 Poetics 823 Daniel Hartley. 46 Communication 839 Nicholas Thoburn. 47 International Relations 858 Maya Pal. 48 Law 876 Robert Knox. 49 Management 899 Gerard Hanlon. 50 The End of Philosophy 920 Roberto Mazzacchiodi. 51 Technoscience 940 Le Levidow and Luigi Pellizzoni. 9 Contents. 52 Post-Colonial Studies 959 Jamila M. H. Mascat. 53 Psychoanalysis 980 Samo Tomsisi. 54 Queer Studies 998 Peter Drucker. 55 Sociology and Marxism in the USA 1013 David Fasenfest and Graham Cassano. 56 The University 1029 Roderick A. Ferguson. Volume 3. Part 7 Inquiries and Debates 1045. 57 Intersectionality 1047 Ashley J. Bower. 58 Black Marxism 1067 Assad Haider. 59 Digitality and Racial Capitalism 1084 Jonathan Beller. 60 Race, Imperialism, and International Development 1104 Kalpana Wilson. 61 Advertising and Race 1128 Anandi Ramamurthy. 62 Dependency Theory and Indigenous Politics 1150 Andrew Curley. 63 The Primitive 1167 Mary Davidson. 64 Social Movements 1184 Jeffrey R. Weber. 65 Riot 1201 Joshua Clover X. 66 Post-Secularism and the Critique of Religion 1216 Gregor McLennan. 67 Utopia 1234 Chiara Georgi. 68 Effect 1251 Emma Dowling. 69 The Body 1268 Saran Mao. 70 Animals 1287 Oksana Timofeeva. 71 Desire 1300 Hannah Proctor. 72 Filming Capital 1320 Pietro Bianchi. 73 Horror Film 1337 Johanna Isaacson and Annie McClanahan. 74 Three Debates in Marxist Feminism 1354 Cynthia Aruzza. 75 Triple Exploitation, Social Reproduction, and the Agrarian Question in Japan 1373 Wendy Matsumura. 76 Prostitution and Sex Work 1389 Katie Cruz and Kate Hardy. 77 Work 1410 Jamie Woodcock. 78 Domestic Labor and the Production of Labor Power 1424 Rohini Hensman. 79 Logistics 1444 Charmaine Chua. 80 Labor Struggles in Logistics 1463 Jeremy Anderson. 11 Contents. 81 Welfare 1485 Tyne Hogner. 82 The Urban 1503 Stale Holgerson. 83 Cognitive Capitalism 1519 David Harvey and Ben Trott. 84 Biocognitive Capitalism 1539 Andrea Fumagalli. 85 Intellectual Property 1558 Paul Riekert and Christian Sadkowski. 86 Deportation 1576 Nicholas de Genova. 87 Borders 1593 Sandro Mesadra and Brett Nielsen. Index 1611. List of figures. 61.1 Cadbury's Cocoa Advertisement C 1900, courtesy of Cadbury's and MDLZ 1135. 61.2 Hands 1139. 61.3 The Smiling Worker 1143. Notes on the editors and contributors. The editors. Sarah R. Ferris is a reader in the Department of Sociology at Goldsmiths University of London. She has published widely on issues of gender, migration, social reproduction, and racism/nationalism, as well as social and political theory. She is the author of Max Weber's Theory of Personality, Individuation, Politics, and Orientalism in the Sociology of Religion and in the Name of Women's Rights. The Rise of Feminationalism. Beverly Skiggs is Professor of Sociology at Lancaster University. She has published The Media, Issues in Sociology, Feminist Cultural Theory, Formations of Class and Gender, Class, Self, Culture, Sexuality, and the Politics of Violence and Safety and Feminism after Bourdieu, and with Helen Wood, Reacting to Reality TV, Audience, Performance, Value, and Reality TV and Class. As an ESRC Professorial Fellow, she developed a sociology of values and value, and whilst director of the Atlantic Fellows Program, established the Global Economies of Care theme at the LSE. She is also the chief executive of the Sociological Review Foundation. Alberto Toscano is Professor of Critical Theory in the Department of Sociology and co-director of the Center for Philosophy and Critical Theory at Goldsmiths, University of London, and visiting professor at the School of Communications at Simon Fraser University. Since 2004 he has been a member of the editorial board for the journal Historical Materialism, Research in Critical Marxist Theory, and is series editor of the Italian list for Seagull Books. He is the author of The Theatre of Production, Fanaticism, On the Uses of an Idea and Cartographies of the Absolute. A translator of Antonio Negri, Alain Badiou, Franco Fortini, Furio Gysi, and others, Toscano has published widely on critical theory, philosophy, politics, and aesthetics. Svenja Bromberg is a lecturer in the Department of Sociology at Goldsmiths, University of London. Her research and teaching are in continental philosophy and social theory, with a focus on issues of emancipation, radical democracy, and materialist philosophies. She completed her PhD Thinking Emancipation After Marx, a conceptual analysis of emancipation between citizenship and revolution in Marx and Balibar in 2016. Svenja is a co-editor of Eurotrash and a member on the editorial board of the journal Historical Materialism. She recently published Marx, an Anti-Philosopher? Or Badiou's Philosophical Politics of Demarcation in Volker J. Badiou and the German Tradition of Philosophy, London, Bloomsbury Academic. Introduction, Mapping the Marxist Multiverse. Svenja Bromberg, Sarah Ferris, Beverly Skiggs and Alberto Toscano. Which handbook for what Marxism? The handbook is not a neutral form in which to try and gather, as we have here, some of the most innovative, expansive, and inquisitive critical research in contemporary Marxist theory. Ever since a 25-year-old Karl Marx, penning his critique of Hegel's philosophy of right in the Deutsche Französische Jahrbucher, asserted that theory also becomes a material force as soon as it has gripped the masses, the intellectual traditions that he and Friedrich Engels initiated have been incessantly preoccupied with how to compile, clarify, and circulate the arguments, methods and findings of a critical project that has never enjoyed the comforts of self-sufficiency, even when it ascended into the rarefied air of mathematical formalization or sought shelter in the institutions of higher learning and social reproduction. And so, when in 1878 the Italian anarchist Carlo Cafiero threw himself into the arduous task of compressing the first volume of Das Kapital into a 100-page compendium, a veritable pocket abridgment, Marx greeted his efforts to make an impression on the public with gratitude, while hoping that in the future he would place greater emphasis on materialist basis of Capital I. In the wake of Marx's death, Marxism came to be consolidated or crystallized into doctrinal forms that were always hotly contested, within and between tendencies, parties, or indeed states that in different ways referred back to the authors of the Communist Manifesto and the German ideology for guidance and legitimation. While each strand and school may have tried to claim correctness and continuity with the classics, or, in that burdensome formula, the founding fathers, Marxisms have always been partial, polemical totalizations, ever since Karl Kautsky tussled with Eduard Bernstein over the theoretical direction of German social democracy in the 1890s, the very intellectual conjuncture in which the first crisis of Marxism was declared. As Marxism came to be framed and overdetermined by party and state forms, the tasks of organization, pedagogy, proselytism, and propaganda that accrued to it and the workers' movement throughout the 20th century often found a momentary vehicle in the Handbook and similar formats. Sometimes, as in the Third International's manual Armed Insurrection, anonymously co-authored among others by Ho Chi Minh and Mikhail Tukhachevsky, too, the weapons of criticism could be wholly subordinated to criticism by weapons. Or, as in Emil Burns's 1935 A Handbook of Marxism, 3. The handbook could serve as a kind of authoritative breviary, reducing Marxism, this fractious, mutable, ephemeral science, to the abridged and quotable works of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin, capped by the program of the Third International. Handbooks or manuals could also be the object of instructive and consequential criticisms internal to the Marxist camp. In his prison notebooks, Antonio Gramsci took Nikolai Bukharin to task for distorting, in his Historical Materialism, a popular manual of Marxist sociology, the philosophy of praxis into a sociology. He criticized the Bolshevik theorist and leader for grafting a schematic Marxist sociology onto a metaphysical materialism, while not really addressing the key material for such a handbook, namely popular common sense, with all its sedimentations and contradictions. For the handbook could also serve as a way of synthesizing and popularizing particular theoretical approaches within Marxism, as in Marta Harnecker's best-selling Los Conceptos Elementales del Materialismo Histórico, the second edition of which in 1970 was prefaced by her former teacher Louis Althusser. 5. We write this introduction 2 decades into a 21st century that very much appears as a Gramscian interregnum, now plagued all too literally by morbid symptoms, which in the guise of the COVID-19 pandemic have revealed the myriad ways in which the mode of production that has governed our life worlds for centuries, is not so much dying as killing both human beings and the very possibility of novel and just ways of organizing collective life on this finite planet. The handbooks of the 1900s have become largely archaeological artifacts of the short 20th century, while the nexus between socialism and print has been profoundly transformed. 6. But while many of the forms of struggle and organization that marked Marxism's determining presence on the historical stage of the age of extremes have passed, we are convinced that the idea of a Marxist handbook is more urgent than ever. Often dated to the aftermath of the 2007-08 financial crisis, but seeded by the upsurge in anti-capitalist theorizing in the context of the 1999 Battle of Seattle and the anti-globalization movement. 30. A renascent interest in, and circulation of, Marxian and Marxist ideas has certainly been in evidence over the past few years. This has occurred not just in grudging recognitions by penitent liberal commentators, but in the context of a mainstreaming of progressive ideological challenges to the neoliberal despotism of TINA, from debates around the capitalist origins of the climate crisis and projects for Green New Deals to the combative prominence of anti-racist and abolitionist discourses in the wake of the George Floyd rebellion, from the international women's strike to global opposition to a predatory and plundering regime of financialization. From Southern Europe to Latin America, and in the political context and conjuncture where this collection was conceived, the UK, leftist advances have largely been repelled, but the intellectual ferment is real. Much of this has been rendered possible by the independent work of journals which, struggling against the frequent hostility of academic institutions or the doctrinal shibboleths of political organizations, have created spaces for the production and reproduction of Marxist thought. 3 of the editors have been closely involved with the journal Historical Materialism, whose pages and annual conferences, both in London and internationally, have served as an immensely fecund meeting point with a wide range of scholars, activists, and theorists committed to a critical renewal of the Marxist tradition, many of whom we are fortunate to host in this handbook. but to restrict ourselves to the Anglosphere, without the monthly review and Rethinking Marxism, Race and Class and New Left Review, Feminist Review, and Midnight Notes, the creation if not of a counter-public sphere or a counter-hegemony but at least an alternative to the myriad ways of not really talking about capitalism or its others, would not have been possible. More recently, publications like Viewpoint, Endnotes, Spectre, and Jacobin have reinvented the nexus of politics, text and theory in ways both attuned to a very different media ecology and to the most urgent challenges of the present. In a poem entitled Thought in the Works of the Classics, from his wonderful compendium of dialectical parables, T.I., Book of Interventions into the Flow of Things, the German playwright and theorist Bertolt Brecht suggests that though Marxist thought appears so commanding / it still shows that it means nothing without an audience / would neither have come nor know / where to go or where to stay / if not accepted. Indeed, if not taught / by those ignorant yesterday / it would quickly lose its force and rapidly collapse. 7. While we brook no illusions that a handbook such as ours will have the reach of Marxist manuals from past revolutionary conjunctures, we know that the chapters in these volumes bear the imprint not just of bygone but of ongoing experiences of activism, militant research, and political organization. The authors of this handbook's entries have all found ways of teaching themselves Marxism in and by teaching others, and of realizing that the classics only mean something with an audience, especially that of a generation of students born well after socialism or Marxism appeared as epochal, geopolitical forces, and encountering capitalism in the XXXVII. Strikingly unmediated if potentially disabling form of their own educational debt. This handbook, born out of the editor's own pedagogical experiences, as well as their research and political commitments, is centrally oriented by the problem of how to make Marxism a living concern, a vital method, in a conjuncture where many political and ideological continuities have been shattered, while capitalism still stands, as Marx suggested in the third volume of Capital, as the religion of everyday life. Without guarantees, without apologies, remaking Marxism for the 21st century. While Marxist thought might not be subject to the same embargoes and anathemas that marginalized it in earlier moments, the current articulation of theory and praxis is extremely lopsided. While critiques of capitalism, even ones that foreground Marxist categories, have gained in circulation and acceptability, prodded not least by the eye-watering acceleration of inequality over the past decades, the indissoluble nexus between scientific theory and revolutionary political praxis that had long defined the singularity of Marxism appears to have collapsed. Indeed, as Lefebvre declared in the midst of the last crisis of Marxism, the abyss between theory and praxis should become the starting point for a contemporary reflection on Marx and Marxism. 9. While perversely flattering to radical egos, the conspiracy theories coursing through a planetary alt-right regarding the Caligari-like powers of cultural Marxism wildly project the secret victories of Max Horkheimer or Antonio Gramsci, where what we have are but relative progressive gains in certain spheres of education and longer-term mutations in social mores. And while one cannot but salute the presence of laudatory articles on Marx in the likes of Teen Vogue, including op-ers sorely missing from many more classical Marxists, such as the recognition that any political writers and artists like Angela Davis, Frida Kahlo, Malcolm X, Claudia Jones, Helen Keller, and Walter Rodney integrated Marxist theory into their work decades after his death. 10. The mere popularization and diffusion of ideas linked to his work and that of other revolutionary thinkers in his tradition was not quite what the old Moore meant by theory gripping the masses. That said, this handbook was not born from a spirit of defeat but one of enthusiasm at finding ourselves part of a motley and international crew of scholars committed not to the beleaguered guardianship of the holy texts against the corruptions of Mammon and Moloch, but to the searching, disputatious, critical and inescapably collective labor of forging tools with which to carve capitalism at its joints. This is not just a matter, to borrow the felicitous and influential metaphor of Frantz Fanon, of stretching Marxism, which might suggest a more unified or settled Marxist canon than we'd be prone to accept, but of 38th. Reworking it under changed and changing conditions, with and for subjects and contexts of struggle that are not the ones under which its concepts and categories were originally forged. 11. The inescapably material, historical and political nature of concepts, so central to the very notion of a historical materialism, must be applied to Marxism itself, as so many of the authors in this handbook generatively demonstrate. In a recent interview, Angela Y. Davis, addressing in particular the way in which the notion of racial capitalism has sometimes been seen as of late to require placing a wedge between Marxism and the black radical tradition, has tackled the issue of reworking Marxism in the present with a spirit of critical generosity that we have tried to make our own in bringing this handbook together. As she writes, I think that we are not so much stretching Marxism as we are continuing to build upon and critically engage with its insights. Dedicated adherents to a particular way of thinking often assume that to challenge any of the associated ideas is a disavowal. In both his works of philosophy and political economy, Marx always emphasized critique, and, of course, this became the primary approach of the Frankfurt School, critical theory. What I find especially inspiring about the Marxist tradition is its emphasis on interdisciplinarity. Even as Capital is categorized as a work within the discipline of political economy, despite the fact that Marx considered it a critique of political economy, if one reads it, one discovers philosophy, literature, sociology, cultural critique, and so on. What I have always appreciated is the openness of Marx's work, its implicit invitation to push it in new directions. 12. Davis's qualification also deserves quoting. Unfortunately, reductionist tendencies of some contemporary Marxist literatures create an inhospitable climate for the continuation of the tradition of critique through serious engagement with new theoretical approaches associated with black and women of color feminisms. 13. Our gamble in this handbook has been to foreground those perspectives within contemporary critical Marxist theory which eschew, or indeed dismantle, such reductionism while remaining committed to the analytical and political potentials of an open Marxist framework. We are thus building upon but also problematizing concepts and insights inherited from a polymorphous and contested tradition. We have also tried to heed David Roediger's timely meditations on the difficulty of maintaining a comradely tone during periods of social quiescence, phases when the accumulation of defeats for race, class, and gender justice structures both our confusion and our bitter certainties. 15. How to foster agonism without antagonism, contradiction without calumny, has been a preoccupation throughout the envisioning, commissioning and composition of this handbook. Almost 4 decades after Stuart Hall declared the need to move towards a Marxism without guarantees, it seems it is the only Marxism we can or should seek to inhabit. Leaving aside the amused reference to a flourishing Marxist sectarianism, now largely vanished, Hall's comments at an Australian centenary symposium on Marx in 1983 still resonate. There is no need to insist that there is a single, unified Marxism. You have only to come into any public meeting and you can see the 57 varieties. There is no need to insist that his was a dogmatically finished and completed theoretical labor. Anybody who dares to end the critical volumen of his major work with a question, what is class, then, and dies, is clearly not in the business of wrapping the whole thing up. Indeed, the notion that somewhere back there is the Book of Revelations or Old Moore's Almanac, a sort of litany that you look up when you are not feeling good, or to find out whether you should travel on Friday the 13th, a general book by which you guide and shape your life, is contrary to virtually every line that Marx wrote. He was irreligious, deeply secular, highly rationalist, critical, theoretical, and historical. In my view, the crisis of Marxism liberates us for some future kind of Marxism work, though it disables us from some other kinds. 16. This handbook is certainly no almanac of predictions or book of revelations, but it very much seeks to map that future kind of Marxism, our own contemporary Marxism, which responds to the crisis of Marxism that accompanied the upsurge of neoliberalism, which we take to have been above all a political crisis intimately linked to the unmaking of a particular figure of class, and the revolutions in capitalism's forms of exploitation and regimes of accumulation. The generativity and generosity of much contemporary Marxist research, or research which may not identify itself as Marxist but is happy to integrate and rework Marxist concepts and methods without apology or compunction, is also a product of this absence of guarantees, this lived sense that there is no doctrinal kernel that must be defended against enemy incursions. Expatriated, orphaned from any socialist homeland imagined or real, and without nostalgias, such a Marxism can certainly breed disputes, difference, polemics, but its relation to other intellectual and political traditions of anti-capitalism, liberation and critique is not modeled on that fortress paradigm which was for so long the weakness of Marxism's trying to survive in the deeply inhospitable ecosystems of late capitalism. We could also suggest, by way of mild provocation, that such a non-defensive practice of Marxism largely undermines the very raison d'etre of that rather nebulous entity which is post-Marxism. Post-Marxism requires the preliminary closure of Marxism, the transformation of a method and a research program into dogma, of what Hall called Marx's critical and subversive thoughts into settled and conservative ones, the turning of the plural, conjunctural, and disputatious multiverse of Marxism into a closed and repetitious universe, wherefrom to plan one's deconstructive escape. Instead of positing a monolithic, metaphysical, foundational Marxism, from whose clutches a contemporary thinking of emancipation must extricate itself, it is more fruitful to attend to the multiple ways in which Marxism emerges as a decentered kind of theory, a science that is revolutionary to the very extent that its motor and standpoint, exploited and classed historical subjects in struggle, in their variety and contingency, lives outside of it, and cannot be merely deduced from capital as that theory's object. In a text from 1975 that was only recently published, the French Marxist philosopher Louis Althusser perspicuously observed that Marx's writings shared a singular trait with those of two other unclassifiable theoretical pioneers, Niccolò Machiavelli and Sigmund Freud, the impression of finding ourselves confronted with texts whose status does not come under the usual categories, texts that are always to one side of the place they occupy, texts lacking an inner center, texts which are rigorous, yet seem to be dismembered, texts that designate a space different from their own. 18 Once again, as in the above-mentioned poem by Brecht, the problem is that of the audience, or of what Althusser will call the virtual position of the interlocutor in the topography of Marxist theory. This interlocutor, a reader who will come to Marxism with their struggles and their positions, individual and collective, and who will in turn be interpellated by it, dislocates the theoretical apparatus. As Althusser further observes, the theory's internal dispositive, insofar as it is unbalanced, induces a disposition to practice that continues the theory by other means. This is what lends Marxist theory its strangeness and what is responsible for the fact that it is necessarily unfinished. In other words, Marxist theory is haunted, in its theoretical dispositive itself, by a certain relationship to practice, which is at once an existing practice and a practice to be transformed, politics. 19. We hope that this handbook too, in its very diverse components, is unbalanced in the sense of giving the reader a detailed and complex sense of how the most exciting contemporary Marxist scholarship across a welter of domains embraces its being haunted, unfinished by practice and politics. Aims, structure, contents. The handbook is a labor of love that has been in gestation for a long time. We began the project in 2012 at Goldsmiths when we were all teaching together. Since then we have faced many challenges, including 3 deaths of close family members, serious illnesses, 3 children born, employment problems, institutional challenges, plus the regular difficulties of combining writing with everything else. Social reproduction was made apparent in every way. The handbook became a much larger task than we had imagined, but also a much more exciting one, as we discovered the huge amount of recent scholarship on and with Marxism, scholarship that took many different and unanticipated directions. We hope that the contributions we have assembled will serve as a foundation and direction for contemporary Marxist research and provide new angles and approaches for the analysis and critique of contemporary capitalism in the 21st century. Slee. The aims for the handbook were from the beginning manifold in that we wanted to bring together contributions that revisit and rework classical Marxist concepts, those that bring Marxist ideas and frameworks to bear on concepts and problems that were never or barely the focus of Marx, Engels, and other classical Marxist figures, thereby reinvigorating the uses to which Marxism can be put, inquiries and interventions into contemporary debates that draw on Marxist ideas and frameworks of analysis, and accounts of the role Marxism and Marxist methods play in different disciplinary, interdisciplinary, and transdisciplinary domains and fields. We also strongly wanted to break with the widespread tendency in previous handbooks of Marxism, as well as in some areas of Marxist scholarship, to neglect or marginalize research and authors concerned with race, gender, and sexuality in particular. Such a marginalization and neglect often took the form not so much of excluding these topics, but of relegating women, people of color or queer authors to topics directly pertaining to racism or sexism, while the bulk of Marxist concepts remain the exclusive domain of white, Western male writers. Our attempt to fight these tendencies has not always been entirely successful. We had to confront the problem that the field of Marxist political economy remains predominantly male and white. Moreover, a number of women, people of color and queer authors we tried to commission were unavailable or had to pull out of the collection due to work and life demands. Within the limitations of our knowledge and networks, the goal has always been that of identifying and approaching for each topic those contributors whom we believed could provide an expert and fresh approach that would expand Marxist horizons in transformative dialogue with feminist, racialist and non-Western perspectives. At the outset of the project, we asked all contributors to give an overview of how they would approach their topic of inquiry, setting out the stakes of past and present scholarly debates, and putting forward their own interpretations and positions on the key issues. As one of our external reviewers noted, a good synthesizing handbook chapter is so hard to write. It needs to be both accessible to new scholars looking for inspiration and appealing to established experts who are ready to be surprised by a fresh take on old topics. We hope we have achieved this. We are exceedingly grateful to our external reviewers who regularly provided superb constructive criticism. Even though personal reasons and burdensome workloads meant that we lost some contributions along the way, the whole process resulted in 3 volumes and 87 chapters in total. The challenge then became how to organize such diverse and numerous contributions in a way that is true to the spirit with which we conceived the handbook as showcasing an open and anti-dogmatic understanding of Marxism, which does not end up recreating well-trodden hierarchies between foundational work and subordinate or optional applications, between Western and global Marxism, or in which political economy trumps other disciplinary engagements with Marxism. After much debate and experimentation, we structured the handbook into 7 sections, sli. Part I, Reworking the Critique of Political Economy. Part 2, Forms of Domination, Subjects of Struggle. Part 3, Political Perspectives. Part 4, Philosophical Dimensions. Part V, Land and Existence. Part 6, Domains. Part 7, Inquiries and Debates. This structure is our map of sorts for navigating the 3 volumes. Needless to say, there are countless other possible paths our readers can take. Not only do our headings, for instance, Forms of Domination, easily apply to entries in some of the other sections, but the entries themselves contain many implicit and explicit cross-references, suggesting articulations, trajectories, and interferences which we have done our best to foster. Whatever the worth of the base and superstructure model, we envisaged the handbook as a living web of concepts, debates and interventions, rather than as a settled edifice of doctrine. Part I, Reworking the Critique of Political Economy, gathers entries that focus primarily on Marx's and Marxist analyses of the logic and history of the capitalist mode of production. The first chapter, on Merchant Capitalism, by Jaris Banaji, challenges a widespread reading of the history of capitalism as one in which merchants did not play as big a role as large-scale industry, and puts in historical perspective the key role of merchant capitalism for the evolution of the new mode of production. The second chapter, by John Halden, reconstructs the history and stages of elaboration of the concept of mode of production in Marx. In Halden's reading, the concept of mode of production is to be understood as an epoch of production and not a set of techniques. Under this analytic lens, the mode of production becomes the conceptual tool to determine the differences between different ways of organizing wealth and labor in human history. In Social Reproduction Feminisms, Sue Ferguson, Taithi Bhattacharya, and Sarah R. Ferris outline some of the main contributions to the debate on the nature and role of social reproduction within capitalism and in relation to women's oppression, particularly as they unfolded in Europe and North America. From the early feminist communists' articulation of unpaid labor to the wages for housework campaign and social reproduction theory, the authors foreground the centrality of life-making activities for capitalism, but also how such activities have been theoretically and practically undervalued by Marxist and non-Marxist economists alike. Stefano Dugara and Carlo Vercellione's chapter on rent articulates insights from the Grundrisse and the third volume of Capital to outline a neo-workerist theory of what they call the becoming rent of profit in cognitive capitalism. They argue that new modes of regulation and development under contemporary capitalism are based on rent rather than on profit, and this has major implications for the epistemic foundations of capitalism. In the fifth chapter of this section, Tommaso Redolfi Riva focuses on Marx's theory of value as the specific form that labor assumes in a society in which its socialization is achieved by means of a system of private monetary exchange of commodities and as the impersonal form of social domination in capitalist society. Redolfi Riva reads Marx's theory of value not as the arrival point of the classical labor theory of value, but as a distinct theory that is discontinuous with previous theoretical traditions. In the entry on Money and Finance, Jim Kincaid reconstructs Marx's monetary theory along three main axes: 1. Money as a measure of the socially necessary labor time required to produce commodities, credit money as the major form of money in capitalist society, and 3. Money capital as both the starting point and the end point of the circuit of production and circulation which is central in a capitalist system. This chapter is followed by one on labor, by Guido Starista, who provides a comprehensive discussion of the notion of labor in Marxian social theory. Starista offers a systematic reconstruction of the concept of labor as the unity of its many determinations, which appear scattered in Marx's own writings. Taking the simplest determination of human labor as conscious life activity, the chapter probes further into the different concrete determinations that comprise the material character of production and its changing historical modes of existence. In the entry on automation, Jason E. Smith details how Marx saw the automatic factory as a technical and material mode of producing posited by the inner tendencies of capital itself. Yet, for Smith, Marx envisioned obstacles to the automation of certain labor processes, due either to the nature of the labor process itself or to the nature of the laws governing the development of the capitalist mode of production. In the chapter on methods, Patrick Murray argues that Marx adopted Hegel's method of immanent critique directed at philosophy and political economy. Ultimately, Murray looks at Horkheimer's interpretation of Marx's method as one that allows us to better understand Marx's conceptual toolbox. The last chapter of this part, The Transformation Problem, by Riccardo Bellofiore and Andrea Coverai, argues that if Marx's value theory of labor is reconstructed as a macro-monetary theory of capitalist production, the transformation from values to prices can be proved irrelevant to the validity of the key concept of exploitation. The latter, they contend, has to do with the social form of production, being grounded in the consumption of workers as living bearers of labor power. Part 2, Forms of Domination, Subjects of Struggle, begins with Bev Skiggs's chapter on class, which takes its starting point from a critique of the marginalization of class analysis within Marxism. For Skeggs, centering class means understanding it not just as an analytical category but as a symbolic space in which struggles to extract, defend, and protect value are dynamically shaped and lived in the context of the cultural logic of capitalism. Alessandro De Giorgi's entry offers a reconstruction of different neo-Marxist perspectives on punishment. From the Sliv. Revisionist histories of punishment of the 1970s, to the critique of penally, to the economic reductionism of some neo-Marxists who have not paid sufficient attention to racialization and the symbolic and political dimensions of punishment, De Giorgi surveys the field and offers new research directions. In the chapter on race, Brenna Bandar offers a view of three major figures in the black radical tradition, Stuart Hall, Cedric Robinson, and Angela Y. Davis, exploring how they engaged with Marxist thought and its limitations as they relate to the articulation of race and capitalism. Here Bandar shows the ways in which Marxist thought interacted with other critical theories of capitalism to develop theoretical frameworks able to capture the role of race within our social formations. Leonardo Marcus's chapter on slavery and capitalism reconstructs key positions as well as lesser-known contributions concerning the connections between slavery and capitalism within and beyond Marxism. In particular, he focuses on the scholarship that revolves around a new history of capitalism, which has renewed interest in Marx's and Marxist approaches to slavery. In the chapter on gender, Sarah R. Ferris outlines some of the main tenets of the theorization of gender within Marxism. From Marx's early writings to Engels' The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State, and on to the main contemporary debates among Marxist and socialist feminists on the relationship between gender relations and relations of production, as well as on ideology, race, and transness, the chapter foregrounds the category of gender as a central theoretical and practical battlefield for the definition of Marxist and left political strategies. Laura Swartz's chapter on servants provides a theoretical and historical reconstruction of the figure of the servant within Marx's economic theory as well as within subsequent Marxist perspectives and movements. While Marx considered servants as an unproductive category of workers from a capitalist viewpoint, feminists have challenged some of the main tenets of Marx's views and offered new insights into the role of the servant class for capital accumulation. Part 3, on political perspectives, is introduced by Panagiotis Sotiris's chapter on politics. Here Sotiris retraces Marx's thinking on politics and political practice and how such questions were answered by various traditions of Marxism. From Lenin, Gramsci and post-war Marxism to the discussions that followed 1968, and on to those that occurred in the context of the new radicalism emerging at the end of the millennium around the Battle of Seattle, the chapter offers an overview of different debates on politics in Marxism that center on the state and left-wing political strategy. In the chapter on revolution, the late Neil Davidson focuses on the concept of social revolution vis-a-vis that of bourgeois revolution as developed by Marx and Engels in particular. The fate of the state, for Davidson, is the key to determining the form taken by any revolution as well as its potential success. Heidi Gerstenberger's chapter on the state begins with a critique of suprahistorical conceptions of state power. For Gerstenberger, capitalist state power is defined by the separation of state and society, not of politics and economics. Such a distinction defines Marxist state theory and its approach to the analysis of state. XLV. Functions and political strategies. Gavin Walker's entry on nationalism and the national question considers the political history of debates on the nation within socialist practice. He presents a comprehensive theoretical assessment of the limits and possibilities of the analysis of nationalism within contemporary Marxism. Ken Kawashima's chapter on crisis focuses on the concept of capitalist crisis in Marx in four movements: crisis as excess capital and surplus populations, as a phenomenon of capitalist accumulation that is possible and inevitable, as interregnum and political crisis, and as transition towards revolution. Alberto Toscano's essay on communism reviews the semantic and political history of communism before Marx, and its ensuing appropriation by Marx, particularly after the Paris Commune, whose success and defeat inspired generations of Marxists, from those focused on a critique of social democracy to those attempting to define a non-state state. The chapter also gives an overview of theoretical debates on communism that emerged in the wake of the '68 movement and addresses contemporary discussions on abolitionism as a vital dimension of the problem of communism. In the subsequent chapter on imperialism, Salam Mohandesi surveys the history of Marxist theories of imperialism, analyzes the shared limitations of those theories and concludes by discussing a way forward that incorporates insights from state theory. In particular, Mohandesi interrogates the crisis of the concept of imperialism within contemporary Marxism and argues that instead of abandoning the term, we need to address one of its enduring weaknesses, the under-theorization of the role of the state. Part 4 gathers texts that focus on the philosophical dimensions of Marx and Marxist traditions. The first chapter, by Chris O'Kane, reconstructs the concept of totality in Marx and in subsequent theorizations of a number of Marxists. O'Kane identifies a double-faceted conception of totality within most Marxist approaches, on the one hand, a tendency to critique non-Marxist ideologies as unable to grasp society as a whole, on the other, the theorization of totality as that which can grasp history as a whole from an emancipatory perspective. In the chapter on dialectics, Harrison Fluss traces the development of dialectics, from its prehistory in Kant's critical philosophy towards its contemporary expressions in today's theoretical conjuncture. Fluss discusses the strengths and limits in Hegel's philosophy as well as debates on the dialectics of nature, the relationship between dialectics and ontology, and the ambiguous status of dialectics in Marx and Engels. In the chapter on time, Massimiliano Tomba explores the concept of time in Marx in relation to value in order to show how under capitalism time comes to be dominated by socially necessary labor time. The latter not only determines the value of commodities, but also works as the normative temporality that compresses and synchronizes many temporalities. Tomba furthermore provides an analysis of time that outlines the parallel temporalization of space, which produces a field of possibilities in which conflicting temporalities open up room for liberation. In the chapter on space, Kanishka Gunwardena offers a survey of various invocations of space and geography in Marxism and allied radical political traditions in order to make sense of its significance for left revolutionary politics today. From Marx and Engels' important reflections, to Lefebvre's path-breaking work on space, to the writings of Gramsci, Williams, Massey, Harvey, Neil Smith, and others, Gunwardena advocates a holistic conception of space that goes beyond the typical conventions of academic disciplines. The concept of alienation is the focus of Amy Wendling's chapter, which she interprets in light of its Hegelian roots. While alienation is an explicit theme of Marx's early work, the entry also demonstrates that alienation is an enduring theme in his later work. Wendling's essay also reviews the 20th century debates that developed around the concept of alienation, arguing that the concept maintains all its salience not as an existential or moral condition, but as a specific condition of capitalist society. In the chapter on praxis, Miguel Candiati questions the usual understanding of the Marxian concept of praxis as one confined mainly to the theses on Feuerbach. He argues that this delimitation led to the conception of praxis as an activity of the senses, rather than one evident to them. For Candiati, such an interpretation is at the root of the idealist interpretation of praxis that has traversed different Marxist traditions. The chapter on fetishism, by Anselm Japp, examines the Western Marxist debate on the concept as developed particularly by Lukács, Rubin, Korsch, and Coletti, among others. It then provides an overview of the revived interest in the concept of fetishism after Posttone's critique of value. Fetishism is understood as the very heart of Marx's conception of capitalism as a society which is not only unjust, but also destructive and self-destructive, an irrational system that is pushing the world towards an epoch-defining economic and ecological crisis. Jan Remmen's chapter on ideology critique and ideology theory challenges the tendency to place Marx and Engels' concept of ideology in opposition to that developed by Gramsci. On the contrary, Remmen shows that their particular combination of ideology critique and ideology theory brings them together to allow for the development of a materialist theory of the ideological, one that gets rid of the idea of ideology as false consciousness. Real abstraction is the concept examined in the subsequent chapter, by Elena Louisa Lang, who follows, evaluates and critically comments on the place of real abstraction in the work of the German Marxist economist Alfred Sohn-Rethel. The chapter details the trajectory of the concept of real abstraction from Sohn-Rethel's works of the early 1930s through to those of the late 1970s, and attempts to revise and rehabilitate it in the latest, Influential Readings of Real Abstraction in Marxian Value Theory. In the last chapter of this part, Andrés Sáenz de Sicilia provides a critical overview of the main theoretical issues and debates surrounding the Marxist concept of subsumption. The chapter explores the significance of the concept in the philosophical tradition that Marx inherits and then the Marx's engagement with it, first in the context of his philosophical writings and then in his critique of political economy. The chapter then moves to explore the use of subsumption in the work of Adorno and Negri, as well as within labor process theory, Marxological debates and Latin American Marxism. Part V, Land and Existence, begins with Silvia Federici's chapter, Primitive Accumulation, Globalization and Social Reproduction, where she develops an SLAI understanding of globalization as continuously reenacted, normalizing primitive accumulation, and thus producing a systematic devaluation of social reproduction. Federici demands that, instead of invoking some kind of abstract universal subject, we pay attention to the histories of differentially expropriated and oppressed social subjects in order to unmask the immiseration and violence that the capitalist system exerts. Where Federici emphasizes capitalism's urge to expropriate and enclose, Massimo De Angelis in his chapter, Commons, turns his attention to an alternative, post-capitalist mode of production and organization of resources, commoning as a way for commoners to govern their commonwealth or organize their relations to each other and to nature. Such a new system of production, reproduction, and social relationality requires not merely a political rupture or event, but a sustained social revolution that starts with providing alternative solutions to problems that the capitalist system cannot solve. In the following chapter, Veronica Gago positions the concept of extractivism as central to our ability to grasp past and present capital accumulation processes, ranging, in its expanded sense, from the extraction of raw materials and people, to women's body territories, data, and financial extraction exercised through debt. For Gago, the extractive logic has become a privileged mode of value production in the current phase of accumulation, and is therefore critical to an updated understanding of exploitation. One salient frontier for contemporary extractivist practices is agribusiness, which is the focus of Caicedo's chapter, Agriculture. He returns to Marx's critique of modern agriculture, specifically soil exhaustion and the problem of the natural limit, which he argues needs to be understood in the general context of Marx's critique of political economy. Marx can thereby be seen to offer us an approach to ecological crisis that focuses on the distortive effect that capital has on the metabolic relation between man and nature, highlighting the thoroughly social character of this crisis. In the next chapter, George Kafantzis turns to energy and value and the revival of Marxist energy studies, whose beginnings he traces back to Marx and Engels's engagements with thermodynamics and the energetic framework that Kafantzis identifies in the value transformations at the heart of Marx's critique of political economy. Kafantzis's interest in the recent revival of Marxist and eco-socialist engagements with energy commodities and energy regimes centers on them as sites of class struggle. This emphasis on a working-class politics of climate is also an important vector in the final contribution to this part, namely Matt Huber's chapter on climate change. While we need to understand the historical and structural role of fossil fuels as constitutive of the shift from the formal to the real subsumption of labor under capital as well as the contemporary manifestations of climate capitalism, it is vital for Huber that we do not fetishize capital and its power at the expense of developing a collective emancipatory politics that strives to socialize and collectivize control over energy systems. Part 6, Domains, looks at the role of contemporary Marxist approaches and frameworks in multiple disciplines and fields of study. In her chapter on anthropology, Erika Legalese opts for a twofold approach, asking how Marx treated and utilized anthropology for his own project of historicizing capitalism and, in turn, how Marxist theory influenced and continues to influence anthropology and ethnographic methods, especially via its concepts of struggle, conflict, and class consciousness. In their chapter on art, Gail Day, Steve Edwards, and Marina Vishmet diagnose and map a revival of Marxist, materialist and system-critical approaches to art and art writing since the new millennium against the background of a longer history of the multifaceted relationship between art and Marxism. They identify key debates in the field around the concepts of commodities and value, labor, and the labor process and social reproduction. Luisa Lorenza Corna contributes a chapter on architecture in which she retraces the first, scattered, references to architecture in Marxian and Marxist literature before turning to key moments in the development of a Marxist theory and history of architecture in the second half of the 20th century, centered around Manfredo Tafuri and Frederick Jameson. For Corna, it is through the foregrounding of concepts such as labor, production, technological advancements, and automation that Marxist theory has entered into recent architectural projects and theory. Jeremy Gilbert follows with a chapter on culture, alongside feminism and anti-racism, one of the major dimensions missing from traditional Marxism, both in the anthropological sense of making/living culture and as an understanding of the significance of the symbolic economy and representations. Gilbert rectifies this by tracing the centrality of a Marxist cultural theory from the works of Marx and Engels to the tradition of cultural studies that began in Britain in the early 1960s with the key figures of Raymond Williams and Stuart Hall and has continued to develop into the 21st century. Brent Ryan Bellamy's chapter on literary criticism explores the different discussions of Marxist criticism of literature from the 1970s around concepts such as objective form, absent cause, and metacommentary, and then the 21st century problematics of financialization, the subject of capital, world literature, and ecology. Siding with Carolyn Lischuk and her imperative of reading dialectically, Bellamy defends a Marxist focus on history and form as existing within complex social relations against the anti-political new formalism that arguably dominates the field today. In the next chapter, on poetics, Daniel Hartley develops a theory of a Marxist poetics grounded in Marx's contestation of the strict ancient Greek separation between praxis and poiesis. This Marxist poetics has three strands: communist poetry, a literary theory that understands literature as an imitation of action, and, finally, literature as a modality of political organization. In the chapter on communication, Nick Thoburn analyses how capitalist accumulation shapes communication and communicative forms such as the book, the manifesto, the journal, and social media. He asks what a Marxist counter-politics of textual communication might look like. For Thoburn, this will require answering the Adornian question of which textual and media forms might better articulate the fractured non-identity of class. Maya Pal, in her chapter on international relations, portrays the relationship between mainstream international relations, SLICs, and Marxism as a mutually challenging one, in the sense that a Marxist critical perspective is interested in problematizing the emergence of nation-states in the wake of the West's imperialism and its mission to universalize capitalism, rather than neutrally forecasting states' behaviors on the international terrain. At the same time, Marxist theory itself suffers significant shortcomings when it comes to theorizing the state, the international and imperialism, which Marxist IR scholars have had to grapple with. Law, as Rob Knox shows in his contribution, suffered a similar lack of systematic theorization in Marx and Engels' oeuvre, which serves as one explanation why it remained peripheral to the Marxist tradition, even though legal thought and concepts such as property are absolutely central to capitalism and thus to any critique of political economy. Knox concludes by surveying a contemporary commodity form theory revival following Pashakhani's, while pointing to yet underdeveloped areas of Marxist legal scholarship concerning race, gender, sexuality and other antagonisms not reducible to class. In the next chapter, Gerard Hanlon addresses management, a topic rarely foregrounded in Marxist critiques of capitalism, even though it is, as Hanlon argues, indispensable to closing the gap between the potential labor that could be achieved by workers and that is actually provided. Through processes of standardization and differentiation of the workforce along gender, race, class, age, and other axes, management instills discipline and thereby plays a central role in making capitalist social relations hegemonic in the workplace. Addressing the relationship between Marxism and philosophy, Roberto Mazzacchiodi develops his argument around the problem of the end of philosophy and its continued pertinence in contemporary debates. He identifies the problematic as having been introduced in Marx and Engels's writings and later taken up with renewed fervor, first in the interwar period as a challenge to the so-called Marxist orthodoxy and then again in French Marxist debates during the Cold War, specifically by Henri Lefebvre and Louis Althusser. Le Levidow and Luigi Pellizzoni turn to another contentious topic for Marxism, namely technoscience, or science and technology. While Marx at times presented science as a desirable exit from philosophy, designating it as a critical method for analyzing how reification and fetishism naturalize capitalist social relations, prevalent Marxist approaches ended up adopting or imitating positivist science and making claims for scientific objectivity. Levidow and Pellizzoni examine contemporary debates with an interest in a contradictory potential in technology, understood both as an enclosing resource and a knowledge commons, while also considering how it might facilitate communities that can create new commons beyond capitalism. In her chapter on post-colonial studies, Jamila M. H. Mascat retraces what she calls the unhappy marriage between Marxism and post-colonial studies, from the inception of the latter as an academic field in the 1980s to more recent reiterations of this tension fueled by Chiber's polemical post-colonial theory and the specter of capital. Mascat sees a possibility of superseding the long-standing conceptual and theoretical conflicts by stressing how post-colonial theory with its emphasis on differences, its attention to micro-histories and singularities, its dedication to discourse, textuality and the symbolic can be seen critically to supplement or stretch Marxism, which, in turn, pushes Marxism to be attentive to the colonial wounds and site-specific experience that are essential for building radical political alliances in the post-colonial present. Samo Tomsai's contribution on psychoanalysis examines once again the tension-ridden encounter of Marxism and psychoanalysis from the viewpoint of the nexus between power and enjoyment. Following Lacan, Tomsai develops a structuralist account of the autonomy and causality of the symbolic order that allows him to think through the centrality of unconscious labor in Freud's work and the concept of the drive in Marx. In the chapter on queer studies, Peter Drucker shows that Marxist queer studies have their roots as much in the first interactions between socialist movements and homosexual emancipation as articulated by Kallantai or Marcuse as in North American universities in the 21st century, a fact that he sees as a symptom of this field's disproportionate concentration in imperialist countries. The scholars in the field, so Drucker argues, share an aversion to economic reductionism and an interest in, besides the sexual dimensions of several concepts drawn from Marxist political economy, performativity, intersectionality, and homonationalism, and transgender, intersex and genderqueer lives and struggles. In their contribution, Sociology and Marxism in the USA, David Feisenfest and Graham Cassano map the reception and influence of Marx's theory of social class and historical materialism before and after the 1960s, the historical moment in which they identify a critical turn in U.S. sociology and a reinvigoration of a Marxist sociology, in concert with the rise of the new social movements. In the final chapter of this section of the Handbook, Roderick A. Ferguson takes on the university. He shows how Marxist frameworks have addressed the university as an institution that is intimately connected to the dynamics of political economy and to social struggles within and outside its walls. Ferguson pays particular attention to the differing approaches to the criticism of the university and the tensions between them, which go back, on the one hand, to differing understandings of whether or not capitalism is primarily constituted along economic lines or shaped by extra or non-economic social forces, such as race and colonialism, and, on the other, to differing positions within social struggles themselves. Part 7, Inquiries and Debates, is the longest and most diverse part of the Handbook. It starts off with Ashley Bower's chapter on intersectionality, in which she explores the different stages of the complex and recently intensified relationship between Marxism and intersectionality, their shared history, Marxists' criticisms of intersectionality on issues such as identity politics, class, etc., and finally rapprochements that have started to value the differences between the two frameworks as productive differences in emphasis. It is followed by a chapter on Black Marxism by Asad Haider. Here, Haider problematizes any understanding of Black Marxism as Marxism generated by black people, or a strand of Marxism that inquires specifically into the meaning of race or the relation of race and class. Instead, by working through Cedric Robinson's concept of racial capitalism and the Black Belt thesis, with its argument for black self-determination in the aftermath of racial slavery, Haider positions Black Marxism as a central component of the international Marxist tradition. In the process, he rejects the validity of efforts within Marxism to abstract the essence of capitalism from racial divisions, which would require conceiving of capitalism apart from its actual history of constitution and development. In Digitality and Racial Capitalism, Jonathan Beller puts forward the proposition that capital, which he grasps, following Robinson and others, in terms of racial capitalism, was always a computer, thereby recasting Marx's theory of commodification as an account of incipient digitization. Beller argues for a co-evolution of racial abstraction and information, the medium through which racial capitalism imposes its value-generating strategies of social differentiation. In her chapter, Race, Imperialism, and International Development, Kalpana Wilson also interrogates the relationship between race and capital, now in the context of the concept of development as it is linked to imperialism and concerns the unequal material relationships and processes which structure engagement between the global South and the North. Anandi Ramamurthy turns our attention to advertising and race. Traversing various racialized representations in advertising campaigns throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, Ramamurthy articulates the different ways in which advertising not only acts to structure commodities as the center of our social worlds, but also reproduces legitimating ideologies of race, gender, and class to service the accumulation of capital. In his chapter on dependency theory and indigenous politics, Andrew Curley situates dependency theory as a way forward in telling the history of indigenous peoples in the context of the development of global capitalism, an argument which emerges out of his fieldwork in the Navajo Nation and the identification of a need to blend theoretical critique with empirical Marxist scholarship, in and with Native communities. Mary Davidson turns to the primitive as a contradictory figure in the Marxist tradition and its intersections with anthropology and ethnology. Her investigation of different moments of the Marxist debate on primitive societies raises important questions about the scope and aims of the Marxist project, namely, are Marxist categories commensurable with the radically non- or anti-modern logics represented by the figure of the primitive? And is Marxism to be understood as a critical theory of capitalism, or does it have a wider, anti-civilizational remit? Jeff Weber contributes a chapter on Marxist theory within social movements and social movement studies. Looking at the difficulties that social movement studies have with the issue of capitalist totality, Weber argues that an expansive, processual, historical, and temporal conception of class struggle needs to be at the center of any adequate Marxist approach to social movements, a challenge in which we can be guided by recent Marxist feminist interventions. Joshua Clover investigates one specific form of social contest, namely the riot, which, he argues, has generally been subordinated to the strike as the primary form of class struggle and, therefore, misrecognized in its nature and the historical specificity of its relation to capitalist accumulation and its limits. With his contribution, Clover locates strike and riot within the larger categories of production and circulation struggles and positions the riot as a form of struggle conditioned both by recompositions of class and reimpositions of racial hierarchies that order exclusion from the wage. In his chapter, Post-Secularism and the Critique of Religion, Gregor McLennan revisits Marx's and Marxism's difficult relationship with religion, which has wavered between its outright rejection as ideology and, more rarely, an embrace of certain popular religious traditions as holding the potential to transform oppressive social relations. McLennan's post-secularism thesis takes its inspirations from Marx and proposes an exit from such dualistic views, instead conceiving the secular and the religious as historically and conceptually intertwined. Such a position allows Marxists fully to appreciate the social importance and subjective appeal of religion, while allowing them to remain unapologetic in upholding the integrative pluralism of the secular scientific outlook. Chiara Georgi contributes a chapter on the highly contested and not unproblematic concept of utopia. Having surveyed the history of the use of the concept in Marxist literature, including a recent revival, Georgi concludes that as a tool of conflictual anticipation and investment in concrete struggles, utopian thought remains an important dimension of transformative politics striving to lead beyond capitalism. In her chapter on affect, Emma Dowling brings Marxism into conversation with affect theory, focusing on three core aspects: affect and ideology, affective labor, and affect and organizing. She argues that while there is no distinct Marxist theory of affect, the affective register is pertinent for the contemporary Marxist critique of political economy and the analysis of ideology, subjectivation, and alienation, along with the ways in which the capitalist valorization of labor takes place in the present and the forms of resistance that emerge to contrast it. Søren Mao focuses on the body, which he argues plays a central role in Marx's writings, from his general conception of nature, society, and history, to his critique of the capitalist mode of production and the capital-labor relation. He shows how the logic of capital inserts itself in the processes through which the body reproduces its necessary metabolism, thereby fortifying capital's power over the most fundamental level of social reproduction. In recent decades, Mao argues, the body has again become a central concern for Marxist scholars, in several forms, as a rereading and rediscovery of Marx's analysis, as a continuation and expansion of topics and themes which were underdeveloped in Marx's writings, and as the conscious effort to fill out gaps in traditional Marxist theory. Oksana Timofeeva develops a Marxist account of animals and animality, which she centers around the dialectical character of the general relation between human and non-human animals and the specific one in Marx's discussion of human essence and species being, between the human worker and the worker animal. Hannah Proctor starts her chapter on desire by diagnosing a marked absence of this concept from the lexicon of Lein. Capital. Moving on to Marxist conceptualizations of desire, Proctor asks whether desire is formed or deformed by history. Can desire transform the world, or will it only change when the world does? In Filming Capital, Pietro Bianchi confronts the problem of the appearance and manifestation of capital as a contradictory object. He argues that cinema, as a science of appearances, should not be a way to grasp the secret of value and bring it to visibility, but instead it can be seen to be a mean to reflect on capital's self-effacing form of appearance, where the antagonism of class struggle is erased and transubstantiated in the one-dimensionality of the image. In their chapter on horror film, Johanna Isaacson and Annie McClanahan make the argument for a shift in recent horror films away from a concern with the violence of productive labor towards what they call a Marxist feminist criticality attended to concerns of gender, race and everyday life, and problems of reproductive labor and the reproduction of the capital-labor relation itself. Cinzia Arruzza outlines three debates in Marxist feminism: 1. How feminists have attempted to rethink Marx's critique of political economy to account for gender oppression, 2. The intersection of gender, class, and race, and 3. The relation between capitalist accumulation, commodity consumption, and the formation and reification of sexual identities. She highlights feminist contributions and limitations, which she attributes to the lack of an articulated discussion of women's and LGBTQ+ people's political and social subjectivation and the lack of a full integration of race and racism in the structural analysis of social reproduction. Wendy Matsumura's discussion of the Japanese Marxist Uno Kaozo's shortcomings in analyzing the agrarian question link in with Arruzza's and other authors' foregrounding of social reproduction. In her chapter, Triple Exploitation, Social Reproduction, and the Agrarian Question in Japan, Matsumura argues that Uno's treatment of the small farm household as a stable category of analysis and potential subject of revolutionary action in interwar Japan leaves its patriarchal origins unquestioned and thereby sidelines the struggles of Burika women. Matsumura draws two important lessons from her analysis: that the household is always a space of contradiction, and that even thinkers like Uno Keizo, who made such major contributions to the understanding of Japanese capitalism, to countering economistic and Eurocentric historical models and designations of unevenness as backwardness, are not immune to reproducing similar gendered logics in aspects of their work. Katie Cruz and Kate Hardy survey Marxist feminist thought on prostitution and sex work primarily from the 20th and 21st centuries, identifying a number of shared beliefs. 1. The historicization of prostitution and sex work as a product of the social relations of capitalism. 2. An emphasis on sex workers' agency as workers and as political actors. And 3. An understanding of the state and the law as sites of class struggle. In his chapter, On Work, Jamie Woodcock seeks to move beyond an abstract opposition between strands of Marxist theories that either argue that nothing has really changed concerning work under capitalism or that everything has changed. Woodcock connects the theory of work to ongoing empirical changes and struggles over work, with a special focus on digital labor and new forms of work, always with an eye to search for ways of going beyond work and capitalism in the future, which has been expressed in anti-work theories. In her chapter, Domestic Labor and the Production of Labor Power, Rohini Hensman focuses on the fact that for workers, labor power is inseparable from themselves as living human beings, making the relations and conditions under which labor power is produced, in other words, domestic labor, a much more central element of class struggle than many Marxists, including Marx and Engels, have accounted for. Revisiting key and yet unresolved issues in the domestic labor debate of the 1970s, Hensman concludes that a vital struggle, which deserves more attention and analysis, is to bring about the conditions that allow for the production of physically and psychologically healthy, anti-authoritarian, egalitarian, loving, caring human beings. Charmaine Chua and Jeremy Anderson both focus on logistics. Chua's chapter, Logistics, examines how logistics functions as a material and social force structuring contemporary capital accumulation through the control and coordination of global systems of circulation, regarding the logistics revolution in the 1960s and 70s as a significant turning point. If Chua sees in logistics capital's fantasy of frictionless flow, Anderson's chapter Labor Struggles in Logistics focuses on the question of what kind of power lies with those who can reintroduce significant friction into the process, namely logistics workers. Analyzing the organizing strategy of the International Transport Workers Federation over the past 2 decades, Anderson notes that gains for logistics workers have been incremental rather than transformational for different reasons linked to organizing around a corporate form. Anderson concludes that mobilizations have been more successful when they also draw on associational and institutional power, rather than just structural power. Tine Hogner's chapter on welfare starts off by outlining classical Marxist understandings of welfare, specifically the welfare state, as a set of institutions and policies that emerge from the contradictions of capitalist accumulation. Thinking about the changing role of the welfare state and policies after the end of its golden age in the mid-1970s, Hogner details how the German welfare state has developed a care reserve army to cope with the state crisis in care, one that heavily relies on gender and migration. She calls this community capitalism, as it exposes capital's reliance on this crisis of social reproduction in order to limit the costs of labor by first excluding and then exploiting vulnerable groups. Stale Holgerson writes on the urban, arguing that urban theory and Marxism need and benefit from each other, as long as relations and tensions between social relations and spatial forms are carefully negotiated. The city should neither be annihilated by the wider political economy and abstract Marxist frameworks, nor blind us with its bright lights from seeing capitalism and the class conflicts and resistances that ensue in urban spaces. The 2 chapters that follow focus on cognitive capitalism. In their chapter, on cognitive capitalism, L.V. David Harvey and Ben Trott confront the cognitive capitalism thesis, as proposed by Yanmoili Boateng and others, and explore the relationship between the emergence of cognitive capitalism and other recent shifts in the global political economy, including globalization, financialization, increasing precarity, the blurring of life and work time, the increasing hegemony of immaterial forms of labor, biopolitical logics, and the feminization of labor. Andrea Fumagalli's essay on biocognitive capitalism focuses on what he defines as essentially the contraction of cognitive capitalism and bioeconomy, which means that biocognitive capitalism is the term that defines contemporary capitalism, at least as far as Western countries are concerned, if not the planet as a whole. The next chapter, by Paul Riekert and Christian Sadkowski, focuses on intellectual property, understood, within a Marxist framework, as a commodity whose value is constituted not by the quality of the thing itself but as a product of social relations. Their contribution elaborates the role of intellectual property in capitalist production and the division of labor. It also conceives of intellectual property as a site of struggle against the enclosure of information and knowledge of biological and natural processes, as well as in higher education and the academic publishing industry. Part 7 comes to a close with two contributions that bring Marxist concepts and frameworks to bear on the field of migration studies and struggles. Nicholas de Genova charts a history of the development of deportation, which was initially conceived as a technique for the exclusion of particular racially denigrated categories of transnational human mobility. He urges us to understand deportation not just as a negative and necropolitical power of expulsion and disposability, but as a form of productive power which capitalism employs to discipline and compel migrant labor. Deportation is a site of unresolved struggle of labor subordination that has become paradigmatic in our era of neoliberal global capitalism. In their chapter, On Borders, Sandro Mesadra and Brett Nielsen take debates surrounding the multiplication of borders in an age of globalization as their point of departure. From a Marxist point of view, they emphasize the notion of world market and turn to so-called primitive accumulation from the angle of the heterogeneous bordering devices that enable and prompt the emergence of capitalism. Mesadra and Nielsen position the fight for freedom of movement at the heart of a new communist internationalism, which they argue needs to be linked to political practices that contest not only territorial borders but also the multiple frontiers, social boundaries, and forces of capital that migrants encounter both in their paths of movement and points of origin and arrival, however provisional these may be. Acknowledgements. We would like to express our profound gratitude to Neil Davidson's partner, Kathy Watkins, for allowing us to draw from an unpublished manuscript of LVI. Niels to compose the entry that he had generously accepted to write for the handbook but which his illness and death prevented him from completing. We also want to thank Niels' longtime friends Steve Edwards and Duncan Thomas, from Haymarket Books, for making the publication of this essay possible. Part I. Reworking the Critique of Political Economy. Merchants or Trading Capital, as Marx refers to it as the start of the sequence of chapters where this is discussed in Capital Volume 3, one was largely marginal to Marx's understanding of the capitalist mode of production, which, of course, was embodied in the dynamics of industrial capital and personified by the industrial capitalist. In fact, in its leading form, viz. As commercial capital, it was simply a transmuted form of industrial capital itself, a circulation of the commodity capital of the industrialist, forever penned into capital's circulation sphere. Merchant capitalists do figure in Volume 3 but they do so strictly as agents of industrial capital. I shall argue that it was perfectly consistent for Marx to argue in this way, since he saw the accumulation of industrial capital as the driving force behind the capitalist mode of production and his interest lay in analyzing the accumulation process of a total capital dominated by large-scale industry. However, this conception will not work historically when Marxists have to deal with periods of history where industrial capitalism was largely embryonic or even completely absent. The reason why most Marxists tend not to be troubled by this is that the centuries of early capitalism have on the whole been framed either in terms of a historically nebulous age of primitive accumulation or, from the 1950s on, as a prolonged transition from feudalism to capitalism with its implied coexistence of modes of production. But a major upshot of this conceptual indifference has been the abdication of this whole field of history to historians working largely. 1. Merchant capitalism. Jaris Banaji 4. Outside a strictly Marxist tradition, even if at least some of those historians, notably Fernand Braudel, were influenced by Marx. This chapter will begin with the way Marx understands merchants' capital, underscoring both the methodological nature of his discussion and the conflation it generates when abstracted from its methodological context. It will then turn to the radical divergence within the later Marxist tradition on the issue of merchant capitalism. The remainder of the chapter mobilizes the rich historiography that allows us to reinstate a notion of merchant capitalism as a perfectly valid category consistent with Marx's own ideas about capital. This integration of history into theory is absolutely crucial to any future progress in the way Marxists debate and understand capitalism. Marx on merchants' capital. The two strongest features of Marx's discussion of merchants' capital in Volume 3 relate, first, to the distinction he draws at the very start of Part 4 when defining this type of capital, and, second, to his repeated reference to the merchant as a capitalist and his frequent references therefore to both merchant capitalists and commercial capitalists. The second of these features should make it plain that merchant in this chapter of the Handbook stands for the more powerful groups of merchants connected with the import/export trades and the money markets, and not for the mass of traders, which, in most countries even today, consists of the smaller retail businesses and petty traders straddling the middle class and the mass of wage laborers. Merchants or trading capital is divided into two forms or subspecies, commercial capital and money-dealing capital, writes Marx at the start of chapter 16. Under money-dealing capital Marx includes money changing and the bullion trade, and notes that money dealing in either form first develops out of international trade. In its most developed form, money dealing, Marx says, includes the functions of lending and borrowing, and trade on credit, though these are discussed in the chapters on interest-bearing capital. Thus, the distinction drawn as chapter 16 opens is basic and opens the way to a more expansive discussion of the origins of capitalism since finance and the money markets become integral to our topic. Second, the same chapter describes the merchant as a particular species of capitalist, making it clear that we are dealing here with capitalists. The specific nature of commercial capital, Marx claims, relates to its function in facilitating the circulation of industrial capital through the transformation of commodity capital into money. The money capital advanced by the merchant does this through perpetually buying and selling commodities. This is its exclusive operation, the exclusive function of the money capital with which 5. The merchant operates. Thus, commercial capital or the money capital advanced by merchants remains forever penned into capital's circulation sphere. The buying and selling of the commodities that make up the commodity capital produced by the industrialist are functions peculiar to commercial capital, although in reality, Marx acknowledges, commercial capital can also be found involved in businesses such as the transport, storage, and dispersal of goods. A crucial step in the analysis claims that a theoretical definition of commercial capital and thus of merchants' capital as a whole has to abstract from those real functions. For our purpose, where what matters is to define the specific difference of this special form of capital, we can therefore ignore these functions. We only have pure form once those functions are discarded and removed. Buying in order to sell is commercial capital's true function because the merchant's role is to act as a circulation agent of industrial capital. To repeat, the theoretical definition of commercial capital commits Marx to the view that buying and selling is the sole function of the merchant or of commercial capital. The meaning of sole here is strictly contingent on the methodological context in which it occurs. Of course, in reality, that is, viewed historically, things were quite different. The bigger merchants did a great deal besides buying and selling. They transported goods, organized and financed voyages, owned or controlled shipping, organized household producers into putting out networks, financed and managed plantation industries as well as owned plantations, invested in the production of new designs, invested in metal and mining enterprises and so on. And all this in addition to their involvement in the money market, in royal/government/plantation finance, marine insurance, the financing of trade through bills of exchange, investments in tax farming, etc. Thus, Marx's conception of buying and selling as the sole function of commercial capital is a simplifying assumption, as Henrik Grossman called these methodological abstractions in Capital, an assumption peculiar to the circulation of industrial capital, as Marx analyses this in Volume 2. When Marx writes we can therefore ignore these functions, he makes it clear that he is simplifying the description of the role of merchants' capital in its actual or historical existence, reducing it to the sole aspect that matters for him. The abstraction involved here is from the real history of the relations of production, a history that obviously cannot be written if we simply retain the simplifying assumptions used in Capital, as this would generate the sort of circularity that Marx elsewhere calls a forced abstraction. Not only did Marx see the understanding of the past as a work in its own right, but because of his awareness of the past he even allowed for the direct control of production by commercial capital too, and, of course, allowed 6. For the merchant's domination of craft labor in the putting out system. All the same, the formal definition of merchant's capital as a pure function or agency of industrial capital, which runs through the Grundrisse as well, affected his historical judgments, severely at times, 3, and probably accounts for a major conflation in his work which it is worth describing straight away. Marx tends to conflate industrial capital and the subordination of production to capital, not allowing for the possibility that the latter is a much wider process where, for example, merchant-controlled enterprises could remain substantially distinct from industrial capital in the strict sense in which he analyzes this in Capital. Ironically, among later Marxists it was Maurice Dobb who stated the distinction most lucidly. About the fairly extensive capitalist-controlled putting-out system of the 14th to 17th centuries, Dobb wrote, "The subordination of production to capital is to be regarded as the crucial watershed between the old mode of production and the new, even if the technical changes that we associate with the Industrial Revolution were needed, for the full maturing of the capitalist mode of production." Here Dobb disentangles the evolution of the capitalist mode of production from its later development of industrial capitalism, seeing the merchant manufacturing element less as an expression of industrial capital than of the merchant's dominance over domestic industry and manufacturing workshops. For Marx, in contrast, it was true by definition that commercial capital implied the non-subjection of production to capital. At least he enunciates something close to this tautology in a passage in Capital which tells us, the independent and preponderant development of capital in the form of commercial capital is synonymous with the non-subjection of production to capital. Despite statements of this sort, Marx was well aware that trading firms like the Dutch East India Company could dominate production directly, and also that merchants had established widespread control over putting out networks, for example, in the cottage industries spread through the Russian countryside, which, he tells us in Volume 2, are already being pressed more and more into the service of capitalist production. Here the capitalist first intrudes in his capacity as merchant. 2 passages are especially interesting in this context. In the first, a passage from the Grundrisse, Marx writes, "The way in which money transforms itself into capital often shows itself quite tangibly in history, e.g. when the merchant induces a number of weavers and spinners to work for him, making their secondary into their chief occupation, but then has them in his power and has brought them under his command as wage laborers." About this system he says later in the same text, "Here, then, the mode of production is not yet determined by capital, but rather found on hand by it, meaning by mode of production the labor process of the households drawn into these networks by the merchant." The second passage occurs in the famous historical chapter of Volume 3, when Marx turns to a discussion of the 7 possible transitions into capitalism and begins initially with a twofold transition. The producer may become a merchant and capitalist, Marx says, or alternatively, the merchant may take direct control of production himself. The second of these possible trajectories was, Marx thought, a less progressive form of the transition to capitalism because, again, it left the mode of production, that is, the labor process, unaltered. It is worth citing this passage in full not just because he cites the example of the French silk industry, something I shall come back to later, but because his description of merchant capitalism is less terse than it is in the Grundriss passage cited above and even more illuminating theoretically. Alternatively, however, the merchant may take direct control of production himself. Right up to the middle of the century, for example, the manufacturer in the French silk industry, and the English hosiery and lace industries too, was a manufacturer only in name. In reality, he was simply a merchant, who kept the weavers working in their old fragmented manner and exercised only control as a merchant. It was a merchant they were really working for. This method always stands in the way of the genuine capitalist mode of production and disappears with its development. Without revolutionizing the mode of production, it simply worsens the conditions of the direct producers, transforms them into mere wage laborers. Somewhat modified, the same relationships are to be found in the manufacture of furniture in London, which is partly carried out on a handicraft basis. This is particularly the case in Tower Hamlets. The merchant is the real capitalist and pockets the greater part of the surplus value. We shall see later that Marx in fact considerably underestimated the degree to which merchants controlled work organization in the silk industry of Lyons. The theoretical issue for historical materialists is how we should characterize the type of capital involved in, for example, putting out systems of the kind described above. Were these forms of industrial capital, had the merchant become an industrialist, or should we posit a distinct regime of capital accumulation where, as Marx seems to suggest, manufacture was a function of mercantile accumulation? The latter would constitute merchant capitalism, at least one important variety of it. Engels, in the famous supplement that he added to Volume 3 in 1895, shortly before he died, saw the textile putters out of the later Middle Ages and early modern period as incarnations of industrial capital and therefore the putting out system as an early, merchant-dominated form of industrial capitalism. This characterization seems to be supported, for example, by Meusnier's view that the basis of French mercantilism was industry, but in fact for Meusnier the various types of manufactories that flourished in France from the 17th century were aspects of a powerful and wide-ranging commercial capitalism. In fact, there is a passage in the Grundriss where Marx proposes a more complex image precisely when discussing mercantilism. Then came the mercantile system, an epoch where industrial capital and hence wage labor arose in manufactures, already have faint notions of money as capital, but actually again only in the form of money, of the circulation of mercantile capital. 8. Industrial capital has value for them, even the highest value, as a means, not as wealth itself in its productive process, because it creates mercantile capital and the latter, via circulation, becomes money. So here industrial capital is said to be a means of creating mercantile capital, which, again, is tantamount to saying that industry was a function of the accumulation of mercantile capital or a function of merchant capitalism. Later Marxists, the retreat into reticence. Among writers working in a Marxist tradition, the inchoate nature of Marx's own thinking about the place of merchant capital in the history of capitalism has generated a division between those like Franz Mehring, Mikhail Pokrovsky, and I.I. Rubin, who read Marx as saying that capitalism went through an entire period of history characterized by the dominance of merchant capitalism and, on the other side, later Marxists working in an exegetical tradition shaped by the attack on Pokrovsky himself. Dobb was the crucial link between these periods of Marxist thinking, and it was essentially his influence that would shape the reticence or hostility of writers like Perry Anderson and Robert Brenner towards the idea of merchant capitalism. Mehring had espoused the radical view that merchant capital was the revolutionary force of the 14th, 15th, and 16th centuries. Revolutionary merchant capital not only created modern absolutism but also transformed the medieval classes of society. Broadly speaking, it was this view that passed into the stream of Russian Marxism. Barber writes that no single concept was so identical with Pokrovsky as that of commercial capitalism, and none had such influence during the 1920s on the study of Russian society. The notion of commercial capitalism was certainly grounded in Marxist theory. Lenin himself referred to Pokrovsky's Marxist assessment in Brief History of Russia and told him he was extremely pleased with your new book. Here, as in so much else, Stalinism proved a major turning point. The idea that Marxists could fruitfully reason with categories like merchant capitalism and commercial capitalism was forever banished within the tradition of orthodoxy that began to be constructed from the 1930s. Dobbs' own ambivalence is brilliantly shown by his stating that we cannot speak of a special period of merchant capitalism, as many have done, and then immediately qualifying this with an odd footnote that says, some seem, however, to have used the term merchant capitalism to apply, not to the mere existence of large capitals and specialized merchants in the sphere of trade, but to the early period of capitalism when production was subordinated to the merchant manufacturer. 9. Under the putting out system. The strictures in the text do not, of course, refer to this usage of the term. Pokrovsky would doubtless have found the distinction suggested here quite meaningless, since it was precisely the particular structures of capital accumulation embodied in the putting out system and large-scale international trade and their widespread prevalence from the later Middle Ages that buttressed periodizations of the sort that Dobb claimed to find problematic. At any rate, Stalinist orthodoxy had a major influence on post-war Marxism. The earlier sense of a tradition among Marxists that could plausibly read the history and politics of capitalism through a mercantile lens rapidly disintegrated till the gradual revival of this perspective in fresh work from the 1980s. By then, however, it was largely non-Marxist traditions of historical scholarship that had appropriated these ideas and turned them into histories of capitalism that the post-war Marxist tradition continued to lack. Before turning to those histories, it may be helpful to look quickly at Anderson and Brenner. Diffidence on the Marxist side of the theoretical divide within scholarship would contrast sharply with the way non-Marxists felt free to capture abdicated territory and exploit the historical potential of a perspective that might have yielded a stronger historiography from Marxists themselves. The disproportion was strikingly obvious in France, where a whole generation or more of historians made merchant capitalism central to their perspectives on the 16th century and, more widely, to the whole period from the later Middle Ages to the 18th century. But this was replicated in Britain both in R. H. Tawney's ability to foreground commercial capitalism when writing about the Reformation and later, of course, in debates about the nature of British capitalism that go back to Anderson's own seminal interventions in the 1960s. Yet both in lineages of the absolutist state, where mercantile capitalism appears only once, and in Figures of Dissent there is a striking refusal to characterize the wider economic system in terms of the particular nature of the capitalism driving it. Anderson would say that the bourgeoisie of London was commercial and financial in character, as opposed to the manufacturing and mining that dominated the North, but, unlike other historians of British capitalism, reason not in terms of merchant or commercial capitalism, but of the peculiar British form of financial and mercantile capital, of finance, 6 of English commercial imperialism, of the city as a complex of British capital, and so on. A similar and in some ways even more striking ambivalence runs through Robert Brenner's Merchants and Revolution, his best single work. He is willing to characterize the new merchants as capitalist entrepreneurs in colonial production and even call a section of the book West Indian 10. Sugar capitalism, but he rigorously abstains from any reference to merchant or commercial capitalism as such, though the whole book is centrally about its evolution and internal conflicts. Brenner refers throughout to an agrarian capitalist aristocracy, 7 a capitalist landlord class, and so on, and, of course, repeatedly to agrarian capitalism, but he systematically avoids characterizing the merchant class in overtly capitalist terms. The merchant class was dynamic and entrepreneurial, but only once is it described as capitalist, and the expression commercial capitalism is entirely missing. Reinstating merchant capitalism. This retreat of historical materialism from the analysis of merchant capitalism left the field wide open to the more general stream of historiography, the upshot of which was that no coherent Marxist tendency survived or re-emerged. while studies that either deal directly with merchants' capital or describe the structures of merchant capitalism are arguably less common than the numerous works that simply refer to one or other of them in passing. 9. Work done by Marxist historians that belongs to the former category is even harder to find. Given the weight of orthodoxy on this issue, they could only have written in quiet defiance of the tradition. Carlo Poni, Peter Kreid, Bob Shenton, and Leo Nordigraf are among a handful of examples of this. 10. But just listing their names demonstrates the point about the lack of any conscious tendency. The breakthrough represented by Braudels' The Mediterranean and the Mediterranean World in the Age of Philip II would usher in several decades of solid historical work reflective of a deeper modernism in historiography, one unconstrained by spurious orthodoxies, the results of which can be seen in the strong body of work done by historians in France and Italy down to superlative studies of the Mediterranean sugar industry and of Florentine silk firms. In Mediterranean, Braudel clearly saw himself writing a history of capitalism. Our systems of classification use the term commercial capitalism to describe the agile, already modern, and indisputably effective form taken by economic life in the 16th century. All activity did not necessarily contribute to its advance, but much depended on its dynamism and magnetism. The imperatives of large-scale, long-distance commerce, its accumulation of capital, acted as driving forces. It was in the space defined by a commercial economy that industrial activity was kindled at Genoa, Florence, Venice, and Milan, particularly in the new and revolutionary textile industries, cotton and silk. About the latter he wrote, "There grew up a textile industry on capitalist lines and connected to distant markets. Almost everywhere this industry was of a capitalist nature, conforming to the familiar." 11. Pattern of the Verlag system. But if the 16th century gave a powerful boost to large-scale capitalist trade, it was finance, not industry, that formed the true pendant of its commercial pole, with the more powerful layers of merchant capital fluctuating between banking and trade. The importance of purely financial transactions, with all their sophisticated ramifications, increases the further one goes up the scale of merchants. It was becoming widely known that commercial operations could be settled at the fairs almost miraculously. Mediterranean would devote some of its most fascinating pages to the financial capitalism of the Genos. Thus commercial capitalism encapsulated capitalist enterprise in both commerce and finance, and if in England the Age of Elizabeth saw a steady growth of capitalism in textiles and mining, along with a great increase of foreign trade and the growth of a money market, as Tawney suggested, in industry the rising interest was that of the commercial capitalist. Trade, finance, and industry were simply moments of the accumulation of mercantile capital, of its ability to flow seamlessly across the most diverse markets and forms of activity. Terminology. The historical corpus resonates with a rich terminology describing various groups of capitalist merchants and their firms, commercial businesses, banking houses, merchant bankers, merchant entrepreneurs, merchant manufacturers, mercantile bourgeoisie, bourgeoisie of bankers, shipowners and merchants, and so on. Of course, at the lower levels of abstraction at which much of this historiography works, one would come across silk entrepreneurs, Greek trading houses, city rubber barons, large milling and exporting firms that controlled Burma's rice trade, etc. But if we sort out this empirically rich and even confusing mass of terms, then beyond purely generic descriptions like merchant capitalists, they fall broadly into four categories: terms like merchant entrepreneurs, merchant manufacturers and their counterparts in the European languages, mercanti imprenditori, mercanti citei, etc., terms like merchant bankers, financiers, financial aristocracy and so on, terms like merchant planters and maritime bourgeoisie, and merchant firms or trading firms or commercial houses. Examining these more closely, it becomes apparent that each category corresponds to a major structure or organizational pattern in the history of merchant capitalism and can thus form the basis for a taxonomy that might help to impose a more rational shape on the literature. 12. A broad taxonomy of merchant capitalism. These forms or structures are as follows. 1. The Verlag system, where the merchant capitalist is essentially a putting out merchant. 2. International money markets. 3. Plantation businesses, and 4. The produce trades. In the industrial towns of Europe, modern industry grew up, with the capitalist forms of the Verlag system, Brodel wrote. Verlag was widespread not just in textiles and metalworking but throughout the leather, wood, jewelry, ceramics, and craft-based luxury trades, and could always expand thanks to the mobility of both artisan and merchant classes. In France, by the 18th century, millions of peasants worked for city merchants. Silk was typically one of those luxury industries about which Marx said the merchants import both raw materials and workers from abroad, but although Marx himself seemed to think that in these sectors the merchant becomes an industrialist directly, this cannot be construed to mean that merchants' capital finally became industrial capital. The Italian silk industry in fact embodied a form of merchant capitalism, as Tognetti shows in his fine case study of the bigger merchant houses of Renaissance Florence. There, the rapid expansion of the industry in the 15th century was fueled by what he calls a new desire on the part of the big merchant bankers of Florence to invest in the manufacture of silk. In the late 15th century, with the industry growing by leaps and bounds, the most efficient and modern companies in the Arte della Seta reflected the drive of these mercantibanchieri to make massive investments in the silk business. An interesting feature of Tognetti's account is the way he highlights the modernity of merchants' capital during the Renaissance. The bigger merchants could dominate the industry thanks to their managerial skills, their scale of resources, operational flexibility, and profound knowledge of European markets. A similar perspective runs through Carlo Poni's work on the lion silk industry, where differentiation and flexibility were used consciously as an annual market strategy. The lion silk merchants were the first, as far back as the closing years of the 17th century, to use annual product differentiation as a strategic weapon to create barriers to entry, to capture important shares of the international market and to outmaneuver firms in competition with them. Lyon's merchant capitalists perfected business strategies that were thoroughly modern in conception, with rapid innovations geared to fashion markets that radiated out of Paris, the training of hundreds of designers who commuted between Paris and Lyons, and speed. 13. And perfection in the assembling of looms. But here was a productive system based essentially on putting out. The Lyons merchants were the very first to exploit fully and systematically the flexibility offered by the artisan or putting out organization of production. In Lyons Grande Fabrique, the network of putting out firms in silk manufacture, the majority of the weavers worked on piece rates for the marchands fabricants, from whom they received the designs and the raw material. Here was an elite of fewer than 100 putters outpitted against a mass of some 8,000 weavers who were known simply as ouvriers. It is worth noting that Pony sees the fabricants essentially as merchants and never calls them industrialists. In any case, through the Verlag system, merchant capitalists created Europe's first industrial working class, dispersed and therefore not directly subsumed by capital, but wage laborers, in Marx's own description. All contemporary records, both in Flanders and England, point to a large class of wage-earning craftsmen, subservient to the capitalist draper. Money markets. Antwerp emerged as Europe's leading money market in the second and third quarters of the 16th century. An English memorandum written in 1564 claimed that in Antwerp there are 30 or 40 great merchants who could lend £300,000 without hurt to their other business. Vast sums were loaned to the Spanish, French, and English monarchies by the great financiers of the 16th century, who were described in 1530, by the Paris law faculty no less, as those rich and powerful merchants who no longer deal in commodities, but in money and exchange. In England, too, the great merchants involved themselves in government finance. Governments relied substantially upon London merchants for loans. The term exchange in the quote from the Paris lawyers referred, of course, to the circulation of bills of exchange and to arbitraging between the exchanges, between bills and bullion and so on. Genoese bankers were the dominant force of the 16th century bill markets. The system of Asientos 11 underpinning the finances of the Spanish monarchy implicated enormous financial operations, but those operations were only possible thanks to the commercial and banking networks that straddled money markets across Western Europe in a fluid integration of trade and finance. Brodel's description of how this worked remains unsurpassed even today. A disciple, the Dutch Hispanicist Nicolas Brands, who died at a tragically young age, showed how pivotal mercantile networks were to the Spanish Habsburgs and their financial dealings. As the Portuguese Marranos who had replaced the Genos by the second quarter of the 17th century told the Inquisition, there was no distinction to be made between the capital used for 14 commercial purposes and that invested in the asientos. Again, the modernity of this economic structure shows how the most advanced sectors of capitalism cared little for the opinion of rivals still half immersed in the past. The bill of exchange was the perfect instrument of commercial capitalism, widely used in the 17th through 19th centuries. In Marseilles towards the end of the 18th century the volume of maritime trade may well have been upwards of £200 million, whereas the reserves of cash at the disposal of Marseilles merchants was estimated at a mere 1.8 million. Antwerp, Amsterdam, London, by the 19th century London's accepting and discount houses were the bedrock of the city's dominance as the premier international money market, with the greater share of global transactions denominated in sterling. British merchant banks were emblematic of a whole structure of commercial capitalism that revolved around acceptances and the flotation of foreign loans, and was buttressed by the stupendous expansion of international trade in the middle decades of the 19th century. London was, as the city's historian described it, a short-term money market of unrivaled liquidity and security and, of course, a major source of the invisible earnings that sustained British capitalism more than any real or imagined industrial lead. Plantations. The commercial capitalism of the 18th century developed the wealth of Europe by means of slavery and monopoly, Eric Williams wrote in Capitalism and Slavery. If sugar became the main driver of colonial slavery, the sugar colonies themselves were very largely externally financed, as both Adam Smith and Marx knew. The big planters dealt directly with commission agents in England. By 1750 virtually all London sugar merchants traded on commission. But, as K. G. Davies noted, one effect of the commission system was the widespread indebtedness of planter to agent. For example, in 1790 George Hibbert, a leading London sugar merchant, gave evidence that £20 million of debts were due from the West Indies to British creditors. By then, of course, much of the finance was secured by mortgages, and West India merchants like the Lascelles could foreclose on their loans to emerge as major owners of sugar estates. 12. Jamaica, Brodel writes in The Wheels of Commerce, was a capitalist machine, but he qualifies this by saying the planters made a profit of 8 to 10% at the very most. In fact, the balance of trade for Jamaica, even calculated in colonial pounds, works out at a slight advantage for the island, but at least half of the total for imports and exports made its way invisibly back to England. All in all, the net benefit for England. 15. In the year 1773 was getting on for £1,500,000. In London, as in Bordeaux, the proceeds of colonial trade were transformed into trading houses, banks, and state bonds. Laird Burgad's study of the Matanzas sugar economy lays out an even more lucid case of merchant economic control over planters. But in Cuba not only did the Havana merchant houses finance the growth of sugar in the early part of the 19th century, many merchants also invested heavily in sugar production. By the late 1850s, large-scale merchant establishments began to establish direct ownership over the largest and most productive sugar mills in the Matanzas region. And as a more advanced, capital-intensive industry emerged from mid-century, it was big Havana merchants with international connections who financed the most important aspects of the Matanzas sugar economy. In general, Burgad concludes, it is certain that Cuban sugar production generated substantially more profits for brokers than for growers. Produce trades. Just as capitalism emerged in a purer form in the Dutch and English East India Companies than it ever did in Portugal's monarchical capitalism 13 or in Spanish imperialism, with the joint stock companies incarnating a more advanced type of capitalist enterprise despite being what Dermigny rightly called semi-public corporations. The mercantile capitalism that eventually characterized British economic expansion in the main part of the 19th century was no longer encumbered by the legacies of mercantilism once private capital had broken the company's monopoly. The produce trades were the backbone of this new regime of capital accumulation. Ironically, perhaps, it is Alexander Chayanov's work on the Russian peasantry that best defines the model of this form of capitalist domination. He called it vertical capitalist concentration. Bringing agriculture into the general capitalist system need by no means involve the creation of very large, capitalistically organized production units based on hired labor. Agriculture becomes subject to trading capitalism that sometimes in the form of very large-scale trading undertakings draws masses of scattered peasant farms into its sphere of influence and, having bound these small-scale commodity producers to the market, economically subordinates them to its influence. Through these connections, every small peasant undertaking becomes an organic part of the world economy. The trading machine or trading capitalism penetrates, with its hundreds or thousands of branches, to the full depths of the peasant farms and, leaving them free as regards production, entirely dominates them economically. Of course, where quality was an issue, capitalist firms could actively interfere in the organization of production, too. The essential point in all this is that capital deals with household producers whose aggregate labor power is exploited through price domination. The model was discussed in the 1970s by Michael Cowen, Henry Bernstein, and myself, and has been restated more recently in my paper for the Bernstein Festschrift. Its essential elements are households with some degree of control of their own means of production, a system of advances, and lead company reliance on middlemen. Marx allowed for the possibility that the advances given by the English government to opium growers in parts of North India in the 19th century embodied a circulation of capital. This is correct and forms the key to the whole system of accumulation at work in all of the produce trades. The firms dominating these various circuits of capital were the agency houses and maisons de commerce typical of the 19th century, the big merchant firms that came to dominate the West African trade in the early 20th century, and so on. As for the brokers through whom advances were circulated into household commodity production, they became an integral feature of the system because international merchant capitalists were operating in environments where local dealers controlled the trade at lower levels. A major problem posed precisely for the biggest European merchant firms, massive conglomerates like UAC, was that the contractors they relied on were often large and wealthy dealers who were liable to use commissions to finance their own operations or purchases for other trading firms. This was an abuse of the advance system that UAC simply had to live with. It was essential for the foreign trading companies to maintain a big turnover in order to retain their share of purchases against competitors, and the advances given to African middlemen were pivotal to that strategy since they enabled merchants who lacked capital to buy produce on a large scale for the overseas company. International merchants were never fully able to bypass the produce buyers, who, of course, as Shenton says, also appropriated a share of surplus value and profit. Wider perspectives. By the early 20th century, the dominant French commercial firms were vertically integrated trading and shipping combines operating extensively throughout French West Africa. The pattern was different in French Indochina, where there was a stronger representation of purely financial groups and a conglomeration. 17. Of interests linked to mining, cement, electricity, chemicals and the rubber industry. In Britain, UAC itself emerged in 1929 from a fusion of 93 separate companies when A&E merged with the Niger Company, but it was never anything other than a powerful merchant firm even when integrated into one of the world's biggest industrial enterprises. Bob Shenton's account of Nigeria repeatedly underscores the concentration and centralization of capital that came out of the conflicts between merchants and ship owners and between competing commercial capitals. 14. These are all features of an advanced and even sophisticated capitalism and a warning to us not to succumb too readily to the seductive power of clichés such as the persistent characterization of merchant capital as antediluvian, with its distinct implication of an essential backwardness. On the contrary, what the last few pages bring out quite forcefully is the remarkable modernity displayed by the evolution of these forms of capital. The concentration and centralization of capital, 15 combinations and pools, monopolistic market behavior, vertical integration 16, and the drive for new markets are all features typical of capitalism which are also found, to one degree or another, in the history of large-scale commercial enterprise since the 12th century. And so, of course, is competition, which raged within most industries controlled by mercantile capital, between commercial firms or trading companies, between foreign and local merchants and middlemen, between ports in the same maritime region, and, finally, between the major commercial powers themselves, both city-states like Venice, Genoa, and Florence, and the newer maritime nations of Portugal, Spain, Holland, and Britain. David Ormrod has said that Tawney explained British economic development in the 16th and 17th centuries through the maturing of a specifically commercial form of capitalism. This perspective is at best only implicit in Marx, who, of course, agreed that the 16th and 17th centuries rapidly advanced the development of commercial capital, saw manufacture as the predominant form taken by capitalist production c. 1550 to 1770, 17, and knew, from Adam Smith, that merchants had played the key role in establishing import-substituting luxury manufactures in Europe, but never explicitly posited merchant capital's control of production as a form of the capitalist mode of production. The mercantilist 17th century was for him a period when industrial capital and hence wage labor arose in manufactures. These hesitations have allowed a quasi-orthodoxy to emerge that confines our concepts of the capitalist mode of production to large-scale industry and industrial capitalism and works in terms of a sharp division between circulation and production, reiterating the notion that commercial capital remains forever penned into capital's circulation sphere. I've suggested above that this view will not work historically, which is why properly Marxist accounts of early capitalism are so few and far between. In reviewing Dobbs' book, Tawney had already presciently attacked his preoccupation with the industrial engine and asked if the restricted sense of capitalism favored by Dobbs had not ceased to be the usage most convenient for the purposes of history. Indeed, historically merchants straddled industry, money markets and foreign trade as largely integrated sectors of accumulation. T was a perfectly normal and anticipated practice for commercial entrepreneurs to invest in and manage manufacturing enterprises. One widespread form of this was the putting out system. 18 In the transition debate, Georges Lefebvre argued that the putting out system could lead to capitalism just as easily as way no one, adding, "I do not believe that Marx was aware of this." By means of this form of industrial organization, the merchant is transformed into a capitalist. As Marx defines one, it is this development which explains the emergence of urban class struggles in Italy and Flanders in the 14th and 15th centuries. And Lefebvre went on to make the wider and deeply significant point that it was precisely the collusion between commerce and the state that promoted the development of capitalism. Given the kinds of restructuring we've seen under contemporary forms of capitalism, merchants' capital seems much less archaic today than it obviously did to Marx. Production processes were structured to allow for a combination of in-house manufacturing operations and outsourcing, as in Amsterdam's wool industry. Moreover, the putting out system was, for many purposes, economically superior to a workshop form of organization. It could adapt to fluctuations in demand quickly, and with minimum cost to the businessman. In northern France, where textile production was widely dispersed through the countryside, the merchants who dominated the industry and produced for international markets had a marked preference for rural workers, knowing that the supply of labor was elastic and wages endemically low. But in large parts of Europe, putting out systems also paved the way for the emergence of factory production. The sharp separation between merchant capital and modern industry is untenable at this level as well. In cotton textiles, eventually, merchants nearly everywhere would concentrate production in factories. In the Italian silk industry, the diffusion of the Bologna-style hydraulic silk mills in the main part of the 17th century was again driven by the great sums of money merchants invested in the silk trade. These mills employed hundreds of workers and were the first properly mechanized factories in Western Europe. In Bologna itself they were capable of processing 1 million pounds of raw silk a year, implying the sort of mass production that Marx already associated with manufacture proper. And, finally, the sheer diversity and flexibility of forms of production that developed under commercially organized capitalism extended to the economic role of the state. 19. As well. In Venice, the core of the shipbuilding industry was managed by the state on behalf of private capital through the system of the Galleria de Mercato. The famous Arsenale was a large-scale manufacturing operation with up to 2,000 workers and a substantial output of a small repertoire of types of galleys built in labor processes that reflected a factory organization. Moreover, like the silk entrepreneurs or Citaeli and their hydraulic mills, the Venetian state wanted workers who showed docility and willingness to work. Marx was wrong to suggest that the preponderant development of capital in the form of commercial capital is synonymous with the non-subjection of production to capital. I have argued that Marxists have largely abdicated this terrain to others and left much of Marxist economic history in a rut. Britain's industrial expansion has, of course, always been seen as the epitome of industrial capital as this emerged in Marx's day, but it is precisely debates about the nature of British capitalism that underscore the need to abandon those legacies of formalism. In Capitalism Divided, Ingham argued that the city's commercial capitalism gradually became a prop for the economy as a whole, citing Rubinstein's finding that the wealthy in Britain have disproportionately earned their fortunes in commerce and finance rather than in manufacturing or industry. Britain's commercial capitalism conglomerated the interests of bill brokers and discount houses, merchant banks, commission merchants, direct importers, brokers and ship brokers, cargo agents, shipping companies, London plantation companies and, of course, the northern manufacturers who depended on all of the above. Britain had emerged as a major power in the late 17th and early 18th centuries, her aggrandizement impelled by the powerful forces of commercial capitalism. But, as Brewer goes on to say, no amount of commercial skill, merchant shipping or national prosperity could secure the domination of trade routes or the protection of bases and colonies. These required troops and a navy which in turn required money and proper organization. The triumph of European commercial capitalism depended decisively on the powerful backing of the state, a sort of crown-company partnership that, in England's case, extends back to the Elizabethan commercial expansion that was bound up, as Brenner showed, with the newer trades to the south and east. The European empires were a legacy of this alliance between state and commercial capital. By the 16th and 17th centuries, naval power and the use of force were systematically integrated into competitive struggles between major blocks of capital. 19. The concept of mode of production has become so entrenched within historical materialist discussion as well as historical and sociological practice that there has often been a tendency to forget why Marx evolved the notion in the first place, with the result that the concepts have more often than not been forced upon the evidence, to the detriment of historical explanation. We should recall that Marx was chiefly interested in understanding the workings and potential of capitalism. Not only were his often vague and very generalist remarks on other ways of organizing production relations in other societies aimed chiefly at elucidating and highlighting the specific characteristics of capitalist production relations and contrasting them with qualitatively very different earlier systems, but his ideas, and those of Engels, developed over the course of their lives, so that the other modes evolved somewhat haphazardly through Marx's writing across many years. As Eric Hobsbawm noted, it was in the end Engels who wrote more, and was more interested in, these other earlier modes of production. This has unfortunately often meant that historians have lost sight of the complexity of social cultural systems in attempting to pinpoint a specific prime mover for social change or to over-rigidly categorize historical societies into particular types. The vain search for a single version of what Marx is supposed to have said on the subject has also been misleading. In fact, his discussions are often vague and elusive, or sometimes just contradictory, as he himself tried to work out the processes concerned. 2. Mode of production. John Halden. 25. As already noted, Marx's primary political purpose was to analyze and clarify the nature of capitalist relations of production. His historical materialism evolved through his own writings as a means of understanding the nature of exploitation, class relations, the relationship between different elements of capitalist production, and the relationship between productive forces and social relations, in order, in his view, to change things for the better. It is not, therefore, a neutral, value-free analytical instrument or toolkit. To the contrary, it is a method aimed at revealing the fundamental economic relationships of a given social structure, in order to understand how, and under what conditions, differential and contradictory or conflicting relationships to the means of production of distinct socio-economic groups can generate social change. This brings with it an inevitable focus on the economic as the arena of social practice, which is in some way or other determinant of other socio-cultural forms and relationships. The danger, of course, is that social being can be reduced all too easily to economics in the crudest sense, and this has been, indeed, the major criticism directed, often with justification, at Marxist thinkers, whether academics, scholars, and intellectuals, or political activists. Finding a way of avoiding such reductionism has been a central concern of historical materialist intellectuals and scholars since the end of the 19th century. Problems, conceptual and practical. Critics of a social historical materialist approach have argued that complexity is such that it is impossible to locate any single determinant for social change. Rather, the contingency and the interdependency of a range of factors of variable status should be the basis for explanation. Most recently, and influenced by discussions in the fields of complexity theory and chaos theory, along with criticisms of linear approaches to explanation in the social sciences more widely, some have argued that any explanation that seeks to locate a first cause for any historical event is at the very least completely subjective, if not fundamentally flawed. There have been a number of responses to this sort of critique, but one of the most effective has been the argument that, providing the terms of the discussion are set appropriately, it is entirely possible to pursue a broad materialist agenda in which the economic, for example, forms the fundamental skeleton around which other factors are articulated, so that a dialectical relationship between all elements can be assumed, while at the same time permitting individual aspects to be studied, without losing sight of their position as part of an evolving or emergent whole. This entails appreciating the three-dimensional relationship between agency and structure, contingency and context, and 26. Perception/belief and practice. 1. From this perspective, therefore, the value of a concept such as mode of production is that it offers general interpretative rules that can serve as a heuristic framework to suggest what questions should be asked of the evidence about a particular set of social and economic relationships, how they evolve and change, and how one can set about understanding the disparate and disjointed historical data as representative of a dynamic social totality. The problem lies in the fact that mode of production has often been understood or employed in different, often mutually exclusive, and certainly confusing ways, on all of which there is a substantial literature. Thus we find it applied to historically verifiable instances of the structure of the labor process, examples that are then generalist and universalist to provide a series of types of productive organization, the domestic mode, the peasant mode, the nomadic mode, and so on. In one respect this is legitimate as a descriptive exercise, and is used in this way by Marx himself to describe a system of production, or labor process. But this parcelization of types of labor organization provides in the end only a description, given that the techniques of production and the nature of the labor process are only one element in the set of relations that make up a mode of production in Marx's broader sense. Indeed, it is essential to differentiate between the various historical forms of the exploitation of labor, and the relations of production. Neither slavery nor serfdom, as ways of exploiting labor and extracting surplus, for example, along with the systems of property rights with which they may be associated, must necessarily indicate a mode of production, since by themselves they do not describe the totality of the relations of production, appropriation, and distribution of social wealth, nor how the production, accumulation, distribution, and redistribution of surplus wealth is integrated into a process of social reproduction of the society in question as a totality. Neither, of course, can it help to explain political power relations except as a product of random circumstances. More problematic, perhaps, is the tendency to confuse the concept mode of production with actual historical social formations. Thus we find accounts of the transformation of mode of production, when in fact what is meant is a shift in the relations of production of a social formation or society from those characteristic of one mode of production to those of another. A frequent corollary of this is the identification of a mode of production on the basis of institutional forms, familiar from a given historical example and generally accepted as belonging to the mode in question. Probably the best example of this fallacy is to be found in the discussion of 27. Feudalism, where, according to this view, societies can only be feudal if their institutional arrangements approximate to those of Western Europe at the appropriate time. Thus modes of production proliferate as descriptive terms applied to specific types of social formation which, according to the organization of the dominant labor process, do not appear to fit into any of the classical modes, so that we read of the African mode, for example, or of the Asiatic mode, which, while never intended by Marx to be employed in this way, tended to be negatively applied to all those social formations that could not be fitted into one of the other established modes. A third approach is closer to the intentions of Marx, in theorizing the mode of production, on the basis of known historical examples, as a model of a set of characteristic economic relationships, consisting of a specific combination of forces and relations of production which, in their interaction, generate certain contradictions specific to that particular combination, contradictions that can lead to the breakdown of the social system through which they are given expression. Forces of production refers both to means of production and the technical levels or methods of production. Relations of production refers to the way in which the means of production are effectively controlled, and by whom, and the ways in which the direct producers are associated with those means of production and with their own labor power. In reality, these two sets of criteria overlap, but it is the specific manner in which direct producers and means of production are combined which, in Marx's words, distinguishes the different economic epochs of the structure of society from one another, that is, to say, which differentiates one mode of production from another. Thus, while the fundamental elements necessary to differentiate one mode from another are reasonably clear from Marx's analysis of capitalism, his discussion of non-capitalist modes is sketchy and incomplete, chiefly because he was concerned to determine and describe the structural preconditions for the appearance of capitalism rather than the origins of those preconditions. Since he moves from a somewhat technologically determinist position in his earlier writing, where the growth of the productive forces was the key to change, to a position where the changes within the social relations of production are the crucial element, this has led to further confusion and ambiguity in the interpretation of his writing on the subject of the transition from feudalism to capitalism. Marx and his modes. Allowing for the constraints imposed on him by the 19th century conceptual language at his disposal, and by contemporary knowledge of the historical 28th societies that he used as the basis for his discussion, Marx characterized particular epochs or particular sets of economic relationships as modes of production, but his writings are neither clear nor consequential, with the result that there have been many different attempts to define what he may have really meant. Additionally, he did not necessarily imply that these different types of economic organization were successive, rather, they represented alternative forms, analytically distinct stages, of societal evolution. Most would agree that, at the very least, Marx did not intend a mode of production to represent any specific society but, rather, one set of possible social relations of production from a limited number of historically verifiable sets. On this basis, and in view of the almost infinite variety of forms of socio-economic organization, it is possible to generate a relatively small number of models of sets of economic relationships. Marx wrote in terms of 4 or 5 such historical modes of producing, appropriating, and distributing wealth and of combining labor power with the means of production, each of which has as its corollary certain ecological and organizational conditions necessary to its reproduction. 3. But the notion of understanding human social history through a series of modes of production really only becomes dominant during the period of the Second International in the years after 1889, and represents a somewhat economistic, or economically reductionist, appreciation of social evolution, whereby successive modes of production define the epochs of history and are overthrown in revolutionary transformations resulting from the contradictions between forces and relations of production. Once forces of production outstrip production relations and fetter them, revolution becomes inevitable. Clearly, there are enormous problems with such an approach, and it has for some time now been abandoned, to be succeeded by an ongoing debate about the nature and heuristic value of the notion of mode of production as such. Even the value of thinking about social and economic transformation in terms of modes of production continues to be debated within Marxist historiography, if only because the definition of a mode of production itself remains problematic and contested, most especially in respect of non-capitalist economic relations, for in this connection Marx also had to confront the question of transition from one mode to another. While never a major subject for analysis, it was addressed on an occasional basis in connection with both the transition from a capitalist to a socialist mode of social organization and with that between pre-capitalist modes or between feudalism and capitalism. No general theory of transition evolved as a result of these considerations, however, although Marx's approach shifted across time, from that outlined in his earlier writings, where a technological determinist view predominates, to one in which the internal dynamics and contradictions particular to each mode of production play the key explanatory role. 29. Thus in respect of the transition from feudalism to capitalism, for example, it is initially the corrosive impact on feudal relationships of merchant activity and commerce, of the expansion of urban centers, and of the growth of a Eurasian and then transatlantic/global market that play the key role. In his later reflections, in contrast, he focuses on property relations and the processes whereby the vast majority of producers become separated from the means of production. Commerce and the growth of markets can stimulate the process of commodification of goods and services, but it is shifts in production relations and property relations, indicated in the processes of class struggle, that are the real cause of transition from feudalism to capitalist social relations of production. The so-called transition debate became especially prominent in the decades after World War II, with different arguments picking up on these strands in Marx's various writings on the subject, and it remains today a subject for discussion and controversy. So we come to the question, how did Marx want to use the concept mode of production, and what is its heuristic value for empirical historical analysis? As a starting point, Marx's statement about the relationship between owners of the conditions of production and producers themselves is usually taken as fundamental. The specific economic form, in which unpaid surplus labor is pumped out of direct producers, determines the relationship of rulers and ruled, as it grows directly out of production itself and, in turn, reacts upon it as a determining element. Upon this, however, is founded the entire formation of the economic community which grows up out of the production relations themselves, thereby simultaneously its specific political form. It is always the direct relationship of the owners of the conditions of production to the direct producers, a relation always naturally corresponding to a definite stage in the methods of labor and thereby its social productivity, which reveals the innermost secret, the hidden basis, of the entire social structure. Marx goes on to note, important for our discussion, that this relationship also elucidates the political form of the relation of sovereignty and dependence, in short, the corresponding specific form of the state. This does not prevent the same economic base, the same from the standpoint of its main conditions, due to innumerable different empirical circumstances, natural environment, racial relations, external historical influences, etc., from showing infinite variations and gradations in appearance, which can be ascertained only by analysis of the empirically given circumstances. This is the approach deployed by Marx in his analysis of capitalist relations of production as a general type, abstracted from his research on 19th-century British and European economies, and his elucidation of a series of laws which govern the enormous complexity of capitalist production and exchange relations. Capitalism was thus, for Marx, a heuristic model of social economic relations, a mode of production, governed by a set of historically specific laws of motion, while at the same time capitalist was a descriptive term that could be applied to 30. A wide range of actually existing social formations, in which the set of production relations and forces of production described by that term were dominant. But in thinking about the development and inner workings of capitalism, Marx also had to consider social economic relationships which were non-capitalist, and it was in this way that his partial and often relatively uninformed conceptualizations of the primitive communist, ancient, slave, and feudal modes came into being. He never devoted as much attention to theorizing these in detail as he did to capitalism, so that much discussion and some confusion has reigned in this respect. But he grounded his ideas on feudal relations in his studies of the late ancient and medieval history of Western and Central Europe, taking the word feudal as his descriptive term for the fundamental features of the set of economic relationships that he found because it was the dominant term among historians at the time to describe the medieval societies they dealt with. And feudal relations were the more important to him because it was out of these that capitalism, the main focus of his study, evolved. Other modes of production, from lineage to slavery. Kin and lineage-based modes of surplus appropriation are described by Marx and Engels under the rubric of primitive communal or tribal social relations. They exhibit only a limited degree of internal economic, but still kin-based, differentiation. Their evolution or transformation into social forms based clearly on class exploitation invariably involves the loosening of kinship ties and dissolution of the associated forms of social praxis, although the extent of this loosening process depends upon historically local factors, such as the degree to which kinship and lineage structures also serve as production relations. This does not have to mean that localized or regional bonds of kinship and lineage do not continue to play a key role in the regulation of the relations of production and distribution, nor that they do not continue, from the economic perspective, to function as social relations of production. But such ties no longer dominate the mode of surplus appropriation and distribution. The increasing complexity of the division of labor and the domination of the producing population by a social and economic elite promote the rapid evolution of institutional means of maintaining and reproducing this evolving class domination, whatever the culturally determined form these relationships actually assume. The concomitant extension of networks of coercive political and economic power across a much wider social and geographical space than kinship ties can adequately handle then leads in the longer term to the development of state-like structures. This is how Marx envisaged the ancient mode of production. 31. The concept of an ancient mode of production is thus a developed variant of the idea of primitive communal exploitation. But whereas in the latter clan and kinship relations framed by concepts of lineage and lineage identities determine access to social wealth and to the exploitation of resources, in the ancient mode the focus of social, political and cultural power becomes the urban center. Marx had in mind the early city-states of the Mediterranean world, understood as the developed and urban-centric form of the still basically agrarian community, whose state represented the incorporation of the citizen body as a group of landowners with collective rights in public lands. 5. The exploitation of citizens by other citizens and by the state takes place in the first instance through the collective appropriation of surpluses for common ends, warfare, for example. But as slavery comes increasingly into the picture along with other forms of social and economic subordination and stratification among the community's members, so the division of labor becomes more complex, and the appearance of class antagonisms marks a new stage, indeed, a transformative one, in the development of the relations of production. As objective antagonisms between social groups with regard to their different relationships to the means of production evolve, so the state becomes the legislative and executive arm of the ruling class of citizens, which can exploit it thereafter to maintain and promote their own class interests and the extraction of surplus. The process of state formation, where it is an endogenous development and not imposed by conquest/assimilation, has often been very gradual, and under certain conditions, for example, where democratic political organizations were founded upon a relatively widespread use of slave labor in agricultural production, this can lead to a degree of social and economic equilibrium within the citizen body. As soon as a society has attained this stage, it can be said to have transformed its relations of production and, more especially, its mode of appropriation of surplus. No longer does the community, whatever kinship and lineage structures it still exhibits, control the means of production as a community with equal, or at least equivalent, rights in their exploitation and distribution. Instead, one group, a class in the economic sense, can now exert control over both the rate of exploitation and the mode of surplus appropriation, and by invoking the various instruments of non-economic coercion can exploit the labor of other groups. State forms are not, however, necessary to exploitation. To the contrary, it is clear that relations of exploitation can be maintained through lineage structures, too, as a number of anthropologists have tried to show. But the state eventually becomes the legislative and executive organ of a ruling class of citizens, who can henceforth use it to maintain their own position. In the second place, the use of slave labor in an estate-based economy tends to increase dramatically the 32 economic power of the elite, who are best able to profit from this type of labor investment. In the ancient and Hellenistic worlds, this produced the dominance of vast wealth generated through plantation and factory-based production based on slavery and focused on an extensive commercial market. It was just this sort of exploitation which gave the political military elite of the Roman Republic and early Principate its preeminent position, even though slavery by no means dominated agricultural production in the Roman world as a whole in purely numerical terms. The state was an important element also in what Marx and Engels referred to as the Asiatic mode of production. This was a catch-all concept that, for them, described the major Oriental empires of China, India, ancient Mesopotamia, Iran, and so forth, and represented a distinct form of social organization placed between primitive communal societies and those characterized by the ancient mode. A hallmark of social formations in which the Asiatic mode was dominant was the primacy of the state. This played a dominant role, a result of its monopoly of land ownership, its political and military power, as well as, depending on the geographical context, its control over irrigation systems and public works, secular and religious, in the widest sense. Societies in which the Asiatic mode dominated were seen as the earliest class societies, where a small group, the ruling class, generally a semi-theocratic elite, extracts social surplus through their monopoly of coercion, legitimate through attributions of divinely granted spiritual authority. Marx and Engels, partly inspired by some of Hegel's ideas about Oriental society, considered the great Asian nations to have been the first civilizations in the true sense. But they never theorized this mode explicitly. Indeed, the occasional references to it were generally vague as to its key features, compared with their comments on feudalism, for example. The term appears for the last time in the preface to the Critique of Political Economy, first published in 1859, after which Marx and Engels retained just four basic forms of societal evolution: tribal, ancient, feudal, and capitalist. It has proved an especially intractable concept and has generated widespread disagreement. Although some theorists have attempted to formulate a coherent concept with analytically useful characteristics, the notion of an Asiatic mode has been largely abandoned, although it does occasionally raise its head. The much debated slave mode of production has likewise generated a good deal of discussion. Indeed, Marx himself preferred to speak of slave systems or slave economy within ancient society, which he differentiated from earlier and later social forms. Although undoubtedly very widespread at times, slavery is now generally recognized to have had a relatively limited chronological and geographical dominance in the ancient world in those periods when it did develop, and can be seen on the whole as a comparatively volatile 33 and contingency-bound mode of surplus appropriation. It represented a mode of the exploitation of labor, rather than a set of relations of production, and is hence to be viewed as one aspect of a broader set of production relations that would be characteristic of a mode of production as such. Institutionalist slavery certainly appears to have dominated relations of production at times in the Roman world from the 1st century BCE into the early 2nd century CE, but chiefly in Italy, and in Greece in the 5th and 4th centuries BCE, in the sense that it was through the labor of slaves, whether organized on an intensive plantation basis or not, that the ruling elites of these social formations received the wealth that supported their power and social cultural dominance. But contradictions within this type of slave exploitation are such that it seems always to have given way to less unstable forms of exploitation. Slavery as a mode of production in the period from the 2nd century BCE to the 2nd century CE is thus a somewhat problematic concept, since slavery was both regionalist and closely tied in with market production. That is to say, the evolution of intensive plantation slavery was stimulated by the existence of a market and of the possibility of considerable profits in return for the necessary investment in slaves. While intensive and efficient, like all forms of capital investment, it also depended on the market for its raw materials, which, of course, included slaves. Problems of capital outlay and of supply and demand affected the system, therefore, more drastically than they affected the traditional tenant holding or small freeholder. Its brittleness meant that it could be a much riskier enterprise. Not all social formations in which slavery played a major role depended on markets, of course. But then warfare and conquest, which both fuel markets and provide direct sources for slave recruits, tend to have only a restricted development before the supplies are exhausted or begin to fluctuate too violently to permit forward economic planning. Since slaves do not, on the whole, reproduce themselves as a workforce, turning them into tenants and providing them with their own means of subsistence and reproduction is one solution to this problem, and this typifies the development of the Roman state from the 3rd century CE at least. But this is no longer plantation slavery and the slave mode of production, although slavery as a condition continued well into the medieval period in the West. Until at least the 11th century a good proportion of the agricultural population seems to have been of servile status, especially on the larger estates of the church or of private landlords, although mostly as tenants with allotments, providing for their own subsistence, and only rarely entirely alienated from the product of all their labors, subsistence even in servitude being provided by the 34 slaves themselves. And while biological and social reproduction were clearly hedged about with a range of juridical and physical hindrances, alienated plantation labor is not what the forms of medieval slavery seem to represent. In the final analysis, it seems more profitable to see slavery for what it is, a specific, historically determinate form of the exploitation of labor that has existed, in different degrees and with varying quantitative impacts, since antiquity until comparatively recently, in social formations characterized by very different relations of production. Current debates have focused on the degree to which it can be argued that slavery in relatively commercialist productive sectors of the pre-modern world, most particularly in the Roman and Islamic worlds, should be understood as a key element in what are in effect proto-capitalist production relations. The question of whether or not there was an ancient capitalism has been an issue debated by Marxist and non-Marxist historians since Mommsen and Meyer. In current debates a distinction between different capitalisms has been drawn, in which for the pre-industrial economy of the highly monetized and commercialist Roman world the term precocious or proto-capitalism, to indicate the activity of individual capitalists, is preferred to a capitalist mode of production. This would thus include the huge, industrial-scale monocultures of wine, olive oil, and other consumables as well as a series of commercialist enterprises including shipping, warehousing, quarries, and so forth, invested in and managed by members of the Roman elite. There is no suggestion here that ancient society in general was capitalist, nor that the economy of the Roman world more broadly, certainly partly shaped by these enterprises, was in any respect based on industrial capital, a position at times implied in the writings of the great ancient historian Michael I. Rostovtsev, in some respects implicit also in more recent work by economic historians such as Peter Temin, and argued more explicitly and polemically by a historical sociologist such as Walter Runciman. Rather, while capital and wage labor existed in the ancient world, their combination, accompanied by the general expropriation of the producing population, was both highly sectoral and regional. The main exponent of this approach, Jairus Banagi, thus speaks of a predatory and unproductive capitalism in the ancient Roman world, a capitalism that characterized the economic activities of individuals or groups of capitalists rather than the wider economy of Roman society, but one in which, where slavery played a significant role, it did so because it formed only one element of a more complex set of production relationships. Such an approach cannot be separated from discussion focused around slavery in the American South before the 1860s, where unfree labor was the key to the wealth and power of the Southern elite. Their plantations and commercial enterprises were fully integrated into an international commercial exchange network. 35. Dependent on capitalist production relations, and it was primarily on this basis that slavery as a form of exploitation of labor, enmeshed in a wider set of capitalist relations of production, could survive. Marx himself certainly treated these phenomena as examples of a particular form of labor relations within broader sets of social relations of production, as has been pointed out. 6. Slavery in the southern states of the USA cannot represent a slave mode of production as such, but rather an anomalous form of capitalist enterprise based entirely on the generation of absolute surplus value through a monopoly in land and its produce and the maximization of the exploitation of the workforce through intensive labor practices and the extension of the number of hours that could be worked. Feudalism and the tributary mode of production. Neither Marx nor Engels set out to generate a theory of feudal social relations, but since they were interested in the origins of capitalism, Marx's initial quest was to identify the system of surplus appropriation and distribution which preceded capitalism in England in particular, and out of which capitalist relations grew. Of course, the established tradition of political economy was quite familiar with the idea of a feudal economy, but for Marx, since whatever could be detected as immediately pre-capitalist must also represent a fundamentally different way of organizing the production of wealth and the appropriation of surplus, it must also represent a different mode of production, one that might be universalist, just as capitalist relationships can be universalist, regardless of the particular institutional characteristics differentiating forms of the basic model. From this he generated his feudal mode, and it was on this basis that he also commented on other fundamental modes of production embodied in the societies and cultures of the past, in an attempt to pinpoint key elements which distinguished one epoch from another. Marx's concept of the feudal mode of production was based in his study of Western European medieval society. On the one hand, feudalism described a historically dynamic and evolving set of juridical and institutional relationships that had gradually come into existence over the period spanning from some time after the end of Roman society in the West to the 11th century, a perspective present in the existing historiography available to Marx. On the other hand, feudalism was based upon a particular organization of labor power and surplus appropriation within the structure of a particular system of political power relations. Marx's concern with feudal relations tended, therefore, to a degree of selectivity according to the issues with which he happened to be dealing in his different writings, in particular, forms of labor and the ways through which the ruling class appropriated the products of labor, and the forms of feudal rent as contrasted with forms of appropriation of surplus value under capitalism. The coercive nature of lord-vassal relationships, of landlord-tenant/peasant relations and the juridical institutions that evolved to protect these, the interface between a natural economy of subsistence and the payment of rent in kind or money, and the relationship between these and the impact of urban markets and commerce, along with a range of other factors, all surface in the context of different discussions within Marx's writing. There are broad characterizations of the feudal mode, but there is no obvious theory of either feudalism or the precise nature of a feudal mode of production in Western Europe except insofar as it is undoubtedly seen as a dynamic and changing process of societal evolution arising out of specific and definable historical circumstances. There has been a good deal of debate about the value of a concept of a feudal mode of production, the extent to which it can be usefully generalist, and the degree to which it is analytically helpful in understanding pre-capitalist societies. Two opposing approaches dominate. Some have preferred a restricted use, adhering to what they believed Marx intended, a definition in which serfdom, characterized by labor services on the domain, and the lord's direct intervention in the labor process and management of the estate, are the fundamental economic features, and in which production for use was the key feature of economic life. Others have preferred a wider application, whereby feudalism can be understood as the basic and universal pre-capitalist mode of production in class societies. On this latter argument, the chief characteristics of feudal production relations consist in the following key, differentiating propositions: that the extraction of rent, in the political economy's sense of feudal rent, under whatever institutional or organizational guise it appears, is fundamental; that the extraction of feudal rent as the general form of exploitation depends on non-economic coercion as the basis for appropriation of surplus by a ruling class or its agents, and that the relationship between rulers and ruled is exploitative and contradictory in respect of control over the means of production. This model would thus describe all those class-based social formations where these three sets of conditions and production relations dominate. Yet because Marx himself never evolved a single, coherent theory of feudalism, he varied between a descriptive and empirical Eurocentric approach, in which the specific characteristics of European feudal social formations dominate, and a much broader theoretical exposition of the feudal economy, depending on what he was discussing. One way around this issue is to employ the idea of a tribute-paying mode, originally conceived to replace the confusing, unpopular, and largely abandoned 37. Asiatic mode, to which Marx occasionally made reference. Here, the feudal mode appears as a borderline or peripheral example or articulation of the tributary mode, marked out by the specific nature of the degradation of the community in respect of its control over the land, and consequently its means of subsistence and reproduction. In both modes, tributary and feudal, the essential process of surplus appropriation is the same, as is the economic relationship between producers and means of production. What varies between the tributary and the feudal mode is simply the degree of control exercised by the ruling class, or the state or state class, over the community. This impacts on the rate of exploitation but does not affect the actual nature of the mode of surplus appropriation. It can be argued that the distinction between feudal and tributary modes needs to be retained, since while the two modes may be indistinguishable from the point of view of the producers, the nature of those who have effective control over the means of production varies. Alternatively, we could see feudalism as a historically specific instantiation of the tributary mode. The main objection to this approach is that, traditionally, tax and rent have been taken as two distinct forms of surplus extraction denoting fundamentally different relations of production. But if we argue that this is not in fact the case but, rather, understand them as two different institutional forms of the same mode of surplus extraction, we arrive at what is perhaps a more useful way of conceptualizing what was the most widespread form of pre-capitalist class society. The fundamental difference is, therefore, to understand tax and rent as two forms of the same mode of surplus extraction reflecting two different sets of political relations of surplus appropriation and distribution. Adopting the terms tributary mode and tributary production relations to replace the terminology of a feudal mode would permit limitation of this latter term to a specific social formation, based upon tributary relations of production but distinguished by particular historical circumstances and juridical relationships, rather than seeing feudalism as a mode of production in its own right. The debate around the validity of this terminology will no doubt continue for some time. The value and uses of the concept of mode of production. If we extract from Marx's various writings his comments on mode of production and the way he himself set about his analysis of capitalist production relations, we can conclude that a mode of production is a construct grounded in empirical observation, intended to help in locating the causal relationships 38. Underlying the political and cultural evolution of a given society or group of societies. It does not predict the historically attested form structures take, but it does provide an analytical and functional framework within which their limiting, constraining, enabling, or dynamic results can be understood. It establishes, at a relatively general level, the range of the possible within such social economic systems. These are the historically determinate laws, specific to each epoch or mode, established through the process of generating concepts by abstraction from empirical data, to which Marx refers. Only through detailed empirical analysis can the specific causal relationships operating across a specific period in a specific cultural system be understood, and only through such work can the multiplicity of social, economic, and political agencies be causally related within a properly holistic analysis. In the light of these considerations, it must be apparent that modes of production do not, indeed, cannot, develop. On the contrary, it is social formations, actually existing or attested sets of social relations of production, that change, so that we must look at the shape, and the local and international context, of each social formation to see how transformative shifts in the dominance of particular sets of social relations of production are actually brought about. Within the multiplicity of historical configurations of tributary or capitalist social relations of production, or, indeed, any other mode of production, it is the specific contexts generated by specific conjunctures or configurations in time and place, in other words, particular moments at which structural disparities between forces and relations of production are realized in terms of social praxis, which lead to transformations. These are predictable only in the most general sense, delimited by the conditions of existence of given sets of relations of production and by the historically specific forms of their internal contradictions. Transformation is not, therefore, an inevitable consequence of process in time, but it is always a possibility, under specific sets of conditions. The reasons why capitalism developed out of European feudalism must be sought not in some general theoretical process of inevitability but, rather, in the empirical circumstances of social economic evolution. Mode of production provides an agenda, delineating the essential nature of contradictions within a given set of production relations and the basic economic possibilities or laws of motion, as noted above. But it is in actual historical societies that change in fact occurs, and where these contradictions work themselves out. It is, therefore, at this level that the explanation for change must be sought. The latter is a possibility determined by the historical institutional forms of expression of the underlying economic relationships, which are subject to change or disruption at the level of class struggle and the political relations of power distribution. It is essential to bear in mind that these institutional forms are, after all, the combination of sets of social practices, which local conditions have evolved to express fundamental relations of production and surplus appropriation. 39. At what level of analysis is the concept mode of production useful? This is another point for disagreement and discussion, since it depends, obviously, on how one defines the term, as the discussion so far has shown. It should be remembered that in theorizing a mode of production and highlighting the fundamental contradictions within the social relations of production, no more than a basic framework is established within which it is then possible to examine empirically an actual historical society. Marx noted that only by identifying those elements that were not common to all forms of production is it possible to explain different historical outcomes, and that there was no inevitability about the ways in which any given social economic formation would evolve, even if it is possible to limit the range of evolutionary possibilities. Mode of production thus has value only at a fairly high level of abstraction. It works as a means of distinguishing, at the level of political economy, some very basic differences in the ways in which surplus wealth is generated and appropriated. Trying to formulate laws of motion beyond this level is, as becomes clear from reading Marx's own historical work, pointless. The concept of a given mode of production offers some very basic clues as to the potentials and evolutionary possibilities open to societies in which a particular mode of production is represented, but I do not think that it can be detailed in respect of organizational capacities and arrangements. Mode of production in itself does not help, for example, to differentiate between early 19th century England and 20th century Japan, both capitalist social formations yet utterly different in institutional detail and evolutionary trajectory. On the contrary, only by careful empirical analysis of the actual historical cases can the causal relationships leading to change and transformation be identified. All social formations include elements of different ways of organizing labor, different methods of appropriating surplus, and different ways of organizing the distribution of that surplus among those who control the means of production. And by the same token, control of the means of production is usually compromised or inflected by a range of factors, physical as well as institutional or social. In the same way that many examples of commercial investment can be found across the ancient and medieval worlds in Europe and Asia, the dense network of businesses in 13th and 14th century Italian towns, for example, or the highly profitable ceramics manufacturing activities, as well as the heavily market-orientated olive oil and wine-producing industries in different parts of the Roman world from the 1st century BCE into the later Roman period, so slave production can be found. In societies dominated by tributary/feudal relations of production, and estates managed through forms of serf labor can be found in parts of a world in which capitalism is clearly dominant. Each social formation represents 40. A particular historical exemplification of the ways in which different modes of production, different ways of combining forces and relations of production, are expressed. While modes of production as models of sets of social economic relationships are derived by comparing historical examples of societies that share similar fundamental characteristics, the consequent advantage of defining a mode of production in respect of its basic tendencies or laws of development is that it helps in setting up a framework within which the various types of exploitation of labor and appropriation of surplus can be located in their historical context, in which historical evidence can be situated and interrogated, in which cause and effect can be determined, and through which both short-term as well as longer-term changes and transformations can be understood. Conclusion. The issues outlined in the foregoing discussion are not the only critically important questions relevant to Marx's construct of mode of production. The question of how to define the economic, for example, its role in determining the fundamental shape of a mode of production, and the problems raised by the use or misuse of terms such as base and superstructure in Marx's and Marxist writing are also integral aspects of any discussion around a historical materialist approach to the concept of mode of production and to understanding society, whether historical or not. But for the present discussion, we may conclude that Marx's aim in conceptualizing mode of production, a general model of a set of relations of production derived from his study of specific historical societies, was to create a heuristic framework, intended to serve as a means of asking questions about the basic structures informing the ways in which a given social economic system worked, and in particular to help elucidate the mechanisms of capitalist production relations and their fundamentally exploitative nature. A mode of production is an abstraction from known historical examples, representing no specific society but, rather, one set of possible social relations of production from a number of such sets. How many such sets we identify has been the source of much discussion, but across the vast terrain of human social economic evolution, it is possible to reduce the almost infinite variety of forms of social economic organization to a relatively small number of basic social economic types, modes of producing and extracting surplus. Recent discussions have for the most part focused on 4 historical modes of producing, appropriating, and distributing wealth and of combining labor power with the means of production: the primitive/lineage/peasant mode, the ancient mode, the tributary/feudal mode, and the capitalist. 41. Mode 7. In this writer's view, the tributary mode in fact covers most ancient societies that can no longer be described under the primitive or lineage mode. But, as noted, this remains a point for further discussion. If a mode of production, a model of a set of social economic relations, has been adequately theorized, it should serve as a heuristic device that can inform the questions that should be asked of the evidence about a particular set of social and economic relationships, and how one can go about understanding the disparate and disjointed historical data as representative of a dynamic social totality. This was realized in Marx's presentation of exactly this type of analysis for capitalist relations of production as a general type, based on his painstaking researches on 19th-century British and European economies, and his elucidation of a series of what he called laws. What Marx termed laws might better be described as structurally determined tendencies that govern the enormous complexity of capitalist production and exchange relations. Fundamental to the efficacy of his analysis and its social scientific value was the simple fact that he was able to demonstrate that, however different the various forms of capitalist economy actually were, they all operated on the same fundamental principles. This was, for Marx, the essence of a mode of production, a heuristic model, derived from the study of actually existing social formations in which similar sets of relations of production and similar or comparable forces of production were dominant, and which was intended to elucidate the working of such production relations in many different contexts. The value of the concept of mode of production, along with all the issues that accompany it, has also been the subject of often detailed and always challenging critiques from a non-Marxist perspective, in particular challenging the reductionism and economism of some Marxist writers, or forcing a reassessment of the relationship between social relations and culture, belief systems, the agency, structure relationship, to name but a few. Members of the Frankfurt School were especially important in respect of a sympathetic but highly critical challenge to the ways in which Marxists integrated individual agency and the power of cultural systems into theories of mode of production, for example, Adorno and Horkheimer and especially Habermas. Marxist thinkers have responded by defending, re-articulating, and elaborating their positions, as well as by reconfiguring or revising their arguments to take these critiques on board. Historical materialist thought and approaches have influenced, directly and indirectly, a great deal of social science and humanities thinking over the last century and more. And while Marxist historiography may often be seen as marginal to 42 mainstream academic culture, if not to public political life, it is also clear that it continues to play an active, lively, and increasingly influential role in thinking about how human societies have evolved and in particular in articulating how relationships of exploitation and oppression can be revealed, understood, and challenged. As the COVID-19 pandemic raged through the planet, devastating lives and livelihoods, capitalist governments worldwide had to make an important shift in their governing strategies. Overnight, nurses and janitors, agricultural workers, and supermarket stockers temporarily assumed greater importance than the stockbroker and the banker. The work of producing commodities for profit suddenly took a backseat while reproductive labor, the work that reproduces our capacity to labor, and ultimately life itself, was put center stage. Social reproduction feminism is the name given to that set of conceptualizations from different strands of Marxist and socialist feminism trying to explain these processes of life-making, how such processes are part of capitalist accumulation and what this means for how we as individuals and as a society produce and maintain our lives and human capacities. SR feminism is thus a loose but nonetheless broadly coherent school of thought, one that identifies and develops the insight that the social labors involved in producing this and the next generation of workers plays an important role in the capitalist drive to produce and accumulate surplus value. The tradition picks up on, and aims to correct, the naturalization of the gendered division of labor seen in Marx's critique of capitalism and in the socialist tradition more broadly. It does so by developing 3. Social reproduction feminisms. Tythi Bhattacharya, Sarah R. Ferris and Sue Ferguson 46. An Insight at the Heart of Capital Volume 1, where Marx identifies labor power, or our capacity to labor, as the special commodity that the capitalist needs to set the system in motion and keep it running. Our labor power, Marx tells us, has the peculiar property of being a source of value because with that labor power, we create commodities and value for capitalism. The appropriation of our surplus labor by capitalists is the source of their dominance. Without our labor power, then, the system would collapse. but Marx is frustratingly silent on the rest of the story. If labor power produces value, how is labor power itself produced? In the following sections we outline the trajectory of SR feminism, particularly as it unfolded in Europe and North America, by focusing upon the main theoretical contributions. 1. By critically engaging with Marx's critique of political economy, SR feminism extends his analysis to grapple with the ways in which the social reproduction of labor power ground processes of accumulation in relations of social oppression. This unfinished project has, as we show below, a pointed political message: the fight against capitalist exploitation must be, at one and the same time, a fight against social oppression. Marx and social reproduction. Marx discusses the idea of social reproduction in Volume I of Capital. In Chapter 23 on simple reproduction, he urges us to consider that viewed, as a connected whole, and as flowing on with incessant renewal, every social process of production is, at the same time, a process of reproduction. More specifically, he tells us, capitalist production reproduces the wage laborer, the essential condition of further capitalist production. A century later, both Louis Althusser and Pierre Bourdieu begin from this Marxian insight to theorize the ways in which ideological state apparatuses and cultural capital feature in the broader reproduction of capitalism. Marxist and socialist feminists, however, introduced an important distinction between the reproduction of capitalist social relations as a whole, or societal reproduction, and social reproduction, which refers more narrowly to the processes, institutions and work necessary to renew labor power and life itself. Labor power, and the labor that produces it, thus became the key categories on which SR feminism focused. Marx defines labor, in the physiological sense, as the expenditure of human labor power. Labor is the practical and conscious interaction of a subject with the world around them. While its social form varies historically, labor is the precondition of all societies. And in the chapter devoted to labor power, Marx presents it not so much as an abstract concept but as a material and even sensuous reality. We mean by labor power, or labor capacity, the aggregate of those mental, social reproduction feminisms 47, and physical capabilities existing in the physical form, the living personality, of a human being, capabilities which he sets in motion whenever he produces a use value of any kind. Shortly after, Marx argues that labor power exists only in the living body of the worker, it exists only as a capacity of the living individual. Labor power is also, in capitalist societies, a commodity. In order to survive, its bearers must sell their labor power to a capitalist in return for a wage. 2. But, according to Marx, labor power is a peculiar commodity. It is peculiar because it is one whose use value possesses the peculiar property of being a source of value, whose actual consumption, therefore, is itself an embodiment of labor, and, consequently, a creation of value. It is this aspect of labor power, its exploitation by capital through relations of waged labor and its role in determining and producing capitalist value, that Marx explores in depth in Capital. 3. And it is this aspect of labor power that has tended to dominate discussions in Marxist theory and revolutionary socialist politics ever since. For social reproduction theorists, analyses of capitalism that focus solely on value-productive labor are flat, one-sided, and overly abstract. They are capital-centric in that they understand labor and labor power in the same way capital understands them, exclusively as resources for making profits rather than also as elements of making life. But, as Tythi Bhattacharya writes in a seminal explanatory essay, what we designated, as two separate spaces, spaces of production of value, spaces for reproduction of labor power, may be separate in a strictly spatial sense, but they are actually united in both the theoretical and operational senses. For following this thread of analysis, SR feminists, particularly from the late 1960s onwards, proposed to look at labor more expansively, without losing sight of its concrete features. Labor, in their view, is first and foremost the practical human activity required to produce life in general and to produce workers for capital in particular. While the creation of capitalist value and profit requires labor power be abstracted from those concrete realities, critiques of capitalism can and should begin from the fact that labor power is an embodied capacity that is socially organized. The adoption of such an approach reveals just how complicated any process of regeneration of such embodied capacities must necessarily be. From a social reproduction lens, then, Marx's famous story in Capital Volume 1 about the owner of money and the owner of labor power 5 as the two dramatis personae encapsulating the secret of capitalist accumulation, is not in fact the full story. It requires an addendum. As Nancy Hartsock put it, if after descending with the capitalist and worker into the realm of waged work we were then to follow the worker home into yet another hidden abode of production, we might observe another change in the dramatis personae. 48. He who before followed behind as the worker, timid and holding back, with nothing to expect but a hiding, now strides in front, while a third person, not specifically present in Marx's account of the transactions between capitalist and worker follows timidly behind, carrying groceries, baby, and diapers. That is, in completing the entire cycle of production, we see how economic class relations are grounded in gender hierarchies. By descending into the even more hidden, even more fiercely privatized space of the household, we see men and women who may be formally equal under the law transformed through the gender division of labor into relatively privileged and penalized subjects. SR feminism thus begins from the assumption that the renewal of our labor power, which involves life-making activities from eating, resting and gestating to learning, creating art and playing sports, is socially organized in ways that both correspond to and contradict the priorities of capitalist accumulation. In other words, the biological and cultural processes and institutions of social reproduction are neither natural nor neutral. Referring to a specific strand of SR feminism known as social reproduction theory, Aaron Jaffe argues that this approach does not simply trace our needs, how we try to satisfy them. Rather, more significantly, it theorizes how we are limited and constrained when other, better, freer possibilities are available. 6. SR feminism is above all a theory that attempts to explain the link between labor power reproduction and capitalist accumulation, on the one hand, and social oppressions, on the other. Early social reproduction feminists attended almost exclusively to the gender hierarchy that mediates the relation between life-making and value-making, or the reproduction of labor power in the home. They argued that the activities that renew the labor power and life of workers under capitalism occur prevalently within the family and are performed predominantly by women. One of their most important insights is that capitalism depends upon the regulation of women to perform unwaged and or low-paying social reproductive labor. That is, capitalism presumes and also helps to shape and perpetuate the subordination and domination of working-class women. The early focus on theorizing gender relations to the exclusion of other forms of oppression has, in light of criticism, led some social reproduction feminists to develop and complexify their understanding of capitalist social reproduction in ways that account for its imbrication in racist, heterosexist, ableist, colonialist and other social hierarchies. Much of that work has been pursued within the SRT framework that Jaffe discusses, a framework that evolved out of engaging with Lisa Vogel's approach in her book, Marxism and Women's Oppression, toward a unitary theory. We explain below how Vogel's specific theorization of the relation between social reproductive labor and capitalist processes of accumulation points. Social reproduction feminisms 49. Beyond the limits of more binary conceptualizations of capitalism. And how, seen in this light, SR feminism is as much a theoretical framework as a political project for full-scale social transformation. Mary Inman's In Woman's Defense. The relation between production and reproduction has been at the center of Marxist and socialist feminist theorizing and activism from the early 20th century onwards. Even though they did not refer to it as social reproduction, several feminists influenced by the work of Marx analyzed the household and women's labor as a site which entertained a close relationship with the point of capitalist production. One of the first sophisticated attempts at theorizing the relationship between reproductive labor, women's oppression, and capitalist work can be found in Mary Inman's 1940 book, In Woman's Defense. A member of the PUSA, Inman conceived of her book as a contribution to her party's reflection on the woman question. Women's work in the home, she contends, contributes to the production of overall social wealth. Housewives are the pivot of the system who provide indispensable social labor. While its connection to the capitalist system is obscured by its private nature, housework is knit into the productive process. Inman positions women's unpaid labor as productive work in both the conventional sense of that term, as well as in the more technical, Marxist, sense denoting labor that produces capitalist value. Her argument directly contradicted the dominant view within the party and broader left, which designated housework as a form of consumption, not production. Although a great number of women's traditional domestic chores had been commodified, Inman pointed out, a woman still maintains her home and raises children. Housewives produce, she wrote, the most valuable of all commodities. Labor power. Inman specifies that this is the lot of working-class women alone, women who are without property and have been denied the use of the earth except on the terms of those who claim title to it. The wealthy but dependent woman, she writes, is a sort of glorified servant, does no work. Similarly, only subject women whose labor produces the subject children become the workers and soldiers of tomorrow. 7 Inman goes on to bemoan the wastefulness of individualized household production. Under the current system, for example, 100 women are employed to feed 100 men, whereas under a collective or cooperative system, she proposes, community kitchens would require far less labor time. She further argues that resources and day nurseries should be made available to diminish the drudgery of housework and allow women to more easily work for a wage. 50. Inman concludes that the struggle against capital need not be limited to the shop floor. It can and should also take place in communities. Whereas previous socialist feminists, such as Alexandra Kollontai in Russia and Clara Zetkin in Germany, had also supported community struggles, they did not offer any analysis of how such actions might challenge capitalist forms of wealth production. Rather, they argued that working-class support for feminist causes brings workers together into a larger, stronger political force against capital. Inman's originality lies in grasping that while capital has unified the working class across gender lines by involving all forms of labor in the process of accumulation, depending on the unpaid labor of reproducing workers, capital has also already divided the class along gender lines. As provocative as Inman was about gender politics, she had little to say about race. She makes passing mention of it in both In Woman's Defense and in her 1964 pamphlet, The Two Forms of Production Under Capitalism. The absence of any analysis of racism in two forms is all the more surprising considering that this text came out 15 years after the seminal article by Claudia Jones. In An End to the Neglect of the Problems of the Negro Woman, Jones outlined the complex interplay of race, gender, and class in the lives of African American women. Its publication coincided with an ascendant Black and Latinx feminist movement drawing attention to the racial, gendered and class-based experiences of the U.S. welfare system. Inman, however, merely notes that Negro women are particularly victimized by the present system, while going on to reinforce racial stereotypes of Black women as poor mothers. The interplay between gender and racial oppression under capitalism, or the ways in which race and racism necessarily change the terms in which we understand the link between production and social reproduction, were mostly overlooked by early social reproduction feminists. It is only from the 1970s onwards that Black theorists push feminists to integrate race into their reflections. But before we develop this point, we need to briefly discuss the work of Margaret Benston. As we shall see, her 1969 article helped to establish the main terms upon which Marxist feminists will debate SRT. Margaret Benston on Paid and Unpaid Work. Inman's work was not well received by the PUSA leaders and did not reach a wide audience. Yet, 5 years later another Marxist feminist analysis of the social wealth produced by housewives would help spark a vibrant international debate about the role of domestic labor in capitalism. Margaret Benston's article, The Political Economy of Women's Liberation, published in a 1969 issue of Monthly Review, advanced the idea that women's unpaid work in the home constitutes production essential to the capitalist process of social reproduction. Feminism's 51. Value creation. Unlike Inman, however, Benston stresses that housewives do not engage in capitalistically productive labor because, she reasons, they do not produce goods or services for sale on the market. Housewives create use values, not exchange values. That is, their products are consumed immediately in the privacy of their homes by people with whom they share family ties. Such work, she then suggests, is not capitalist, but pre-capitalist. The household constitutes an individual production unit, a pre-industrial entity, in the same way that peasant farmers or cottage weavers constitute pre-industrial production units. The main features are clear, with the reduplicative, kin-based, private nature of the work being the most important. 8. Although not, strictly speaking, capitalist labor, housework, claims Benston, is very profitable to those who own the means of production. It and women's oppression more generally keep production costs down. To begin, she notes, a single wage covers the cost of two people's socially necessary labor and, moreover, the availability of housewives to serve as a reserve army of labor fuels competition among workers, allowing capitalists to pay lower wages. Capitalists also benefit from the fact that a wife and children are dependent upon a man's wages, making wage earners less likely to strike, change jobs or forego work altogether. Benston's argument is about the structural relationship of women's unpaid work to paid work. This necessary relationship, she insists, is the critical, socio-material lever of oppression. And it is also the critical lever of liberation. Equality in paid work, she agrees, is an important goal. But it will not liberate women. As long as housework and childcare remain a matter of private production and the responsibility of women, wage-earning women will simply carry a double workload. She argues for the socialization of such work but cautions that only a socialist system will put human welfare above profit. In capitalist societies, the public provision of care work is likely to dehumanize women, not liberate them. For Benston, then, the promise of women's liberation lies in women asserting control over the conditions in which they perform unpaid work. Like Inman, Benston calls on women to resist their exploitation as housewives. Such resistance cuts against capital's reliance on the family for higher profits and social stability. Housewives, she insists, have a role to play in the transition to socialism because of their unique position relative to capital. Wages for housework and the domestic labor debate. Benston's article anticipates that current within SR feminism that Susan Ferguson has called the Marxian school of social reproduction. This refers to those feminists who accept Marx's value theory as authoritative and conceive of unpaid and much paid social reproductive labor as 52. Necessary to the production of surplus value but not, in itself, productive of surplus value. As we will see, the answer to the question on whether reproductive labor produces exchange or use values will divide social reproduction feminists for decades to come. Meanwhile, Benston's work helped set the grounds upon which the so-called domestic labor debate 9 would subsequently build its main arguments. The contributors to the domestic labor debate aimed to solve above all the riddle of exactly how women's unpaid labor in the home is part of the process of creating surplus value. This question was also the focus of the International Wages for Housework campaign. In 1972, Maria Rosa Dalla Costa, Silvia Federici, Brigitte Gaultier, and Selma James, representing feminist organizations in Italy, the USA, France, and England, respectively, founded the International Feminist Collective, which then launched wages for housework campaigns in Padua and London. Over the next 5 years, feminists in multiple North American and European cities, as well as in Trinidad and Tobago, followed suit. They paid particular attention to the significance of patriarchal oppression as an axis of power. As Federici explains in her 1975 pamphlet, Wages Against Housework, Capital and Men Both Benefit from Women's Oppression. In the same way as God created Eve to give pleasure to Adam, so did capital create the housewife to service the male worker physically, emotionally, and sexually, to raise his children, mend his socks, patch up his ego when it is crushed by the work and the social relations that capital has reserved for him. In insisting that men too have an interest in sustaining women's oppression, WFH feminists stress that capitalism is not simply an economic system of free-waged labor. More accurately, they argued, it is a political system of unfreedom. It relies on extra economic oppression to produce the labor power upon which it thrives. The political upshot is that women must organize separately from men, while also making their demand on capital for wages. WFH feminists did not, however, advance the wage demand as an end in itself. Rather, wages for housework was only a basis, a perspective, from which to start, explained Dalla Costa and James. Its merit is to link immediately female oppression, subordination, and isolation to their material foundation, female exploitation as such. The demand that housewives be given a wage reveals the power women have to withdraw from housework, to refuse it, in the same way that striking waged workers stand up to capital. Lisa Vogel and the Unitary Theory. Together with Benston's 1969 article, Lisa Vogel's book, Marxism and the Oppression of Women, Toward a Unitary Theory is Now. Social Reproduction Feminisms 53. Considered a critical point of reference for the contemporary renaissance of SR feminism, particularly for the Marxian school of social reproduction feminism or SRT. Vogel broke with the tendency to search for an explanation of women's oppression within the nature of housework and the gender relations within the patriarchal household. Instead, she examined and elaborated the analysis of what she stressed was a necessary but contradictory relation between social reproductive labor and the processes of capital accumulation. Others before her had noted that this relational dynamic existed. But, preoccupied with trying to explain the cause or origin of women's oppression, their analyses ultimately pivoted on the oppressive nature of housework itself. Vogel was not interested in identifying causes and origins, readily conceding that patriarchal power relations predated capitalism. Rather, she asked how we can understand the systemic logic that sets the conditions whereby people reproduce themselves, on the one hand, and capital produces value, on the other. She proposed that women's oppression was sustained and shaped in the working through of the dynamics of that relationship. Therein Vogel identified and unpacked a deep and abiding contradiction. Capitalists do not directly control the production of labor power. They do, however, pay the wages and some of the taxes through which workers gain the means of subsistence to reproduce themselves. Because competition compels capitalists to keep wages and taxes as low as possible, the social reproduction of labor presents them with a dilemma. They require human labor power but must constrain the conditions of life that generate it. As Vogel observed, from the point of view of capital, the social reproduction of the workforce is simultaneously indispensable and an obstacle to accumulation. Capitalism thus exists only by consistently thwarting the flourishing of human life on which it nonetheless depends. For the bulk of history, ruling classes have resolved this dilemma primarily by offloading as much responsibility for the reproduction of labor power on private households as possible. Because women are biologically able to give birth and breastfeed, it is necessary for the ruling class to find ways to regulate women's bodies and the caretaking labor that has conventionally fallen to them, while also keeping the costs of so doing as low as possible. To that end, it relies on its state to ensure the privatization and regulation of social reproductive work through policies and policing that tend to reinforce existing gender and sexual hierarchies. Thus, for Vogel, women's oppression in class societies is rooted in their differential position with respect to generational replacement processes. It is not sustained and reproduced simply because they take on the bulk of domestic labor, however much that labor can be an expression of their oppression as well as a source of gendered conflict. Earlier theorists from Inman to Benston to Dalla Costa analyzed ways in which the relationship between production and reproduction drew patriarchal 54 relations into the very constitution of capitalist wealth. Vogel's contribution is in highlighting and unpacking the political, economic logic of that co-constitution. In this way, she reveals the ways in which women's oppression is integral to the capitalist relations of production themselves, the way, that is, that capitalist production requires and makes possible the ongoing oppression of women. The specific expressions of that oppression will, she says, vary, they can only be known through historical investigation. In this way, Vogel avoids attributing undue determinative weight to unpaid domestic work. Although a common aspect of women's oppression, and the historically dominant means of reproducing labor power at little cost to capital, she contends, gendered labor and the patriarchal household do not explain why capitalism is a sexist system. Rather, that explanation lies in grasping the dynamics of the necessary but contradictory relation of the reproduction of labor power to capitalist accumulation. That is, women's oppression in capitalist society is grounded in a socio-material or structural logic of capitalist reproduction that limits the possibilities for women's freedom and equality. Vogel's focus on the relation of social reproductive labor to capital needs to be stressed because it allows her to point beyond the household as a site for analyzing labor power's reproduction. Vogel mentions, for example, that workers are also reproduced in labor camps, barracks, orphanages, hospitals, prisons, and other such institutions. And, as others have pointed out, there are many more such sites, not least among them the community-based organizations that Claudia Jones and other anti-racist feminists highlight as the core of much of African American women's activism. Moreover, schools, hospitals and the homes of middle-class white employers of black and immigrant housekeepers and childminders, are sites of paid social reproductive work. The labor in these spaces and times is, just like unpaid housework, organized in and through manifold social hierarchies, including gender, race, coloniality, and heterosexuality. As some recent studies of social reproduction show, the full scope of labor power's reproduction is governed through local, national, and global regimes that draw on various forms of oppression in ways that tend to reinforce them. In ensuring the social reproduction of certain communities is more precarious and under-resourced than others, they facilitate the reproduction of an unequal, internally divided, global workforce. From Vogel then, we can grasp that all processes and institutions of social reproduction come up against capital's hostility to life-making. Capital sets the terms of life-making precisely because capitalists and the capitalist state own and control the vast majority of the resources essential to reproducing life. This has tremendous consequences for anti-capitalist politics because it means that any struggle for expanding and controlling the conditions under which the working class socially reproduces life, is potentially a struggle against capitalism. Social Reproduction Feminisms 55. Vogel's book, first published in 1983, was an expanded version of an earlier article she wrote in response to Heidi Hartmann's controversial intervention The Unhappy Marriage of Marxism and Feminism, Towards a More Progressive Union. While Hartmann had notoriously advocated for a divorce between Marxism and feminism and initiated what would be later called a dual system analysis, Vogel pointed in a different direction. Rather than abandoning Marxism, she proposed that socialist feminists try to explain women's oppression under capitalism in terms of a unitary, materialist framework, or theory, which takes the daily and generational production and reproduction of labor power as its point of departure. The unitary theory that Vogel's project aimed to build thus invited socialist feminists to search for a single, integrated theoretical account of both women's oppression and capitalist accumulation. She proposed this could be accomplished by expanding the conceptual reach of the historical materialist methodology Marx deploys in Capital so as to rigorously explain the roots of women's subordination to men under capitalism. But while her unitary theory was above all an attempt at understanding economic exploitation and gender domination as a unified process, thereby rejecting the dual analyses that conceived of each as springing from different systems, a growing number of scholars today use her work as a basis from which to develop a unitary theory that takes into account the ways in which gender and class interlink with racial and other social oppressions. The question of value. As we briefly mentioned earlier, one of the main divisions between different currents of SR feminism related to the question, does the work that goes into producing labor power create the actual value that capitalists then appropriate when they sell the products of waged labor? Mary Inman, various contributors to the domestic labor debate, and those involved in the international WFH campaign all proposed that it does. Capitalist value is generated, they claimed, not simply through the waged labor that produces commodities for sale but also through unpaid domestic labor. That's because, women's unpaid work of cooking, cleaning and caring produces the commodity, human labor power, which they and/or their husbands sell to capitalists who, in turn, exploit it to generate value and surplus value. The wage and the family obscure the value-making function of domestic labor. Wages appear to be paid only for work done during the hours that a worker is at work, and the family appears to be a private, interpersonal institution outside of the labor/capital relation. Accordingly, capitalists don't only depend upon those whose labor reproduces this and the next generation of workers, they directly exploit them. 56. This perspective informed the WFH campaign strategy, which called on housewives to refuse work. 11. Because every moment of our lives functions for the accumulation of capital, striking against housework and social reproductive labor more broadly conceived has the potential, Federici argued, to obstruct the creation of value. Crucially, the campaign linked this strategy to the demand that women be paid a wage for housework. This was not intended as a typical campaign demand insofar as the WFH theorists did not believe it could be one. Indeed, that was their point. The demand for a wage was intended to draw attention to the fact of domestic labor's economic value and the impossibility of its full recompense under a capitalist system. The refusal of housework was also intended as a refusal of its commodification and a demand for it to be organized by the state. While the campaign's revolutionary goals were regularly misinterpreted by both its critics and adherents, the WFH campaign has remained a highly influential strand within SR feminism, with Federici's work in the 21st century reigniting and broadening the current's political conclusions. 12 other Marxist feminists, those who have expanded upon Vogel's work and developed a position that has come to be called SRT, have a different take on the question of whether social reproductive labor produces value. Following from Marx, they argue that value is determined in a capitalist economy in the process of producing goods and services for exchange. In other words, value is created only in those circumstances in which the product of labor is sold on the market and where it produces a profit. 13. In the case of social reproductive labor, observe SRT feminists, the good or service produced never circulates on the market. 14. The unpaid work of preparing breakfast at home, helping children with homework, comforting someone who is sick, along with the paid work of cleaning bedpans in public hospitals, or teaching students in public schools, these are all examples of social reproductive work that produces products whose consumption is not dependent upon their sale. Such work produces material, emotional and/or intellectual goods and services necessary to life, including health, love, attention, discipline, knowledge, and much more. Its producers may be waged or unwaged, housewives, paid domestic workers, community activists, and public sector workers, anyone whose work is geared, in the first instance, to meeting specific life needs and desires. Such work is not undertaken because its product will realize value through its sale on the capitalist market. True, it contributes to creating a commodity, labor power, which will eventually be sold on the market. 15. But because the products of that labor are not produced for exchange on a capitalist market, insist SRT feminists, the labor is not, and cannot be, productive of value, neither, then, does it tend to be organized strictly in accordance with the capitalist logic of value creation. Here, value creation is understood to require both forms of labor, those that are capitalistically productive and those that are not. Because capitalism is Social reproduction feminisms 57. Premised upon dispossessing the working class of their means of subsistence, which then requires people to sell their labor power for a wage, capital still tends to dominate unproductive work processes involved in creating life. But it can only do so indirectly. The logic and domination of capitalist value creation can and does affect the time, place, rhythm, and pace of social reproductive work in public schools and hospitals, at home and in the community. But it does not subject that work to the calculations of value production in the way that it does, for instance, the labor processes at McDonald's or Amazon. Labor in general resists total subsumption by capital precisely because there can be no labor without life, without a living human being, whose life needs can and will assert themselves against capital time and again. For both historical and systemic reasons, however, unproductive social reproductive labor tends to be less subordinated to capital than productive labor. The disagreements over social reproductive labor and value creation inform the way each approach conceptualizes the possibilities for resistance. While the WFH tradition tends to promote the importance of moving beyond or outside capitalist relations, through the creation of alternative spaces to capitalism, the SRT tradition looks instead towards struggles to break the system from within. 16. Analyzing race and racism. SR feminists in the 1970s made it possible to conceptualize and explore the logic behind capital's interaction with, and dependence upon, social power relations such as patriarchy. But these analyses also shared a key weakness: they focused too narrowly on unpaid housework and child care as the key to women's oppression. In so doing, they introduced theoretical oversights and ambiguities. Among other things, they tended to attribute the reproduction of patriarchy to men's power over women, a circular reasoning that easily defaults to an ahistorical biological reductionism. And to the extent that they situated patriarchal power as stemming from men's position as wage earners, they ended up generalizing what are in fact particular relations within typically white middle-class households. Such a dehistoricized and universalizing conception of patriarchal power could not be sustained in the face of empirical evidence and mounting criticism. The most developed criticisms at the time came from anti-racist feminists, such as those comprising the Combahee River Collective, who had long noted black women's triple oppression. By the end of the 1970s, many feminists were persuaded by the CRC's call for a radical socialist politics that addressed the multiple interlocking oppressions black women experience within capitalism. 17 And in her 1981 book, Women, Race, and Class, Communist Party USA member and Black Panther supporter Angela Davis directly reproached the tradition for its narrow focus on housework and the call from WFH feminists for a wage. The full-time 58th housewife, Davis points out, has only ever reflected a partial reality, rooted in the social conditions of the bourgeoisie and middle classes. Not only have poorer, racialized women been excluded from that category, certain capitalist regimes actively undermined it for black families. Moreover, she argued, wages are hardly a solution for immigrant and black women in the USA who have been receiving wages for housework for untold decades as paid domestic servants in white women's homes. 18 Picking up on a recurring theme of the 150 years of anti-racist feminism before her, Davis stresses that it is as low-waged, low-status workers that many black women experience the harshest forms of oppression. Davis's critique resonated widely. Michelle Barrett took it up in her 2014 seminal book, Women's Oppression Today, pointing out that the weight attached to the family as a primary site of oppression overlooks and underplays the role of the state. Black feminists have in fact argued that the violence and coercion of a racist state means that it is the state rather than the family that is the oppressor as far as black women are concerned. In her response to Heidi Hartmann's famous intervention in the late 1970s, Gloria Joseph makes a similar point and describes racial oppression as the great equalizer. For these scholars, the family and the unpaid work of women therein do not explain the type of oppression and domination experienced by black people in general or black women in particular. Observing that white women have more power than black men, Joseph writes, Capitalism and patriarchy simply do not offer to share with black males the seat of power in their regal solidarity. Moreover, as both Claudia Jones and Angela Davis argue, in spite of its power imbalances, the family can be a site of comfort and equality for black life. That is, for many black women who endured slavery and who continue to endure its legacy, housework can be the space in which they exercise a measure of control. 19. Although many white socialist and Marxist feminists supported anti-racist struggles, they often failed to grasp the challenge that anti-racist feminists pose to the domestic labor theoretical paradigm. Many continued to position unpaid housework and the family as pivotal and universal categories of their analysis and, in so doing, either wrote black women out of their feminism or treated racism as a secondary form of oppression, external to the workings of patriarchal capitalism. Others abandoned materialist frameworks altogether. Meanwhile, black feminists were elaborating upon the CRC's conception of interlocking oppressions, developing what Kimberlé Crenshaw famously labeled intersectionality. Some of the most compelling insights and commitments of intersectionality feminism have since been critically appropriated in the more recent renewal of SR feminism. This engagement made it possible for SR feminism to grapple with racial and other forms of oppression attending an increasingly globalized neoliberal capitalism. Social reproduction feminisms 59. And its authoritarian state. For Meg Luxton, for instance, the integration of race into a unitary theory means issues of imperialism, racialization, and racism at the heart of gender and class analyses. Capitalist development depended on supplies of labor from people who originally lived outside regions where capitalist relations were dominant and on people in and from colonies, the transnational, trans-regional locus of social reproduction and capital's mobility mean that capitalism is foundationally racialized and dependent upon differences and divisions. Isabella Backer and Stephen Gill's Power, Production, and Social Reproduction, an international political economy account of globalization published in 2003, made important advances in this area. Throughout the book, contributors analyzed the impact global capital and neoliberal structures of governance have had on racial hierarchies in various times and places, an impact they assess mainly by examining notions of citizenship and capital's increasing reliance on exploitative regimes of migrant and marginalized labor. SR, they argued, is best conceived not so much as a set of intersecting structures, but as a transformative process that not only entails the constitution and reconstitution of gender, race, and class and ideas about gender, race and class, but also how a sense of identity and resistance can be actualized in this new context of intensified globalization. 20 Such a conception is rooted within a historical materialist approach to understanding social relations, one that is consistent with and builds upon the challenges offered by Himani Banerjee. Banerjee is a Bengali-Canadian anti-racist feminist and Marxist sociologist and philosopher who highlighted the Althusserian influences in critical feminist political economy that had developed SR feminism in a structuralist direction. 21 For Banerjee, such Althusserian influences had been responsible for the tradition's systematic blindness to the experiential, and to experiences of race and racism in particular. Banerjee thus argued for the need for anti-racist, socialist feminism to center the experience, subjectivity, and thus political agency of racialized subjects within the capitalist totality in order to avoid dehistoricizing their analyses. In the 2000s, Canadian Marxist feminist Susan Ferguson built on Banerjee's critique and used David Harvey's concept of spatialization to argue that SR feminism must account for racism and racialization if it wants to provide a solid account and political strategy of how the paid and unpaid socially reproductive work of women plays a key role in their oppression across cultures and racial divides. For Ferguson, bodies are racialized not because of some inherent biophysical attribute. Rather, people become racialized insofar as they are associated with other socio-geographic spaces, spaces that are hierarchically organized between and within national boundaries in ways that tend to conform with capitalist imperatives of dispossession and accumulation. So while people are necessarily territorialized 60 by matter of their birth, writes Ferguson, they are only racialized as a function of how their location figures in the broader socio-geopolitical ordering of capitalism. And reproducing bodies through these socio-spatial capitalist relations is a significant means of ensuring both the ongoing devaluation of social reproduction and the availability of socially degraded bodies to perform that devalued social reproductive work. Ferguson's overarching point is that social reproductive work is not free-floating, but is anchored in specific bodies and places. And attending to both of these concrete aspects within a capitalist totality is what allows us to analyze social reproductive labor as always racialized as well as gendered. In many ways, that is precisely what several SR feminists have done by analyzing the global care chain, a term introduced by Arlie Hochschild to capture the transnational transfer of care work that ensues when wealthy, often white, women in the global north employ women migrating from poorer countries as nannies and domestic workers. One of the most striking phenomena of neoliberal capitalism has been the feminization of migration. Since the late 1970s, more and more women have been migrating in order to respond to the growing demand for care and cleaning, or social reproductive labor. Sarah Ferris's book In the Name of Women's Rights, The Rise of Feminationalism, updates and refocuses the Black feminist critique of paid social reproductive work. Ferris illustrates the complex ways in which Muslim women's migration to Europe and Britain is grounded in and fuels white supremacist and sexist dynamics reinforced through borders, immigration controls, and settlement services. This commodification of social reproduction filtered through the structures of nationhood and a naturalized, hegemonic, citizen culture takes us far beyond traditional social reproduction feminism concerns with the unpaid domestic labor of women. It shows, among other things, the degree to which life-making under capitalism takes myriad forms, involving myriad social relations and forms of oppression. Other scholars inspired by these insights are exploring issues of settler colonialism, sexuality, forced labor, and more. 22 SRT has indeed become more and more a key site for understanding the intersection between oppression in general and class exploitation. Social reproduction feminist strategies. Recent developments within SR feminism have been especially concerned with how Marxist and socialist feminists can draw on this theoretical approach to develop feminist, anti-racist and anti-capitalist organizing and political strategies. Two related but distinct approaches can be identified. On the one hand, there are those who are renewing and elaborating a form of WFH politics. This foregrounds the call for a collective struggle over reproduction through refusing to work for capital. Silvia Federici urges instead. Social reproduction feminism 61. That workers take control over the material conditions of our reproduction and create new forms of cooperation around this work outside of the logic of capital and the market. Collective spaces, she reasons, can thereby be created wherein people learn new, collective ways of living and producing. These include, for example, communal kitchens, farms and land occupations, as well as market alternative trading systems for healthcare, childcare and other social services. Such commoning initiatives, she stresses, can only be transformative if they are consciously revolutionary, that is, if they refuse the logic of capitalism and work towards the creation of a new, just society. For Kathy Weeks, one step in this direction is the campaign for a universal basic income. A decent, unconditional guaranteed income, she suggests, would allow people to refuse waged work and force employers to increase wages and pursue opportunities for pleasure and creativity that are outside the economic realm of production, including opportunities to recreate and reinvent relations of sociality, care and intimacy. In the process, people come to realize how capitalism organizes all work, including through a gendered division of labor that naturalizes the family. Weeks' call for UBI is, like the WFH campaign before it, intended as a perspective and provocation as much if not more than as a demand in its own right. Both Weeks and Federici are supporters of the social reproductive strike, or the withdrawal of socially reproductive labor as a way to single out its concealed importance under capitalism as well as a tool of political mobilization and organization. Since 2016, through feminist efforts in Poland, Spain, the UK, the Sudan, Iran, Argentina, the USA, and beyond, the social reproductive strike has become indeed one of the most visible forms of Marxist and socialist feminist organizing, as well as a powerful forum for and inspiration of SRT theorizing. In Feminism for the 99%, a manifesto, written to explain and advance the political perspective informing the strike, Aruzza et al. Offer the following rationale: by withholding housework, sex, smiles, and other forms of gendered, invisible work, are disclosing the indispensable role of social reproductive activities in capitalist society. The authors argue for a broad conceptualization of the working class, to include unpaid social reproductive workers as well as waged workers, underlining the unity of workplace and social life. The strike is a time and place, they insist, in which everyday forces of creativity can take hold, and where the impossible can and must be demanded. For both political perspectives, then, the social reproductive strike is a powerful weapon in the struggle against capital. The authors of the manifesto depart from the WFH-informed strategy, however, in emphasizing the possibilities for striking within and against capitalist relations. That is, for Aruzza et al., the strike is not only or even primarily about withdrawing from capitalist relations. However much revolutionary commoning must be supported, in their view, it is even more urgent to support and build anti-capitalist social movements that, 62. Make direct demands on the state and build unity across workplace and community-based protests. While not work refusals in the sense discussed by Federici and Weeks, these social reproductive strikes make important claims for democratic and collective control of the conditions of production. They demand that the resources for social reproduction be expanded and society prioritize meeting human need over making capitalist profit. Following on the insights of the manifesto, Tythi Bhattacharya has more recently emphasized the need to understand the role of the state and the differential impact of its withdrawal from social provisioning in the social lives of different sections of the working class. For Bhattacharya, being attentive to social reproduction and especially to the forces that inhibit the development of our capacities, trains our sight on what abolitionist feminist, Ruthie Gilmore has powerfully identified as organized abandonment by the state of communities, which has to necessarily pair with organized violence by that same state. In other words, when the state defunds social reproductive institutions such as healthcare and schools in communities of color neighborhoods, when they consciously refuse to investigate whether the drinking water supply of a community has been contaminated, this organized abandonment of the community must be kept in place by organized violence. Agents of the state such as the police or privately funded security then need to penetrate areas of social life like schools or hospitals, that as life-making institutions should not have anything to do with the death-making institution of law enforcement. Disciplining of poor and racialized communities thus gets woven into the fabric of social life and shapes the future of working-class lives. It is not just racialized communities, of course, that are organized by violence. Queer people are also disproportionately targeted by the disciplinary arms of the state and suffer high unemployment and poverty levels. In grappling with these realities, some SRT scholars and activists have critically and productively engaged with gender theory to think through what it means to socially reproduce, and challenge, binary gender regimes. 23 families, policing, schooling, the healthcare system and more all structure the life-making work of gay, trans, intersex, two-spirited and other queer people. At the same time, as Kate Doyle Griffith suggests, the project of queer social reproduction, that is, of organizing personal and collective spaces, practices, and institutions that support and expand queer life-making, can and must be central to anti-capitalist resistance. Writing specifically of past and current queer healthcare activism, Jules Joanne Gleason notes, as the material communities supporting trans people continue to strengthen, more and more trans women will be able to assert themselves openly as women. 24. Social Reproduction Feminism 63. From Life-Making to World-Making, SRTN. The Climate Crisis. Nancy Fraser has argued that crises of capitalism identified by Marxism are not merely the result of contradictions between forces of production, but between such forces and the social reproduction upon which they depend. On the one hand, social reproduction is a condition of possibility for sustained capital accumulation. On the other, capitalism's orientation to unlimited accumulation tends to destabilize the very processes of social reproduction on which it relies. In denuding social reproductive capacities, capitalism has disarticulated our collective life-making, but the harm is no longer limited to the social. For it is only partially true that capitalism disarticulates the social. What is conjointly true is that it articulates social relations in very specific ways to reliably reproduce itself and its relentless productivist drive. It is this unique drive, peculiar only to capitalism, that has now triggered climate change, threatening all life as we know it. Differently put, the capitalist organizing of the social has now unhinged, disrupted, destabilized the climate to such an extent that any conversation about reorganizing the social must necessarily be about destabilizing capitalism. Any discussion of SR must then simultaneously be a discussion about forging a political project where the social reproduction of life is no longer subsumed under the social reproduction of the capitalist system. Where our priority is the growth and flourishing of living beings, human and non-human, rather than the growth and flourishing of dead things like the economy and commodity production. Capitalism as a system is future blind. It can and will sabotage its own conditions of possibility in its drive to accumulate for accumulation's sake. Climate change, however, has put a timeline for how long this is possible. The system, and the planet with it, is experiencing time in radically transformed ways, or as Andreas Malm recently put it, defeated time is now pouring down from the sky. If capitalist production is concerned only with a constant, flattened present time, SR, as theory and practice, directs attention to the future, to the ongoing reproduction of the life of the species and the social world we create in and from the natural world. Capital's reproduction of itself is now threatening that chain of generational reproduction, which is why all politics, we maintain, must become a politics of social reproduction. Such SR politics in practice should be able to demonstrate that released from the imperatives of capitalist reproduction, we are capable of creating sustainable habitats where human lives be not just maintained but flourish, where food, art and intimacies are pursued, or made, if you will, with the solemnity and playfulness they all deserve. 64. The capitalist mode of production has undergone major transformations over the last decades. While the appearance of new forms of rent blurred the classical distinctions between wage, profit, and rent, it also stimulated a new wave of both theoretical and political debate addressing the nature and function of factor payments. In particular, a robust consensus has emerged within a certain Marxism of Ricardian inspiration, which understands rent as a pre-capitalist inheritance and, as such, as an impediment to the dynamic of capital accumulation. In this framework, the key function of ground rent is replaced with that of financial rent, and a pure and efficient capitalism is depicted as rent-free. The economic stagnation which affected the advanced economies from the 1980s is therefore related to a presumed conflict between financialization and productive capitalism, whose accumulation-oriented rationale is assumed to foster both full employment and growth. According to another kind of approach endorsed by the neo-workerist theorists of cognitive capitalism, this line of reasoning, based on the rigid distinction between profit and rent, is flawed, both hermeneutically and theoretically. By understanding rent along with the associated stigma for productive efficiency, as completely external. 4. Rent. Stefano Dugara and Carlo Vercellone. Rent 69. To the process of capital accumulation, it overstates the positive role of profit and thus misconceives some of the key messages in Marx's thought. In addition, it also overlooks the transformations of capitalism which followed the demise of Fordism, thus failing to capture the deeply renewed dynamics of capital accumulation and the correlated changes in the capital/labor relationship. Such transformations determined the exhaustion of the historical system of accumulation of industrial capitalism, whose qualitative features were largely consistent with the theoretical takes of the Marxian, Ricardian approaches. The explanatory power of this readings, however, has been seriously compromised by the transformations of the social structure of accumulation, which increasingly allowed the emergence of what we call the rentier vocation of productive capitalism and, relatedly, of the becoming rent of profit. To better understand what we mean by these definitions, we first need to discuss our understanding of rent. In our view, any form of rent is the historical outcome of a process of dispossession, which simultaneously constitutes the antediluvian element of the CMP and a structural component of its reproduction in time and space. As capitalism reproduces itself through a regime of permanent revolution, as already noted by Deleuze and Guattari, one may argue that, as a general rule, there is primitive accumulation whenever an apparatus of capture is mounted, with that very particular kind of violence that creates or contributes to the creation of that which it is directed against, and thus presupposes itself. It is a violence that posits itself as pre-accomplished, even though it is reactivated every day. In this framework, the distinction between the so-called ordinary mechanisms of enlarged accumulation and the extraordinary mechanisms of primitive accumulation loses much of its coherence, just like the profit/rent dichotomy. While this is consistent with many other neo-Marxist approaches, such as Harvey's conception of accumulation by dispossession, two other theoretical takes clarify further the originality of our notion of the becoming rent of profit. It is our contention, indeed, that rent not only represents the origin but also the becoming of contemporary capitalism. Within the society of the general intellect, wherein the law of value/labor time loses much of its consistency and the social cooperation of labor is increasingly independent from the managerial functions of capital, the very boundaries between profit and rent blur. Ultimately, in cognitive capitalism, profit, just like rent, manifests itself as a relation of distribution, pure and simple, completely unlinked, in most cases, to any positive function in the organization of production. This has major implications for the way in which labor is divided, monitored, and organized at the firm level and, more broadly, for the mode in which control is exercised over society at large. The transition from an industrial capitalism characterized by the hegemony of the logic of profit to a cognitive capitalism characterized by the hegemony of the logic of rent, in fact, is symmetrically 70. Mirrored by the transformation of disciplinary societies into societies of control. Put differently, as production changes, so does the mode of accumulation of men. Within the general paradigm in which workers behave as Foucauldian self-entrepreneurs and produce value without managerial supervision, rent must be understood as a mere appropriation over surplus value, whose capture discontinuously requires both violent and directorial operations. The new apparatus of command for subsuming the potential of emancipation inscribed in the general intellect society is thus based on mechanisms which largely operate outside the firm and beyond the traditional constraints of managerial and organizational control. The remainder of the chapter is organized as follows. In the next section we lay out the theoretical framework and discuss factor payments from a Marxian viewpoint, paying particular attention to the flexible boundaries between profit and rent. Insights from the third volume of Capital, on the becoming rent of profit, and from the Grundrisse, on the general intellect, will serve as a fundamental reference. Thereafter we apply the theory and overview the transformations of the capital/labor and profit-rent relation in the transition from industrial to cognitive capitalism. This will allow us to remark upon the re-emergence of rent and upon the blurring between profit and rent, or, more precisely, upon what we call the becoming rent of profit. Finally, we conclude. Theoretical framework. A few definitions. Wage, profit, and rent are the main categories of income distribution stemming from the capitalist relations of production. In Marx's theory, wages less than compensate the production of surplus value and thus constitute the origin of both profit and rent. Surplus value, in turn, does not merely result from the sum of individual surplus labor, but rather from the social cooperation of workers. This insight will be fundamental to the analysis to follow, as it will allow us to frame the notions of organization and exploitation within our contemporary historical setting, where value-adding cooperation is not confined within the boundaries of the firm, as it used to be in industrial capitalism, but is extended to society as a whole. In this phase, the managerial function of productive capital, that is, to organize and discipline the extraction of labor from labor power too, loses much of its consistency, thus blurring the boundaries between profit and rent up to the point that both can be qualified as a pure and simple form of appropriation of surplus value, as neither of the agents who receive these payments play any role in the organization of production. To fully understand the implications of such a theoretical take, we need to analyze further the interrelations between profit and rent in order to highlight the reasons why we believe the former must not be understood as the source of the latter. Rent 71. Rent, historical and theoretical considerations. Theoretically, the concept of rent is a complex one. Our contention is that it is gravely misunderstood if presented as something extrinsic to capitalism. In what follows, we shall therefore list the reasons behind this take. To start with, it is worth recalling that the institutionalization of ground rent historically coincided with the formation of the first enclosures, which represent the first expropriation of the common, for a definition, see Hart and Negri, and thus constitute the conditio sine qua non for the commodification of both labor and ground. From this perspective, Marx defines absolute rent as a fundamental social relation and criticizes the theoretical shortcomings of Ricardo's differential rent on two intertwined accounts. First, Ricardo naturalizes rent in capitalism by overlooking the features that distinguish the latter from other forms of interest income which were typical of the feudal mode of production. Second, the consideration of differential rent alone may suggest that land is, in its own nature, at everyone's free disposal, but this removes a principal element for the formation of capital, thus making it impossible to answer the question, where are the wage laborers to come from in this case? It is for this reason, as Marx continues, that a key condition for the very existence of the CMP is that land should not be common property, that it should confront the working class as a condition of production, not belonging to it. In Marx's understanding hence, far from being a feudal legacy, rent is the opposite of the common and, as such, it is an organic component of the CMP. Its role, within the general system of political economy, exceeds the specific functions of ground rent at the early dawn of mercantile capitalism, as it continuously creates novel and necessary conditions for labor exploitation. Rent appears in the history of capitalism each and every time the historical transformations of the CMP come to threaten the stability of its structures, since if capitalism is the exterior limit of all societies, this is because capitalism for its part has no exterior limit, but only an interior limit that is capital itself and that it does not encounter, but reproduces by always displacing it. Contrary to Ricardo, then, in Marx's view it would be illogical to imagine capitalism without rent. It is for this reason that Marx considers rent as a primary category of distribution of the CMP, rather than identifying profit as the source of its existence. Such a take would indeed deny its structural role of rent in capitalism, which, as previously recalled, has always been to privatize the social conditions of production and commodify the common. In this view, we can understand the formation of all kinds of enclosures over time, from the early ground rent to the newest privatizations of knowledge and the welfare institutions, as diverse expressions of the same mechanism. Despite these elements of continuity, however, it is important to remark upon a distinguishing feature of the current process of desocialization of the economy with respect to other similar phases in the history of capitalism. Expropriation 72 does not rely upon conditions, as it did for land, which belonged to a pre-capitalist exterior, in the traditional sense of Rosa Luxemburg, as it is assaulting those elements of the common built by the social struggles during the most advanced moments of capitalist development. Here, we are referring to those collective productions del home par home, as Boyer calls them, assured by the welfare state, or to the commons of knowledge, or, more broadly, to all those processes which contributed to form the productive forces of what is now commonly called the knowledge-based economy. These new economic and institutional conditions may have eventually led, if fostered, towards an economy freed by the logic of the commodity. Such a trend, however, has been continuously countervailed by new waves of privatization which appropriate the general intellect's social cooperation by artificially creating new conditions for the extraction of rents. According to Napoleoni, in fact, rent is the revenue perceived by the owner of some goods as a consequence of the fact that these goods are or are being disposed in limited quantity and, as such, is linked to a natural or, more often, artificial scarcity of resources. The rentier who is in the position of limiting the supply of their properties, thus, will always do so as to raise their expected income. In this framework, monopoly power is a necessary condition for the existence of rent, as it creates artificial forms of scarcity which allow the rentier to command high prices which are neither justified by the value of the goods nor by their production cost. These vampire policies must forcibly rely on some kind of institutional mechanism, of which the strengthening of intellectual property rights is a perfect example. In cognitive capitalism, rent is nothing but a credit instrument, a property right over a material or immaterial resource that allows the owner to appropriate a share of the surplus value without playing any role in the organization of production. As such, it can be understood as a relation of distribution pure and simple, as it plays no function in the production process, at least not in the normal case. The distinction between profit and rent, theoretical elements according to a definition bequeathed from the classics. Rent is what remains after those who contribute to production have been remunerated. The way in which the notions of who contributes to production and to what extent are defined, thus plays a crucial role in shaping the boundaries between wage, profit, and rent. Classical economists, for their part, used to understand profit as the remuneration of the capital invested in production. In this view, profit has nothing to do with the retribution of the work of supervision and management. C. Smith, and capital owners in capitalism are no different from landowners in feudalism, so that it becomes impossible to distinguish profit from rent and capitalists from rentiers. Rent 73. Marx was of a sharply different opinion. In several passages of the third volume of Capital he acknowledged the key role played by capitalists in the development of the factory system and remarked upon their function as organizers, coordinators, and monitors, roles which concern not the detailed work, but rather the workplace and its activity as a whole. In these passages, he introduced the distinction between functioning capital, which he also calls active or operative, and money capital and, relatedly, between interest and profit of enterprise. He further based both on the specific functions or non-functions that money and operative capitalists perform in production. In his words, 3. Interest is the fruit of capital in itself, of property in capital without reference to the production process, while profit of enterprise is the fruit of capital actually in process, operating in the production process, and hence of the active role that the person who uses capital plays in the reproduction process. Interest-bearing capital is capital as property as against capital as function. But if capital does not function, it does not exploit workers and does not come into opposition with labor, the particular functions which the capitalist has to perform as such, and which fall to his part precisely as distinct from the workers and in opposition to them, are presented as simply functions of labor. He obtains surplus value not because he works as a capitalist but rather because, leaving aside his capacity as a capitalist, he also works. This part of surplus value is therefore no longer surplus value at all, but rather its opposite, the equivalent for labor performed. This process of exploitation itself appears as simply a labor process, in which the functioning capitalists simply perform different work from that of the workers. The labor of exploiting and the labor exploited are identical, both being labor. The labor of exploiting is just as much labor as the labor that is exploited. In this quotation, he seems to anticipate the separation between entrepreneurs and speculators drawn by Keynes in the general theory, who invoked the euthanasia of the rentier, and, consequently, the euthanasia of the cumulative oppressive power of the capitalist to exploit the scarcity value of capital. Interest today rewards no genuine sacrifice, any more than does the rent of land. Despite this similarity, the Marxian analysis provides us with more up-to-date insights for the analysis of what we call the becoming rent of profit in cognitive capitalism, as it sketches a theoretical framework with which to analyze the current transformation of the knowledge, power relations between capital and labor, on which basis it becomes possible to understand the contemporary blurring between profit and rent. Marx already knew that regardless of who actually performs the labor of exploiting labor, whether it is the entrepreneur as in early capitalism or the professional manager as in the Fordist, Taylorist era of mass production, the fact that functioning capital must exploit labor from within the productive realm requires a process of knowledge polarization based on the separation between labor of conception, performed by functioning capitalists themselves or by their functionaries, and labor of execution. In this view, the relative importance of money capital in triggering the development of the forces of production in industrial capitalism is 74. Complementary, if not subordinate, to the capitalist's organizational ability. This perspective is well summarized by the radical political economist Margolin in the following quotation. In many branches of late 18th century industry, the barrier to entry posed by capital was quite low. The capitalist's hold was in large part the organizing ability he brought to production, a consequence of a vector of personal traits and talents, ranging from extraordinary greed to extraordinary intelligence provides a response to the question of why capitalists are not in general content to act as rentiers, leasing capital goods to workers, the essence of the capitalists' contribution is not capital, but organizing ability. In a framework of this sort, the parasitic character of Keynes' rentier, who unproductively consumes all of their income, is opposed to the organizing ability of the functioning capitalist, who not only supervises the labor processes but reinvests a significant share of the profits of enterprise in future production and innovation, see Marx. In industrial capitalism thus, profit, unlike rent, plays a positive, though still oppressive, function in the struggle against scarcity. In this view, rent is a category derived from and limited by profit, and more specifically, by the profit of enterprise. We do not mean to leave the impression, however, that Marx considered the positive role of both profit and functioning capital as a sort of necessary evil. Rather, he was well aware that the labor of coordination and supervision performed by the capitalists themselves in the early phases of capitalism inevitably gets the idea into his head, that his profit of enterprise, is rather itself a wages of superintendence of labor. Hence, Marx understood this historical configuration as providing capitalists with a pretext for presenting profit not as surplus value, i.e. as unpaid labor, but rather as the wage that the capitalist himself receives for the work he performs. However, he correctly understood that such apology was not doomed to endure. In the passages of the third volume of Capital that we have just quoted, he correctly foresaw the separation between ownership and management as the factor which ultimately reveals the purely oppressive character of the capitalist organization of production and thus allowed for a clear distinction between profits, i.e., unpaid labor, and the wage of superintendence. We develop this argument in the following section. The hypothesis of the becoming rent of profit in Marx. The situation described by Marx in which both functioning capital and the profit of enterprise play an active role in the development of the forces of production is, by Marx's own intuition, limited to the early and middle eras of capitalist development. Already in his own time, when capital concentration and the appearance of professional managers was deeply transforming the organization of production, he foresaw the development of credit and joint stock companies as the key element leading towards the separation between the property and the rent. 75. Management of capital and, accordingly, towards the exhaustion of the historical role of profit in stimulating both growth and innovation. By doing so, he anticipated that the role of capital owners in the transition from early to late industrial capitalism, and lately, from industrial to cognitive capitalism, would have followed the same path of landowners in the transition from feudalism to early industrial capitalism. In this phase the landowner, such an important functionary in production in the ancient world and in the Middle Ages, a useless superfetation in the industrial world. As such, he correctly envisaged what is now happening in the realm of distribution, that is, that shareholders seize significant shares of surplus value without playing any role in the organization of production. The exhaustion of the positive role of functioning capital in the history of the CMP can be schematically divided in two phases, the first culminating in the golden age of Fordism and Taylorism, where real subsumption, mass production, and the separation of conception and execution reached their maximum, and the second culminating in the transition from industrial to cognitive capitalism. In the first phase, the property and management of capital progressively divide, up to the point where there remains only the functionary, and the capitalist vanishes from the production process as someone superfluous. Here, profit and rent are still clearly separated, as the organizational and conceptual tasks that used to be performed by the capitalists are now simply delegated to their functionaries. In this period, capitalists could still appear as sharply different from the rentiers from whom they borrowed their monetary and physical inputs, as the managers fulfilling their functions were directly inserted within a relation of production which, in itself, targeted the scarcity of capital and fostered the development of the forces of production. Within this framework, the purely despotic functions of surveillance and discipline which exclusively belong to the capitalist organization of production continued to be confused with the work of supervision and management necessarily arises where the direct production process takes the form of a socially combined process. This particular configuration somehow corroborated the organizational role of functioning capital, regardless of who executed the associated tasks, and paradoxically justified the tyranny of the factory system, as the latter seemed to promote the development of the forces of production. With the exhaustion of the Fordist mode of regulation, however, for a definition see Boyer, and the development of the KBE, a great reskilling process started to challenge Taylor's division of labor, along with the specific functions that managers and supervisors perform in production. In the Marxian line of reasoning recalled earlier, when the collective worker reappropriates their skills to manage and organize production, managerial supervision becomes both superfluous and purely despotic, and functioning capital ceases 76. To play its necessary role in the development of the productive forces, while it continues to fulfill its despotism through the functions of monitoring and surveillance. This is something of which Marx was well aware, as witnessed by the following quotation from Hodgkin: "For the widespread of education among the journeyman mechanics of this country diminishes daily the value of the labor and skill of almost all masters and employers by increasing the number of persons who possess their peculiar knowledge." Within such framework, the last pretext for confusing profit of enterprise with the wages of management was removed, and profit came to appear in practice as what it undeniably was in theory, mere surplus value, value for which no equivalent was paid, realized unpaid labor. Profit thus appears as a mere expropriation of unpaid labor, performed, just like rent, without playing any real function in the production process. The trend towards the becoming rent of profit, however, is not limited to the reconfiguration of the knowledge-power relations following the development of the KBE, but is further reinforced by a specular transformation in the management of innovation and in the reinforcement of the intellectual property rights regime. Within the KBE, in fact, the labor time of execution becomes far less relevant than the social time of conception and capital, and in order to preserve profits, must forcibly develop institutional mechanisms to limit supply and thus maintain the predominance of exchange value over use value. The capture of surplus value, in this way, partially disappears from the locus of its production and reappears downstream of the latter. To recognize the interplay between these two elements, i.e., between the new setup of the capital, labor relations and the reinforcement of the IPRs, a conjointment reading of the volumes of Capital and the Grundrisse is required. In the latter indeed, Marx formulates some preliminary considerations regarding the twofold character of the general intellect, at the same time, living cognitive labor and dead knowledge incorporated in fixed capital, which have been further acknowledged by several workerist interpretations. The conjoint articulation of such insights shows Marx's tremendous foreseeing ability, which addressed both the objective and the subjective conditions of production. Marx himself could not explicitly formulate such articulation in full, although he was able to identify a trend which could have developed over time. Its full rationalization became possible only when the dialectic development of the KBE and the modalities of its exploitation gave birth to what neo-workerists called cognitive capitalism. For almost 150 years after Marx's death, the main pillars of industrial capitalism have been those recognized by Marx, namely, the implementation of the logic of profit, the deepening of real subsumption and the active and, to some extent, necessary role of functioning capital. Rent 77. Profit and rent from industrial to cognitive capitalism. The hegemony of profit over rent in Fordism. The Keynesian, Fordist mode of development, for a definition see Boyer, was based on the relation between labor organization and profit of enterprise, which not only stimulated the development of the forces production but additionally kept the shareholders' interests in the background of corporate governance. In this framework, the Galbraithian technostructure used to play a key role in the organization of both production and innovation and the non-productive modes of capital valorization, example those related to finance and the reinforcement of IPRs, played a minor role in the accumulation process. The purely oppressive power of the capitalist to exploit the scarcity value of capital was further constrained by a cluster of complementary institutional arrangements. The tight regulation of financial markets, the progressive taxation of high incomes and the conduct of expansive monetary policies, for instance, sustained an inflationary process which kept the interest rate at very low or even negative levels. In addition, the national-based regime of IPR protection, whose internationalization in between the 1980s and 1990s gave birth to today's knowledge monopolies, and the clear-cut distinction between radical and incremental innovation contributed to limit the power of money capital in itself. Finally, the development of the welfare institutions, which partially socialized the conditions of labor reproduction, subtracted a considerable amount of resources to the logic of capitalist valorization. In this framework, the Keynesian project concerning the euthanasia of the rentier partially fulfilled, and profit imposed, its hegemony over rent. Such configuration depleted with the latest transformations of the CPM and the development of the KBE, which altogether allowed the emergence of what neo-workerists call cognitive capitalism, along with its neoliberal mode of regulation. We analyze such changes in the following section. The capital-labor relation in cognitive capitalism. The trichotomic articulation between commodification, privatization, and corporatization which characterized the emergence and development of cognitive capitalism stimulated forms of capital valorization which may be labeled as unproductive or rentier. The historical meaning of the social crisis of Fordism, in fact, did not only consist of the decomposition of industrial capitalism but also the very demise of its mode of development. Such transformation originated from the great season of social struggles initiated in the 1960s, which led to the tremendous boost in the amount of services provided by the welfare state and to the partial redistribution of the highly taxed profits in 78. The form of an increase in the social fraction of the wage. Over the same period, the widespread diffusion of schooling led to a reskilling process which profoundly altered the knowledge-power relations between capital and labor and, simultaneously, to an adjustment of the ratio between the tangible and intangible assets owned by the representative firm. Knowledge rather than physical capital thus became the major determinant of competitiveness and growth. To challenge the classical way in which mainstream economics analyzed such transformation, we advance the following remarks. 1. The social conditions of existence of a KBE are not laid within the private R&D laboratories, but rather within the collective productions del home par home. 2. As knowledge diffuses in the society as a whole, its role in the organization of production becomes more prominent, so that the dead knowledge incorporated in fixed capital and in the hierarchical form of a firm's organization increasingly becomes a useless superfetation. As knowledge spreads over society as a whole, we begin to observe the emergence of novel patterns or horizontal labor cooperation, as well as new forms of common propriety, example copyleft, which altogether identify a tendency towards a new organizational model which differs both from private and from public organization, from the firm and from the state. The free software experience constitutes the clearest example of such trend, though it only represents the tip of a much wider iceberg of the common. The novel forms of horizontal labor cooperation prove more productive, in terms of product quality and innovation, of large corporations. By doing so, they show the contradictions of the hierarchical organization of labor and simultaneously question the social scope of production. The histories of both radical and incremental innovation in the ICT sector are filled with examples of this sort. More generally, the combination between the massive diffusion of knowledge and the ICT revolution fulfills, to an extent which Marx himself could not imagine, the hypothesis of the general intellect and provides it with a rationale to question the law of value/labor time. In addition, it also allows the critique of the social relation of ownership and exploitation in cognitive capitalism. Since the productive forces of the KBE develop autonomously from the factory system, both processes of capital valorization and accumulation must rely upon processes where capital parasitically subsumes the collective conditions of knowledge production and thus suffocate the potential of emancipation of the general intellect society. This trend is further manifested in the financialization of the economy, which, at least in advanced capitalism countries, fetters productive investments up to a point where it becomes possible to speak about a regime without capital accumulation. The very relation between dividends and interests, on the one hand, and profit, on the other, seems somehow reversed, as if the requirements of financial capital were to limit the profit of enterprise. Active profits, in this framework, are nothing but a remainder after passive capital has been paid. Rent 79. While the history of the CMP cyclically featured the expansion of various forms of unproductive capital valorization, often a forewarning about an incoming great crisis of both modes of regulation and development, the re-emergence of rent in cognitive capitalism assumes a qualitatively new character. This can be witnessed by the key role played by finance in the stock exchange evaluation, where the eminently fictitious nature of the so-called immaterial capital, considered by Gortz as an oxymoron, is fully manifested. Furthermore, as argued by Marazzi, finance is pervasively present in the whole cycle of the extraction, distribution, realization of the surplus value, making it increasingly difficult to distinguish between functioning and money capital and, thus, between profit and rent. Thus, it would be a mistake to reduce the financialization of the economy as a mere overturning in the power relations between managers and shareholders. In fact, it largely derives from an endogenous change, already initiated at the end of the 1970s, in the firm's valorization strategy. The trend towards the becoming autonomous of labor thus seems to perversely couple with the becoming autonomous of capital, as the latter assumes the eminently abstract, flexible, and mobile form of money capital. The hegemony of rent over profit in cognitive capitalism. Given the stylized facts recalled earlier, it is now possible to characterize theoretically what we call the becoming rent of profit. As labor becomes increasingly capable of self-organizing and knowledge production is undervalorized under hierarchical forms of work organization, functioning capital ceases to play any active role within the productive realm and profit. Just like rent, it appears for what it actually is, that is, mere surplus value, value for which no equivalent was paid. Within a cognitive division of labor, in fact, productive efficiency no longer depends upon the decomposition of the labor process into highly routine and repetitive tasks. Rather, it results from the complementarity among the tacit and highly dispersed pieces of knowledge that workers use in production to adapt to the ever-changing condition of the outside economic environment. Given such a historical change, workplace surveillance can no longer be based upon the traditional authority relation where supervisors coerce ordinary workers to exert effort. Conversely, it must rely on a new cluster of managerial practices where the disciplinary power characterizing the scientific organization of labor is replaced by a managinaire 5 form of command which forces workers to self-control and self-exploit. This is done by compelling employees to internalize the firm's values and objectives, thus aligning their ego ideal with capital's. The discipline and punish paradigm of Taylor's organization, where workers are subordinated to the force of the hierarchy and perform their duties submissively, is thus replaced by a control apparatus of Deleuzian memory, where the worker's libido is transformed into an energy which is directly productive. As for the production of value, control over labor shifts before and beyond the productive activity and starts filling the entire spectrum of individual subjectivity. Nowadays, it is the worker who must find the one best way to achieve the goals set by the management of the firm. 6. The purpose is to push workers to exploit their knowledge and reach their goals and, simultaneously, to internalize the guilt of being unable to do so in full. As control becomes self-control, the subordination to an external discipline transforms into subordination to an internal expectation. Cognitive capitalism does not simply ratify the irreversible decline of the idyllic Weberian entrepreneur who is, at the same time, the owner and the manager of the firm. It additionally entails the demise of the Galbraithian technostructure whose legitimacy was derived from the key role that managers fulfilled in the organization of both production and innovation. This is reflected by the fact the old class of method engineers and managers who were born and raised in the cult of technical competence is now being replaced by a new generation of professionals who trained in the great business schools, where a novel managerial culture completely extraneous to the mechanism of production is taught and diffused. The key abilities of this new class of managers are in the field of finance and consist in the creation of value for shareholders, while the organization of production is increasingly delegated to low-level workers empowered with discretion and autonomy. As the manager's visible hand loses relative importance, functioning and money capital become one and cease to play any function in the development of the forces of production. While affecting the intra-firm organization of labor, this trend also has major implications for the way in which firms interact in the outside economic environment, since competitiveness is now increasingly dependent upon network economies among firms rather than upon internal economies within firms, i.e., of scale or scope. As argued by Hart and Negri, Taylor's division of labor is thus replaced by a social organization based on the network and spillover effects of knowledge production, which have intensified in large cities due to the existence of economies of agglomeration. As capitalists play no role in the formation of these clusters, the part of surplus value they are capable of extracting from these economies of agglomeration is similar in all respects to the higher differential rent that landowners owning more fertile properties are able to extract. A society's collective knowledge appropriated by capital is nothing but a free gift resulting from the general progress of society. Even Marshall, one of the founders of modern mainstream economics, would have classified such appropriation as rent. There are, of course, many other forms for the hollowing out of the capitalist functions in the organization of production, related, for instance, to the high-tech renewal of the putting out system or to the diffusion of the open innovation. Rent 81. Model. As the great corporations of cognitive capitalism realize the innovative potentials of the commons of knowledge, they either try to imitate or integrate such abilities within their cycle of valorization, for instance by externalizing their R&D to capture society's collective creativity. This is made possible by the non-mercantile character of the common, as commoners do not derive any financial support from their activities. Within a capitalist economy, in fact, wage labor is the only social form guaranteeing income stability to those who are devoid of alternative revenues. By exploiting this condition, the great corporations of knowledge manage to subsume the commoners, as the increasing dependence of Linux upon the financial support of the great oligopolies of the digital economy clearly exemplifies. While profit is taken up in its becoming rent through the mechanisms described hitherto, the conflicting logics of exchange and use value finally take part, and cognitive capitalism expresses, as remarkably argued by Gortz, the crisis of capitalism in its epistemic foundations. With the crisis of the law of value recalled earlier, In fact, the logic of exchange ceases to trigger the development of the forces of production which, as a byproduct, historically acted as a stimulus for the satisfaction of needs. Under the latest developments of algorithmic automatization, we are getting closer to the moment when labor time becomes an indispensable but subordinate moment, compared to general scientific labor, and exchange value must cease to be the measure of use value. Of course, Marx was well aware that this shift would have prompted capitalists to find strategies to impose the hegemony of exchange value over use value. This is mainly reflected in the following stylized facts. First, it reflects in the cognitive corporation's attempt to tighten IPR regulation and in the massive increase in patent filings started in the mid-1980s, up to a point where it is now difficult to trace the boundaries between incremental and radical innovation and between basic and applied research. As the appropriation of knowledge becomes a core element of corporate success, both in the new and in the old economy, a true tragedy of the commons results, as knowledge remains underutilized because of its fragmentation and privatization related to the enforcement of the new IPR regime. Second, the high fixed cost of designing, inventing, or studying many of the knowledge-intensive goods of today, such as software, cultural goods, meds, etc., relate to the production of the first unit, while the marginal costs of producing the following units tend to zero. In order to secure profits and maintain the primacy of exchange value over use value, capital commands high prices in order to limit supply and create an artificial scarcity of resources. The very principle upon which the founding fathers of political economy used to justify private property as a means to fight the scarcity of resource is thus violated. Nowadays, it is the defense of the hegemony of exchange value which generates scarcity, while wealth, as Marx himself would have argued, is associated with use value. 82. As a proof, it may be worth recalling that the tremendous increase of patent filing recalled above did not result in a correlated boost in the pace of innovation or productivity, as it has always been during the golden age for Fordism. Finally, the privatization of the welfare institutions seems to follow an affine logic. Health, schooling, and public research, in fact, may be easily inserted in the circuit of capital valorization, with the high risk of lowering the social efficiency of such institutions because of the increased inequality which matches any wave of privatization. The final outcome of such processes is to spoil both the quality and quantity of the so-called intangible capital, which constitutes the key element for the development of the KBE. Cognitive capitalism manifests a major contradiction between the social character of production and the private character of appropriation. Its logic, that we have labeled with the name becoming rent of profit, highlights the tight connection between ordinary and primitive accumulation, thus reflecting a situation of increasing conflict between the social relations of production and those of distribution, and between the objective and subjective conditions of existence of the KBE, which, in itself, contains the seeds for a potential overcoming of the capitalistic market economy as a whole. Conclusion. In this chapter, we resumed the neo-workerist hypothesis of what we call the becoming rent of profit. Further, we presented such hypothesis against the background of the contradiction characterizing the contemporary phase of capitalism, which we call cognitive capitalism. In our view, this is in line with the Marxist understanding of the present, where the capital-labor antagonism expresses the deeper opposition between two conflicting logics about the social organization of production, the former relating to the democracy of the common and the latter to the logic of rent of cognitive capitalism. As Marx rightfully argued, the sign that the moment of a crisis has arrived is that the contradiction and antithesis between, on the one hand, the relations of distribution, hence also the specific historical form of relations of production corresponding to them, and, on the other hand, the productive forces, productivity, and the development of its agents, gains in breadth and depth. Notes 1 on the notion of the becoming rent of profit with respect to the new forms of exploitation, see Versellion and Negri and Versellion. With respect to the interpretation of the crisis and the democracy of the common, see Versellion, Fumagalli and Mesadra, Hart, and Negri and Liebert and Versellion. 2. On the nexus between cooperation and the capitalist organization of production, see Chapter 13 in Part 4 of Marx's first book of Capital, on the work of supervision and its relationship. Rent 83. With the distinction between profit of enterprise and interest, see Chapter 23 in Part 5 of Marx's third book of Capital. 3. Elsewhere Marx specifies the division between these two figures by asserting that interest-bearing capital does not have wage labor as its opposite, but rather functioning capital. It is the capitalist actually functioning in the reproduction process whom the lending capitalist directly confronts, and not the wage laborer who is expropriated from the means of production precisely on the basis of capitalist production. In the reproduction process, the functioning capitalist represent capital against the wage laborers as the property of others, and the money capitalist participates in the exploitation of labor as represented by the functioning capitalist. 4. The influence of Hodgkin's ideas on the development of the general intellect hypothesis has been terrific. 5. Contraction between the term management and the French imaginaire, also labeled management par illusion. 6. Remarkably, a recurring motto in French neo-managerial practices is débrouillez-vous, that is, manage yourself. References: Arrighi, The Long 20th Century, Money, Power, and the Origins of Our Times, London and New York, Verso. Boyer R., The Regulation School, A Critical Introduction, New York, Columbia University Press. Boyer R., La Croissance, Début de siècle, Paris, Albin Michel. Braverman H., Labor and Monopoly Capital, The Degradation of Work in the 20th Century, New York, Monthly Review Press. Chandler A.D., The Visible Hand, The Managerial Revolution in American Business, Harvard, Belknap Press. Chevalier J.M., L'Économie industrielle en question, Paris, Common Levy. De Gaulle Jacques V., Mercier, Manifeste pour sortir du mal-être au travail, Paris, Desclés de Bouvier. Deleuze G., Postscript on the Societies of Control, October, 59, 3-7. Deleuze G., Guattari F., Anti-Oedipus. Capitalism and Schizophrenia, Minneapolis, University of Minnesota Press. Deleuze G., Guattari F., 8,000 Plateaus, Capitalism and Schizophrenia, Minneapolis, University of Minnesota Press. Foucault M., Discipline and Punish, The Birth of the Prison, New York, Random House. Fumagalli, Mesadra S., Crisis in the Global Economy, Financial Markets, Social Struggles, and New Political Scenarios, New York, Semiotext. Galbraith J.K., The New Industrial State, Boston, Houghton Mifflin. Gortz A., The Immaterial, London and New York, Seagull Books. Harden G., The Tragedy of the Commons, Science, 162, 1243-1248. Hart M., Negrier, Commonwealth, Cambridge, Mott, Harvard University Press. Harvey D., A Companion to Marx's Capital, London and New York, Verso. Keynes J. M., The General Theory of Employment, Interest, and Money, Collected Writings, Volume 6, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. Liebert D., Versellion C., Travail, Valeur et Répartition dans le Capitalisme Cognitive, European Journal of Economic and Social Systems, 24, 7-12. Lucarelli S., Versellion C., The Thesis of Cognitive Capitalism, New Research Perspectives, Knowledge Cultures, 1, 15-27. Luxembourg R., The Accumulation of Capital, London, Routledge. Marazzi C., The Violence of Financial Capitalism, New York, Semiotext. 84. Margolin S.H., Knowledge and Power in Stephen F. Firms, Organization and Labor Approaches to the Economics of Work Organization, London, Macmillan. Marshall A., Principles of Economics, London, Palgrave. Marx K., Theories of Surplus Value, Moscow, Progress. Marx K., Capital, A Critique of Political Economy, Volume I, London, Penguin. Marx K., Capital, A Critique of Political Economy, Volume 3, London, Penguin. Marx K., Grundriss, Foundations of the Critique of Political Economy, London, Penguin. Napoleonici, Dizionario d'Economia Politica, Milan, Edizioni Comunità. Negrier, Marx Oltre Marx, Milan, Feltrinelli. Negrier, Versellione Le Rapport Capital Travail dans le Capitalisme Cognitif, Multitudes, 32, 39-50. Ravelli M., La Fabbrica cum Partito, La Fiat dagli anni 70 agli anni 80, Quaderni del Cric, 3, 101-122. Ricardo D., On the Principles of Political Economy and Taxation, New York, Dover Books. Smith A., An Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations, Oxford, Clarendon Press. Toscano A., From Pin Factories to Gold Farmers, Editorial Introduction to a Research Stream on Cognitive Capitalism, Historical Materialism, 15, 3-11. Versellione C., The Hypothesis of Cognitive Capitalism, Working Paper, presented at Birkbeck College and SOAS, UK. Versellione C., From Formal Subsumption to General Intellect, Elements for a Marxist Reading of the Thesis of Cognitive Capitalism, Historical Materialism, 15, 13-36. Versellione C., The New Articulation of Wages, Rent, and Profit in Cognitive Capitalism, http://halshs.archives-ouverts.fr/halshs-00265584/fr Versellione C., Capitalisme Cognitif, La démocratie contre la rente, Multitudes, 32, 27-38. Versellione C., The Crisis of the Law of Value and the Becoming Rent of Profit, in Fumagalli A., Mesadra S., Crisis in the Global Economy, Financial Markets, Social Struggles, and New Political Scenarios, New York, Semiotext, pages 85-118. Versellione C., Bria F., Fumagalli A., Gentiuxi E., Giuliani A., Vattimo P., Managing the Commons in the Knowledge Economy, Report D 3.2, Descent, http://cent.project.eu/wp-content/upload/2015/07/d3.2 complete eng-v2.pdf Verno P., General Intellect in Zainani and Fadeni, Lessico Postfordista, Milan, Feltrinelli, www.generation-online.org/p/fp6rno10.htm, pages 146-152. The concept of value has obtained different degrees of consideration in the course of the history of economic thought. While classical political economy and the first advocates of marginalist economics considered value as the essential subject of their scientific discourse, modern economic reflection generally rejects the theory of value as a metaphysical residual or a prescientific normative vision of the economic process that can only be used to mark the different epochs of the history of economic analysis. Only few economists today, chiefly interested in the epistemological foundation of their science, consider value and value theory something to address. At the beginning of the 1980s, Robert Heilbronner stated that the questions raised by value are not antiquarian but perennial after having noticed that most economists today do not even see the need for a theory of value, as distinct from a theory of price, and would in fact be hard-pressed to explain the difference between the two. Philip Mirowski, only 7 years later, confessed that the problem with modern economic discourse is that it doesn't take value seriously. It veers increasingly between denying its importance altogether and asserting a complete comprehension of its contours. Even if the skepticism towards the theory of value can be traced back to what is known among Marxists as the period of the disintegration of the Ricardian. 5. Value. Tommaso Rodolfi Riva 86. School, and especially to the criticism developed by Samuel Bailey against Ricardo, It was only when the theory of value completely was conflated with the theory of exchange ratios and prices that value lost its place in the field of economic science. In 1923, Gustav Cassel could state that it was possible to do away with the whole of the old theory of value as an independent chapter of economics and build up a science from the beginning on the theory of prices. Such a dismissal had its roots in the psychological character assumed by the theory of value after the marginalist revolution and in the problems related to the possibility of the measurement of such psychological states. The descending parabola of value in the constitution of economic theory represents the progressive mutation of its object of research. In classical political economy, the theory of value aimed to explain both exchange ratios between commodities and the cause of such ratios, exchange and absolute value, to use the words of Ricardo's famous manuscript. In marginal utility theory, even if it was not possible to talk about an absolute value, the exchange ratios were functions of utility increments. In both theories, the theory of value was the isolation of an independent variable by means of which one could express all the other dependent variables, that is, ground their structure on a quantity which lay outside the system of price variables, and independent of them. It was exactly when economic theory dismissed the issue of the search for processes or structures that impart orderly configurations to empirical world that value lost its central place. The suppression of the problem of value is the suppression of the inquiry into the fundamental structures of a society, hence the restriction of the economic science to the boundaries of a system of price equations. It is for this reason that modern economics has to presuppose a peculiar ontological dimension in which things have a price tag and are exchanged according to it. Such an assumption, when discussed, is brought back to human nature, to the relationship between human being and nature, or, as Robbins put it, to the relationship between ends and scarce means which have alternative uses. The suppression of value in economic science turns out to be the naturalization of price and of the social relationships on which it is grounded. Marx's critique of political economy represents a fundamental moment of discontinuity in the history of economic thought. The concept of value he introduces breaks with classical and neoclassical economic discourse. His critique is not a simple collection of criticisms of different economic doctrines, it is a critique of the economic science as a whole, and by means of such a critique it is a critique of the society from which political economy develops. From this point of view, the famous description Marx gave of his work as a critique of economic categories or a critical presentation of the system of the bourgeois economy, a presentation and, by the same token, a critique of the system, is to be read together with Hegel's claim that political economy is one of the sciences which have arisen out of the conditions of the modern world. Value 87. Political economy represents the science of civil society, both as a science whose object is the economic system and as a science which cannot free itself from the standpoint of the economic system itself. The critique of political economy is therefore the comprehension of the conditions of possibility of such an economic system, the critique of the system itself and, by the same token, the critique of the science of political economy. The theory of value and the transformation problem. Marx's theory of value is the cornerstone of his critique. The reception of the critical nature of Marx's theory of value represents the possibility of disclosing the differentia specifica of his work in comparison with economic science as a whole. The reception of Marx's theory of value, both inside and outside Marxism, has often been inadequate and contributed to conflate Marx's scientific discourse with Ricardo's labor theory of value. Moreover, the consistency of Marx's theory of value has been made dependent on the procedure of the transformation of labor values into prices of production, to the detriment of the complexity of Marx's system. According to classical presentations of Marx's theory of value, commodities are exchanged on the basis of the quantity of labor expended in their production, and surplus value comes from the exploitation of the labor power of the workers, who work a higher number of hours than the number necessary to produce their wages. Surplus value can be brought back to the surplus labor of wage workers. The rate of surplus value, as the ratio between the mass of surplus value and variable capital, represents the rate of exploitation of labor power and shows the actual origin of surplus value in surplus labor. Nevertheless, given the competition among particular capitals, surplus value assumes the form of an average rate of profit issued among different capitals, not in proportion to variable capital but in proportion to the whole advanced capital. Commodities are not exchanged on the basis of their value but on the basis of their price of production. Here lies what is known as the transformation problem. In Capital Volume 3, Marx explains that the formation of a general average rate of profit and the transformation of commodity values into prices of production did not put into question the link between prices and labor expended, consequently making valid the concept of exploitation. Exploitation shows that the whole mass of profit is equal to the whole mass of surplus value. Even though the commodities are not exchanged according to their values, they are nevertheless linked, by means of the prices of production, to the labor and surplus labor expended in production. The link between the single commodities produced and direct labor is replaced by the link between the whole sum of prices of production and the whole labor expended. Labor remains the only source of value. 88. A few years later, Bortkiewicz revealed a problem in Marx's transformation procedure, a problem already noted by Marx himself. 1. The transformation of values into prices of production presupposes the average rate of profit, and in order to calculate it Marx divided the whole surplus value produced by the total amount of capital expressed in labor values. What Marx transforms into prices is only the output, but, since the elements composing capital are commodities, their values should be transformed into prices. Bortkiewicz proposed a simultaneous process of determination by a system of equations. The logical passage from values to prices through the average rate of profit was dismissed, and the aim of the theory was now the simultaneous determination of the prices of production and of the average rate of profit. If the object of Marx's theory could be limited to a system of equations in which it was possible to develop a simultaneous determination of prices of production and average profit, once such a system of equations was possible without any reference to labor values in production of commodities by means of commodities, it would be possible to reach the conclusion that value magnitudes are at best redundant in the determination of the rate of profit. To what characterizes this reception of Marx's theory is the presupposition that the theory of value and the theory of prices represent two different systems of determination, which have to be applied to different hypothetical or historical conditions. The conceptual development of Marx's theory is understood as a progression of models with successively less limiting hypotheses and greater correspondence with reality. The interpretations of Meek and Sweezy played an essential role in the reception of Marx's theory of value in the Anglophone world, and they share the idea of values and prices as different models. Building his interpretation on Engels' supplement to the third volume of Capital, Meek argues that the theory of value has to be referred to a hypothetical simple commodity production. In the words of Meek, simple commodity production, like Adam Smith's early and rude society, is not intended to be an accurate representation of historical reality. It is rather a methodology, a sort of tool which has to be distinguished from the results of analysis. While the theory of value is a tool, the theory of prices of production is the result of the analysis. Sweezy explicitly depicts Marx's method in Capital as what modern theorists have called the method of successive approximations. It is a step-by-step development from a hypothetical condition in which different capitals have equal organic composition to a more concrete analysis in which the hypothesis is removed. It is a gradual approximation to the reality of capitalist production which starts from the theory of value and arrives at the theory of prices, and which has as a corollary the fact that the results achieved in volume I have a provisional character. Value 89. Marx's theory of value. All the above readings of the theory of value assume the connection between labor and value either as a hypothesis that has to be verified by means of the transformation procedure or as a demonstration by Marx in the first two sections of the first chapter of Capital Volume 1. A classical example of this last interpretative tendency comes from Bohm-Bawerk, who criticizes the theory of value, emphasizing the merely assertive character of Marx's reasoning relating exchange value and labor as substance. Bohm-Bawerk concentrates his criticism against what he describes a purely logical proof, a dialectic deduction from the very nature of exchange. He discusses Marx's identification of the exchange with an equation in which two commodities are put into relation as equal congealed quantities of homogeneous human labor, i.e. of human labor power expended without regard to the form of its expenditure. Nevertheless, Marx's problem comes first and regards the condition of possibility of the commensurability of the objects in the exchange, the condition of possibility of a dimension in which the commodities are compared and equated once monetary exchange is the fundamental institution by means of which social metabolism is accomplished. Marx does not proceed according to what Dobb considered one of the fundamental requirements of a theory of value, that is, stating the independent variable by means of which all the other variables of the system of exchange equations can be expressed and therefore finding the dimension of commensurability between commodities in the exchange. On the contrary, the starting point of Marx's presentation is the commodity as a concretum, as unity of use value and value, that is, of natural and social forms of wealth. Marx's distinction, that at first sight seems to be equal to the classical one between use value and exchange value, shows that the starting point of the presentation is not a logical analysis of general concepts, as Bohm-Bawerk stated, but an analysis of historically determined abstractions. The commodity is the specific form assumed by products of labor, it is the elementary form assumed by the wealth of societies in which the capitalist mode of production prevails, where objects of utility become commodities only because they are the products of the labor of the wage workers employed by capitalists in private and autonomous processes of valorization. The question is formulated for the first time at the end of Notebook 7 of the 1857-8 manuscripts: how does use value become transformed into commodity? Marx's analysis comes before the doubling of the product of labor in use value and value, that is, before the naturalization of social determinations on which the reflection of political economy is based. Marx's theory has to understand the conditions of possibility of such a doubling. 90. Abstract labor as the social substance of value. Marx's argument presupposes a conception of value as the specific form assumed by the product of labor under specific social relationships of production. It is not only the question about the substance of value. On the contrary, from the beginning, what is at stake is the question: why do the products of labor assume the form of value, and it is necessary to address labor and to analyze the specific form it assumes in order to answer it. For Rubin, the point of departure for research is not value but labor, not the transactions of market exchange as such, but the production structure of the commodity society. More than a labor theory of value, Marx's theory can be defined, using a suggestion from Elson, a value theory of labor. According to Marx, as soon as men start to work for each other in any way, their labor also assumes a social form. What is the specific form labor assumes in the society where the capitalist mode of production prevails? For Marx, the capital relationship is grounded on the structural separation of objective and subjective conditions of production. On the one side there are the owners of the means of production, on the other the workers, the owners of labor power. The process of production is a process of valorization achieved through the appropriation by capital of the surplus labor expended by workers. Therefore, under capitalist conditions, the whole production and reproduction of society is determined by means of labors expended by private autonomous and independent processes of valorization, that is, living labor of the wage workers organized by capitals in competition. Labor expended by wage workers is immediately private and becomes an element of the social total labor only through the mediation of the exchange of commodities on the market, when products of labor become mere things of value equated with one another in the exchange, and, consequently, the concrete private labors expended in their production become abstract. The capitalistic enterprises enter into a relationship by means of the exchange of the commodities produced, and labor privately expended manifests itself as an element of the total labor of society only through the relations which the act of exchange establishes between the products. The abstraction of labor is not a mental generalization put forth by an economic or social scientist who abstracts from the concrete acts of production, it is an abstraction practically achieved when the products of labor are exchanged. As Marx states, the reduction of various concrete private acts of labor to this abstraction of equal human labor is only carried out through exchange, which in fact equates products of different acts of labor with each other. The concept of abstract labor has often been conflated with other concepts of labor, not directly ascribable to Marx. Even if Marx himself is not always. Value 91. Coherent in its presentation. 3. It is necessary to acknowledge Marx's awareness of the originality of the concept of abstract labor in respect of the concept of labor developed by classical political economy. 4. And recognize with him that since commodities possess an objective character as values only insofar as they are all expressions of an identical social substance, human labor, and their objective character as values is therefore purely social, not an atom of matter enters into the objectivity of commodities as values. In order to understand such a pivotal concept of Marx's system, it is necessary to distinguish it from other concepts of labor. Abstract labor is not the concept of labor Marx develops in the section dedicated to the labor process in Chapter 7 of Capital Volume 1, like Sweezy suggests when he equates abstract labor with labor in general as what is common to all productive human activity. While in Chapter 7 Marx addresses the general character of the production underlining the moments characterizing labor in every form of society in which it appears, abstract labor is a historically specific form assumed by labor when the product acquires the form of commodity. Abstract labor is not the concretist or desk-skilled labor as interpreted by Braverman, since abstract labor is not a technical but a social determination of labor depending on the specific form in which socialization of labor is accomplished. Finally, since abstract labor is a specific form of labor, it is not physiological labor, that is, the expenditure of human bodily energy that can be observed in every form of society regardless of the specific social form of the expenditure of labor. The concept of abstract labor is linked to the exchange as the specific form of the socialization of labor. The socialization of labor by means of private exchanges of commodities is not the exclusive form in which socialization of labor can be achieved. Under different social conditions, as Marx shows, for example, in medieval Europe or in an association of free men in which the means of production are in common, the expenditure of labor is immediately social, and private labor is part of the social total labor already in the production phase. Private labors assume the social character without the process of abstraction put forth by means of the equalization of commodities in the exchange. In order to avoid the false dichotomy of value coming from production or being created in the exchange, it is important to turn again to Rubin and his replies to criticisms against his interpretation of abstract labor. Such a dichotomy is possible only if production and circulation are understood as opposite and independent moments. As Rubin notes, exchange is the social form of the production process itself, the form which stamps its mark on the course of the production process itself, and labor only takes the form of abstract labor, and the products of labor the form of values, to the extent that the production process assumes the social form of commodity production, i.e. production based on exchange. 92. The magnitude of value. When Marx addresses the question about the magnitude of value of the commodity produced, he introduces the category of socially necessary labor time. To fully understand the notion of socially necessary labor time, it is necessary to understand it in its immanent relationship with the concept of abstract labor. If abstract labor is private labor expended in production that becomes social by means of the exchange of the commodity on the market, it is obvious that a technical interpretation of socially necessary labor time is inadequate. In the classical reception of Marx's theory of value, the concept of socially necessary labor time has been interpreted as the time necessary to produce a specific commodity under the current average technical methods of production. Such an interpretation takes into consideration the concrete expenditure of labor but not the process of socialization as the conditio sine qua non of the realization of abstract labor expended. Marx clearly states that in order to produce a commodity the producer must not only produce use values, but use values for others, social use values. Finally, nothing can be a value without being an object of utility. If the thing is useless, so is the labor contained in it. The labor does not count as labor, and therefore creates no value. Abstract labor and value presuppose socialization. If it is possible to measure directly the concrete labor time expended in the production of the commodity, the same cannot be said of abstract labor, the constitution of which lies in the unity of production and circulation. As Tony Smith convincingly states, since concrete labor is done by private individual units of production, these units produce with the hope, rather than the assurance, that the labor they perform will turn out to be socially required. The inclusion of private labor expended in total social labor is only preliminary and tentative. Even though capitalists can ideally anticipate the process of socialization and on that basis impose on workers a specific organization of the process of production directed towards concrete labor time saving, 5. The socialization is realized only in the monetary exchange of the commodities produced. 6. Value form, money, and the fetish character of the commodity. We have seen that the process of socialization of private labors is realized through a system of private exchanges of commodities on the market. With the form of value, Marx wants to analyze the exchange as the fundamental structure of the process of socialization and understand the form assumed by social relations of production. The section on the form of value has been underrated and value 93 misinterpreted for a long time. With the exception of Rubin, only since the end of 1960s has the problem of the form been considered as a fundamental part of the presentation of the theory of value. In West Germany, the recovery of the problem of the form took place through the efforts of a group of several pupils of Adorno and Horkheimer. Schmidt's essay and the seminal contributions by Backhaus and Reichelt opened new perspectives on the reception of Marx's theory of value, stressing the weight of the problem of the value form and money as well as the Hegelian heritage of Marx's presentation. At the same time in Italy, on the one side the works of Coletti and Napoleoni focused attention on the role of abstract labor and fetishism in the theory of value, and on the other Luporini and Calabi put in question the historicist reading of Marx's Capital, while Rodolfo Banfi showed that Marx's theory of value should not be understood as the basis of equilibrium prices but rather as a phenomenology of exchange value, an analysis of the ways in which value expresses itself. In France, the attention to the problem of the form initially came from Rancière's analysis of fetishism in his contribution to Lire le Capital. Later, and from a different perspective, the question of the form and the immanent link between value and money was proposed by de Brunhoff. In the English-speaking world, the problem of the form assumed a relevant role with the translation in 1973 of Rubin's book and later with the contributions by members of the Conference of Socialist Economists collected in the book edited by Elson. The belated attention interpreters gave to the problem of the form of value does not do justice to the consideration Marx himself gave to the problem, as testified by the number of successive presentations of the subject. Marx begins his presentation with the twofold nature of the commodity. While the use value of the commodity lies in the bodily concreteness of the commodity itself, value cannot be seen or touched, it is only in the exchange that value assumes a concrete existence, the objects assume a form of value distinguished from their own body. In his analysis of the value form, Marx addresses the exchange and focuses attention on the reflexive relationship between natural and social determinations of the commodity. Differently from classical political economy, which recognized in the exchange a symmetrical relationship, Marx shows the polarity of the relationship between the two commodities and highlights the process of reflection of one determination into the other. In the exchange, Marx distinguishes the commodity in the relative form of value from the commodity in the equivalent form, showing that the commodity in the relative form of value expresses its value in the body of the commodity in the equivalent form. Marx begins his analysis with the simple form of value. The expression 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat. 94. Has to be understood not only as the commodities changing places, nor only as the equivalence between two commodities having the same value. In Marx's analysis of the exchange, use value and value dimensions are understood in their reciprocal relation. The linen can be equated with the coat since as values they are equal quantities of abstract labor, but, at the same time, the coat becomes the form of value of the linen, which can now differentiate its own value from its bodily concreteness. Marx is well aware of the originality of his analysis of the exchange. In the first edition of Capital he writes, "It is relatively easy to distinguish the value of the commodity from its use value, or the labor which forms the use value from that same labor insofar as it is merely recognized as the expenditure of human labor power in the commodity value. If one considers commodity or labor in the one form, then one fails to consider it in the other, and vice versa. These abstract opposites fall apart on their own, and hence are easy to keep separate. It is different with value form, which exists only in the relationship of commodity to commodity." Classical political economy had been able to develop the analysis of the exchange from the point of view of value. Nonetheless, it failed in understanding the process of manifestation of value in the use value of the commodity in the equivalent form. This failure is the reason why Ricardo establishes, beside money, an accounting system in labor time, a simple juxtaposition of his theory of money beside the theory of value. In Marx's analysis of the exchange, the use value or commodity body is here playing a new role. It is turning into the form of appearance of commodity value, thus of its own opposite. Similarly, the concrete, useful labor contained in the use value turns into its own opposite, to the mere form of realization of abstract human labor. Instead of falling apart, the opposing determinations of the commodity are reflected against one another. Value now has a concrete existence in the body of the commodity in the equivalent form. The immanent opposition between use value and value found its expression in the doubling of the commodity in the relative form of value and the equivalent form. In such a doubling, the one commodity, whose own value is supposed to be expressed, counts directly only as a use value, whereas the other commodity, in which that value is to be expressed, counts directly only as exchange value. It is important here to recall the three peculiarities characterizing the equivalent form. Its use value is the form of manifestation of value, the concrete labor expended in its production is the form of manifestation of abstract human labor, and, finally, private labor expended for its production takes the form of labor in its directly social form. In the simple form of value, what is at stake is the relation between two commodities. Labor expended in the production of linen is put into relation with labor expended in the production of coat. But, as seen above, in order to count value 95 as abstract labor, concrete labor expended for the production of a commodity has to count as an element of total labor of society. The relative form of value passes in the total or expanded form of value. 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat or equals 10 pounds tea or equals 40 pounds coffee or equals 1 quarter of corn or equals 2 ounces of gold or equals 1/2 ton of iron or equals etc. Here linen is put into relation with the whole world of commodities. The labor expended in the production of linen is put into relation with all other production processes, but these last are not in relation with one another. Every single commodity expresses its value in all the other commodities, but there is not a common expression of value. The only equivalent forms which exist are limited ones, and each of them excludes all the others. The total form of value passes in its own reverse, the universal form of value. 1 coat, 10 pounds of tea, 40 pounds of coffee, 1 quarter of corn, 2 ounces of gold, 1/2 ton of iron, X commodity A etc. All the commodities express their value in the body of linen that becomes the universal equivalent. Now the commodities relate to one another as values insofar as they are definite as quantities of linen. Through its equation with linen, the value of every commodity is now not only differentiated from its own use value, but from all use values, and is, by that very fact, expressed as that which is common to all commodities. By this form, commodities are, for the first time, really brought into relation with each other as values, or permitted to appear to each other as exchange values. The last passage of Marx's presentation of the form of value is the money form, obtained by that specific kind of commodity in the equivalent form that now becomes the money commodity. The analysis of the form of value, as long as it is the development of the expression of the value of a commodity in the body of another commodity, is the deduction of money. It is starting from this perspective. Equals 20 yards of linen 96. That Backhouse characterizes Marx's analysis of the form of value as a critique of the pre-monetary theories of value. According to Backhouse, not only the classical theory of value but the traditional interpretation of Marx's theory of value and the neoclassical theory of value are subject to Marx's critique. All these theories of value share the idea that money is a phenomenon that has to be put aside in order to catch the essence of the exchange. As Backhouse states, they conceive as structurally identical the laws of the exchange in pre-monetary and monetary exchange economies. For them the natural exchange economy is the essence of monetary economy. They want to know what is hidden behind prices mediated by money. What classical, neoclassical, and Marxist political economists do not take into consideration is the process that goes from the essence to phenomenal manifestation, from value to money, that is Marx's analysis of the form of value. Backhouse reconstructs the passage from total to universal form of value as the demonstration of the impossibility of a generalist exchange of commodities without money. Since for Marx the same commodity cannot simultaneously appear in relative and equivalent forms in the same expression of value, Backhouse understands the total form of value as the model of a pre-monetary commodity economy and concludes that such a model cannot be thought, because each commodity should be thought at the same time in both the forms. For Backhouse it is necessary to distinguish between a general and trans-historical concept of exchange from the specific historical forms it assumes as barter or monetary circulation and, finally, recognize the essential monetary character of Marx's theory of value. It is now clear that from the perspective of Marx's theory of value, money cannot be thought as a technical means, something devised by exchangers in order to facilitate the process of the exchange. On the contrary, money represents for Marx an underlying moment of the relations among commodity owners, the specific material form assumed by the socialization of labor under capital social relations, specifically its fetish character. For a long time, the section on the fetish character of the commodity has been understood as something separate from Marx's theory of value. It was interpreted more as a philosophical appendix dedicated to expressing the historical nature of capitalistic relationships than an essential part of Marx's presentation. Things have changed since the problem of the form of value has acquired the attention it deserves and the role of money has been considered as a fundamental moment of the theory of value. As seen above, the relationship between labor expended by private processes of valorization and total social labor is not a direct one. In the form in which capitalist society is organized, private expenditure of labor has to count as value in order to be an element of total social labor, and the form of the socialization of labor is determined through a process of private exchanges between the commodities produced and money. What Marx names as the mysterious character of the forms in which the process of value 97 socialization is achieved lies in the fact that the social relation of the producers to the total labor is reflected to social agents as a social relation between objects, a relation which exists apart and outside the producers. The fetish character assumed by capitalistic social relations is the reason for the fetishism of political economy. Since social relations assume the form of exchanges among objects, the specific characters of capitalist production appear as if they were features of products of labor, the socio-natural properties of these things. A social relationship between human beings exists as something outside them, the relation between their own private labor and the social total labor appears to them in exactly this perverted form. The displacement of the social relation of the producers in the social relation between objects represents in Marx's words an inversion and causes relations between people to appear as attributes of things and as relations of people to the social attributes of these things. The perversion and the inversion of a social relation of people in a relation between objects create the irrational situation according to which objects are the bearers of social attributes. In the sphere of simple circulation, the object, insofar as it is a commodity, changes in a sensuous supersensible thing. The naturalization of the capitalist mode of production put forth by political economy lies in the objective semblance possessed by the social characteristics of labor. Such a semblance is objective insofar as it is an aspect of the reality itself and not simply a subjective misunderstanding of the nature of value. It is objective because the semblance is determined by the objects themselves in the system of exchanges between commodities and money, and, finally, it is objective insofar as the social relation exists apart and outside social agents as objects. According to Marx, political economy is trapped in fetishism because it cannot recognize the social constitution of the objects on which it operates. Political economy presupposes the economic objects. It presupposes a natural dimension in which objects are exchanged with one another and have a price that can be calculated. It is the presupposition of an ontological dimension in which objects, not differently from having length or weight, have value and can be exchanged. Marx can reason that social dimension in which objects have an objectivity of value only because he can recognize the contradiction between the private expenditure of labor and the super-individual process of socialization determined by means of individual acts of exchange between commodity and money. While private expenditure of labor is something individual, something that can be recognized in the conscious consideration of the producer, the process of socialization of private expended labor is something achieved in the sphere 98 of circulation. It is a super-individual process. It is something that imposes itself behind the backs of economic agents as an ideal average acting after and independently of private processes of valorization. It is the law of value as a specific mechanical social relation. Conclusion. Marx's theory of value is not only an economic theory of value, it is a theory of the social constitution of the objects which economic theory presupposes. Marx's critique of political economy deduces the presupposition and the naturalization of social relationships put forth by political economy as an aspect of the social reality itself, depending on the fetish character that social relationships assume under capital. Marx's theory is therefore the understanding of the social constitution of political economy as a science and at the same time a critique of the hypostasis of that science. Finally, and most importantly, revealing the social constitution of the objects of political economy, Marx's critique shows the specific historical determinacy of capitalistic social relationships hidden under the perversion of material relations between persons and social relations between things. Marx studied and wrote about money and finance at frequent intervals from his arrival in London in 1849 until late in his working life. During his lifetime little of this material reached finished form or publication, apart from a short but important book and a brilliant section at the start of Capital Volume 1 on the connection between money and the labor theory of value. In recent decades our understanding of what Marx was trying to achieve in his work on money and finance has been transformed. The many thousands of pages of notes and draft texts in his manuscript archive have been the focus of intensive study. Wider discussion has been made possible by the publication of much of this material in the magnificent 114-volume Mega 2 edition, including especially Marx's manuscript of 1864-5, in English, Marx. This contains the crucial, but rather disorganized, section on finance, which Engels drastically re-edited and published in 1894 as Section 5 of his edition of Capital Volume 3. The research work which is tracing the evolution of Marx's monetary thought is inevitably marked by controversy. But it is now clear that Marx was painstakingly constructing a coherent and unique theory of the role of money and finance in capitalist development. Early in Capital, Marx lists the functions of money in the many forms of human society which have used money. Notably, as means of exchange, as store of wealth, and as means of payment. But he argues that, as capitalism emerges, money develops a new and fundamental role, as measure of value. By this he means that there is a strong, though indirect, link between money and the labor which is required to produce commodities. 6. Money and Finance. Jim Kincaid. Money and Finance 103. In the first 3 chapters of Capital Volume 1, Marx explores the basic categories which he believes are essential for a political economy which aims to analyze a system dominated by the production of commodities for sale. As commodities are exchanged, what is being bought and sold is the labor which went into producing them. The fundamental role which is required of money in a capitalist system is to be the form of expression and the measure of the quantity of abstract labor required to make commodities. Until the 1970s, most students of Marx considered that his account of money was hopelessly outdated because he generally uses gold as his example when discussing money. Since then, however, his central arguments have been explained and clarified by scholars, following the pioneering work of Suzanne de Brunhoff. 1. In capitalism, the fundamental function of money is to act as measure of value, and therefore it is linked to abstract labor. 2. This remains true not just for a commodity form of money like gold, but for the other major forms of money such as paper notes issued by the state, or checks, and other forms of credit money supplied by banks. By the standards of conventional economic theory, these are strange propositions, and what is also unorthodox is the logical method Marx uses to explain and defend them. He asks, what must money be like if a capitalist economy is to function coherently? The reason for this roundabout approach, as Martha Campbell explains, is that money is not transparent, it does not reveal value, which underlies it. Rather, the concept of value had to be established independently in order to interpret money correctly. Commodities, Marx argues, have two sorts of value: the qualities that make them useful to those who buy them, and the price they will fetch when sold. Capitalism is a decentralist system in which producers are independent and only find out if the labor they put into making commodities is socially valid by the price they get as they sell in competitive markets. But the range of different kinds of labor is infinite. Marx argues that there is only one way in which such a system could work: if there is a single substance which will allow the prices of commodities to be expressed on a uniform general scale, independently of the use value of those commodities. Money converts labor into abstract labor, measured as socially necessary labor time. Money as a measure of value is the necessary form of appearance of the measure of value which is immanent in commodities, namely labor time. Early in Volume 1 of Capital, Marx patiently spells out the logic by which, in a society where commodity production has become general, money develops its basic function as measure of value. In and through the everyday buying and 104. Selling of commodities, the labor of individual producers comes to be assessed as a proportion of the total labor of a given society in a given period. The value of a commodity expresses that it is a component of the total labor of a society and that it embodies some fraction of the total labor of a society. This is Marx's solution to what he calls the riddle of money, his explanation of why and how, as commodity exchange becomes generalist in a society, money must emerge with the monopoly power to buy whatever is for sale. 2. Gold is costly to excavate and to use, protecting it from theft is expensive. Thus gold has been displaced by cheaper forms of money such as bank checks and currency supplied by central banks. Increasingly these are, in turn, being replaced by forms of money based on electronic recording and transfer. Most money today is no more than strings of digital code, inscribed in computer memories. But this is still a material form of money, and necessarily so, as Marx argued, if it is to act as a stable medium of calibration and calculation. Every dollar has to be kept equal to every other dollar, just as meters and temperature degrees need to be of a uniform length. There is as much strictness today in the recording and tracking of digital money, as there was when gold coins were being added up in the 19th century counting house. Hackers and computer theft are as much of a menace to orderly commerce as were counterfeiters or bank robbers in an earlier period. Functions of money in a capitalist economy. 1. Money as measure of value. As already noted, this, for Marx, is fundamental in a capitalist economy, and from it he reconstructs the other main functions of money. A secondary form, which is directly derived from money as measure of value, is money of account, i.e. when a price is stated but in abstraction from any actual transaction. 2. Money as means of exchange. Money used to buy and sell commodities. 3. Money as store of value. Money can be saved rather than spent. Marx's term for a cash reserve is hoard. One of the distinctive elements in Marx's vision is that money is power, not just the power to buy commodities, but more fundamentally, the power to set labor in motion, and therefore the power to secure surplus value for whoever owns money which can be used as capital. When money is used as a store of value, what is involved is the preservation of the power of money over time, and the ability to transmit that power across geographical space, different currency zones, and through changes of ownership. For money as means of payment. When credit is given and buyers are allowed time to pay, money acts as a means of settling the debt so created. Here money serves as a medium in which contracts are expressed and discharged. This is the basis for the major form of money in modern societies, credit money. Checks are issued by banks, and the central bank supervises the system so that convertibility at par is maintained between bank credit money and the notes and coins issued by the central bank. 3.5 World money. Marx is unusual in treating money's international role as a separate function. Since the gold standard ended, the currencies of the major economic powers, led by the US dollar, have been used internationally to borrow, invest, hold reserves, and pay off debt. Money and finance 105. Money becomes capital when used in ways which make more money for its owner. Central in Marx's political economy is the circuit of industrial capital. For in this an initial sum of money is used to buy means of production and pay wages. As commodities are produced, workers are paid only for part of their labor time. The rest, unpaid labor time, is surplus value. When commodities are sold, their value is converted back into money, and, after costs of production have been met, the remaining surplus value is retained as profit. Marx notes how credit processes become an element in the circuit of productive capital. People with money to invest can lend it to an industrial capitalist who, in return, will pay over part of the profit to the lender in the form of interest. Marx distinguishes between the rentier who supplies interest-bearing capital and the functioning capitalist who needs capital to expand operations, and who repays borrowed money, with interest, out of profits. Starting from this deceptively simple foundation, Marx constructs an increasingly complex analysis of capitalist finance. His first move is to explain why banks are a necessary development. Why banks? Central to Marx's account of banks and other financial institutions within the capitalist system is the argument that some of the functions they perform allow overall rates of profitability to be greater than they would otherwise have been. He stresses the double role which finance plays in the accumulation process. The disruptive and larcenous power of the financial system is rooted in the equally powerful cost-cutting, profit-enhancing contribution it can make to the circuit of capital reproduction. Thus, for example, Marx's analysis of banks has two dimensions. They are seen as a necessary and inevitable development in capitalist economy because of the positive contribution they make to lowering costs of production and increasing profits. But banks and other firms in the financial system are able to develop the power to siphon off more than their due share of profits, to engage in lucrative swindles, and, on occasion, to expose the productive system to highly damaging crises. It is important to stress, as Marx does, the difference between capital employed in the business of banking, on the one hand, and interest-bearing capital, on the other. Historically, banks developed from what Marx calls money-dealing capital, specialized capital which emerged in centers of early capitalism such as Amsterdam and Hamburg, and whose business was to provide financial services for industrial and commercial capitals. These included the holding of working reserves of cash, making and receiving payments, and keeping accounts. The money dealers also developed an important role in the making of international payments and in managing the gold and silver used to settle debts abroad. Thus Marx portrays the category of money-dealing capital as evolving into the banking system, which is a necessary element in a fully developed capitalism. Banking capital carries out key functions in the phases of exchange which are part of the circuits of production and reproduction of capital. These are, for example, the maintenance of accounts, the making of payments, the safekeeping of deposits, and the international exchange of currencies. Because these functions are indispensable, and because of the large economies of scale which specialized banks can achieve, banking capital shares in the distribution of total surplus value and is subject to the same processes of equalization of profit as operate for industrial capital. The banking system also develops a crucial function in the allocation of capital. Firms build up stocks of idle money at various points in the circuit of capital. For example, they may accumulate cash in order to finance occasional large investment projects. Instead of lying dormant until required, the cash reserves of companies can be passed over to the banks, on-lent by them, and thus converted into active money capital. Capitalism abhors idle capital as much as idle employees, and by centralizing the cash reserves of firms, the banking system can reduce to a minimum the proportion of total reserves which individual companies need to keep available in liquid form to meet their working requirements. Banks also create linkages between the circuit of productive capital and other sectors of the economy. Marx notes that banks make available for investment the temporarily unoccupied money, not just of companies, but of all social classes. He writes that, small sums which are incapable of functioning as money capital by themselves are combined into great masses and thus form a monetary power. Marx repeatedly underscores the centralizing function that banks play in relation to the savings and reserves both of capitals and individuals, and the power which this role gives to banks as allocators of capital. The business of banking consists in concentrating money capital for loan in large masses in the bank's hands, so that, instead of the individual lender of money, it is the bankers as representatives of all lenders of money who confront the industrial and commercial capitalists. They become the general managers of money capital, they concentrate the borrowers vis-a-vis all the lenders, insofar as they borrow for the entire world of trade. The financial system allows industrial capitals to increase their rate of profit by accelerating turnover. A firm need not wait until the commodities it produces are sold to realize the money value of its output. 5. It can borrow from a bank, using as collateral the IAs supplied by its creditors. These were called bills of exchange in Marx's period and, as he explains, the monetization of these commercial debts was then a major element in banking profitability. Marx's analysis of bills of exchange can now be seen as a pioneering study of securitization, the techniques of debt commodification which in recent years have made possible a huge increase in the size and profitability of finance, but have also made the system vulnerable to new and highly damaging forms of crisis, as for example in 2007-12 in the USA and Europe. Money and Finance 107. Credit can drive an acceleration in the scale of productive operations. Note the summary by Engels of a longer text which Marx added to the French edition of Capital Volume 1 in 1872. Not only is itself a new and mighty weapon in the battle of competition. By unseen threads it also draws the disposable money, scattered across the surface of society, into the hands of individual or associated capitalists. It is the specific machine for the centralization of capitals. In its turn, centralization shortens and quickens the transformation of separate processes of production into processes socially combined and carried out on a large scale. The productivity of labor is made to ripen as in a hothouse. Marx saw credit mechanisms as central in the internationalization of capitalism and in technological development. He writes that the English, for example, are forced to lend their capital to other countries in order to create a market for their commodities. Overproduction, the credit system etc., are means whereby capitalist production seeks to break through its own barriers and to produce over and beyond its own limits. Hence crises arise, which simultaneously drive it onward and beyond and force it to put on 7-league boots, in order to reach a development of the productive forces which could be achieved only very slowly within its own limits. Fictitious capital. Marx notes that central to the operation of a financial system is the creation of contractual obligations to be discharged in the future. Such contracts Marx refers to as fictitious capital. There are two major forms. First, shares, which represent a permanent transfer of money capital to a firm to finance its activities. In Marx's period, joint stock companies were developing, especially for large-scale enterprises in mining, banking, railways, and in international trade, all of which required the tying up of capital for long periods of time. Second, bonds, is given by a borrower to a lender, promising to repay money at some date in the future, and indicating a rate of interest, this being usually fixed rather than floating. Fictitious capital is created as companies raise capital by issuing shares or by giving bonds in exchange for money borrowed. Shares and bonds are the form of legal entitlement which owners of interest-bearing capital receive as they commit money which they own to finance the operations of companies. Both shares and bonds are legal claims on part of the stream of future income to be generated by a company. Shares are also titles of ownership of part of the productive assets operated by the company, but Marx argues that such titles must still be considered as fictitious, since the owner of a share is not able to realize it directly in the form of any part of the real capital which he or she nominally owns. The owner of shares in a railway company cannot trade them in for a few rails or a wagon. A share is no more than a piece of paper. The money paid over when the share was first issued has long ago been spent. What remains are what Marx calls 108 per duplicates of annihilated capital, the ownership titles to joint stock companies, railways, mines, etc. are genuinely titles to real capital. Yet they give no control over this capital. The capital cannot be withdrawn. They give only a legal claim to the surplus value that this capital is to produce. Marx speaks of a paper world consisting of securities in the form of legal contracts entitling their owner to part of future flows of surplus value in the form of interest or dividends. He argues that the contribution which the banks make to profitability by reducing the costs of the reproduction of capital are closely associated with the many ways in which the financial system plays a parasitic role in relation to productive capital. For example, the productive system is exposed to damage as speculative movements of finance distort valuations on whose accuracy efficient allocation of capital depends. The many swindles which flourish, especially in a speculative boom, are noted in capital. Marx comments that the development of the joint stock company allowed the emergence of new financial aristocracy, a new kind of parasite, in the guise of company promoters, speculators, and merely nominal directors, an entire system of swindling and cheating with respect to the promotion of companies, issue of shares and share dealings, private production unchecked by private ownership. Marx argued that, as money capital accumulates in a society, and the banking system develops by collecting money capital and directing it to capitals in the productive circuit, there are two important consequences. First, as I have noted earlier, a division develops between two sorts of capitalists. Those who own money capital, the rentiers, and those who lend it to the functioning capitalists, namely those who operate businesses in production or commerce. Thus Marx makes a clear distinction between capital as property and capital as function. The money capitalist secures a share in surplus value in the form of interest or dividends, entitlement to which is based on contract. Marx anticipates later discussion of the managerial revolution, as the transformation of the actual functioning capitalist into a mere manager, in charge of other people's capital, and of the capital owner into a mere owner, a mere money capitalist. The second consequence of the development of money capital on a large scale, is that certain illusions become widespread. Money is deposited in a bank, a year later the money is still there, it seems, but has grown in the meanwhile by the amount of interest paid by the bank to its owner. It becomes easy to forget what has happened in the interim, that the bank has lent the money to a functioning capitalist, and that the interest paid to the bank on this loan is a share of the profits made by the active use of the money as productive capital. But in the calculations of the rentier who has lent money to the bank, its active use as capital is readily obscured. It becomes easy for the rentier to think of the growth of money capital via interest payments as an automatic process. In interest-bearing capital, Marx writes, the relationship between capital and labor. Money and Finance 109. Reaches its most superficial and fetishized form. Money capital appears as a mysterious and self-creating source of interest and so generates its own increase. It comes to seem, as completely the property of money to create value, to yield interest, as it is the property of a pear tree to bear pears. Interest-bearing capital is the consummate automatic fetish, the self-expanding value, the money making money, and in this form it no longer bears any trace of its origin. The social relation is consummated as a relation of things to themselves. Marx considered the distinction between fictitious capital and real capital to be vital, and the failure to make that distinction clearly to be a major source of ideological mystification. For the individual who holds it, the government bond represents capital. The right to a flow of interest which it embodies can be sold to someone else and the bond thus realized as money capital. But what is capital for the individual owner, is not capital for the state, which pays the interest out of tax revenue. The capital of the national debt remains purely fictitious. The influence on security prices of prevailing interest rates, and of judgments about future interest rate levels, and about future flows of dividends, means that the prices of assets on financial markets move independently of the value of the underlying real assets. Marx argues that this fact has strong ideological consequences. The independent movement of the values of these ownership titles, not only those of government bonds, but also of shares, strengthens the illusion that they constitute real capital besides the capital or claim to which they may give title. From the point of view of their owners, these paper claims are saleable commodities and can therefore be transformed into capital in the money form. But from a social point of view, claims on surplus value are not capital, but a deduction from the total of available value. This kind of inversion between appearance and underlying reality is a characteristic product of interest-bearing capital, which is, writes Marx, the mother of every insane form, so that debts, for example, can appear as commodities in the mind of the banker. Marx notes the power which the centralization of capital allocation in the banking system gives to those who control that system. He carefully studied how the 1844-5 Bank Acts had the consequence that, in the credit shortage of the 1847 crisis, interest rates could be forced up to very high levels. The passage of this legislation reflected the power of the bankers in and around the Bank of England who stood to profit from high interest rates. Marx comments bitterly on the power given to banks and other financial capitals by the centralizing mechanisms of credit. The credit system, which has its focal point in the allegedly national banks and the big money lenders and usurers that surround them, is one enormous centralization and gives this class of parasites a fabulous power not only to decimate the industrial capitalists periodically but also to interfere in the actual production in the most 110 dangerous manner. The Acts of 1844 and 1845 are proof of the growing power of these bandits, added to whom are the financiers and stock jobbers. Marx also stresses the ways in which the role of the financial system varies through the business cycle, and how finance acts to magnify the oscillations of the cycle. It is here that he identifies a deeper level at which the financial system implements the law of value, in encouraging the build-up of financial fragility, the subsequent bankruptcies of weaker companies, the destruction of less competitive and profitable capitals, and a general devaluation of existing industrial capital. This allows recovery from recession and a renewed upsurge in profits and growth. Marx sees capitalism as originating in an already internationalist economy, and credit processes as playing a central role in the successive rise of leading economies. Along with the national debt there arose an international credit system, which often conceals one of the sources of primitive accumulation in this or that people. Thus the villainies of the Venetian system of robbery formed one of the secret foundations of Holland's wealth in capital, for Venice in her years of decadence lent large sums of money to Holland. There is a similar relationship between Holland and England. By the beginning of the 18th century, Holland's manufacturers had been far outstripped. It had ceased to be a nation predominant in commerce and industry. One of its main lines of business, therefore, from 1701 to 1776, was the lending out of enormous amounts of capital, especially to its great rival England. 6. The same thing is going on today between England and the United States. A great deal of capital which appears today in the United States without any birth certificate, was yesterday, in England, the capitalized blood of children. Marx never forgets that, beneath the fetishist surface, the ultimate source of financial wealth and profitability is the exploitation of workers. Sometimes this is made directly explicit, as here, in the reference to child labor. 7. Contemporary empirical research and controversies. I have space only for a brief review of some of the ways in which Marx's work on money and finance has been developed and debated in the recent literature. The influence of Hilferding's Finance Capital, published in 1910, continues to be pervasive. The organizational structure of capital is generally very different now in comparison with the Central European pattern analyzed by Hilferding, a distinctive fusion of financial and industrial companies into conglomerates controlled by the banks. But Hilferding updates Marx's account of financial markets in perceptive ways, and poses questions about the power of finance which are as relevant now as in his period. François Chesnais makes the term finance capital central to a recent book which can be commended as one of the most comprehensive Marxist studies of Money and Finance. 111. Finance now available. Banks and industrial firms remain separate enterprises in most countries today and are not merged into single enterprises, but as Chesnais perceptively explains, contemporary capitalism confronts us with the simultaneous and combined centralization/concentration of money capital, industrial capital, and merchant or commercial capital. The parasitic traits of interest-bearing capital intuited by Marx and later emphasized by Lenin permeate the operations of all money, commercial and industrial capital alike. Defined in this way, finance capital refers to the interlinked operations and collaborative power of the largest corporations and banks in the major economies. Chesnais notes, however, that it is the smaller firms which are more exposed to the predatory power of banks and the threat of leveraged buyout by private equity companies. Hilferding's treatment of power in relation to the organizational configuration of finance and industry continues to have a wide influence in current research. 8. Financialization vs. rate of profit as cause of stagnation and crisis. This question continues to be a major focus of controversy. The work of Gérard Duménil and Dominique Lévy combines careful statistical research with a broad historical sweep, and focuses mainly on the USA. Their data indicates that 4 major economic crises have hit the USA since Marx's period. They argue that the crises of the 1890s and the 1970s were caused by a fall in the rate of profit in the USA as well as other major economies. However, they strongly hold that the Great Depression of the 1930s, and the crisis of 2008, were not caused by profit decline, but rather by a previous rapid overexpansion of the financial sector. In both of these cases, the concentrated power of finance had been used by the owners of capital, the rentier class, to drain money capital out of the productive system. Investment in the productive economy became insufficient to support a vast increase in financial claims of all sorts, and crisis ensued. Like many other researchers, Duménil and Lévy stress shareholder value in the run-up to the 2008 crisis, the ways in which, from the 1980s onwards, the owners of companies developed the organized power to force companies to pay out high dividends and to buy back shares rather than expand investment and production. Lavish salaries and stock options were used to persuade executives to implement these processes of value extraction from the corporate sector. As against this type of explanation, a number of influential Marxist researchers hold that all major capitalist crises have a single underlying cause, a decline in the rate of profit. Michael Roberts, for example, writes that each crisis of capitalism has its own characteristics. The trigger in 2008 was the huge expansion of fictitious capital that eventually collapsed when real value expansion could no longer 112 sustain it, as the ratio of house prices to household income reached extremes. But such triggers are not causes. Behind them is a general cause of crisis, the law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. 9. No one questions that the 2008 crisis was financial in an immediate sense. U.S. banks had lent far too much in mortgages to several million homeowners who were not in a position to sustain repayments if house prices began to fall, as they did in the USA in 2007. The mortgage-originating banks had created vast numbers of securities based on the future flow of mortgage repayments, and these had been widely sold to other banks and investment funds in Europe as well as the USA. As mortgage defaults soared, the value of these securities tanked, and the fact that some major banks were facing imminent collapse caused the global banking system to seize up, with a dramatic and immediate impact on trade credit, international trade, and employment. Household finance played a crucial role in the causation of the crisis. Here Atif Mian and Amir Sufi have provided an outstanding study of the role of mortgage default in the USA as the cause of a crash in house prices and resulting large fall in consumer demand. This, in turn, resulted in an increase in unemployment and a hit to profits. Thus, the implication of their analysis is that falling profits were a consequence, not an underlying cause, of crisis. Research has also focused on why there was a huge increase in the supply of what Marx called loanable capital flowing into the banks in the pre-2008 period. The size of these inflows, together with central bank easy money policies, resulted in historically low levels of interest rates and huge pressure on the banks to find borrowers. The billions of dollars lent in subprime mortgages in the USA was one result of this pressure. The tide of loanable capital had three main sources: corporate cash reserves as profits stayed high and investment fell, the money capital of the rising numbers of the ultra-wealthy, and the financial flows which were the counterpart to international trade deficits, especially that of the USA. For an exploration of the role of surplus loanable capital as one of the underlying causes of the crisis, see Jim Kincaid. On the specific logics at work in the financial crisis, Simon Mahan offers a lucid explanation of how international banks had become highly interdependent via the repo system in which banks borrowed securities from each other on a huge scale. Mahan explains how, as the interbank market began to seize up in 2008, feedback and amplification processes came into play which rapidly deepened the crisis into one of exceptional severity. But what caused the huge increase in the size and weight of the financial system which underlay the disastrous shockwave of 2008? Here writers such as Michael Roberts argue that the key driver of financialization was the inadequacy of profit rates in the productive sector. Firms found they could get a better return by using their capital to speculate in financial markets, and these grew explosively. In the run-up to the crisis, shareholder value pressures were of secondary importance. Its underlying and decisive cause was low profitability. The same applied to the Eurozone crisis of 2010-12. 10. Money and Finance 113. The thesis that the basic cause of financialization was a low profit rate in industry has been criticized from a number of different directions, and, in my opinion, convincingly. For example, estimates of profitability in the USA are based on national accounts data which cannot cover tax evasion and thus does not take account of the trillions of profits laundered by companies through tax havens. 11. Current research is tracing the ways in which tax avoidance operations have been central to contemporary financialization in the global corporate sector. This is an important strand in the powerful account which Cedric Durand has developed in a recent book. Profitability worldwide, he argues, is more than high enough to support much greater investment than present levels. He finds evidence that institutional investors have been using their power of control to compel companies to set very high hurdles for return on prospective investment, and to distribute to shareholders the spare capital released by restricting investment. Durand also argues that financialization and tax evasion are central to the siphoning off, by companies based in the rich countries, of much of the value created by a doubling, in recent decades, of the global workforce available for surplus value extraction, an extra 1.5 billion workers, mainly in poor countries, and mostly paid low wages. Here Durand's account takes its place in a large literature in which finance is analyzed as a key element in patterns of global domination by the advanced countries, led by the USA. 12. Kostas Lipovitsas has also strongly attacked the low-profit explanation for financialization. He argues that to see the explosive growth of the financial system as only a kind of overspill from the productive sector is to fatally underplay the dynamism of finance, its greed, and its effectiveness at extracting profit from lending to households as well as to industry. 13. Lipovitsas notes that, since the early 1990s, there has been a profound change in the world banking system. Increasingly, the corporations have cut down on borrowing from banks, having found it more profitable to raise capital by issuing bonds. Short-term corporate reserves are lent out more lucratively on the money markets, not kept in banks. Yet most big banks have remained amazingly profitable. They have achieved this by tapping into two other sources of revenue: the extraction of cash from businesses through fees, notably via an advisory role in takeovers and other forms of restructuring of ownership of companies, and lending on a vast scale to the household sector. In both of these activities the banks have proved endlessly fertile in developing ingenious swindles. The explosive growth of bond markets and of derivatives has provoked renewed interest in Marx's analysis of fictitious capital. The two dimensions of Marx's account are given due weight in the literature. On the one hand, financial markets as parasitic, developing according to their own speculative logic and imposing damage on the productive system, jobs, and living standards. On the other, finance as implementing a form of capitalist rationality, a system of regulation imposing Marx's law of value, his term for the competitive pressures on firms to use means of production efficiently and to maximize the extraction 114 of surplus value. Consider, for example, the debt crises and exchange rate crises of the emerging economies, starting with Mexico in 1982, through the East Asian crisis of 1997 to Argentina in 2001. The IMF provided rescue finance, but, in alliance with the banks and financial markets, imposed the agenda known as the Washington Consensus. This forced an abandonment of import substitution strategies of development, and effected a currency depreciation which cut wages and state welfare. Governments were compelled to open their borders to capital flows and to allow local resources of labor and means of production to be bought up by international firms at bargain basement prices. One form of fictitious capital has been crucial as a source of both the profitability and the instability of the modern banking system. Dick Bryan and Michael Rafferty have produced a path-breaking Marxist analysis of derivatives, suggesting that they have become vital in allowing capital to establish a single dimension of commensurability for a wide range of risks that might affect future operations. The pricing of derivatives acts as a system of capitalist calculation which in turn enables risk to be commodified. The trading of risk via derivatives allows firms to insure against future price changes which would affect their profitability, a change in exchange rates, for example, or in interest rates, or in the prices of raw material inputs. Here Bryan and Rafferty have opened up a large agenda for further research. See, for example, an ambitious book by Sotiropoulos et al. In which derivatives and risk management are central to the analysis. They use insights from Althusser and Foucault to develop Marx's thesis of fictitious capital as fetish, and argue that pricing in financial markets acts as a disciplining technology of class power. Two final chapters usefully help to qualify their sometimes exaggerated view of the capitalist rationality of derivatives trading. Conclusion. I have briefly illustrated some of the wide range of ways in which Marx's theorization of money and finance is being deployed in the current literature. The many differences of emphasis, and the disagreements, I hopefully believe to be an indicator of the vitality of the research agenda. Among contributors to the literature there is general agreement about some key points. Despite the efforts of governments and central banks to reform and control the financial system, the present situation remains deeply unstable. Debt levels around the world continue to rise. The rate of growth in output, productivity, and investment is insufficient to validate the mounting mass of bonds, equities, and other forms of fictitious capital. Inequalities of wealth and income continue to deepen. Financialization is not about how the city or Wall Street abuse productive capital. What is at stake is a deeper process in which governments and finance capital combine to transfer the costs of crisis onto labor and the less powerful sections of society, in wage and welfare cuts, increased unemployment, and the destruction of communities. Some useful blogs: Critichueofcrisistheory.com, historicalmaterialism.org, readingsofcapital.com, then exterrecession.com or pe.wordpress.com. The centrality of the notion of labor in Marx's critical social theory, and in particular its determining character as the key to his materialist perspective on human society and its historical development, seem to be beyond dispute. One, it is also quite uncontroversial, at least on the basis of textual evidence, that Marx presented the simplest or most general determination of labor as consisting in the conscious and voluntary transformation of external nature by human beings in order to appropriate its potentialities for the satisfaction of human needs. Controversies arise, however, when it comes to establishing if Marx was right, whether in his views on the essential determinations of labor or concerning its defining role in the constitution and development of the forms of existence of human subjectivity. Against the backdrop of these debates, this chapter will provide a comprehensive discussion of the notion of labor in Marxian social theory, with the aim of providing a systematic reconstruction of the unity of its many determinations, which appear scattered in Marx's own writings. In order to do so, it will address the multiple dimensions and aspects associated with this essential concept, both as they were originally formulated by Marx and in some of the main subsequent debates outside and within Marxism to which the former gave rise. Taking as the point of departure the simplest determination of human labor. 7. Labor. Guido Starista. Labor 119. As conscious life activity, this chapter will probe further into the different, more concrete determinations which comprise the material character of production and its changing historical modes of existence. Through this close scrutiny of the concept of labor, the chapter will make two fundamental points. In the first, and substantively, it will bring out the centrality of the material determinations of human productive subjectivity for the comprehension of the content and historical trajectory of society. Second, and formally, it will show that it is possible to find an underlying systematic unity which articulates those different determinations of the Marxian concept of labor into a concrete whole. Marx's discovery of labor, or conscious life activity, as humanity's species being. Marx's discovery of the centrality of labor to social life can be traced back to the Paris manuscripts of 1844 and was a direct result of Marx's first attempt at the critical investigation of the specific nature of modern society through the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right, i.e. through an analysis of bourgeois political forms. As Marx himself tells us in the short intellectual autobiography found in the preface to the contribution to the Critique of Political Economy. The former was the science that was able to penetrate the internal physiology of the modern world, to be found in civil society and, more precisely, in private property. In light of this conclusion, in the 1844 manuscripts Marx turns his attention to the material reproduction of human life as the key to the understanding of society and its historical development. As Arthur points out, in that early text Marx for the first time attributes fundamental ontological significance to productive activity. Through material production humanity comes to be what it is. Material production is the mediation in which the unity of man with nature is established. In other words, Marx identifies labor or productive activity as the specific form in which humanity reproduces its existence as part of nature. This means that although the human life process undoubtedly possesses its qualitatively differentiated species character, constituted by the nature of its life activity, it nonetheless remains a concrete form of the natural life process in general. In this sense, labor realizes in its own peculiar fashion the determinations entailed by any form of life activity, namely, being a natural process of self-reproduction through the material interchange with inorganic nature, which is life-producing life. 120. Consequently, in order fully to account for the specificity of labor, Marx also needed to further uncover its immanent, more abstract determination as a mode of existence of life activity in general, of species life as such. Marx's clearest rendition of this immanent natural content in the determination of human productive activity can be found in a passage from the third of the Paris manuscripts, in the context of his critique of both idealism and materialism from the viewpoint of what he calls at this stage consistent naturalism or humanism, which is the only capable of comprehending the process of world history. Man is directly a natural being. As a natural being and as a living natural being he is on the one hand equipped with natural powers, with vital powers, he is an active natural being, these powers exist in him as dispositions and capacities, as drives. On the other hand, as a natural, corporeal, sensuous, objective being he is a suffering, conditioned and limited being, like animals and plants. That is to say, the objects of his drives exist outside him as objects independent of him, but these objects are objects of his need, essential objects, indispensable to the exercise and confirmation of his essential powers. As with any living natural being, the relation of the human being to nature consists of a process whereby the individual actualizes its own bodily vital powers would term its corporeal organization, with the purpose of appropriating the objective potentialities immanent in their natural environment. This is the material process that, later in his life, Marx would refer to as the metabolism between man and nature. Moreover, as with every animal life form, this involves the material expenditure of the living individual's corporeality in order to act upon external nature in a particular fashion corresponding to its species determination, whose end result is the appropriation and consumption of the essential objects that satisfy its needs, thereby reconstituting and transforming the materiality of its bodily existence. Thus, the defining qualitative attribute of the living individual lies in the material potential to self-reproduce, that is, to posit through their own activity the renewal of the conditions for their continued existence as an objective natural being. This material potential for self-reproduction is expressed in their cognitive capacity, which is constituted by their vital, living power to recognize the mutual affinity between their own material potentialities and those of their objective environment. Through the exercise of their cognizing activity, the living individual has therefore the power to satisfy their own needs by organizing and regulating the actual unfolding of their bodily action upon external nature. On the basis of all these determinations, the living individual is determined as subject, they are endowed with subjectivity. According to Marx's discussion in the Paris manuscripts, in its simplest expression the distinctiveness of the human species being appears at first sight to involve a merely quantitative difference. Labor 121. From animal life forms, one of degree of universality in the scope of its appropriation of inorganic nature. However, Marx stresses that underlying this quantitative difference there is a qualitative specificity in human subjectivity, which he finds in the fact that the human being has conscious life activity. Hence, Marx saw the specifically human form of the natural life process in the fact that human beings regulate the appropriation of the objective powers of the natural environment through the organization of the externalization of their own vital powers by means of thought, conscious cognition, or knowledge, that is, by ideally appropriating nature's potentialities as the necessary first step before its real appropriation through the effective unfolding of action. In other words, human beings are not simply bearers of subjectivity, but also know or recognize themselves as subjects in the process of affirming their species' powers, thereby making life activity itself an object of will and consciousness. Now, as Marx and Engels clarified some years later in the German ideology against the backdrop of the young Hegelians' empty phrases about consciousness devoid of any material premises, this conscious subjectivity is but the expression of the fact that human beings can be distinguished from animals by consciousness, by religion, or anything else you like, but they themselves distinguish themselves from animals as soon as they begin to produce their means of subsistence. In other words, in this text Marx and Engels want to throw into relief the immanent material connection between the determination of consciousness as a distinctively human attribute and the fundamentally mediated character of the human being's life process. Their emphasis on the production of means of subsistence is therefore meant to stress the distinctively transformative mode of the process of metabolic exchange with nature as the simplest content of the human species being, which takes on a more developed mode of existence in the form of their conscious and voluntary being. As Sayers aptly emphasizes, the primordial and most general determination of human labor, which qualitatively distinguishes it from the broadly unmediated character of the life process of non-human animals, is to be form-giving life activity. 3. Thus, in the German ideology, Marx and Engels stress that the conscious and voluntary form taken by the human life process is not a dogmatic philosophical postulate but a determinate, empirically verifiable, objective natural expression of the corporeal organization of living human individuals and their consequent relation to the rest of nature. Although in the latter text Marx and Engels do not go into the actual corporeal nature of man, it is clear, as Frackier remarks, that this corporeal organization entails, in the first place, the evolutionary emergence of the human brain as the bodily instrument whose functioning is expressed in the form of consciousness. But, in the second place, Frackier rightly adds that it is also evident that the development of the specific configuration of the human brain has been in turn the outcome of 122 prior evolutionary changes in the corporeal organization of hominids, eventually leading to the Homo sapiens, all of which made possible the transformative or productive character of its mode of life based on labor, opposable thumbs, bipedalism, binocular vision, etc. This emphasis on the corporeal roots of human beings and their subjectivity might seem at first sight a self-evident triviality, yet it is not if, as Frackier notes, familiarity ends up breeding neglect, as is arguably the case in much contemporary social theory. Thus, the relevance of this reminder about the natural and evolutionary dimensions of human subjectivity can be said to transcend the historical context of Marx and Engels' polemic against the young Hegelians and has become very contemporaneous. For in this sense, consciousness is the most potent evolutionary development that eventually emerged to regulate the greater cognitive complexity entailed by the growing instrumental, spatial, temporal, and personal separation between the initial action that sets into motion the process of human metabolism with nature and its end result, which is achieved with the material reproduction of the corporeality of an individual human being through the consumption of the product of labor. In other words, as available paleoanthropological scientific evidence confirms, consciousness evolved as a result of the increasingly mediated character assumed by the forms of practical transformative activity of our hominid predecessors, and which eventually led to the emergence of strictly human modes of life. 5. In light of the determinations of human labor unfolded so far, we can now proceed to further specify the way human beings distinguish themselves from animals and why they do so. As we have seen, according to Marx, the simplest difference consists in the capacity to produce its means of subsistence. This is the specific determination of the human life process seen, as it were, from a synchronic point of view. However, that simple specificity manifests itself also in a further determination when grasped from a developmental perspective. That is, when seen from the perspective of the way in which human beings expand the potentialities of their process of metabolism in contradistinction to other animal life forms. Due to their more limited ability to modify external nature to make it apt to satisfy their needs, non-human animals can only develop their capacity to appropriate natural forms by means of a genetically induced mutation of their own corporeality, which allows them to adapt to what they confront as given conditions of existence, i.e. by evolving into another species. Conversely, in having developed the capacity to alter their life conditions through conscious productive practice, human beings have also qualitatively sublated the way in which, as living subjects, they expand the powers of their metabolic process with nature. The key to those developmental dynamics of the natural life process no longer only resides in further biological speciation through the modification of bodily organs. Instead, humans can change their own nature through the development. Labor 123. Of the transformative powers of their life process, i.e. of the productive powers of their own labor. The development of the material forces of production, Marx thus concluded, becomes determined as the most general qualitative content that gives underlying unity to the history of humanity. As a result of these specific developmental dynamics, human beings can not only universally expand the areas of nature which become determined as concrete forms of their activity, but they can also complexify the mediations involved before the final appropriation of natural objects as use values that are immediately apt for the satisfaction of human needs, thereby consuming properly human objects. In other words, they can extend and deepen the humanization of nature. Furthermore, this applies to all kinds of human need, whether they spring from the stomach or the imagination. Thus, the materiality of the satisfaction of human needs involved in the metabolic exchange with external nature by means of labor does not only refer to those of the individual, reduced to a natural subject, but also to historic needs, created by production itself, social needs. Moreover, they are not just of a physical nature but also include intellectual and social requirements whose extent and number is conditioned by the general level of civilization. In a similar vein, the product of labor to be consumed comprises not only goods but also so-called services, whose result may not be a useful object but still involves a material useful effect which also changes the form of external nature. As Sayers perceptively notes, the same could be said about the symbolic and affective content of use values that is so central to contemporary theories of immaterial labor. In all cases, the satisfaction of those needs is the necessary material form for the reproduction and/or expansion of the productive powers of individuals, that is, of the aggregate of those mental and physical capabilities existing in the physical form, the living personality, of a human being, capabilities which he sets into motion whenever he produces a use value of any kind. In other words, there is no satisfaction of physical and intellectual needs through the consumption of use values which is not determined as an inner moment of the development of the specific attributes or powers of the human being as an essentially laboring or productive subject, i.e. of the development of the human mastery over the forces of nature, those of so-called nature as well as of humanity's own nature. By virtue of these determinations in their synchronic and diachronic unity, Marx argued in an obvious activist twist to Feuerbach's contemplative argument in the first chapter of his The Essence of Christianity, the human being does not simply have a determinate species character but actually 124 is a species being, a being which treats the species as its own essential being or itself as a species being. 6 At this juncture, it might be worth remarking that this early discovery of the specific determination of the human being as a productive subject, or of human individuality as an expression and mode of development of her/his laboring activity, would remain unaltered throughout the rest of Marx's works. The exposition by the mature Marx of the general determinations of the labor process in Chapter 7 of Capital, Volume I, does not involve any substantive change in comparison with the discussion of the human species being by the young Marx of the Paris manuscripts or by Marx and Engels in the German ideology. Labor is thus defined as follows: a process between man and nature by which man, through his own actions, mediates, regulates and controls the metabolism between himself and nature. He confronts the materials of nature as a force of nature. He sets into motion the natural forces which belong to his own body, his arms, legs, head and hands, in order to appropriate the materials of nature in a form adapted to his own needs. Additionally, what gives labor a form in which it is an exclusively human characteristic, transcending those instinctive forms, which remain at the animal level, is the fact that at the end of every labor process a result emerges which had already been conceived by the worker at the beginning, hence already existed ideally. This result, Marx continues, emphasizing the form-giving character of the human metabolic process, is a use value, a piece of natural material adapted to human needs by means of a change in form, whose transformation is furthermore effected via the use and construction of instruments of labor, which, although present in germ among certain species of animals, is characteristic of the specifically human labor process. In sum, all the determinations of human labor as conscious, transformative life activity are maintained by Marx in the most developed version of the Critique of Political Economy unfolded in Capital. 7. The immanent social character of labor and human productive subjectivity, social being and consciousness. The fashioning of inorganic nature in a form adapted to human needs does not exhaust the intrinsically mediated character of human life activity underpinning the necessity of its conscious form. A further mediation that adds to the complexity of the human process of metabolism lies in the necessary social character of productive activity. For, although human productive powers are borne by each particular individual, the development and actualization of these potentialities characterizing the labor 125 species, i.e. the realization of the transformative powers of the human being, can only affirm themselves through the organic unity of individual lives, through social life. In effect, as Inigo Carrera points out, individually born human productive powers can only be constituted socially, that is, they can only develop as a result of the productive action of other individuals. Moreover, the individual laborer produces use values not solely for her/his own consumption, but for others, that is, social use values. As Marx puts it in the Paris manuscripts, we have seen how, man produces man, himself and other men, how the object, which is the direct activity of his individuality, is at the same time his existence for other men, their existence and their existence for him. Activity and consumption, in their content are social activity and social consumption. Note, however, that this does not simply mean that human productive activity always presupposes a social context within which it takes place. Thus posed, the relation between the social and individual character of human productive activity is rendered completely external. This is why a few lines later, through the example of the seemingly isolated activity in the field of science, Marx throws into relief the immanent social character of labor as an individual action, i.e. its determination as a material expenditure of individually born yet socially constituted corporeal powers to transform external nature, consciously, into a means for human life. It is above all necessary to avoid once more establishing society as an abstraction over against the individual. The individual is the social being. His vital expression, even when it does not appear in the direct form of a communal expression, conceived in association with other men, is therefore an expression and confirmation of social life. Man's individual and species life are not two distinct things. Thus, the organization and regulation of the individual process of human metabolism with external nature acquires an additional qualitative and quantitative cognitive complexity. It needs to affirm itself as an organic element of the total labor of society, i.e. to posit its underlying general social unity through its material articulation with the life processes of other human individuals. To put it differently, the production of life through the expenditure and development of the productive powers or forces of the human individual, i.e. a material or natural relation, takes on necessary concrete shape in and through social relations, which are therefore determined as social relations of production. 8. The production of life, both of one's own in labor and of fresh life in procreation, now appears as a twofold relation, on the one hand as a natural, on the other as a social relation, social in the sense that it denotes the cooperation of several individuals, no matter under what conditions, in what manner and to what end. 126. The essential most general determination at stake in all social forms of the human life process is therefore the organization of the unity of the social character of individual labors, that is, the social regulation of the allocation of the total labor of society in its different individual concrete forms in order to reproduce and expand the materiality of the productive powers of human beings. The historically changing character of the social relations of production is given by the specific form in which each society mediates the participation of the individual in general production or the positing of the labor of the individual, as social labor. 9. On the other hand, this means that in its material condition as the specifically human capacity to organize the life process, consciousness always entails a twofold determination as much as the laboring activity that it organizes and regulates. Consciousness thereby does not simply undertake the regulation of the individual appropriation of the potentialities of external nature in order to transform it, but must also mediate the establishment of individual labor's immanent unity with the socially general metabolic process of which it is an organic element. In other words, consciousness needs to articulate the determination of individual productive activity as part of the general social division of labor. As an attribute borne by the individuality and corporeality of each human being, consciousness is thus the personal power or capacity to partake in the establishment of the unity of social labor through individual productive action, i.e., to regulate the social character of individual labor. In this sense, consciousness, and along with it language, are also evolutionary products of the development of the social character of labor. Language is as old as consciousness. Language is practical, real consciousness that exists for other men as well, and only therefore does it also exist for me. Language, like consciousness, only arises from the need, the necessity, of intercourse with other men. Where there exists a relationship, it exists for me. The animal does not relate itself to anything, it does not relate itself at all. For the animal, its relation to others does not exist as a relation. Consciousness is, therefore, from the very beginning a social product, and remains so as long as men exist at all. 10. The determination of consciousness by the social character of labor not only pertains to its natural genesis. It also underpins its subsequent modes of existence and development, so that, as Marx and Engels stress in their well-known aphoristic statement, consciousness can never be anything else than conscious being, and the being of men is their actual life process. Moreover, insofar as this actual life process is form-determined in historically changing social modes of existence, so will be the concrete forms of human subjectivity that, in turn, mediate the establishment of the unity of the social relations of production through the conscious and voluntary action of individuals. In other words, all concrete social forms assumed by human conscious and voluntary subjectivity are the way in which individuals see both labor 127 themselves and the historically determined modes of existence of their social relations, which are two sides of the same coin once the apparent exteriority between society and individual is overcome. Through the different forms of subjectivity, human beings therefore organize the unfolding of their individual actions as organic moments of the material reproduction of the socially mediated unity of their metabolic process with nature, i.e., their consciousness is always determined as consciousness of existing practice. It follows that the point of Marx's materialism is not to conceive of social being as a self-subsistent existence that externally causes, conditions, or functionally molds, from such exteriority, an equally self-subsisting consciousness. Such severance and consequent external relation of social being and consciousness, with the latter floating in mid-air in an ontologically conceived superstructure of society, would certainly be idealist. Analogously to the relationship between productive forces and social relations discussed earlier, the key to overcoming such dualistic representations is to grasp social being or social relations of production as the inner material and social content, which is necessarily realized, and therefore exists, in the form of the determinations of the consciousness of the human individual. 11 As Marx bluntly and succinctly puts it in the 1861-63 manuscripts, social relations only exist between human beings to the extent that they think. In other words, there are no social relations of production or forms of human productive practice whose determinations could be conceived of in abstraction from consciousness. Productive powers of social labor, social relations of production and forms of consciousness constitute the indissoluble unity between the content and form of the determinations of human productive subjectivity and practice in the process of natural history, that is, of human labor and its historical development. Controversies over Marx's perspective on human labor. A first strand of critiques of Marx's notion of labor emerged outside Marxism in the second half of the 20th century and are of sociological or philosophical origin. Thus, Habermas argues that Marx's conception of labor one-sidedly conceives of human practice as monological or merely instrumental activity, and fails to throw into relief the constitutive interactional or communicative dimensions of human action. In other words, Marx is read as unable to grasp the difference between labor and interaction or, in Habermas' later formulation, that between instrumental and communicative action, which allegedly lies at the basis of the social life process. For her part, and in a similar vein, Arendt considers that Marx confuses or conflates the threefold distinction that constitutes the human being's vita activa, that is, 128. Labor, work, and even more starkly, action. In light of the earlier discussion, one could argue that these critiques are predicated on a misreading of Marx's perspective on the determinations of labor, insofar as they overlook the irreducible immanent social character of productive activity. Thus, it is these authors who actually, and wrongly, reduce labor to an asocial, purely individual material interchange with nature. As a consequence, they then need to come up with other dimensions of human action, which are therefore rendered autonomous from the material reproduction process, in order for social life to attain unity. In other words, in Habermas' and Arendt's respective approaches, the intrinsic unity between the different determinations of human labor become fossilized into extrinsically related dimensions of human action or, worse still, into plainly distinct forms of human action. 12. In the second place, some Marxists themselves have raised certain objections that partly take issue with Marx's own treatment of labor, insofar as it involves an affirmative view of labor as the transhistorical essence of human life which would be emancipated with the overcoming of capital. Instead, they put forward a negative critique of the historically specific self-mediating or ontological role of labor in capitalism, which must actually be abolished under communism. Paradigmatically, this is the case of Postow's more broadly discussed work and of the lesser-known but similar approach by Kurz and the German word critic. More concretely, in the case of Postow, he argues that whereas in non-capitalist societies the social distribution of labor and its products is affected by manifest social relations, in commodity-determined society labor itself constitutes a social mediation in lieu of overt social relations. According to Postow, this socially self-mediating role of labor in capitalism in turn derives from the dual character that it acquires, by virtue of which it not only produces use values for others as intentional activity that transforms nature in a determinate fashion but also acts as a means of acquisition of the products of others. And since there is no intrinsic relation between the specific nature of the labor expended and the specific nature of the product acquired by means of that labor, that historically determinate function of labor as means of acquisition must be done by abstracting from the specificity of its own concrete form and on the basis of its character as labor in general. Social interdependence in capitalism, Postow concludes, is not achieved by means of overt social relations but specifically by labor itself. As a further corollary, Postow states that the traditional Marxist notion of labor that sees its socially constitutive role as a generic or transhistorical determination leads of necessity to the naturalization of the labor 129 capitalist form of labor and, a fortiori, of the alienated or objectified forms of social mediation to which the former gives rise. Now, there are several and wide-ranging problematic and controversial issues in Postow's undeniably thought-provoking contribution. Here I can only mention two which are of immediate relevance to this chapter. In the first place, and at a formal argumentative level, one could say that Postow's rejection of the generic determination of labor as the specific form of action that is socially constitutive of human subjectivity is based on a combination of terminological conflation and non sequitur reasoning. 13. Leaving aside other shortcomings in his discussion of the socially mediating function of labor in capitalism, 14. All that he manages to demonstrate is that in this society the social positing of labor is uniquely established on the basis of its abstract or general character. But this does not necessarily mean that labor as such, broadly understood as human transformative activity upon nature, does not play this social function in non-capitalist societies. It might as well mean, as Marx himself argues in Capital, that in those other societies the intrinsic social character of individual labor is established on the basis of its particular, concrete character, which still is an immanent determination of the organization of social labor, and not of other, undetermined forms of social relations lacking in material, productive content, whatever those might be. This leads us to a second, Substantive weakness of Postowne's approach. Postone does not seem to disagree with Marx's view that the entire productive activity of man, through which his metabolic interchange with nature is mediated, is a condition of human existence which is independent of all forms of society. Moreover, he concedes that labor, of course, has a social character in all social formations. However, on closer inspection it transpires that for Postone this social character is not immanent in the very materiality of labor. Instead, Postone submits that in non-capitalist societies, laboring activities are social by virtue of the matrix of overt social relations in which they are embedded, the latter being the constituting principle of such societies, so that the various labors are imbued with meaning by the social relations that are their context. The very choice of terms in Postone's formulations betrays the irreducible externality in the relation that he posits between laboring activities, which are represented as a sheer material process lacking in immanent social content, and, on the other side, manifest social relations, whose inner purpose and general unity is never positively spelt out by Postone, but which are nonetheless said to impose, from such exteriority, their meaning and significance to labor and its products. Lastly, the other significant controversy among Marxists which I shall mention in this section concerns the essential developmental dynamic which, 130, according to Marx, underlies and gives unity to the historically evolving modes of existence of human subjectivity, namely the development of the material productive forces of labor. In the view of certain critical commentators, this perspective can only lead to a technologically determinist materialist philosophy of history, in which, the exogenous development of productive forces acts as the motor that mechanically engenders a linear succession of corresponding modes of production in a rigid evolutionary chronological sequence. As a result, these critics conclude, the Marxian materialist conception implies an objectivistic view which downplays or simply ignores the role of human subjectivity and action in the development of history. As Clark points out, however, a first problem with this line of thought is that such a crude technological determinism is completely alien to Marx's ideas and is more a reflection of its codification into a dogmatic philosophy of history by the orthodox Marxist tradition, in particular that which was consolidated as the state ideology of the former Soviet Union. 15 More specifically, Clark forcefully shows in his pioneering critique of structuralist Marxism, a crucial shortcoming of the orthodox reading of Marx's thought lies in the very notion of production, which the Marxist orthodoxy represented as an abstractly technical process, with social relations brought down to relations of distribution constituted by ownership of means of production, and extrinsically superimposed onto the direct labor process. 16 In contradistinction to this orthodox reading, we have seen that Marx's account of the determinations of the labor process involves the indissoluble and contradictory intrinsic unity between the material relation between human beings and nature and its socially mediated character. We have also seen that productive forces do not simply belong in a world of objects or things, abstractly external to human subjectivity, with their mutual relation represented as mechanistic causality or functional/structural correspondence. Or rather, they do comprise the world of things, but to the extent that the latter are grasped as products of human industry, natural material transformed into organs of the human will over nature, or of human participation in nature. They are organs of the human brain, created by the human hand, the power of knowledge, objectified. Moreover, we have argued earlier that there is no conceivable shape of the productive forces which does not exist in and through the form determinations of consciousness. The former's historical development is, of necessity, that of the consciousness of human beings, albeit materialistically grasped as essentially productive subjects. In sum, the development of the forces of production is tantamount to the development of the materiality of human productive subjectivity. In this sense, productive forces belong in the labor 131 innermost realm of human individuality and, more precisely, of the specifically human capacities or powers for conscious transformative action. So this view can hardly lead, as implied by the critical commentators referred to earlier, to an objectivistic denial of subjectivity and action in the unfolding of history. What it does deny, however, is the rendition of human consciousness and will as idealistic constructs, which can only thereby be grounded on an abstract natural freedom of the individual, and therefore deprives the very specificity of the conscious human subject that it purports to extol of any material foundation in the movement of its life activity as a sensuous objective being. By contrast, Marx's view that the development of the productive forces of labor constitutes the essential content of history uncovers the immanent material determination of human subjectivity and its conscious and voluntary activity in the social life process. 17. 21st century automation. During the 2010s, there was a torrent of discussions and debates regarding the possibility and prospective effects of a new wave of automation across the advanced capitalist economies of Europe, North America, and East Asia. Invariably, these discussions took as their point of departure an earlier wave of automation that took place in many of these same economies beginning in the 1950s, unfolding unevenly across the globe over the course of 3 decades or more. That wave largely affected the global manufacturing sector. Industries such as petrochemicals, steel, automobiles and, later, those producing household consumer goods, became increasingly more automated, and therefore more efficient in their use of labor inputs. These labor-saving innovations meant that, over time, these industries shed workers. Some of these workers would eventually be absorbed by an ever-expanding service sector, a process that picked up rapidly in the USA beginning around 1970. The service sector was able to absorb some of those workers displaced by automating labor processes in the manufacturing sector while also accommodating the large-scale entry of women into the workplace. Today, workers employed in this sector, such as it is defined by national accounting statistical methods, make up well over 80% of employment in many countries in North America and Europe. The service sector incorporates vastly different types of concrete labor processes, and enormous divergences exist in skill and wage levels. What many of 8. Automation. Jason E. Smith 136. These jobs have in common are labor processes that can be called labor-intensive, meaning they are carried out without the use of large amounts of complex and expensive machinery, at least relative to the levels of capital intensity prevailing in the manufacturing sector. During the 2010s, however, there were a number of books and studies, many of which received significant attention in the popular media, that predicted advances in automation would soon make possible the use of machinery to perform a significant number of the tasks carried out by service sector workers in restaurants, retail stores, hospitals, warehouses, and schools. Were this to take place, these studies claimed, many workers currently employed in these industries would find themselves unemployed and, cut off from the wage, unable to survive in a society in which access to a share of the social product requires prior access to money, which most people obtain by working for wages. One particularly well-known study suggested that almost half of current U.S. jobs are vulnerable to being automated by the end of this decade. Importantly, the 2010s, during which these discussions took place, was also one of unrelenting economic crisis. There was a deep disconnect between projections of a near-future replacement of a significant fraction of the workforce by machines and the actual performance of these economies over the same decade. The period from the onset of the crisis in 2008 forward has been marked by intractable stagnation for most of these high-income countries, whether the indicator is growth in GDP, the rate of business investment, or, most importantly, labor productivity gains. Indeed, the Bank of England recently published a report contending that the crisis decade exhibited the lowest gains in productivity growth since the 18th century. Business investment in fixed capital, which we would expect to explode in a decade during which rapid advances in automation are occurring, was reported to be roughly 1/10 of what it was in the 1990s, when the richest economies experienced a modest surge in the computerization of certain retail operations and business services. I have elsewhere examined the full extent of this divergence between the rhetoric of automation typical of this crisis decade, a decade marked by the rise of social media, smartphones, and the algorithm, and the actual performance of the economies of the USA, the UK, and other high-income nations. In what follows, I will be concerned neither with the performance of the advanced industrial economies during the 2010s, nor with the claims made by automation theorists and promoters regarding the potential effects on labor productivity, GDP growth, and unemployment a top-to-bottom mechanization of large sections of the service sector might bring about. Instead, I want to turn to the theorization of automation proposed in Marx's Capital, in particular the first volume. For though the term automation itself was only coined in 1946 by Del Harder, the principles of automation were clearly formulated by the early 19th century. It is no accident, for example, that the Scottish industrialist Andrew Ure could describe and attempt to theorize the Automation 137 automatic factory in the 1830s, in the capitalist mode of production's infancy. The debates occasioned by the thoroughgoing mechanization of particular industries are as old as capitalism itself. In many ways, contemporary discussions of the phenomena mark either a repetition of, or regression relative to, the debates of the 19th century. Marx's Capital represents the culmination of this discourse, insofar as his value-theoretical reflection on the laws of motion of the capitalist mode of production can account for the emergence of the contradictions and antagonisms inseparable from the capitalist application of machinery which confounded the political economy of his time. In particular, Marx's analysis addresses the relationship between the mechanization of particular industries and its effect on labor productivity, unemployment, and wage levels in terms pertinent to any discussion of automation today. Marx also ties capitalism's drive toward the replacement of labor with machinery to the imminent tendency toward systematic crisis. As we shall see, Marx's fundamental argument in Capital is that rising labor productivity in core industries will, for most workers, result not in unemployment, but in displacement toward other, less capital-intensive industries. Many of these jobs will entail labor processes that resist automation. Many are also activities that produce neither value nor, a fortiori, surplus value. This concentration of labor in industries that merely circulate value, rather than produce it, will have crippling effects on the accumulation of capital itself. Marx and the automatic factory. Scottish industrialist Andrew Ure first used the expression automatic factory in the mid-1830s to describe the changes in manufacturing labor processes occurring in certain industries, textiles, especially, in England. Marx devoted the longest chapter of Capital to analyzing the nature of this automatic factory, and relied a great deal on the technical descriptions of the factory system by Ure, whom he dubs the Pindar of the automatic factory. 3. He did so in order to examine, in turn, any number of effects brought about by the introduction of machinery into production processes, on wages and employment, on the division of labor, on the composition of the working class, on the time and intensity of work itself. The first section of Marx's chapter on machinery and large-scale industry is devoted to what he calls the physical constituents of the factory, the technical and material features that distinguish it from the manufacturing system. A defining feature of the automated factory, he writes, is a power source that is entirely under man's control, a prime mover capable of exerting any amount of force, while retaining perfect control. Marx's emphasis here 138. Is on the notion of control, or power, over nature, and also over the labor process itself, and therefore over the labor power employed by the factory owner. The invention of the double-acting steam engine exemplifies such a prime mover. Not only does it permit perfect control over the speed at which production unfolds, its mobility means factories can be concentrated in cities, rather than dispersed across the countryside, in rural and often remote locations near rivers. For the application of the automatic principle in industry, in turn, implies a radical reformatting of the division of labor within the labor process itself. In the system of manufacture, the increasingly refined division of labor imposed by the capitalists still had its basis in the old hierarchy of specializations inherited from the guild system. It could be defined as a combination of specialized workers brought together by a business owner, yet who continue to maintain a great deal of control over the labor process itself. Much of the knowledge required to carry out production is still subjective in nature, as Marx puts it, insofar as it is the result of extensive craft training and embodied in the person of the laborer. This modicum of control over the labor process permits such workers a wide range of resistance to capitalist discipline, work slowdowns, the withdrawal of labor, even sabotage. In the automatic factory, in contrast, the technical division of labor is objective insofar as it is no longer founded on a pre-existing system of specializations, but on the application of the principles of mechanics, chemistry, and the whole range of the natural sciences. The division of labor in the automatic factory is now objectified, as it were, in the machinery itself. The articulations of the labor process are now based on the application of scientific principles, rather than on distinct and stratified skill levels. The physical activity of machine operators is made to conform to the precise movements of the machines themselves, ones they no longer command. Under such conditions, the distinction between skills rapidly erodes, with workers performing simplified tasks that are increasingly interchangeable. As work becomes increasingly deprived of content, workers themselves become interchangeable, they can be moved around, from workstation to workstation, from factory to factory, and from one industry to another. Since machine operators no longer require skills obtained over years, traditional barriers preventing women and children from entering the workforce break down as well. Such deskilling lowers, in turn, the value of labor power, so, too, does the lower cost per unit of articles necessary for the reproduction of labor power, as labor productivity gains are wrung from the increased use of automatic machinery in certain industries. 5. Capitalist and communist uses of machinery. What is the relationship between the automatic factory and the capitalist organization of social production? Does the technical and material configuration of the Automation 139 former express, in some way, the social relations prevailing under the latter? In the passages I have cited, Marx's emphasis is on the real subordination of factory laborers to the machinery they serve and operate. The implementation of a division of labor based no longer on the old specializations of the craft system but on the application of scientific knowledge meant that workers ceded significant control over the labor process to a configuration of machines driven by a central power, and whose functioning was largely automatic, self-regulating. Marx cites Ehr's description of the subsumption of human labor activity to the automaton in both Capital and the Grundriss, a vast automaton, composed of various mechanical and intellectual organs, acting in uninterrupted concept for the production of a common object, all of them being subordinate to a self-regulated moving force. Marx's commentary on this passage underlines the emphasis he has placed, so far, on the way in which the means of production can also be a means of domination and control. Ehr's system of machinery is not simply an automaton, he stresses, but an autocrat as well. The automaton in Ehr's description is characterized by Marx as a dominant subject, commanding a self-regulating process in which workers are reduced to merely conscious organs. Yet the mere subordination of the combined collective worker to the objective constraints of the labor process does not, for Marx, mean the mode of production embodied in the system of automatic machinery is inherently capitalist in nature. Indeed, at the center of Marx's reflection on the automation factory is his consideration of the specifically capitalist use or application of machinery. 6. It is in the Grundriss, rather than Capital, that Marx offers his most extended account of the relation between the factory in its most developed form and what he calls the concept of capital. In these notebooks, Marx succinctly defines capital as the appropriation of living labor by objectified labor. Later, in the posthumously published results of the immediate production process, he will revise this formulation, characterizing the actual function specific to capital as the appropriation of unpaid labor in the course of the actual process of production, unpaid labor whose objective form is surplus value. Capital is not content, however, merely to appropriate a given quantity of unpaid labor. It has an inner drive or tendency to reduce to an absolute minimum the labor necessary for the reproduction of the worker. This tendency compels capital constantly to increase the productivity of labor through the transformation of the means of production. In the machine, Marx writes, and even more in machinery as an automatic system, the use value, i.e. the material quality of the means of production, is transformed into an existence adequate to fixed capital and to capital as such. In its infancy, capital could only take over or adopt existing labor processes and means of labor, inherited from an earlier mode of production and its social relations. The craft system entailed a relation between the laborer and the means of labor defined by the laborer's mastery 140 over his instrument, who makes it his organ with his skill and strength, and whose handling depends on his virtuosity. The historical development of capital is marked by the progressive abandonment of this ready-made labor process. The inner tendency of capital is to posit a material form of production adequate to its own concept, and therefore capable of actualizing its tendency, the automatic factory. The automatic factory is made in the image of capital. The automatic factory, as the fully developed material form of the means of production posited by capital, brings into being a production process in which the laboring activity of the worker is subsumed as a mere moment in an autonomous process, a conscious organ of a self-regulating activity it merely supervises and guards against interruption. Capital therefore gives itself its adequate form in the material shape of the factory and its large-scale machinery. And yet this use value, this technical and material configuration, is not identical to capital. Marx cautions, no more than money that circulates as capital should be confused with capital. This is no way means this use value, machinery, is capital, or that its existence as machinery is identical with its existence as capital. The automatic factory is the mode of production most capable of serving the needs of capital, the production of surplus value or, more precisely, an ever higher rate of exploitation. Yet Marx, following Robert Owen, equally saw the factory system to be theoretically the point of departure for the social revolution. Such a revolution, this is one of the very few appearances of this term in Capital, would not necessarily break with the material form of the factory, above all not in view of restoring a new version of the handicraft system. The social revolution would mark instead a rupture with the capitalist application of machinery, the capitalist use of its use value. In his only reference to a communist society in Volume 1 of Capital, Marx insists that the field of application for machinery would therefore be entirely different in a communist society from what it is in bourgeois society. In the opening lines of his chapter on the automatic factory, Marx cites an observation made by John Stuart Mill in 1848, the plethora of labor-saving devices deployed in English industry over the past half-century, though they brought about enormous increases in the productivity of workers, had not lightened the day's toil of any human being. Instead, they intensified the labor process for many workers, while extending, rather than reducing, the length of the working day. 7. Why is this? The objective of the capitalist use of machinery, as Marx puts it, is not to reduce the time of work tout court, but to shorten that part of the day during which the worker labors to reproduce his or her own status as a wage laborer, so-called necessary labor, in order to prolong that part of the working day during which the capitalist is able to appropriate unpaid or surplus. Automation 141. Labor. This is what Marx calls an immanent tendency of capital, the greatest possible negation of necessary labor. But the apparent contradiction between the labor-saving capacities of large-scale machinery and the extension of the working day in the first decades of the factory system of production is one among a host of contradictions that Marx identifies as originating with the capitalist use of machinery. Machinery in itself shortens the hours of labor, but when employed by capital it lengthens them. In itself it lightens labor, but when employed by capital it heightens its intensity. In itself it is a victory of man over the forces of nature, but in the hands of capital it makes man the slave of those forces. In itself it increases the wealth of the producers, but in the hands of capital it makes them into paupers. By distinguishing between machinery in itself and its capitalist application, Marx has two objectives: to analyze the contradictions and antagonisms, as he puts it, that arise as a result of this peculiar use of machinery, and to hold open the possibility of what we have already identified as another, speculative, communist use of machinery. The prospects for this alternative use lie beyond the limits of his critique, but its core objective is clear: raising labor productivity in order to reduce the day's toil, so that the time and intensity of work are lessened. In the Grundriss, Marx spells out the potential effects of the general reduction of the necessary labor of society to a minimum, the free development of individualities, the artistic, scientific, etc. development of the individuals in the time set free. The absolute law of automation. It is only on these few occasions that Marx's analysis of the capitalist mode of production brushes against the speculative possibilities of another, non-capitalist, application of machinery. For the most part, he is content to track down and formalize the contradictions and antagonisms that arise from the capitalist use of the automatic system. He emphasizes, as we have seen, the way in which the revolutionized means of production represented by large-scale industry actualizes an inner drive of the capitalist mode of production. It is the form of production most adequate to the concept of capital. Marx's primary concern in his reflections on the automatic factory, however, is the effect its widespread implementation has on a number of economic and social phenomena, on wages and unemployment, on the division of labor, on control in the workplace, and on the nature of work itself. By definition, the use of labor-saving machinery will produce a given output with fewer workers than a labor process that does not employ such machinery. At the level of the individual corporation, or in some cases an entire industry, labor process innovations do not necessarily entail a reduced demand for 142 labor. Because machine-produced articles are cheaper than those made with less advanced techniques, in many cases the lower costs of these articles will spur demand for them, compelling producers to increase output. If output rises more quickly than labor productivity increases, the effect at the firm or industry level is to attract rather than repel labor. If we abstract from particular cases and observe capital as a whole, however, we can formulate an overarching pattern regarding the effect of labor-saving machinery on patterns of employment. It is reasonable to assume, Marx notes, that any diminution of demand for labor in one industry due to the introduction of advanced production techniques will be offset by increases in employment in other, often related, industries. Workers will be displaced, forced to migrate from one line of production to another. When the textile industry developed automatic factories that substituted machine operations for what were once manual actions performed by wage laborers, the net effect over time, abstracting from the fluctuations of the business cycle, was a reduction in the size of that industry's labor force. But the introduction of such machinery led to increased employment in other, related industries. Because more capital-intensive, efficient factories could produce cheaper articles, their output often rose to meet rising demand. This increased output required, in turn, more raw materials, such as cotton, the production of which required more labor in this industry. More output also required more coal to run the steam engines that powered the looms, and more steam engines required, in turn, more laborers employed in still other factories that produced these machines, etc. Higher output will in turn draw in more workers in the circulation phase of the capital circuit, in transport and warehousing, in telecommunications, and in what today we would call business services. Whatever might be the offsetting effects of the increased demand for labor in ancillary industries, however, Marx insists that by definition there is no simple compensation mechanism that automatically reallocates the labor replaced in one industry to others where demand for labor is rising. At the level of the entire social process, Marx formulates what he calls an absolute law regarding the effect of machinery on employment. If the total quantity of the article produced by machinery is equal to the total quantity of the article previously produced by handicraft or by manufacture, and now made by machinery, then total labor expended is diminished. As a result, the compensating effect of absorbing labor rendered redundant in one industry or sector must be less than the reduction in labor achieved by the employment of machinery, otherwise the product of the machine would be as dear as, or dearer than, the production of manual labor. The effect of the introduction of labor-saving machinery in a particular industry will necessarily be a net reduction in the overall demand for labor employed by capital. Automation 143. The immediate effect of the introduction of labor-saving devices in certain core industries will often be a contradictory one. If the automation of production in one industry results in a declining demand for labor, these workers must seek work elsewhere in the economy. This flooding of the labor market with workers desperate for any work, whose skills are often tied to now obsolete production processes, means that employers will in some situations be able to offer wages that fall below the established value of labor power. When this occurs, employers will be less inclined to introduce machinery that might raise labor productivity and, as Mill puts it, lighten the day's toil. Such conditions, Marx writes, actually prevent the use of machinery in other branches and, from the standpoint of the capitalist, makes the use of machinery superfluous, and often impossible, because his profit comes from a reduction in the labor paid for, not in the labor employed. While Marx understands the increasing mechanization of production to be an invariant, long-term, developmental trend of the capitalist mode of production, he also insists that capitalists do not pursue increases in labor productivity for their own sake, but rather to reduce the costs per unit of the items they produce. If they can do so by decreasing what they spend on labor inputs, rather than on a more efficient use of the labor they employ, they will forego investing in expensive machinery that depreciates over years in favor of a cheap and fungible supply of labor. Marx offers a poignant image of this phenomenon when he observes that in England, the home of the Industrial Revolution, wage laborers are often encountered performing dreadful labors that are elsewhere carried out either by machines, or by beasts of burden. In England, he writes, women are still occasionally used instead of horses for hauling barges, because the labor required to produce horses and machines is an accurately known quantity, while that required to maintain the women of the surplus population is beneath all calculation. Hence, we nowhere find a more shameless squandering of human labor power for despicable purposes than in England, the land of machinery. This paradoxical condition, in which machines are not employed even when doing so, would greatly alleviate the toil imposed upon workers employed to carry out onerous, dangerous, or otherwise inappropriate activities, is itself an effect of the capitalist application of machines. A sudden surge in technological innovation in one sector will produce, ineluctably if unevenly, technological stagnation in another. This feature has enormous contemporary significance, particularly when considering the fragmentation of global labor markets. One of the immediate effects of relocating manufacturing from high-income nations to low-income countries with ready supplies of cheap labor is that there is less urgency for manufacturing firms to economize on labor inputs by increasing the productivity of that labor. While private companies will always be forced to reduce their costs of production in competitive markets, in many industries the availability of a seemingly endless supply of labor across the globe makes the 144 pursuit of ever cheaper labor costs a more viable option than considerable outlays for fixed capital. Automation, capital composition, and crisis. Marx's analysis of the role ancillary industries play in absorbing the labor shed by core industries that employ automation requires the introduction of a concept that will assume a special importance in the later unfolding of his theory. Marx writes, "How far employment is thereby found for an increased number of workers depends, on the composition of capital, i.e. on the ratio of its constant to its variable component. This ratio, in its turn, varies considerably to the extent by which machinery has already penetrated, or is engaged in penetrating, those trades. As a general rule, these ancillary industries supplying inputs to core industries will, at least initially, have a lower capital composition than the most advanced sector. Machine production, Marx notes, was originally carried out primarily by specialized craft workers who did not employ large amounts of machinery. But eventually, as demand for such machinery increased, the transformations of the labor process carried out in textile production by the use of machinery was in turn applied to machine production itself, machines making machines. When Marx speaks of the composition of capital, he has two distinct but inseparable notions in mind. The first is the use value or technical composition of capital. Technical composition refers to the mass of means of production a given employee can operate or process in a given labor process. Such a mass of machinery and raw materials is measured either in individual units, whether the unit is a given machine or, as in the case of raw materials, in units such as yards, square feet, pounds, and so on. To say that a given firm or industry has introduced machinery in order to raise the productivity of its employees is, in turn, to speak in use value terms, a new combination of machinery and labor will produce more hammers in a given period of time than another, more labor-intensive combination. The technical composition of capital is, however, only half the story. In the capitalist mode of production, use value is inseparable from exchange value, so, too, the technical composition of capital is intimately related to what Marx calls the value composition of capital, that is, the relation between the value of the means of production to the value of the labor employed. These ratios often, but do not always, move in concert. If workers in the coal industry go on strike, driving up the cost of the fuel necessary to run a factory's steam-powered machinery, the technical composition of capital prevailing in this factory or industry will not change. The Automation 145. Same amount of coal, measured in physical units, is used, but the rising costs of energy will change the value composition. By the same token, when coal mines introduce new machinery that makes the cost of coal cheaper, the value composition will once again change, even if the quantity of coal used in the factory or industry employed remains constant. Marx is therefore compelled to construct another concept, the organic composition of capital, to describe those situations in which changes in the value composition of capital reflect changes in its underlying use value or technical composition, and vice versa. The concept of the organic composition of capital provides in turn the foundation for Marx's crisis theory, which he cumbersomely describes as the law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. The argument, in its simplest form, is this: as businesses compete with one another to cut their costs of production, they will often do so by increasing labor productivity, that is, by increasing their capital composition. By doing so, they increase the amount of capital they invest in the means of production relative to what they invest in labor. At the level of the individual firm, this indeed results in low production costs, but at the level of the economy as a whole, rising organic composition of capital tends to reduce the rate of profit, that is, the surplus value produced across society as a whole relative to the total capital advanced. Increased labor productivity means that the rate of exploitation, understood as the ratio of necessary to surplus labor, also rises. The net effect of rising labor productivity, however, is a reduction in the mass of labor employed per unit of capital. And because surplus value is produced only through the exploitation of labor in the production process, the rate of profit, understood as surplus value divided by total capital advanced, will fall as capital composition rises. In the manuscript of what was posthumously published as the third volume of Capital, Marx enumerates a number of tendencies that might counteract the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. Some of these counteracting factors can be seen as extrinsic effects that depend on the actions of capitalists or on temporary changes in the labor market brought about by the automation of a particular industry or sector. On the one hand, capitalists can raise the rate of exploitation by simply intensifying the labor process, working their employees harder to generate more output per labor hour, with no change in either technical composition or wages. On the other, as I have already pointed out in the case of the women of the surplus population, the displacement of laborers from a recently automated sector can drive wages below their value in other sectors, as unemployed workers flood the labor market, willing to take jobs at low wages to get by. Here, too, the rate of exploitation is augmented, not by any change in the labor process, but simply by a fall in wages. Among the factors Marx enumerates, however, one in particular stands out, namely the automation of labor processes. Once these production techniques spread to ancillary industries that supply the means of production, the 146. Production of raw materials and machinery itself, they will cheapen the elements of constant capital. When machines begin to produce machines, the application of labor-saving methods to the production of constant capital means that the value composition of capital will tend to rise more slowly than its technical composition. The same development that raises the mass of constant capital in comparison with variable reduces the value of its elements, as a result of the higher productivity of labor, and hence prevents the value of the constant capital, even though this grows steadily, from growing in the same degree as its material volume. Incomplete subordination of labor to capital, or the resistance to automation. This core countervailing tendency, by which the spread of labor-saving devices across the economy reduces the cost of constant capital, however, is supplemented in Marx's account by another, seemingly less prominent, feature of industrialized economies. Or, rather, two related phenomena that Marx groups under a single heading, the relative surplus population, but whose connection he does not fully elaborate. There are many branches of production which, by their nature, oppose significant resistance to the transformation of manual work into machine production. What are the reasons for this more or less incomplete subordination of labor to capital in these branches? Marx suggests two primary reasons. The first is a version of the factor I have already discussed, the cheapness and quantity of available or dismissed wage laborers formerly employed by newly mechanized or automated industries. The prevailing cheapness of this labor makes it unlikely that business owners will invest in labor-saving machinery that would otherwise be employed if wages were higher. But the resistance to automation Marx also points to has a technical or use value aspect as well. Some labor processes, by their nature, are hard to mechanize to such an extent that the labor process performed is entirely dictated by capitalist methods and imperatives. Marx does not give any examples. He notes, however, that the automation of core industries that produce necessities like food, clothing, and so on leads to the creation of new branches of production, particularly in the field of luxury consumption. Indeed, these branches of production take this relative surplus population as their basis, a population often made available owing to the preponderance of constant capital in other branches. By luxury consumption Marx does not mean, of course, the purchasing of yachts, mansions, and other expensive material goods available to the wealthy. He means instead what we would now call personal services, performed by what he designates elsewhere as domestic servants. The services provided by this class of employees tend to require person-to-person interactions that do not produce a discrete material good to be sold on the market. These are the sorts of laboring activities that oppose a greater resistance to the transformation of manual work into machine production than industries such as textile manufacturing, machine production, or, in the 20th century, the making of automobiles, steel, or consumer electronics. The first key insight that Marx's elliptical formulation suggests here is that these new branches of production resist the total subordination of labor to capital and exhibit relatively low capital compositions, such that both the rate and mass of surplus value in these branches of production are unusually high. There is another implication of Marx's argument here that is only hinted at. When Marx suggests that new branches of production devoted to luxury consumption arise with the automation of the manufacturing sector, he is also suggesting that these activities are to be understood as unproductive, that is, they do not produce surplus value. But he equally suggests by the use of this phrase that these activities are paid for not out of capital but out of the private income of the wealthy. As a result, the unproductive nature of these activities will have no effect on the profit rate, since they do not function as a cost to capitalist firms, but only to wealthy individuals and families who consume them. Yet in Volume 2 of Capital, Marx devotes an important set of reflections to another kind of unproductive labor, not luxury consumption paid out of private income, but circulation and supervisory activities that are necessary for the realization, in the exchange process, of the surplus value captured in the immediate production process. Unproductive labor and the crisis tendency. In the introduction I began by describing a rapidly expanding service sector in contemporary capitalist economies, now making up as much as 80% of employment in the USA and UK. Given the confused nature of the concept of services as used by traditional economists, this situation is better described as a shift of a larger and larger share of labor activities toward unproductive activities, be they activities of circulation or supervisory and managerial functions that ensure the efficient use of labor, materials, and machinery. In Marx's terms, these activities are unproductive, they do not produce a product, whether good or service, that can be sold for a profit. While a masseuse working for a massage parlor produces massages that produce more value than is required to reproduce his or her labor, and hence generates a profit for his or her employer, a security guard merely ensures that a certain article of property remains private, both his or her labor and the security firm's profits are paid for out of profits generated at the enterprise he or she guards. In the same way, financial and retail activities are unproductive, as are activities that produce goods and services but are not sold. 148. On the market, such as household production and government services. From Marx's point of view, productivity in capitalism properly refers to the production of value and surplus value. An increase in supervisory and circulation labor means a decline in the amount of labor consumed productively and so capable of generating profits for business owners. Marx's approach has the virtue of clarifying that the rising proportion of the labor force working in circulation and supervision represents an increasing cost to the system as a whole. This introduces an added complication to Marx's theory of the tendency for the average profit rate to fall. What if a significant portion of the wage bill includes personnel who perform activities that do not produce value, as is the case with circulation and supervisory labor? Since these workers do not produce surplus value, and even sufficient value to provide for their own reproduction, their wages must be paid out of surplus value produced by productive workers elsewhere in the economy, thereby drawing down the total surplus value available to capitalists for new investments. Since this total surplus value must be shared between productive and unproductive enterprises, the rising ratio of unproductive to productive labor represents an additional downward pressure on the profit rate. The increasing productivity of labor, in Marx's sense of a rising rate of exploitation, must therefore compensate not only for the reduction in the total demand for labor relative to the capital mobilized but also for the increasing costs of circulation and supervision, as more and more labor is allocated to non-productive activity. But why do the costs of circulation and managerial labor increase? Aren't they just as susceptible to labor-saving innovations as productive activities, such as those in industries like manufacturing, mining, and agriculture? In an important commentary on this question formulated 40 years ago, Paul Maddock underlined the growing disproportion between labor allocated to productive activities and to those representing costs of circulation. The increase in these costs is consequence of the increasing productivity of labor, for the growing mass of commodities, produced with less and less labor, requires a disproportionate increase of the labor employed in distribution. This disproportionality has its source, on the one hand, in the enlargement and extension of the market and, on the other hand, in the as yet unresolved fact that the increase of productivity in the distribution process proceeds at a slower pace than in the production process. The slower advance in the productivity of the so-called service sector of the economy depresses the rate of profit. Maddock's argument here depicts the economy as a whole as divided between two sectors, one subject to ongoing and rapid labor productivity increases, the other defined by a slower advance in the deployment of labor-saving technologies. Maddock's argument here tends to identify the service sector, not simply as a technologically stagnant sector, but one composed in no small part by activities that do not produce value or surplus value. As capitalist economies produce larger amounts of goods and services, the argument goes, more labor must be consumed by private businesses that do not directly produce value. The two most important types of activity are supervisory and circulation labor. Automation 149. Since these activities are by definition unproductive, they are a cost to capital, rather than a source of new value, they are paid for out of the profits other productive businesses generate, rather than producing profit themselves. Why do labor productivity increases in the distribution process proceed at a slower rate than those in the productive segment of capital's circuit? Why wouldn't the antidote to the growing disproportion in the allocation of productive to unproductive labor be found in accelerating the productivity gains of circulation and supervisory labor directly, primarily through automating them? Maddox speaks in this passage of an as yet unresolved fact, as if the disproportion were not a structural feature of capital accumulation but a contingency that might be overcome in the future. But he also suggests, echoing Marx's suggestion that many branches of production, by their nature, oppose significant resistance to the transformation of manual work into machine production, that the limits to raising the productivity of workers tasked with circulating value in particular reflect a crucial change in the relation between production activities and the distribution process. Whereas the production process becomes increasingly more centralized into fewer and bigger enterprises, he writes, the distribution process is increasingly decentralized. Here, the laws of motion regulating the accumulation of capital are elaborated in terms Marx only left implicit. If productive activities tend to be concentrated and centralized in fewer and larger firms, distribution activities are by necessity dispersed in space and carried out in a large number of, by definition, smaller workplaces, at least relative to those companies focused on productive activities. Conclusion. This pattern, in which enormous productivity gains captured through economies of scale in certain core sectors of the economy are offset by the expansion of more labor-intensive activities in the circulation process, appears to be a structural feature of global capitalist production. What it suggests is that the central dynamic shaping the crisis tendency of advanced capital economies, those economies whose manufacturing sectors were automated to a large extent in the post-war period, is the growing disparity between labor productivity gains in the productive and unproductive segments of the capital circuit. Since circulation labor, to take the primary example among unproductive uses of capital, is a cost to private businesses, necessary to realize surplus value extracted in the production process yet paid out of profits, the enduring disparity in labor productivity gains between these two sectors of the economy will continue to exert downward pressure on the profitability of private businesses across the economy as a whole. This pressure will manifest itself, periodically and with increasing frequency, in the form of systemic crises. The question raised by this highly abstract model of the growing ratio of unproductive to productive labor is 150. Whether breakthroughs in automation can close the gap in productivity gains between the productive and unproductive segments, despite what Marx calls the greater resistance the labor activities associated with circulation labor pose to automation. Were such a breakthrough possible, it would most likely restore the profit rate, while shedding enormous quantities of labor. This newly redundant labor would either swell the ranks of the unemployed, or be absorbed into the low-wage, low-skill personal services sector. If such a breakthrough is not possible, the only recourse for capital will be to intensify labor processes, while keeping wages as low as possible, at times even below the value of labor power. The grim future automation theorists and advocates have projected, in which a surge in labor productivity in the vast service sector will force a significant fraction of the workforce onto unemployment rolls, will likely be replaced with another, equally grim, scenario. A modest rise in unemployment is likely enough, even if it goes unreported in official statistics, or is reflected instead in a declining labor participation rate. But most workers affected by automation in core industries will find themselves forced to find employment in other lines of work that consist largely of low-paid, low-skill activities. This sector of the economy will continue to expand in the coming decades, but the combination of low wages, and the inherent difficulties these specific labor processes present to attempts to introduce labor-saving machinery, will most likely pose insurmountable obstacles to their automation in the near future. These conditions will drag down aggregate labor productivity gains across the workforce, as more and more labor is allocated to low productivity employment. As labor productivity gains taper off, the capacity for workers to win higher wages will in turn be closed off, since without such gains any increase in wages would reflect an increase in the labor share of income and therefore a reduction in employer profits. Companies have historically fought such scenarios tooth and nail, in defense of their profit margins. But even as they continue to hold down wages, while increasing productivity through heightened workplace discipline, the tendency for mature capitalist economies to increase the ratio of unproductive to productive labor will exert further pressure on their bottom lines, launching future rounds of wage suppression and the intensification of labor processes. Since the mid-1970s, this is precisely what has happened in the advanced economies of the world. Since 2008, despite the rhetoric of automation that dominated the crisis years, the situation has only deteriorated. Karl Marx thought deeply about matters of method throughout his life. Nonetheless, he wrote few general reflections on it. He chose not to publish his chief text on method, the introduction to the Grundrisse. He told Engels that in the first volume of Capital, method would be much more hidden than in the contribution to the critique of political economy. Marx made enigmatic comments, declaring himself to be Hegel's pupil, then complaining. With him it is standing on its head. It must be inverted, in order to discover the rational kernel within the mystical shell. Years earlier, Marx had written to Engels, "If there should ever be time for such work again, I would very greatly like to make accessible, what is rational in the method which Hegel discovered but at the same time enveloped in mysticism." That time never came. Marx claims originality for the method of his critique of political economy and cautions readers as to its difficulty, the method of analysis which I have employed, and which had not previously been applied to economic subjects, makes the reading of the first chapters rather arduous. There is no royal road to science. Reflecting on reviews of Capital, he voices disappointment that the method employed in Capital has been little understood, as is shown by the various mutually contradictory conceptions. 9. Methods. Patrick Murray 154. That have been formed of it. Late in life, Marx wrote notes on Adolf Wagner, an important manuscript that criticizes the German economist's understanding of Marx's method in Capital. James Collins writes of the insistency of the sources in interpretive work. There is the research opening toward the sources on the part of the historian. This effort at understanding is encouraged and sustained by the originative opening from the sources themselves. Our understanding of Marx's method has been aided by the openings to texts by Marx unpublished in his lifetime. Christopher Arthur observes of the new dialectic interpretation of Marx's method, what is involved in the first place is simply a return to sources, making a serious study of what Hegel and Marx really achieved with respect to dialectic. Among the important posthumous texts of Marx for a discussion of method are the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right, economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844, Grundrisse, Urtext, Notes on Wagner, Results of the Immediate Production Process, Economic Manuscript of 1861-3, and Economic Manuscript of 1864-5. There is much to digest. The inseparability of form and content, why Marx wrote few reflections on method. We can trace why Marx wrote sparsely on method to his encounter with Hegel. As a 19-year-old student, Marx writes to his father that, while trying to compose a Kantian, Fichtian book of jurisprudence, a turbulent reading of Hegel rocked his thinking. In the aftermath, he reflects on his first effort: "My mistake was that I believed one could and must develop the one apart from the other, with the result that I achieved no genuine form but a desk with a number of drawers I subsequently lettered with sand." We recognize Marx's debt in Hegel's statement. Form and content are a pair of determinations that are frequently employed by the reflective understanding, and, moreover, mainly in such a way that the content is considered as what is essential and independent, while the form, on the contrary, is inessential and dependent. Against this, however, it must be remarked that in fact both of them are equally essential. This demand is the root of dialectic, it opposes a priori thinking. In this sense, Marx is an empiricist. But for Marx, as for Aristotle, experience includes form, notably, Social form. From this understanding of form and content, we see there is little to say in general about method, and matters of method and substance are inseparable. Getting Marx right on method and getting the substance of his views right are two aspects of one task. In the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right, Marx turns the inseparability of form and content against Hegel. Marx charges Hegel with forcing methods 155. Modern society to fit in a priori logic. However, this comprehension does not, as Hegel thinks, consist in everywhere recognizing the determinations of the logical concept, but rather in grasping the proper logic of the proper object. To grasp the proper logic of the proper object is the soul of Marx's method. This is the key to the present interpretation. A proper logic cannot be known a priori, it requires experience-based investigation. Hegel fails to meet his own standard with respect to the inseparability of form and content. As Marx charges, he does not develop his thought out of what is objective, but what is objective in accordance with ready-made thought which has its origin in the abstract sphere of logic. Years later, Marx would criticize Ferdinand Lassalle's attempt at a Hegelian presentation of political economy, to bring a science by criticism to the point where it can be dialectically presented is an altogether different thing from applying an abstract ready-made system of logic to mere inklings of such a system. Marx returns often to this accusation of imposing ready-made thinking. Christopher Arthur finds this kind of imposition in Soviet Marxist diamat, this lifeless formalism preceded by applying abstract schemas adventitiously to contents arbitrarily forced into the required shape. This is no way to reach the proper logic of the proper object. Because he fails to engage the dialectic of form and content, Hegel falls into both idealism and positivism. Imposing logical forms necessarily has as its result that an empirical existent is taken in an uncritical manner to be the real truth of the idea. Marx finds the source of this twofold failure in Hegel's phenomenology of spirit. There is already latent in the phenomenology as a germ, a potentiality, a secret, the uncritical positivism and the equally uncritical idealism of Hegel's later works, that philosophic dissolution and restoration of the existing empirical world. In failing to grasp the proper logic of the proper object, idealism has bad empirical and political consequences. 30 years later, Marx returns to this point. When dialectical thinking misfires, it turns conservative. In its mystified form, the dialectic became the fashion in Germany, because it seemed to transfigure and glorify what exists. In interpreting the world, failed dialectical thinkers only entrench it. Assessing conceptual horizons. To arrive at his method, Marx first examines existing conceptual horizons. Marx concludes the economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844 with a critique of Hegelian dialectic and philosophy in general. He regards that critique to be absolutely necessary, a task not yet performed. Marx concludes that Hegel lapses into the same Enlightenment dualisms that he sought to 156 overcome. He praises Hegel for grasping labor as the essence of man, yet protests that the only labor which Hegel knows and recognizes is abstractly mental labor. With Hegel, the rich, living, sensuous, concrete activity of self-objectification is therefore reduced to its mere abstraction, sheer activity, just as value is the objectification of abstract labor. Marx then pays Hegel a left-handed compliment. Hegel's positive achievement here, in his speculative logic, is that the definite concepts, the universal fixed thought forms in their independence vis-a-vis nature and mind are a necessary result of the general estrangement of the human essence and therefore also of human thought. Because Hegel reduces human consciousness to abstractly mental labor, he necessarily generates fixed thought forms opposite nature and spirit. Anticipating his view that value necessarily is expressed in money, Marx says of Hegel, logic is the money of spirit. Thus, in his Encyclopedia of the Philosophical Sciences, Hegel puts logic ahead of nature and spirit, so that the whole of nature merely repeats the logical abstractions in a sensuous, external form. Just as commodities are carriers of value, Hegel treats the wealth of nature and society as bearers of logical abstractions. In The Poverty of Philosophy, Marx engages in a simultaneous critique of philosophy, political economy, and bourgeois socialism. Economists express the relations of bourgeois production, the division of labor, credit, money, etc., as fixed, immutable, eternal categories. Proudhon waxes Hegelian and is forced to attribute the origin of these thoughts to the movement of pure reason. Though he considers Proudhon to be a poor Hegelian, Marx reasserts his critique of Hegel. It is of this absolute method that Hegel speaks in these terms: method is the absolute, unique, supreme, infinite force, which no object can resist. It is the tendency of reason to find itself again, to recognize itself in every object. All things being reduced to a logical category, and every movement, every act of production, to method, it follows naturally that every aggregate of products and production, of objects and of movement, can be reduced to a form of applied metaphysics. 1. Proudhon, in his turn, wants to derive ready-made economic categories from a ready-made metaphysics. Beyond the bourgeois horizon. In criticizing Proudhon, Marx complains that he does not rise above the bourgeois horizon. The bourgeois horizon, which is shared by idealism and materialism, fails to recognize the inseparability of subject and object, form and content. Marx targets that phenomenological failure in the first of the theses on Feuerbach. Methods 157. The chief defect of all previous materialism is that things, reality, sensuousness are conceived only in the form of the object, or of contemplation, but not as sensuous human activity, practice, not subjectively. Hence, in contradistinction to materialism, the active side was set forth abstractly by idealism, which, of course, does not know real, sensuous activity as such. The fault underlying idealism and the previous materialism is the split between subject and object, activity and passivity. Practical, sensuous human activity, which repels any split between subject and object or activity and passivity, is Marx's phenomenological corrective to the bifurcations of the bourgeois horizon. 2. Marx attributes classical political economy's failings to its confinement to the bourgeois horizon, yet even its best representatives remained more or less trapped in the world of illusion their criticism had dissolved, and nothing else is possible from the bourgeois standpoint. The bourgeois horizon splits the social provisioning process from the historically changeable social forms and purposes that constitute it, a false phenomenology of the provisioning process. Consequently, generally applicable categories such as wealth, labor, and instrument of production get conflated with socially specific ones, such as the commodity, value-producing labor, and capital. Marx observes, the whole profundity of those modern economists who demonstrate the eternity and harmoniousness of the existing social relations lies in this forgetting. For example, no production possible without an instrument of production, even if this instrument is only the hand. No production without stored up, past labor, even if it is only the facility gathered together and concentrated in the hand of the savage by repeated practice. Capital is, among other things, also an instrument of production, also objectified, past labor. Therefore it is a general, eternal relation of nature, that is, if I leave out just the specific quality which alone make instrument of production and stored up labor into capital. Here we see the apologetic character of the bourgeois horizon. Capital is presented as permanent. Immanent critique and Marx's critical social epistemology. Marx's critique of the bifurcations of the bourgeois horizon owes much to Hegel's critique of the unreconciled dualisms of the reflective understanding. Likewise, Marx's practice of immanent critique is indebted to Hegel, who wrote, "The genuine refutation must penetrate the opponent's stronghold and meet him on his own ground." In the notes to his doctoral dissertation, Marx directs that thought at Hegel. If a philosopher has accommodated himself, his disciples have to explain from his inner essential consciousness, his essential form of consciousness is constructed, raised to a particular form and meaning, and at the same time superseded. 158. We saw that Marx turns Hegel against himself in the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right, and in the final Paris manuscript, Hegel relapses into bifurcations that he meant to overcome. As George Lukács comments, measured Hegel's philosophy by the yardstick he had himself discovered and systematically elaborated, and he found it wanting. Marx's critique of Hegel is the direct continuation and extension of the criticism that Hegel himself levelled at Kant and Fichte. Immanent criticism requires the sort of concentrated textual study that Marx undertook throughout his life. In Capital, Marx returns to his critique of the bourgeois philosophy of right by showing that the principles of liberty, equality, and respect for persons in the marketplace present the cheery face of a mode of production that is based on the exploitation of wage workers and the domination of all by the price system and endless capital accumulation. Marx explains how workers can be paid a wage equal in value to the labor power that they sell to capitalists, meeting the demands of bourgeois justice, and still be exploited. In arguing that the continuous functioning of the market presupposes production on a capitalist basis, he reveals that commodity circulation is driven by capital's drive for profits, and that even the apparent justice of the wage contract is a fraud since workers are paid from surplus value previously extracted. The liberty and equality of the marketplace mask realities that thwart the aims of bourgeois right. Marx argued that the tendency of the rate of profit to fall was immanent to the capitalist mode of production, though not due to external factors, as David Ricardo thought. Capital's inherent drive to increase the productive power of labor and reap relative surplus value tends to make production less labor-intensive, but that reduction, abstracting from immanent counter-tendencies, diminishes the source of profit. Marx observes, "It comes to the surface here in a purely economic way, i.e., from the bourgeois point of view, within the limitations of capitalist understanding, from the standpoint of capitalist production itself, that it has its barrier, that it is relative, that it is not an absolute, but only a historical mode of production corresponding to a definite limited epoch in the development of the material requirements of production." For Marx, the ultimate immanent critique of bourgeois society is that capital is its own barrier. Marx's method, rooted in historical materialism, is not only to make immanent critiques of key thinkers but also to grasp their form of consciousness in relation to the mode of production. For Marx, a form of consciousness is not a thing apart, it belongs to a form of social life. Consciousness can never be anything other than conscious being, and the being of men is their actual process of life. The study of consciousness and its forms, including philosophical and scientific thinking, belongs to historical materialism. The social form of the provisioning process always has implications for consciousness. As Moishe Postone puts it, the form of social relations must be treated as an epistemological category, as a way of understanding. Methods 159. Ideology. Marx speaks of the bourgeois horizon because he views it as a form of consciousness that fits and reinforces the social relations constitutive of capitalist society. Critical social epistemology falls within the method of historical materialism. It calls for self-reflexivity on the part of the investigator. The 1857 to the Grundrisse, 6 key points. The 1857 introduction to the Grundrisse is the single most fruitful source on Marx's method. 6 points may be highlighted with respect to its contribution. 1. Historical materialism is the heart of Marx's method. Individuals producing in society, hence socially determined individual production, is, of course, the point of departure. Social determination is not an add-on. Individuals do not pull on sociality on like a sweater. Historical materialism tells you that production is socially determined but not how. It paves no royal road to explanation. 2. Marx distinguishes between general and determinate abstractions. Generally applicable categories have a role to play in Marx's method. There are characteristics which all stages of production have in common, and which are established as general ones by the mind, but no real historical stage of production can be grasped with them. Determinate categories, such as the ones Marx develops in Capital, are needed for that. Marx is careful to distinguish between a legitimate, though limited, use of general categories and the notion that we can speak of production in general. If there is no production in general, then there is also no general production. Production is always a particular branch of production. We talk about widgets to make general points about production, but there are no widget factories. 3. Marx distinguishes two senses of concrete. One contrasts the actual world from concepts, the other distinguishes among concepts. One concept is more concrete than another if it is conceptually more developed. The concrete is the concentration of many determinations. Capital, for example, is a more concrete concept than that of the simple commodity. 4. Marx distinguishes between the method of inquiry and the method of presentation. The method of inquiry works from the concrete to categories that are abstract, while the method of presentation, roughly, works from the conceptually abstract to the concrete. 3. Henrik Grossman introduced the idea of successive approximations to interpret Marx's method of presentation in Capital. 4. Grossman's influential successive approximations interpretation has largely given way to a systematic dialectical interpretation of Marx's method of presentation in Capital. 5. The two interpretations share a conception of capital as having different stages of analysis moving from higher to lower levels of abstraction, but they differ importantly. First, levels of approximation are taken to exist independently. In systematic dialectics, by contrast, all the stages in the presentation refer to levels of abstraction from the same object of inquiry, not to independently existing stages. Second, in the successive approximations approach, later stages presuppose the earlier ones but not vice versa. If they did, they would not be independent. In systematic dialectics, conceptual levels are mutually presupposing, they belong to a totality. Third, in the successive approximations approach, what is claimed at earlier stages of approximation is shown by later stages of approximation to be false. In a systematic dialectical approach, by contrast, the claims made at the higher levels of abstraction, that is, in the earlier stages of the presentation, are true and remain true throughout. Two key examples are the claims that the price of the total heap of commodities, but not of commodities taken 160 individually, is determined by its value, and that the total surplus value, but not the profit realized by the sale of individual commodities, is determined by the amount of surplus labor represented in that heap. 5. Marx insists on the phenomenological point that the different aspects of a mode of production are distinguishable but inseparable. They belong to a totality. Production, distribution, exchange, and consumption, all form the members of a totality, distinctions within a unity. In Chapter 51 Relations of Production and Relations of Distribution of Volume 3 of Capital, Marx returns to the phenomenological point that production and distribution are inseparable. This important truth has consequences. For example, value cannot be strictly a category of production or distribution. 6. Capital is about capital from start to finish. Capital is the all-dominating economic power of bourgeois society. It must form the starting point as well as the finishing point. The determinate categories of capital express the forms of being, the characteristics of existence, and often only individual sides of this specific society. Marx adds that this is decisive for the order and sequence of the categories, which belies the logico-historical interpretation of the ordering of capital. Grasping social forms in their complexity. Marx explains how the method of the political economists alternately collapses complex social forms into simple ones and abstracts altogether from specific social forms. There are 2 points here which are characteristic of the method of the bourgeoisie's economic apologists. The first is the identification of the circulation of commodities with the direct exchange of products, achieved simply by abstracting from their differences. The second is the attempt to explain away the contradictions of the capitalist process of production by dissolving the relations between persons engaged in that process of production into the simple relations arising out of the circulation of commodities. Reduce capital circuit to simple commodity circulation, then reduce circulation to barter, specific social forms vanish. Capitalism is then represented as the residue, the immutable economy in general. Method and substance in Marx's critique of political economy. Marx is not a political economist but rather a critic of political economy, as the subtitle of Capital tells readers. Marx's critique is at once methodological and substantive. As Guido Starista comments, a proper grasp of the substantive content of commodity fetishism can only result from a correct understanding of the very form of Marx's process of cognition. Attending to specific social forms and purposes is central to the method of Marx's critique of political economy. In Capital, that critique begins with the opening sentence. He identifies the object of his inquiry as capitalist societies, where wealth is. Methods 161. Produced in the commodity form. Marx calls out Adam Smith, who, in The Wealth of Nations, makes claim to a science of wealth without any social form or purpose, as if wealth existed and was produced in general. Value and its necessary form of expression. Reasoning from commodities to value, Marx examines not only the substance and magnitude of value but also its necessary form of expression, value's three inseparable aspects. Marx's investigation of the value form sets his labor theory of value apart from the classical one. Even its best representatives, Adam Smith and Ricardo, treat the form of value as something of indifference, something external to the nature of the commodity itself. Confined to the bourgeois horizon, the classical political economists neglect matters of form, with all later bourgeois economists, as with Adam Smith, lack of theoretical understanding needed to distinguish the different forms of economic relations remains the rule in their course grabbing at an interest in the empirically available material. Value is a consequence of the social form of labor. Adapting Hegel's logic of essence, essence must appear as something other than itself. Marx shows that value necessarily appears as money, and he traces that necessity to the peculiarly asocial social form of labor in capitalism. Classical political economists employ a pre-Hegelian notion of essence and appearance. They take value to be the independent variable and price to be the dependent variable. Demonstrating that value is inseparable from money is a way that Marx shows value to be historically specific. Consequently, embodied labor and utility are the wrong kind of concepts to explain value. Two sore points, commodity money and the transformation problem. Two reasons commonly given for rejecting capital are, Marx claims that money must have intrinsic value, and the theory of value in Capital, Volume 1 cannot be reconciled with the prices of production introduced in Capital, Volume 3. In other words, the transformation problem has no satisfactory solution. Expanding on work by Suzanne de Brunhoff, Martha Campbell explains the method of Capital to show how Marx argues in the chapter on money in Capital, Volume 1 that money need not have intrinsic value, thereby laying the basis for his argument in Capital, Volume 3 that money in capitalism is credit money. Fred Mosley argues there is no transformation problem because there is nothing to transform. In both arguments, how Marx's method is understood is key. In the first argument, three functions of money are examined in Chapter 3 of Capital, Volume 1, measure of value, medium of 162. Circulation, and money as money. These are inseparable, each depends on the other. What matters is not money's materiality but that it is socially established as the universal equivalent. Money is hoarded for that reason, not for its intrinsic value. None of money's functions require it to have intrinsic value. In the second argument, when Marx introduces the circuit of capital, M.C., in Chapter 4 of Capital, Volume 1, he calls delta M surplus value. Both the M that begins the circuit and delta M, which is the goal of the circuit, are sums of money. The M introduced in Chapter 4 equals C plus V. Since in capitalism individual commodities sell not at their individual values but rather at their prices of production, Mosley reasons, the actual prices at which the elements of constant and variable capital are purchased are prices of production, not individual values. The commodities are not paid for in Volume 1 and again in Volume 3. So, the prices of the commodities represented by C and V need no transformation. But Marx could not develop the categories needed to say that until Capital, Volume 3. Individual commodities and capitals in Capital, Volume 1 are aliquot or representative parts of the total heap of commodities and the total social capital. The M and delta M introduced in Chapter 4 are the same quantities that appear at the beginning of Capital, Volume 3, where Marx develops the concepts of profit, cost price, and price of production. Since the price of a commodity always was a portion of the money capital expended, that money capital always purchased commodities at their price of production. So, there is nothing to transform in Capital, Volume 3, no problem to solve. Moseley notes how method and substance align. If Marx's logical method is interpreted in this way, then there is no transformation problem in Marx's theory. The problem created by the successive approximations interpretation is dissolved. If correct, these two arguments demonstrate the significance of grasping the inseparability of method and substance in Marx's critique of political economy. George Lukács, Method as Marxist Orthodoxy. In What is Orthodox Marxism, George Lukács offers this answer. Orthodox Marxism refers exclusively to method. That method is historical materialism. Marx's dictum, the relations of production of every society form a whole, is the methodological point of departure and the key to the historical understanding of social relations. Marxist method is materialist, dialectical, and revolutionary. Historical materialism may hold the key to the historical understanding of social relations, but, as a method, it is thin, a point of departure, not a royal road to science. In separating method from its object, Lukács makes method inviolable, while every individual thesis is disposable. Deflecting criticism of Marx's critique of political economy, this approach distorts Marx's understanding of method. Marx. Methods 163. Rejects the separation of method from its object. Already in his early manuscripts, Marx develops his understanding of method in step with his ideas on how capital constitutes the modern world. The conceptual build-up of capital is laced with methodological considerations. We understand capital's structure better only by examining its method and its theses jointly. Moreover, decoupling method from substantive judgments does not fit Lukács' own account. He writes of Marx's early critique of Hegel, it is at reality itself that Hegel and Marx part company. Hegel was unable to penetrate to the real driving forces of history. In consequence, he was forced to regard the peoples and their consciousness as the true bearers of historical evolution. Lukács' transition, in consequence, he was forced to ties Hegel's substantive shortcoming to his idealist method. This better matches Marx. Lukács' seminal contribution to Marxist method lies in the light he put on form, especially social forms and their dialectic with forms of thought. Lukács learned to appreciate form through his early associations with Max Weber, George Simmel, and Emil Lask, and from the two thinkers who most influenced him, Hegel and Marx. Marx begins Capital with the commodity form because, in Lukács' words, at this stage in the history of mankind there is no problem that does not ultimately lead back to that question, and there is no solution that could not be found in the solution to the riddle of commodity structure. The ghostly objectivity of value, the commodity's fetish character, stamps its imprint upon the whole consciousness of man. Form matters. Lukács finds the imprint of the commodity form on modern philosophy. Modern critical philosophy springs from the reified structure of consciousness. The specific problems of this philosophy are distinguishable from the problematics of previous philosophies by the fact that they are rooted in this structure. The indifference of value toward use value that comes with the commodity form, value's ghostly objectivity, is the social basis of the antinomies of bourgeois thought. These antinomies result from factoring out from experience an empty subject and an unknowable residue, the thing in itself. Lukács renews Marx's rejection of the factoring philosophy of Kant and Fichte. Lukács insists, every object exists as an immediate inseparable complex of form and content. Marxist method pushes past the bourgeois horizon. Lukács turns to Marx's philosophy of praxis to overcome the antinomies of bourgeois thought. The essence of praxis consists in annulling that indifference of form towards content that we found in the problem of the thing in itself. Lukács identifies the proletariat as the subject of that praxis, the identical subject-object, the subject of action, the we of the Genesis, namely the proletariat. The proletariat, says Lukács, occupies the class position that enables it to overcome the antinomies of bourgeois thought. Lukács looks to the proletariat. 164. Galvano della Volpe, against the a priori. Galvano della Volpe, like Marx, was a convert from idealism to materialist dialectics. He writes of the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right, where Marx criticizes Hegel for imposing logical universals on social particulars. It is already clear how the knowledge of that new dialectical materialist method comes into being here. That method is directed at what Marx called the proper logic of the proper object. This aim shifts inquiry away from a priori methods. Della Volpe followed this lead. Marx worried that the conceptual development in Capital may appear as a mere a priori construction, though it is not. Della Volpe's passion was to keep Marxist method free of the a priori. For Della Volpe, there is one scientific method, the experimental method. Marx directs the experimental method at society. Marx's critique demonstrated a fortiori that a priorism, Hegelian or otherwise, is sterile and illegitimate in philosophy in general, and therefore also in the so-called moral sciences. The prospect of a new science was thereby opened, philosophy as a historical, experimental science of humanity. What Galileo was to natural science, Marx is to social science. Della Volpe locates Marxist method in the history of Western philosophy. Plato's theory of forms, which splits the intelligible from the sensible, is seminal for a priori thinking. Aristotle improves on Plato, but Della Volpe regards Aristotle's essences as residuals of Platonic forms. Like the empiricist John Locke, Della Volpe rejects the innate ideas of the rationalists. He praises Immanuel Kant for upholding sensibility as a separate and positive cognitive faculty. Kant strikes a decisive blow against Leibniz's Platonism and affirms modern science's insistence on experience. Against Leibniz, Kant maintains that an intuition and a concept are representations wholly distinct in kind. But Kant disappoints Della Volpe with his formalization, or intellectualization, of transcendental logic. For Della Volpe, that is fatal, for any attempt to resolve the problem of experience adequately. Kant replaces the metaphysics of being, with the metaphysics of knowledge. The soul is replaced with the I think. Kant lost touch with Aristotle's discursive reasoning, wherein judgments are simultaneously analytic and synthetic. Della Volpe sees Hegel as regressing from Kant to Plato's purely intelligible forms. Hegel's method, as Marx revealed, is hypostatization and inversion of subject and predicate. Speculation reduces reality to logical ideas, which it then treats as subjects whose predicates are the particulars. The idea is the subject, family, civil society, and the state are its predicates. Marx plays Aristotle to Hegel's Plato, except that Marx thoroughly eliminates the a priori. Neither Della Volpe nor Marx is against abstractions, that would be to reject thinking. It is the kind of abstractions that matters. Della Volpe cites Lenin. Methods 165. Approvingly, Marx discarded all these arguments about society and progress in general and produced a scientific analysis of one society and of one progress, capitalist. Marx sees the futility in attempting to do social science with generic categories. This is the genius of Marx's method. This specific conception of philosophy as science is synonymous with the determinate or precise abstraction, the rigorous scientific abstraction, which Marx discovered and employed in the particular moral discipline of political economy. He counterposed this determinate abstraction to the speculative, generic, or forced abstraction employed by traditional economists, who affirmed that there were natural and eternal economic laws. Marx's concepts, for example, the commodity, value, money, capital, and wage labor, are determinate and historical. They hold for capitalist society, not society in general. They are hard-won. Analytical Marxism, analysis without phenomenology. Analytical Marxism, like analytical philosophy, fails to recognize that method requires analysis and phenomenology. Analysis draws distinctions, but phenomenology consults experience to determine when the distinguishable is not separable. The failure reaches back to David Hume, who allows no place for phenomenology. He recognizes only two types of knowledge, relations of ideas and matters of fact or existence. Hume makes phenomenological judgments nevertheless, and his conception of a distinction of reason requires them. Hume's classification of perceptions into impressions and ideas based on their force and vivacity relies on this phenomenological judgment. Perceptions always have some degree of force and vivacity. Because, like Hume, analytical philosophy sees no warrant for phenomenological inquiry, it treats the distinguishable as the separable. In following suit, analytical Marxism operates within what Marx called the bourgeois horizon. Marx's theory of value has phenomenological roots. First, labor is inseparable from its specific social form. Value is purely social, it arises from the social form of labor in capitalism. Second, value is inseparable from money, price is value's necessary form of expression. 6. Value and price are distinguishable but not separable. Value is not the independent and price the dependent variable. Analytical Marxists interpret Marx's theory of value along Ricardian, Sraffian, or neoclassical lines, each of which ignores the social form of the labor that produces value. Consequently, value is either taken to be a trans-historical reality or dismissed, and the necessity for value to be expressed as money cannot be thought. Analytical Marxism treats the historical materialist concepts that underlie Marx's critique of political economy, forces of production, relations of production, superstructure, and forms of consciousness, as separable, though interacting, elements. For Marx's phenomenology, these distinguishable aspects of 166 social life are not separable. Technological determinism, which treats the forces of production as separate and dominant, is not an option for Marx. Forces of production are always constituted by social forms and purposes that make a mode of production a way of life. The concepts that Marx identifies as constitutive of the capitalist mode of production are ethically, socially, and politically charged. They challenge the analytical divide between description and prescription. Capital begins with wealth in the commodity form. Commodity exchanges, buying and selling, are undertaken voluntarily by persons equal before the law. Who counts as a person and what counts as a voluntary exchange are normatively contested judgments. Alan Wood is wrong to claim that Marx's ideas about value are not in any sense normative or evaluative ideas. For the law of value holds only where wealth is generally produced in the commodity form. For Marx, value is bound up with capitalist liberty, equality, property, and egoism, and with capitalist alienation, fetishism, domination, and exploitation. These are all normatively charged. Since to be a productive laborer in capitalism is to be exploited as a source of surplus value, Marx observes, to be a productive worker is therefore not a piece of luck, but a misfortune. Marx's phenomenology of a mode of production repudiates the analytical bifurcation between description and prescription. Horkheimer and Adorno, From Traditional and Critical Theory to the Neue Marx Lecture. On the 70th anniversary of the publication of Capital, Volume 1, Max Horkheimer published Traditional and Critical Theory. The objectivity sought by critical theory, Horkheimer writes, is not indifferent to the plight of humanity. The self-knowledge of present-day man is, a critical theory of society as it is, a theory dominated at every turn by a concern for reasonable conditions of life. Horkheimer is sympathetic to traditional theory's aspiration to objectivity. Mind is liberal. It tolerates no external coercion, no revamping of its results to suit the will of one or other power, but mind is not cut loose from the life of society, it does not hang suspended over it. No theory of society is without political motivations, so objectivity requires self-reflexivity and humane judgment. Against the naturalizing empiricism of traditional theory, Horkheimer insists on the historical character of theory and its object. The facts which our senses present to us are socially preformed in two ways, through the historical character of the object perceived and through the historical character of the perceiving organ. Critical theory must be open to historical changes, for example, a shift from liberal capitalism to forms of monopoly or politically steered capitalism. Methods 167. Referring to Marx, Horkheimer traces the critical theory of society to the dialectical critique of political economy. We live, Horkheimer laments, in a world that is the world of capital. Since the social world in principle should be under human control and, in the future at least, will in fact come under it, Horkheimer observes, these realities lose the character of pure factuality. Marx had insisted on the transitory character of the capitalist mode of production. Likewise, Horkheimer's critical theory insists that social relations can be changed. Critical theory is an element in action leading to new social forms. Like Lukács, Horkheimer looks to the development of the consciousness of the proletariat. Like Lukács, he cautions, even the situation of the proletariat is, in this society, no guarantee of correct knowledge. Even to the proletariat the world superficially seems quite different than it really is. The critical theorist's function is to create a dynamic unity with the oppressed class, to become a force, to stimulate change. But the possibility of tension between the theoretician and the class which his thinking is to serve is ever present. Critical theory cannot settle, as traditional theory does, for general categories. Horkheimer notes, the primary propositions of traditional theory define universal concepts under which all facts in the field in question are to be subsumed. Such general concepts are not scientifically adequate. The determinate categories that critical theory demands belong to a totality. The Marxist categories of class, exploitation, surplus value, profit, pauperization, and breakdown are elements in a conceptual whole. When Horkheimer moves to articulate the structure of capital, however, problems arise. Though Horkheimer criticizes traditional theory's reliance on universal concepts, he asserts that the critical theory of society also begins with abstract determinations. In dealing with the present era, it begins with the characterization of an economy based on exchange. But the concept of a society based on exchange is not a universal. It is not even relatively universal. For, Marx argues that a society of generalized exchange of commodities is a capitalist society. That Horkheimer does not see this indicates that he is adopting the discredited logico-historical interpretation of capital. 7. He goes on to say that it is because of its inner dynamism that the exchange relationship, which the theory outlines, dominates social reality. But that inner dynamism is capital's, so the conceptual relationship between an economy based on exchange and production on a capitalist basis needs to be worked out. Horkheimer has trouble with that. When Horkheimer speaks of critical theory's principles as established by the special discipline of political economy, he confirms Moishe Postone's judgment that in 1937 Horkheimer proceeded from the assumption that labor transhistorically constitutes society. 168. That makes Horkheimer a traditional Marxist in Postone's sense. Postone links traditional Marxism to the Weberian turn to instrumental reason. Lacking a conception of the specific character of labor in capitalism, critical theory ascribed its consequences to labor per se. The frequently described shift of critical theory from the analysis of political economy to a critique of instrumental reason does not, then, signify that the theorists of the Frankfurt School simply abandoned the former in favor of the latter. Rather, that shift followed from, and was based upon, a particular analysis of political economy, more specifically, a traditional understanding of Marx's critique of political economy. In Time, Labor, and Social Domination, Postone does not make a case that Theodor Adorno is a traditional Marxist, as he does for Horkheimer. More recent research finds in Adorno continuity with Marx's focus on the social forms that constitute capitalist society. Adorno's critique encompasses class antagonism and the precarious historical dynamism of capital's accumulation process. Methodologically insightful reinterpretations of Marx by scholars such as Michael Heinrich, Werner Bonefeld, and Moishe Postone, termed Die Neue Marx lecture in Germany, understand him to be a critic of political economy rather than a radical political economist. 8. This promising stream of research represents an underappreciated Frankfurt School tradition descending from Adorno and his students Hans-Georg Backhaus, Helmut Reichelt, and Hans-Jürgen Krall. 9. Classical political economy. Traditional Marxism, and the critique of instrumental reason share the bourgeois conceptual horizon, which excludes the topic of labor's social form. Marx's methodological brilliance lies in surpassing that horizon. In Capital, Volume 1, Marx breaks with Ricardo's labor theory of value, turning it into the foundation of capitalist exploitation. Gross profits are a share of the new value added in the year, which is nothing but the monetary expression of the direct labor which has been spent by the working class. We define as direct labor the objectification of the living labor extracted by the capitalist class from the human labor power bearers in the hidden abode of production. As we will see, in Marx's theory of value it is crucial to distinguish conceptually the determinate direct labor resulting after production from the living labor expended within production. It is equally fundamental to clearly have in mind that labor power is attached to wage workers as human beings, and that living labor is the use of that labor power. It is, therefore, the consumption of workers themselves. For the discussion that follows, it is useful to look at some categories of the Marxian theoretical framework in an analytical form, from a macroeconomic perspective. For this purpose, we start by defining the total direct labor, DL, which is the crystallization of the living labor, LL, performed by all the workers. The advanced money capital is composed by two parts: variable capital, V, monetarily exhibiting the so-called necessary labor; constant capital, C, monetarily exhibiting the means of production. Since V is the means by which capital as a whole makes workers its internal other, the living labor spent by wage workers is the only source of surplus value. SV, monetarily exhibits the surplus labor, SL. SL originates from the prolongation of LL over and above NL. Looking at the crystallized magnitude of labor, DL, we can write MDL vs V equals plus. With MDL as the exhibition of the money value added in the period, MVA. The rate of surplus value, SV, is the ratio of SV over V. In this first abstraction, we are assuming that V and SV are proportional to the amount of labor contained in the means of subsistence and in the surplus product. Hence, the rate of surplus value is also equal to the rate of exploitation, E. EDL NL NL MDL VV SV VS nu equals. In capital I, E is expressed in the labor quantities corresponding to SL and NL. It is clear from the above, however, that any discussion about Marx's theory of value as a theory of exploitation cannot avoid dealing with Marx's theory of value as a system of evaluation of commodities in price terms. The transformation problem and exploitation. Since the beginning of the 20th century, the so-called dual system interpretation has been the mainstream view of the labor theory of value. Such an approach conceives two distinct evaluation criteria for commodities, one in terms of what were then called labor values and the other one in terms of production prices. Marx is built on the possibility of transforming the first one into the second one. The metric of values and prices was in labor units, disregarding the monetary dimension, which is instead essential in Marx since he always expressed value and price magnitudes as hours exhibited in some money unit. Schick defined as direct prices the prices proportional to the quantities of labor contained in the commodities exchanged on the market. De Vrooy used the term simple prices. In the value accounting, if the rate of surplus value is equal among industries and the ratio of constant capital over variable capital is not, the rate of profit differs, hence, the need to determine the prices of production. For the dual system interpretation, two fundamental equivalences must hold for the system as a whole: the equality between the gross product evaluated. The transformation problem 173. In simple prices and the gross product evaluated in prices of production, the equality between the total surplus value and the total profits. The latter equality was seen as a confirmation of exploitation. The dual system approach stumbled upon analytical difficulties questioning its logical consistency. The articles by Ladislaus von Bortkiewicz followed the early contributions by Dmitriev and Tigan Baranowski, and turned Marx's transformation from a sequentialist to a simultaneous derivation. Sweezy claimed that Bortkiewicz's method provided the bridge from the value system to the price system. Further contributions within so-called traditional Marxism, like the ones by Winternitz, Dobb, and Meek, declared the transformation problem solved. This conclusion seemed to be confirmed by a conclusive article by Seaton, who set price determination in fully disaggregated terms: the given data were amounts of labor. However, this solution was rather a dissolution. Very soon it became clear that in the description of the economic system labor played the role of a mere technical unit of measurement and could be substituted by other physical kind of units. This negative verdict seemed confirmed by the fact that a few years later, in 1960, Sraffa published Production of Commodities by Means of Commodities, where the given methods of production are defined immediately in use value terms. Level of output as well as labor and non-labor inputs are taken as known. If the distribution has a degree of freedom, either the wage or the rate of profit must be fixed from outside. According to Steedman, the results reached in Sraffa's book prove the redundancy of the Marxian labor theory of value, since the values of commodities cannot be considered the essential starting point for the determination of prices of production, and thus cannot be regarded as theoretically prior compared to them. Value theory must be jettisoned because Sraffa would have demonstrated the futility of the transformation problem. The arguments proposed by Michio Morishima and Anwar Sheikh were very different. Morishima proposed the fundamental Marxian theorem, according to which the positivity of the rate of surplus value is a sufficient and necessary condition for the rate of profit to be positive. The labor theory of value is a tool to reveal exploitation as the hidden reality of the capitalist mode of production. In Sheikh's approach, Marx's theory of value is a theory of relative price determination, where Marx's original transformation is only the first step in an iterative transformation from direct prices to prices of production. The iteration must be pursued until the two forms of price converge. The conclusions on exploitation were convergent with Morishima. Most of the neoclassical interpreters reached conclusions not so different from Steedman. Paul Samuelson stigmatized the transformation procedure as a useless detour. Contemplate two alternative and discordant systems. Write down one. Now transform by taking an eraser and rubbing it out. Then fill in the other one. Voila! You have completed your transformation algorithm 174. In fact, the rejoinder by another neoclassical, William Baumol, can be taken as an effective way to demystify all the prior debate on the link between the transformation and exploitation that we have already surveyed, as well as most of the future contributions on the same topics by friends and foes of Marx's labor theory of value. The point of the value theory may then be summed up as follows: goods are indeed produced by labor and natural resources together. But the relevant social source of production is labor, not an inanimate land. Thus profits, interest, and rent must also be attributed to labor, and their total is equal to the total value produced by labor minus the amount consumed by labor itself. The competitive process, that appears to show that land is the source of rent and capital the source of profits and interest, is merely a distributive phenomenon and conceals the fact that labor is the only socially relevant source of output. This is the significance of the value theory and the transformation analysis to Marx. There is no point in seeing in the determination of individual prices a proof or disproof of Marxian theory of exploitation. The error comes, Baumol convincingly argues, to see in Marx the analogue of Ricardo, where the labor theory of value was seen as a good model for fixing individual prices. Two delicate points remain open, however: why labor is the only socially relevant source of output, and why Marx's argument moves from simple prices to prices of production. There needs to be a theoretical justification why commodities are reduced to a labor content in a way that allows us to assess surplus value as a monetary exhibition of nothing but surplus labor. A conclusion like this implies the resolution of all the value magnitudes to nothing but objectification of living labor, and this proposition cannot be taken for granted. This problem does not seem to bother the neo-Ricardian approach, i.e., the followers of Sraffa. According to Garignani and his school, exploitation is due to the fact that, for institutional reasons, workers do not get back the whole net product. Napoleoni provided a radical critique of this position. Assuming a given productive configuration as the starting point, like in production of commodities, does not provide an answer on how a surplus is born. The new interpretation. From the beginning of the 1980s, Dumenil, followed by Lipietz and Foley, suggested an alternative interpretation of labor theory of value, known as the new interpretation. 1. The value of net product of the economy is the monetary expression of the labor time socially necessary to produce it. This value of the net product is postulated to be equal to the price of the total direct labor. Denote by lambda equals the row vector of the labor contained in commodities, while y equals is the column vector of net products in physical terms, p equals is. The transformation problem 175. The row vector of commodity prices of production and J is the subscript denoting the N industries of the linear production model. 2. What we have argued implies that lambda y equals dl. Therefore, pi mi lambda equals, with m equals 1/mu. M is the monetary expression of labor time, i.e., the amount of money produced by a unit of labor time. It is defined by the ratio between the MVA in the period and the DL objectified within production in the same time span. MELTSN would express quantitatively what Marx calls the price form of the total value created during the period. It is the inverse of mu, which is what the NI calls the value of money, that is, the amount of labor time exhibited in circulation by a unit of money. It is defined as the ratio between DL over MVA. The NI endorses a generalization of mu beyond the case of money as a commodity, 3 such that it can be employed both for the commodity law of exchange and for the capitalist law of exchange. For NI, Marx's theory of value is compatible with any price determination mechanism. Insofar as the price rule comes to vary, what does change is simply the allocation among commodities of DL. When the proportionality between simple prices and the labor-contained ratios applies, each commodity will command in circulation an amount of objectified labor just like the one required to produce it. Instead, when prices systemically diverge from the simple prices, each commodity will command in circulation an amount of objectified labor different from the one required to produce it. In other words, this means that, at a microeconomic level, some commodities will command an amount of labor greater than the one contained in them, and some commodities will command less. The divergences are compensated in the aggregate. Equation can be rewritten as y equals 0, showing that the aforementioned distortions offset each other. The problematic point we want to inquire is that the capitalist law of exchange applies to a world where MVA is divided into the wage bill plus gross profits, with these latter magnitudes quantitatively distinct from variable capital and total surplus value. It is not difficult to understand why, but this requires us to pursue another direction than NI. The wage bill goes to workers as a monetary amount. The NI redefines the notion of NL as the labor time commanded by the money wages, and modifies accordingly the notion of the value of labor power that we find in capital I. These changes affect the quantitative determination of V, thereby SV becomes tautologically equal to gross profits, both exhibit in money 176. The SL which is commanded on the commodity market by gross profits. Through these terminological classifications the NI reinstates on the one hand the formal equivalence between gross profits and the surplus value, and on the other hand the one between the sum of wages and the value of labor power, with SV mu and V mu referring to surplus value and value of labor power according to the NI definitions. Thus, EMU is the NI exploitation rate. ESVV pi WWW pi equals, where SV mu equals mu pi and V mu equals mu W. The reason for the result is that the difference between capital I and capital 3 is overcome by reading capital 3 into capital I. Conversely, we think that capital I and capital 3 must be articulated moving from volume I to volume 3, and fully recognizing the difference. The NI transformation procedure takes mu as a constant, and to do that NI has to read the value of labor power immediately in terms of prices of production, not giving any special role to simple prices. An unbiased reading shows instead that in capital I Marx defined the value of labor power as the labor required to produce the subsistence real wage, and took it as a given. More precisely, as it becomes crystal clear in section 7 on reproduction, the given is in fact the real wage of the working class. This aspect, which, according to us, is integral to the macroscopic dimension of Marx's value theory, is thrown out without any argument by NI, but also in general by most of the new approaches. The NI admits the possibility that the composition of the wage goods, which workers buy once the money wage has been fixed, may vary, and holds constant the value of money as the numeraire of the prices of production system. That is in fact the reason for the label unallocated purchasing power approach as in Duminil and Foley. As a consequence, the rate of surplus value is the same in capital I and capital 3, regardless of the ruling law of exchange, because the money value added and the value of labor power are unchanged. The rate of exploitation seems fully reclaimed in a Marxian fashion. Looking deeper, however, many theoretical puzzles emerge, the main one being that the value of money, the value of labor power and therefore the exploitation rate can be quantified only ex post. The discourse, wanting to be operational, is entirely predicated within the circulation sphere, except for the assumption that MVA is the monetary exhibition of labor quantities. The risk is that we are left with a postulate and a series of tautologies, plus a dismissal of Marx's macro view of class reproduction. Another approach, not too different from the one discussed earlier and which pretends to emphasize the macro-monetary aspects of the Marxian theory of value with the aim to wholly restore the original Marxian conservation value. The transformation problem 177. Equivalences, is the one given by Moseley. Moseley suggests extending the NI re-evaluation of the value of labor power to the value of constant capital, expressing the latter as the labor time equivalent of the monetary value of the means of production used as inputs. Following this procedure, the Marxian framework is confirmed and the rate of profit matches the quantitative definitions in Capital. However, Moseley's pretends that his approach is different from the Sraffian simultaneous approach, for since the rate of profit is given before the determination of prices, is based on assuming the value of money as given. This indeed replicates Marx, who assumed money as a commodity, though Moseley's attempts to escape this conclusion are fragmentary and unconvincing. A living labor alternative. Some contributions to the Italian debate help overcome this impasse. Marcello Mazzari was probably the first who argued for a normalization condition based on the invariance of the social net product when it is computed in production prices or in simple prices. In the very last pages of the appendix to his book titled Sraffa e la critica dell'economia dopo Marx, he argued that the dual equivalence between total values and total prices, and between the overall surplus value and the overall gross profits, must give way to the equivalence among the so-called surpluses, measured in terms of labor values and prices of production. The basis of this equivalence is that there is, in fact, no argument able to justify a variation in the amount of living labor expended as a consequence of changes in the distribution of surplus value, and then of the level of wages and of the value of constant capital. A few years later Augusto Graziani published a long article titled Let's Rehabilitate the Theory of Value 6. The crucial point by Graziani is that a truly macroeconomic perspective has to be assumed to grasp the meaning of the Marxian theory of value, we need to look at valorization not from the point of view of an individual capitalist struggling against his competitors but in a macro perspective that sets the entire class of capitalists against the class of workers. The reason lies in the fact that any advantage that the individual capitalist might eventually derive from the exchange with other capitalists would be offset by an identical loss suffered by his counterpart, and the two items would cancel each other. It follows that the valorization of capital for capitalists as a class can come only from exchanges that capitalists effect outside their own class, and hence in the only external exchange possible, which is acquisition of labor power. 778. The class perspective is the only one appropriate to catch that logical priority of the value dimension compared to the price dimension. Value theory discloses exploitation as the engine of capitalist valorization. The profit of capitalists as a class is born solely from the relation established between capitalists and workers. It can only come into being as a product of the difference between the total sum of labor extracted and the sum of labor that returns to the workers in the form of the real wage. Sraffa's price determination cannot contradict the Marxian theory of value, since the relative prices of commodities are formed in exchanges among capitalists, governed by the rules of competition, a phenomenon that is relevant exclusively to capitalists in their reciprocal relations and that does not involve their relationship with the working class. In a number of contributions, Riccardo Bellofiore has refined and extended this interpretation of Marx's monetary labor theory of value. 8. The cycle of money capital is articulated within a monetary circuit framework borrowed from Graziani, showing how the capitalist process of valorization is parallel and integral to capital's monetary sequence within the period. This perspective was the hidden Marxian core beneath the monetary heresies of Wicksell, Schumpeter, and the Keynes of the Treatise on Money. The circuit is opened by a transaction which takes place within the capitalist class. Industrial capitalists have a preferential access to the initial finance provided by financial capitalists who create money ex nihilo. This money is advanced as capital by the entrepreneurs as a class to include workers as the living labor power bearers within the capitalist labor processes, and thus to get hold of workers' labor power as potentiality of living labor. The money capital advanced is the initial finance allowing the production process to begin. In a true basic macro-monetary outlook, initial finance condenses into the money wage bill. In this approach, the capitalist class autonomously decides not only the level but also the composition of output, and then the allocation of the workers employed. This fixes the amount of commodities made available to workers as the given class real wage. Most of the time Marx assumed that capitalists have to guarantee workers a subsistence real wage, whose determination is subjected to a historical and moral element, and stems from class struggle. 9. Since production prices diverge from simple prices, this subsistence real wage for the working class must be accounted for in terms of the former and not of the latter price rule. The money capital advanced in Capital 3 must be re-evaluated so that workers are allowed to buy the same subsistence class real wage which has been fixed in Capital I by class struggle. If we assume, as Marx, that the ex post real wage which is determined on the commodity market. The transformation problem. 179. At the end of the circuit confirms the real wage expected by workers when they bargain the money wage on the labor market at the opening of the circuit, then it is possible to precisely calculate the total value of the labor power even before final circulation. Indeed, if we divide the money wage bill for the expected price of the wage basket, we have n, the number of workers employed within the period. WPB. N equals. Note that P is the row vector of the production prices of wage goods and B equals is the column vector of the wage goods basket. Thus PB equals W is the individual money wage thanks to which every worker buys his/her lot of the wage bundle. It is important to understand, however, that we are not adding up the individual wage bundles to get the class real wage. Logically it is the opposite, and we just assume for the sake of simplicity that the given class real wage is allocated uniformly among workers' money as initial finance to production, i.e., the money wage bill translates into a determinate number of workers. These workers all together must secure from capital the class real subsistence wage. Therefore, What at first sight seems to be a valueless advanced money capital hides a labor content corresponding to the labor required to produce the class real subsistence wage. This means that the advanced money capital is not valueless at all. This makes it possible to quantify the total necessary labor, even outside the money as a commodity case, as follows. NLBN lambda. Total variable capital exhibits NL in simple prices. This definition of necessary labor is not erased when the price rule changes, as long as we still maintain the assumption of a given class real subsistence wage and a macroscopic viewpoint. Marx is crystal clear in the results of the immediate process of production. The buyer of labor power is nothing but the personification of objectified labor which cedes a part of itself to the worker in the form of the means of subsistence in order to annex the living labor power for the benefit of the remaining portion, so as to keep itself intact and even to grow beyond its original size by virtue of this annexation. It is not the worker who buys the means of production and subsistence, but the means of subsistence that buy the worker to incorporate him into the means of production. The means of subsistence are a particular form of material existence in which capital confronts the worker before he acquires them through the sale of his labor power. 10. Initial finance acts as the monetary anti-validation of the forthcoming expenditure in the sphere of production of living labor by living bearers of labor power. 180. In other words, it is the monetary imprinting of labor power as potential labor in motion when workers are incorporated in the capitalist labor process through the buying and selling of labor power. Class struggle within the immediate process of valorization results in an actual extraction of living labor, which is then crystallized in the objectified direct labor monetarily exhibited through the price tags that capitalist firms append to the output. Marx very often assumes, though it is crucial to the critique of political economy that this cannot be taken for granted, that the ex-ante expectations of capitalist entrepreneurs about the extraction of living labor are confirmed ex post. The resulting expected money value added corresponds to a determinate amount of abstract/homogeneous labor turned into actual social labor in final commodity circulation. Marx also assumes, and it is crucial to the critique of political economy that this too cannot be taken for granted, that the ex-ante expectations about selling the commodity output are fulfilled ex post. It is then possible to quantify the money value added. We follow Marx's Capital 3 in assuming that ordinary demand drives production, an assumption which corresponds to Keynes' hypothesis that firms' short-term expectations are fulfilled. We are therefore assuming that the new money value expected before the final exchange on the commodity market will be validated. The abstraction of labor from the socialization in immediate production is confirmed by the ex post socialization on the market. The equality between supply and demand is due to effective demand driving production, not to supply creating its own outlets. It is a kind of principle of effective demand which is present in Marx, not Say's law. At the closure of the circuit, industrial capitalists realize the money profits from the sale of commodities on the commodity market and return back the initial finance to the banking sector. At the same time, the employed workers, finding their expectations fulfilled, get a subsistence real wage. Since capitalist prices, the prices of wage goods and profit goods as well 11, are in general not proportional to simple prices, the objectified labor time commanded on the market by the money wage bill cannot but be different from the labor contest of the total value of the labor power evaluated in simple prices, just like the objectified labor time commanded on the market by gross profits cannot but be different from the labor content of the total surplus value. Such divergences will be offset by definition because of the posited equality between the money new value evaluated in simple prices and the money new value evaluated in prices of production. We will try to clarify this point in a formal framework, remembering the analytical categories already introduced and denoting by Z equals the column vector of surplus goods. From the moment that the price of the social net product is only the monetary expression of direct labor time, at the macroeconomic level we have the transformation problem 181. Pi mi lambda equals, which is the same as equation. Accordingly, as long as the law of exchange is such that Pz mz lambda which of course can be rewritten as PZZ lambda. The capitalists as a class in circulation will command an amount of objectified labor greater than the labor contained in surplus goods extorted through exploitation in production. In the final exchanges on the commodity market, workers will correspondingly command an amount of objectified labor value smaller than the labor contained in the means of subsistence. PBMB lambda. On the contrary, if the exchange rule is such that the following inequalities hold: PZMZ lambda, which of course can be rewritten as PZZ lambda 182. We get a macroeconomic situation which is upside down compared to the previous one. WEE SV V pi equals. In other words, the surplus value seems redistributed, but it is not. This redistribution is just an illusion, by the law of exchange, not only between industries, but between the two social classes. The fact that the objectified labor commanded on the market by a commodity diverges from the labor contained in it does not affect the macro-class distribution, just the amount of labor allotted to the firms through prices, which is a micro-individual perspective. This is the quantitative reflection of the Marxian logical priority of the macro foundation over the micro appearance. The rate of surplus value originates from class struggle on the length of the working day and the intensity of effort, and therefore it is accurately represented by the labor congealed in the surplus goods over the labor congealed in the wage goods. The perspective, here, is that of the macro and class struggle in production. The ratio of the labor equivalent of gross profits over the labor equivalent of the money wage bill does depend, on the contrary, on the microeconomic price rule, which, in turn, relies on a multitude of institutional factors and mostly on the form of competition among capitals. As a consequence, the second ratio distorts and dissimulates the exploitation of labor in production. From a class perspective, the only adequate measure of class exploitation remains, in capital 3 as in capital I, the rate of surplus value E, that at the highest level of abstraction is invariant with respect to the ups and downs of the distribution and circulation. The Ni rate of exploitation mu represents the surface displacement and distortions on E resulting from the individual price rule affecting circulation. We may further clarify this point referring to one of the very few authors who came near to understanding the issue, Eduard Hyman, in his History of Economic Doctrines, An Introduction to Economic Theory. He wrote that with production prices being different than simple prices, the capitalists employing more labor per unit of capital do not get the full surplus value produced by their workers. The transfer, however, is effected in circulation, where capitalists and workers consume different kinds of commodities. If workers are the main consumers of commodities tagged with prices of production lower than simple prices, it may seem that they get a refund equal to the labor equivalent which is lost by gross profits relative to surplus value, and it also may seem that if they are instead the principal consumers of commodities whose prices exceeds their values, they are, so to speak, superexploited. The Transformation Problem 183. Unfortunately, Hyman concluded that the labor theory of value is thereby invalidated. Nothing of the sort, of course, since in our reconstruction the real wage of the working class is given. What is going on is just a redistribution of the value added in the period among capitalist producers, so that total gross money profits may end up being less or more than total surplus value. The paid labor to wage workers diverges from necessary labor. The living labor alternative view we are putting forward maintains that the total living labor actually extracted from the working class and the total amount of labor required to produce what actually is consumed by workers, the two magnitudes determined by the conflictual/antagonistic capital relation in capital I, do not change. Hence, also the surplus labor contained required to produce the surplus does not change. The price dimension adds to the fetishism of bourgeois society and cancels any trace of exploitation, since the labor exhibited by the money wage bill is displaced relative to the labor content of the real wage for the working class. These displacements and distortions should not be ironed out. They are integral to Marx's analysis of capitalism as governed by what Hans-Georg Backhaus calls the Verrucht form and so typical of value, money, Capital as fetishes. What are we talking about when we talk about exploitation? A proper understanding of Marx's notion of exploitation must distance itself from a merely mathematical terrain of discourse and from the spurious connection with the so-called transformation problem. All the discussions have been tainted by the idea that exploitation has to do, first of all, with the possibility of solving surplus value in surplus labor. This point is surely important, and it is maintained also in the perspective we endorse, but it reveals a limited, Ricardian understanding of the specificity of exploitation in Marxian theory. The point may be clarified with a reference to a quote by David Schweikart in polemic with Ian Steedman. He feature that distinguishes labor power from all other input commodities is that technical conditions do not determine the mass of use values that the capitalist receives when he purchases a unit of commodity. Given a specified technology, when a bushel of corn is purchased as an input for a particular industry, the quantity of other inputs and the quantity of output is determined. When a unit of labor power is purchased, the quantity of other inputs required and the quantity of output remains indeterminate. A circumstance is without doubt a piece of good luck for the buyer. Following this lead, we claim that the notion of exploitation that is appropriate to Marxian theory cannot be reduced to a merely distributive matter, whether that 184 be understood as a physical surplus over and above workers' consumption or as the surplus labor behind gross money profits. Both these aspects are secondary, in the sense that they derive from a more essential and fundamental factor. The Marxian notion of exploitation is founded on the peculiar feature that, under capitalism, the whole of the living labor extracted from free and equal wage workers is a forced and abstract alienated performance of labor as activity. It is in this pumping out of living labor of capital as a vampire that we find the most important meaning of Marxian exploitation, the direct compulsion to do labor and surplus labor. Capital must secure for itself labor in action from potentially recalcitrant workers, who somehow can still claim control over their own activities. This other from capital must be embodied, namely, made internal and controlled, as part of the capitalist machine, so that value begets value, money brings about money. The new value, even before surplus value itself, springs from nothing but an exploitation of workers. Exploitation here means the use of their labor power. Exploitation is therefore coextensive with the whole working day. It is not, we insist, a distributive conception, and it does not change much if this distribution is of amounts of use values or of labor time. Exploitation of this kind cannot but inherently affect the same nature of labor as activity, and it cannot be altered by any price rule. Exploitation should be understood as the direct and indirect imposition and control that affects all labor, in its quantity and nature. Abstraction and exploitation become virtually coextensive, especially when the machine and big industry stage is reached. It is paradoxical that one finds a correct understanding of the meaning of Marxian exploitation where one would least expect it. In the early 1940s, Piero Sraffa, on his path to production of commodities by means of commodities, wrote a note entitled Use of the Notion of Surplus Value. Sraffa realized that in explaining the origin of surplus value, Marx has to start from a hypothetical situation where the living labor extracted from wage workers is equal to the necessary labor needed for the production of the historically given subsistence. Then Marx proceeds, in a second logical moment, to imagine a lengthening of the working day beyond necessary labor. Exploitation, Sraffa sees very well, is nothing but a prolongation of living labor relative to necessary labor. The paradox is compounded by the fact that Sraffa's understanding of surplus value is the same as that proposed by one of the most rigorous critics of neo-Ricardianism. Bob Rowthorne wrote, "Variable capital is fundamentally the worker himself, or rather his labor power. It is true that Marx used the term to describe the wage fund, but such a use is derivative and by no means fundamental. Thus, variable capital is labor power, the living or subjective element in the labor process. By calling labor power variable capital, Marx established a conceptual. The transformation problem 185. Connection between the creation of surplus value and the despotic nature of the capitalist production process. The surplus value created by workers in this process is not determined simply by the means of consumption needed to sustain them, but also by the amount and intensity of the labor they are compelled to perform. By increasing the amount or intensity of labor his workers perform, the individual capitalist is able to extract additional surplus labor. If powerful enough, therefore, he can vary the amount of surplus value his workers create. Thus, the term variable draws attention to the fact that the surplus value actually created varies according to the relative power of combatants within the production process. The distinction in the notion of labor between the three aspects of living labor power, and living labor, on the one hand, and the insistence on the variability of the living labor made liquid by capital within the period, on the other, are the fundamental keys to the return to Marx on exploitation, an interpretation which is far away from neoclassicism, neo-Ricardianism, but also from the old and new Marxist approaches. Part 2. Forms of domination. Subjects of struggle. 11. Class. Beverly Skeggs. What is class made to do? How is it put to use, by whom, for what reasons? Marx argued for this assessment, it is a question of what the proletariat is, and what, in accordance with this being it will historically be compelled to do. As we will see, class is made to do a lot of work. In this chapter, I will show how the concept of class takes shape in Marxist debates such as abstraction versus empiricism, structuralism versus humanism, logics versus difference, epochs versus actual history, and in disciplinary divides such as the one separating sociology and philosophy. Class also becomes something else entirely through the notion of stratification even when it retains the name class. One class carries simultaneously economic explanations and political forces. It is at once historical, contemporary, and shapes different futures, while driving major debates that pit class against, or articulate with, categories like race and or gender. Class works through state institutions, different discourses, and representations, while being saturated with attributions of moral value. As a representation, class has its own symbolic economy, where value is inscribed on bodies as if their classed character were a form of property. Class is also paraded as if it were an identity, when, as I will show, identity is its most significant constitutive limit. And it is lived. Class is a sensuous categorization, embodying powerful affects such as shame and hate, a repository of ugly feelings 192. In all, it is not surprising that class is given a wide berth by many. Class likely fractured under the weight of its explanatory force, as its home, Marxism, was destabilized, ruptured by schisms, and other categories of social classification, such as gender, sexuality, and race, fought for political attention. Yet class lingered, carrying the legacies of its earlier formation. I'll begin with Marx, explore the most significant Western Marxist debates on the making and shaping of class and examine how this has influenced analysis since in the key areas of race and difference, and gender, and social reproduction. Capital state institutions will be examined, leading to an argument for understanding class through history and methods of articulation. I'll then draw on two research projects on living class which point to the significance of the symbolic in order to understand abstraction and experience in their historical conjuncture. I'll be treading a thin provincial line, not referencing every debate about class in Marxism, pulling out some illuminating fundamentals in order to argue that class is not a singular categorization but names a dynamic process that positions people in struggles for value and life. Marx on class. The problem with the analytical specificity of class began with Marx. He was never very clear on how to define class, using the concept rhetorically as well as analytically, a problem that has beset any analysis ever since. Marx stressed that it was not himself but French counter-revolutionary historians who originally developed class analysis. In a letter to Joseph Weydemeyer, too, he argues that what he did was to prove that the existence of classes is only bound up with particular historical phases in the development of production, namely with the emergence of surplus value, whereby one class benefits from the exploitation of another. Exploitation establishes a conflict between classes, the fundamental antagonism in all class relationships. In a useful overview, Bertel Ohlmann III compiles and analyses most of Marx's uses of the term class. Needless to say, Marx is not consistent. Sometimes, in the classic case, there are two classes, bourgeoisie and proletariat. Sometimes these are modified with adjectives, the petty bourgeoisie, the lumpen proletariat. Other groups are included, such as landowners, while rural workers are sometimes included in the proletariat, sometimes not. Ullmann notes how class is used interchangeably with the terms group, faction and / or layer. And he details how Marx struggles with the representatives of the bourgeoisie, the ideological class, which exist through their relationship to power, promoting political interests rather than wielding social power through their relationship to production. Marx is particularly vitriolic about the lumpen proletariat, considering them to be a dangerous class because of their ability to destroy working class interests. Ullmann concludes, Marx cannot escape the more serious accusation of Class 193. Having a litter of standards for class membership and of changing them without prior warning. Nevertheless, Ullmann does note some consistency with the tripartite class division across Marx's writings into capitalists, proletarians, and landowners, defined through their relationship to forms of revenue, respectively wages, profit, and ground rent. The analysis is never finished, and Ullmann notes further complications. Doctors, for example, provide a definitional challenge as Marx begins to differentiate between rank, key to a Weberian analysis of class that has blurred the lines between class analysis and stratification ever since. What is also worth noting is how Marx resignified the term proletariat. Developing from the Roman proletarius, historically associated with derogatory connotations, as Nick Thoburn shows, Marx valorized it into a category of dignity and revolutionary force. What is significant is that for Marx, class is produced through struggle over the means of revenue either through labor, ownership of capital and / or land. Class definitions depend on the group's relationship to the means of revenue production, and hence to one another, and classes are locked into a dependent relationship to each other, where one class is always a source of revenue for another, in terms of profit and / or rent. It is always the relationship of exploitation, developed by Marx through his theories of wage labor, labor power, labor value and surplus value, which defines classes. This is a straightforward and fundamental definition of class, as an exploitative dependent dynamic relationship. This crucial class relationship is social but premised on people's location in a fundamental economic relationship. In his classic quote, "Men make their own history, but they do not make it as they please, they do not make it under self-selected circumstances, but under circumstances existing already, given and transmitted from the past." For Peter Goodwin also provides a useful excavation of Marx's use of class. Drawing on the analyses of Lowy and Draper, he notes how Marx's definitions were informed by his encounters with workers in turbulent times and how as a result class consciousness became fundamental to Marx's definitions. Marx saw workers coming to an awareness of the conditions to which they were subject and organizing to change them. As a result, Marx noted how they transitioned from a class in itself to a class for itself. Observation and participation in European workers' struggles led Marx and Marxists to attribute responsibility to the working class for social transformation of the whole of society and human life. Karl Koski and Rosa Luxemburg viewed the emancipation of the proletariat as a step towards total social transformation. Marx's writings over time about class, using a variety of tropes and rhetorical flourishes, depend on how he is putting class to use, as a dynamic force for revolution, the competitive innovators of industrialization and exploitation, objects of derision and contempt, or later as the bearers of abstract labor, the personifications of capital in capital. 194. Not all classes are considered to have agency, some are simply marked by their position, such as the lumpen proletariat. Subject to all the venom that Marx can muster in his journalistic writings, his descriptions of the lumpen proletariat echo the contempt expressed for the contemporary working class on British reality TV, but with more flair. Decayed roués with dubious means of subsistence and of dubious origin, ruined and adventurous offshoots of the bourgeoisie, rubbed shoulders with vagabonds, discharged soldiers, discharged jailbirds, escaped galley slaves, swindlers, mountebanks, lazzaroni, pickpockets, tricksters, gamblers, maqueros, brothel keepers, porters, literati, organ grinders, rag pickers, knife grinders, tinkers, beggars, in short, the whole of the nebulous, disintegrated mass, scattered hither and thither. But as Thoburn points out, in the 27 different uses by Marx and Engels of the lumpen proletariat they are not easily identified, taking on various forms. For instance, the financial aristocracy is nothing but the lumpen proletariat reborn at the pinnacle of bourgeois society. However, Marx's descriptions of the lumpen proletariat usually cohere around expressions like social scum, dangerous classes, mob, swell mob, ragamuffin, ragged proletariat. Thoburn sees the lumpen proletariat as, by definition, a non-class. Others have resignified their relationship to the category into a positive rendition, for example, the Black Panthers. In the writing of capital class seems to go missing. Balibar asks, why is the proletariat, the radical representative of the motor of history, absent from capital? Because, he answers, Marx focuses instead on the detailed workings and structure of capital. His political analysis continued elsewhere. Capital develops a logic by which classes perform their roles in the theater of capitalism, carrying specific functions, as value becomes the central actor. Who then becomes the subject of capitalism? Japp proposes that it is not the ruling class, nor the proletariat, but value itself. Value as a logic reduces human actors to the executors or bearers of its orders. The subject of capitalism is an abstraction, a process that makes subjectivity itself possible. Japp notes how Marx expresses this fact in the paradoxical and surprising formula that value is an automatic subject, 5 or, as Marx noted earlier, in the Grundriss, how value enters as subject. Where did class go? We might say that these different definitions represent different forms of attention, to economics, to politics. Their difference is significant because they generate very different strands of analysis, especially in the bifurcation between class as a dynamic political force and class an abstraction, which I'll explore below. Historical explanation and class. One of the main schisms in Western Marxist understanding of class was staged in the debate that contrasted a historical explanation of experience with structuralism. Class 195. Pitting E. P. Thompson against Perry Anderson, Tom Nairn, and Louis Althusser. The debate began in the 1960s, intensified in the 1970s and was extensive in its reach across disciplines. It has been well documented and continues to haunt, scar and shape debates in class analysis, especially debates about race and gender, as we will see. The debate was vicious, and to experience the British representatives of the debate speak was terrifying. 6. Thompson had published The Making of the English Working Class in 1963, detailing the experience of the formation of class in opposition to Anderson and Nairn's analysis, which used a structuralist Marxism to understand the role of the labor aristocracy and the political quiescence of the English working class. Althusser, Anderson, and Nairn were accused by Thompson of being ahistorical, ossified and reliant on obscure theoreticist models that were static and bore no relationship to how class was lived and made. Conversely, Thompson was accused of being atheoretical, not understanding structures, historical logic, or capitalism itself. His analysis was faulted for being voluntarist and parochial, failing to understand empire and imperialism and working with categories that had no objective coordinates. 7. The debate was political, where to locate change, theoretical, how to conceptualize class, and methodological. Thompson stressed indeterminacy, elasticity and provisional actions that could only be known through observations over time. Anderson and Nairn promoted a version of Marxist history prioritizing structural logics over the empiricism of historical research, and Althusser, as a philosopher, stressed structures, logics, contradiction, and overdeterminism of capitalist forms, relative autonomy and the significance of abstraction, all elements of a capitalist totality that could be known without reference to the experiences of people who inhabited its structures. Thompson stressed the making of class and hence the making of capitalist forms from below. He insisted on the agency of real people and real context. He did not see class as a structure, not even a category, but as something which in fact happens in human relationships, a historical phenomenon, unifying a number of disparate and seemingly unconnected events, both in the raw material of experience and in consciousness. Concepts, for Thompson, arise out of empirical engagements, they exist in a dialectical relationship, they are a structural actuation. Later, he argued that concepts are not models but expectations that facilitate the interrogation of evidence. He maintained that people find themselves within structures, but not one simply formed through relations of production as Marx, Anderson, Nairn, and Althusser maintain. It is their experience of exploitation that leads people to become antagonistic towards those who exploit and control them. This generates a struggle through which they develop self-awareness and self-identification as a class. Thompson insists that class is not this or that part of the machine, but the way the machine works once it is set in motion. For Thompson, class is dynamic, relational, is lived and develops through struggles around the conditions made by abstract processes. But what is missing from Thompson's analysis is a model of how capitalism works. 196. Nor can he explain the role of ideology, as explicated in detail by Althusser's analysis of the role of interpellation and misrecognition. There are no Marxist appearances, hieroglyphs, hauntings or hidden abode in Thompson's account. It is a transparent description of class as it is made and experienced. Class is singular, parochial, observable, yet gender and race are missing as analytical categories. Thompson was also accused of a lack of political complexity, romanticizing creativity, and failing to understand liberalism. History from below continues to shape debates today over class through two intersections, of class and race and of class and gender, both of which have also spawned enormous debates to which justice cannot be done but from which key elements will be drawn in what follows. 8. Race, class, and difference. For Marx, slavery was a significant dimension of prior modes of production, a form of exploitation that was still residually present in 19th-century capitalism, a driver of primitive accumulation and part of different capital formations which enabled colonialism to develop. He was acutely aware of the barbarism, corruption, of the East India Company especially, and the horror of colonialism, by which surplus value production became the sole end and aim of humanity. Yet for Marx these are the brutal preconditions to industrial capitalism, ones that took place over a long period of time, from the enclosures in the 15th century, developing into the conditions that led to the formation of classes. His methods of abstraction were based on this history, yet he perceived these to be antecedents, precursors to a different beast, industrial capitalism. It is this epochal analysis, when added to the debate between attention to historical events and an abstract understanding of the workings of capital, that has dogged the debates on race and class since. Put simply, it is a debate between those who consider empirical historical acts to be foundational and/or constitutive of capitalism, race, and class in the present and those who consider that capital has particular logics that are not shaped by lived experience and the writings of Cedric Robinson. Lines are drawn among contemporary protagonists in the race and class debates between Adolf Reed Jr. and David Roediger, on the side of historical significance, and Ellen Meixenes Wood as the champion of a view of capitalist class formation that essentially abstracts from race. 9. Roediger situates race not as incidental to U.S. capitalism, but as a key organizing principle. Roediger and Esch survey the history of race management in U.S. corporations, arguing that the production of difference has been absolutely integral to the efficient extraction of surplus value, so that race is not separable from the logic of capital, it is integral to it. It is difference that makes capitalism. Likewise, and similar to Thompson. Class 197. Reed argues that capitalism exists not because of willful efforts to create a system that conforms to a set of abstract characteristics, rather, it is the product of pragmatic struggles by individuals and groups to pursue concrete material interests and to improvise institutional frameworks that facilitate their pursuits. Wood counteracts by positing that class is constitutive of capitalism in a way that race is not. She argues that capitalism is conceivable without racial divisions, but not, by definition, without class. For Wood, the question concerns the essential features of capitalism. She maintains that capitalism has no structural tendency towards racial inequality because it does not depend on it for the extraction of surplus value. And unlike a slave mode of production or feudalism, capitalism does not depend on enslavement and domination. She argues that capitalism has a unique ability, via the ideology and institutions of liberalism, to create a form of exploitation that does not depend on direct coercive force. If capitalism depends on turning the capacity to labor into a commodity, and turning abstract labor into the substance of value, then slavery is not capitalist, since what is bought at the slave auction is not labor power but the body and life of the laborer, as property, as chattels. But this does not take into account how the value made from difference was and continues to be built into many of capital's mechanisms. It is historical systems that illuminate capital's abstractions. For Himani Banerjee, it is obvious that capital is a social practice, not just a theoretical abstraction, note the word just. For the historian of difference, the categorization of labor into competitive difference has been central to a capitalist logic of depressing and controlling wage claims through establishing competition through divide and rule. Difference has been long mobilized for accumulation, as Balibar and contemporary studies of the migrant workforces show. Hyperprecarity, criminalization, and deportability are often institutionalist features for migrant workforces, increasing their vulnerability by reducing their ability to claim protection and even wages. Convict and indentured labor was a central plank of racial capitalism. Ruth Wilson Gilmore argues that racism is a practice of abstraction, a death-dealing displacement of difference into hierarchies that organize relations within and between the planet's sovereign political territories. She notes how processes of abstraction organize humans in relation to inhuman persons in a hierarchy that produces the totalizing category of the human being. This is a process of abstraction that predates industrial capitalism and exists in every form of capitalism, spectacularly materializing through the subprime crisis that generated the 2008 financial crash. It is not epoch limited, it is a logic. Likewise, turning to an earlier history, in which the discourse of humanity had yet to be developed, Ian Bauckham shows how the Atlantic slave trade's process of abstract classification was built into capital's institutions of valuation. Not classified as persons but only as bearers of value, slaves were 198. Subject to calculation, domination, and control. The calculation of their value was adjudicated in law, as in the infamous 1781 Zone case, where the sea captain threw overboard over 130 shackled slaves in order to realize their value through insurance. The issue was loss of value, not a matter of life and humanity. 10. This is abstract exchange, not based on labor but financialization, of anticipated future value, built into capital's mechanisms. As Brenna Bandar and Alberto Toscano also note, building on the work of Cheryl Harris, it is the commodification of difference as a process of abstraction that enables whiteness to have the status of property in relation to white people as full legal citizens. Harris shows how the creation of whiteness as a form of property that has income-bearing value emerges as forms of labor come to be legally differentiated on a racial basis. White supremacy was enshrined in the social contract, for white workers as free could not be enslaved, and, significantly, white workers come to identify as white workers as a means of differentiating themselves from other workers, producing class as well as race difference. Race is thus constitutive of capital's mechanisms. Peter Linnebaugh and Marcus Rediker chart 2.5 centuries of extreme violence used to coerce people into providing the labor required to make capital. In England in 1606, colonization was proposed as a solution to the unrest created by the surplus population which had been thrown off common land. The Virginia Company, of which the Lord Chief Chancellor was a member, legitimate colonization of the Americas by claiming they were offering a public service by removing the swarms of idle persons and setting them to work building the first American slave colonies. In 1899 to 1902, Cecil Rhodes deported the destitute, criminalized, and troublesome working class to build the imperial project of South Africa. Accumulation through dispossession and discipline through deportation have long legacies. A significant understanding of how race, class, and gender are articulated in capitalism comes from Harold Walp, who showed how the historical and geographical specificity of South Africa produced a form of capitalism based on assemblages with pre-capitalist forms of race and class relations. Workers could be paid below social reproduction costs because these costs were being met in the parallel subsistence economy. The apartheid state was used to prevent stability, ensure deportability, and keep wages below reproduction costs. Bridging the division between history-making and abstraction, Walp further argues that theories which attempt to impose the abstract on the concrete cannot understand the relationship between race and class because classes are constituted concretely through practices, discourse, and organizations. One might say that class unity, when it occurs, is a conjunctural phenomenon. He notes that opposition to white supremacy did not necessarily unite all black classes against the regime. It was Walp's concrete historical analysis of South Africa that enabled Stuart Hall to develop his model of articulation, which combines lived experience. Class 199. Historical specificity and abstraction 11 to argue that racialist practices are not equally necessary to the concrete functioning of all capitalisms. He argues that it does not make sense to extrapolate a universal structure to race and racism. There is no racism in general, it is always historically and geographically specific. Rather, we need to understand how race comes to be inserted historically, in the relations and practices that are active structuring principles of the present organization of society and the forms of class relations. This is how Hall comes to make his famous point that race is thus also, the modality in which class is lived, the medium through which class relations are experienced. This is an expanded view of race and racism that makes us sensitive to how it shapes all lives, not just those categorized as raced, for racism is also one of the dominant means of ideological representation through which the white fractions of the class come to live their relations to other fractions, and through them to capital itself. Hall insists upon the mutual articulation of historical movement and theoretical reflection. Yet, as we have already noted, it is not only race that constitutes and disrupts class relations and formations, gender is also central. Gender is another articulation, a modality through which class and race are lived. Factors such as the continuing role of the mechanisms of primitive accumulation, the functions of the state, colonialism, and labor migration are important, but at the heart of the intense debate that also raged throughout the 1960s was the question of social reproduction and the family. It paralleled many of the features of the historical specificity versus abstractions debate we've already considered, in particular asking what sort of value is produced by biosocial reproduction? Does women's labor make a distinctive contribution to surplus value production, or is it, as Marx considered, a cost to capital? Class, gender, and heterosexuality. Engels was concerned with the role of women as private property through marriage and the family, just as Marx derides the bourgeois family as built on adultery, treating women as private property. But as Federici observes, women are never truly portrayed by Marx and Engels as subjects of struggle, as capable of fighting on their own behalf. This, she argues, is because Marx saw the industrial system as offering the possibility for more egalitarian relations. Marx's blindness to the unpaid labor of women stems from his single-minded focus on waged labor, an exclusively productivist view. Therefore, for Marx, non-paid women's labor is concrete labor, and unpaid labor does not produce surplus value. It is this singular perspective that enabled Marx to ignore the largest occupational group at the time he was writing, servants. He also ignored the significance of sex workers' labor. 200. The domestic labor debate intended to rectify this omission. It began in the 1960s, culminating in the unhappy marriage of Marxism and feminism in the 1980s, establishing the foundations for the current resurgence of social reproduction analysis. 12. The DLD was concerned to examine how unpaid domestic labor was in fact productive of surplus value. This highly theoretical debate took a direct political turn in 1972 through the Italian Wages for Housework campaign, with slogans such as class struggle and feminism are one and the same. Proponents asked, why do we have a sexual division of labor? And do women operate as a reserve army of labor? Initially, a dual systems approach was developed to account for gender and class, which was then challenged by Lisa Vogel, who proposed a unitary theory based on social reproduction more generally. The analysis moved between abstract theory and political campaigning, exemplified by Marxist studies of race and class that identified superexploitation, domestic slavery and triple jeopardy as central to capitalist reproduction. One of the most significant industrial disputes in the UK was led by South Asian women, the Grunwick strike, which disrupted the politics and representations of feminism as white and middle class. The central concept of feminism, woman, was also challenged by anti-racist studies of imperialism and slavery. Heterosexual privilege was brought into the critique by the Black Lesbian Combahee Collective, 13 and Gail Rubin, who detailed how heterosexuality was fundamental to class reproduction. In the UK, Marxist feminist understandings of class also turned to the significance of culture and colonial history, via the History Workshop Journal. Global voices also challenged the spaces and places of value production. Maria Mies insisted on an understanding of the global constitution of value through the fragmentation and decomposition of work processes worldwide. Understanding of gendered class divisions came from studies of labor, acknowledging that working-class women were always forced to work to survive, the family household system and gender ideology, and the state's role in the institutionalization of violence and family structures. In a critique of Barrett, Johanna Brenner and Maria Ramas drew attention to how class cut through gender, how working-class heterosexual men and women joined forces to protect their families. They argued that campaigns for a family wage came about through struggle, not external imposition, as the working class organized their own reproductive protections. Likewise, Hazel Carby argued that the family can be an important site of solidarity for both black women and men, a legacy developed from slavery. The scope and variety of the debates was vast, but most positions assumed that Class 201. Capital does benefit from women's unpaid socially reproductive labor, and that Marxist theorists would benefit from not considering gender, race, and sexuality to be epiphenomena. Debates amplified, expanded into new domains and intensified. Schisms formed as new struggles vied for political and theoretical attention. Intersectionality emerged as a challenge to bourgeois white feminism and also tried to connect all these vast and unwieldy differences. Operating as a call-out to complacency, it is an important reminder against singularity. But as a concept it struggles to hold the enormous, diverse, and conflicted areas of theoretical analysis, both inter and intra, capitalism, colonialism/post-colonialism, feminism, queer and trans theory, and how they operate very differently in different geopolitical domains. By conflating the very different logics that brought the sections of the inter together, it often obfuscates theoretical differences and political strategies. The logic of class is its abolition, the logic of gender is usually recognition and accommodation, the logic of race revolution or rights, the logic of sexuality extinction or recognition. Intersectionality is an important intention and holds people to account, but it can also limit explanatory power and may occlude the power relations built into different classifications. However, this in itself is another enormous debate, brilliantly articulated by Bauer, 2019 and Chapter 75, this handbook. Fortunately, social reproduction theory has been revived and Caliban and the Witch republished. Attention to the familial and domestic has been extended into all activities that are life-making, recognizing that workers exist beyond the workplace. Bhattacharya returns to Marx's understanding of social reproduction, which is not about the household but about the state, juridical institutions, and the property form, where for Marx every social process of production is at the same time a process of reproduction. Likewise, Nancy Fraser argues that the abstract separation of economic production from social reproduction is constitutive of capitalism itself. Paul Kamek also maintains that Marx did provide a powerful framework for social reproduction in his analysis of how all natural relations are turned into money relations. In Capital, Volume 1, Marx identified the fundamental contradiction of the individual capitalist who extends workers' production time by extracting every minute of energy and time, which ultimately shortens the life and use of the worker. Capital left to itself destroys life in its drive to extract value. Capital therefore takes no account of the length and life of the laborer, unless society forces it to do so. The logic of capital is to search for an inexhaustible supply of surplus value-producing labor. Capital does not care about preserving life. Rather, survival, as Marx notes, relies on the worker's drive for self-preservation and propagation. While the working class struggles for protection against exhaustion and death, Capital 202 exhausts the unprotected. As Kamek points out, there has always been a ready supply. In a radical move, he argues that capital does not need the family, it can always find plenty of exhaustible unprotected labor. 14 These important renewals of class analysis are based on global perspectives, beyond the parochialism of Western Marxism, and draw on the relationship between informal and formal labor. Pungai and Chris Smith extend understandings of social reproduction in their studies of indenture through the dormitory labor regime in China, which uses a trapped residential workforce of permanently young, predominantly female workers. Sarah Ferris also notes that since the 1970s the number of women migrating has grown so much that half of the current migrant population in the Western world is now women, employed mainly in one branch of the economy, the care and domestic sector, notorious for its informality and lack of labor protections. If class analysis is to be understood globally, moving beyond a productivist prejudice to consider total social reproduction, including forms of protection, this must include the processes of migration and racialization that are inseparable from their class and gender dimensions. Susan Ferguson notes how understanding the spatialization of labor enables us to see how race is inscribed on the laboring body. This means that racism and sexism are not historical aberrations that can somehow be separated from capitalism's real or ideal functioning, rather, they are integral to capital, actively facilitating processes of capital accumulation. As feminists and anti-racist theorists have shown, the state is a key player in this facilitation, having long institutionalized difference in the interests of capital. Capital's institutions. Capitalism has always required particular ensembles of regulatory institutions, governmental practices, and socio-cultural norms in order to facilitate the general process of capital accumulation under specific historical and technological conditions. It is not just national states, but capital superstate organizations, such as the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank and the ECB, which through racist and misogynist policies, often termed structural adjustment programs, not only maintain strict racial boundaries between countries and people but retrench class and national divisions, forcing the poorest states to subsidize the richest. Let's remember Stuart Hall's concept of articulation so we can understand how race and gender are active structuring principles of class relations, race the modalities in which class is lived, the medium through which class relations are experienced. The state, even when offering protections against capital's rapaciousness, often reproduces these modalities. Denise Noble notes how the establishment of the British welfare class 203 state depended upon British women being allocated to the role of reproducing racism. The Beveridge Report proposed that mothers have vital work to do in ensuring the adequate continuance of the British race and of British ideals in the world. Robbie Shilliam details how Beveridge addressed the working class as if they were totally white, with a duty to maintain their breed at its best. Eugenicist discourse has a long history and institutionalization. All British working-class women were forced to attend schools for mothers to be trained in how to produce cannon fodder for colonial wars waged by the British in South Africa and blamed when they didn't. They were assumed to be deficient and so were taught standards, an imperative that shapes the architecture of most health, welfare, and education systems. Living class. Liberalism is central to state institutionalization. Law promotes the liberal myth of freedom that Marx identified as an essential illusion of capitalism by establishing an equivalence, a formal equality between the worker and the employer. Both are supposedly free to exchange their property, but, unless protected, the working class are forced to exchange their labor in order to survive. What is key to the ideological myth of liberal freedom is how it shapes personhood, telling us who is not exchangeable. Carol Pateman notes how the social contract was devised on the basis of relationships between those who could not be imagined as property to each other. These are fundamental class and property relations, with the working class as the constitutive limit to the possessive individual of the European social contract. In two different research projects, I have shown how these class relations are lived, through abstractions, in the realm of economic and symbolic value. In a longitudinal ethnographic study I conducted in the 1980s and 1990s, Formations of Class and Gender, Becoming Respectable, I used Hall's framework to analyze the conjuncture of economic, state/institutional, historical, geographical, political, and cultural articulations that shaped the conditions of possibility by which a group of white working-class women lived. 15. The research examined how the subject positions produced by overdetermined structures shaped by capital's history and logic were lived. What became significant to the women's experience of class was how their lives were structured not just by labor and social reproduction but also by symbolic violence. They were always already classed within an ideological and state-institutionalist system that distributed cultural and moral value, which subsequently determined their access to economic spaces. They were made brutally aware that they were subject to continual classification and symbolic devaluation as working class, but it was a term from which they disidentified. The category working class woman was 204. So loaded with symbolic negativity that identification would be tantamount to symbolic suicide. In defense, they developed their own class-antagonistic moral economy by resisting the pathological value judgments that were made of them in almost every encounter with middle-class people, especially representatives of the state, and also through mainstream media. The 1980s began the contemporary demonization of the working class in the UK, which has now developed into outright scorn, derision, and hatred. This has been extensively documented elsewhere, in studies showing how the deregulated TV industry develops to profit from the symbolic denigration of working-class women. Throughout the research, many attempts were made by state representatives to force working-class women, to reform them, into accepting standards of bourgeois familial ideology. The caring courses they studied were the equivalent of schools for mothers, a remnant of the colonial project, in which working-class culture was institutionalized as deficient. The imposed standards were strongly resisted, but this locked the young women into a defensive competition to be a better carer than middle-class women and thus subjected them to continual scrutiny. Being a better carer secured investment in a caring subjectivity and directed them towards voluntarily entering caring jobs. Just like Paul Willis's study of why working-class boys get working-class jobs, the women of Formations generated dignity through gendered resistance to class degradation. By defending and claiming value from their own practices of respectability, caring for others became a positive choice, a protection against devaluation. They were located in and lived the abstract positions of capital's logic, shaped by gendered and raced histories, as they struggled not to live with denigration, to keep a floor on their circumstances, to survive with some dignity. The hinge between the symbolic and economic has a long history, as Linnebaugh and Riediker show. Marx was aware of the symbolic inscriptions that were carved into people's bodies, how in England from 1547 those made destitute were branded with the letter V and enslaved for 2 years, later to be transported for colonial exploits. In 1596, prisoners were branded on the face with a hot iron and called the king's laborers. Classifying and pathologizing was central to the imprisonment and transportation policies that enabled the colonial project. The Lord Chief Justice of the King's Bench from 1592 to 1604 developed his theory of monstrosity, listing 30 different types of rogues and beggars and classifying them for transportation into 5 main groups according to potential labor value. The use of working-class women as symbols of monstrous moral decay has a very long history in England, as Federici details and which Imogen Tyler charts through to the present. This symbolic economy mediates other capital and state forces, legitimating power, distributing moral values, controlling access to work and welfare, enabling exploitation and appropriation. In which through an accident of birth people are born into structural and subject positions. Class 205. In another study, Class, Self, Culture, I show how the middle class, through culture, become personifications of capital. Using Bourdieu to map the fields of exchange by which cultural capital can be converted into symbolic and economic capital, I detail how the appropriation of culture and exclusion of others from the ability to exchange enable the middle class constantly to accrue cultural value to themselves as a modern possessive individual. This involves propertizing the culture and affects of those who they appropriate. Unlike the working class women above, the middle class are able, through access to capital's institutions, to generate authority and convert their culture into economic and symbolic value, legitimating themselves. They shape a personhood from which the working class are excluded. If we see culture as a form of property that can be embodied in dispositions such as entitlement, we can also see how it becomes naturalist in the everyday order of things. The culture wars that are now being waged have long legacies in liberalism and humanism. Also, as we should remember from Harris and Bandar above, cultural property relations are not just classed, but always already articulated with race and gender. As Bandar shows, drawing on Bentham, the abstract ownership of property is not just based on physical possession, occupation, or even use, it is based on the expectation of being able to use property as one wishes. Remember that the social contract is based on an expectation of not being propertizable, drawing stark divisions between those considered as abstract labor and those with personhood. The working class are unable to convert their symbolic degradation into property, unlike those who can accumulate cultural capital for its conversion. Unless they offer the opportunity for value extraction as labor, the working class in their many modalities regularly appear in front of the state as non-persons, rendered wageless, disposable and superfluous. This is a cultural logic of capitalism, not Jameson's aesthetic postmodern form, but one based on amplifying and consolidating difference as competition over the value of one's culture, as signifier of abjection or as marker of distinction. It is a competition in which each class faces each other in regard to what counts, defensive versus entitled. Althusser proposed interpellation and Gramsci proposed consent as mechanisms by which social reproduction is achieved. I want to add that it is realized through the antagonistic struggles for cultural value, mediated by a symbolic economy that guarantees the historic reproduction of capital through class, race, and gender relations, for one group as protected entitlement, expectation, and symbolic value propertized in the formation of personhood, for the other, exchangeable as labor, forced to defend themselves against degradation, a source for appropriation. These person formations are experienced daily as moral value struggles and set limits on how class can be an identity for working class women. 16 Through the violence of the institutionalist symbolic economy lived through encounters with the middle class, they engage in a constant struggle for value, survival rather than accumulation. 206. Identity. This is why class is not an identity, it is a relation, it is dynamic, it is a movement immanent to capitalist relations that compels a perpetual work of refutation, interpretation, and reformulation. When class is located in the discourses of liberalism and humanism, namely in appeals for rights or recognition, the working class operates as the constitutive limit, as symbolically pathological. To make a claim for recognition when recognition is always loaded with pathology makes no sense. Class is not the subject of capital, as Japp noted, that subject is value. Class is an abstraction that is overdetermined in its articulation and only known through an understanding of positions within a system, immanent to it. These positions are lived through mediated symbolic formations. Class is therefore lived concretely as an abstraction, a position in a system of economic and cultural value. Balibar develops this further, arguing that while the bourgeoisie remains as an abstract positional personification, the proletariat are concretist in practice because they are forced to sell their labor. This, he maintains, means that the logic of capital ensures that the antagonistic classes never come face to face, because they figure within the capital relation in different ways. The bourgeoisie operate as a cipher, as the bearers of capital. They stand in for functions that the logic of capital performs, above all accumulation. The proletariat, however, have a concrete reality as labor power. Balibar calls this a historical drama in which the bourgeoisie stand for economic personification and the proletariat do things as a result. I'd argue they both perform their positions. The occupation of the position of expectant, entitled, ever-accumulating bourgeois personhood is institutionalist in all ideological and state institutions. They encounter the working class through systems of punishment, exclusion, and judgment, used to secure their distinction. These encounters make the working class do things, and feel things, as a result, living a life replete with exposure to violence, denigration, and contempt. They often fight back. They try to protect themselves. The class encounter is how the abstract is experienced as antagonism, but also as a value, part of capital's logic which reduces human actors to the executors or bearers of its orders. Class is an abstraction of value, a symbolic space in which struggles to extract, defend, and protect are dynamically shaped. Conclusion. Class is made from relations and forces across and within apparent entities. Race and gender are active structuring principles of class relations. They are formed in specific historical conjunctures, in articulation, overdetermined, be it by capital, labor migration, racialization, medicalization, or criminalization, through symbolic violence, the state, and its representatives. These articulations shape all social reproduction, they make up the totality of capitalist relations. They can be Class 207. Understood through abstractions of capital's logic made concrete as they are actualized in structures. As Hall notes, race is a modality in which class is lived, as are gender and sexuality. The spurious freedom of the liberal social contract has been extended from the exchange of labor in the economy into the exchange of culture, making it appear as if everyone is able to propertize their personhood and develop expectations of ownership and entitlement. For some groups, identity may be the mechanism by which they shape their struggle to make a claim on the state for protection, but as Barbara Fields showed, this will always lock them into a liberal frame, one built from the exclusions of those identified by difference. Resignification only exists within the system of symbolic violence by which it is formed. The classifications developed from colonialism take on modern forms, no longer branded but still inscribed on the body. Personhood is still shaped through politically institutionalist forms of property, of entitlement, and limit, enacted daily. Class is no longer understood only through industrial production, but extends beyond labor into social reproduction and other forms of value extraction, where rent and financialization have become dominant forces, where intellectual property rights and the institutionalization of corruption are now drivers of value formation. If value is the subject of capital, we can see class as an abstraction of value. Just as class is an abstraction of labor, It now forms a symbolic space in which struggles to exploit, extract, appropriate, defend and protect are dynamically shaped. It is an overdetermined space, within a conjuncture, often contradictory, with the different logics of race and gender, offering vectors for struggle. Class is lived in a cultural logic of capitalism where value is the subject, class its manifestation, a relation and a representation that is lived through struggles over value. Althusser noted that it is the apparatus of the state that secures capital's interests, enabling the reproduction of the social relations of production. Yet to turn to the state for protection of class interests is a many-edged sword. Consider the state-sponsored genocide currently occurring across the world as governments prioritize profit over people. The necropolitics released as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic represents a policy of malevolent neglect by design where the extremes of social reproduction are made apparent, the unproductive, those subject to structural adjustment and austerity policies, those whose lives have already been subject to slow death and those who fight back are more likely to die quickly. This is the current conjuncture where class is made vividly apparent, as a struggle for value and life, in its many articulations. Since the early 1980s, global processes of capitalist transformation across Western societies have revolutionized both the field of production and the complex of governmental institutions, practices, and technologies that, in the aftermath of World War II, had consolidated into the Keynesian welfare state. The neoliberal paradigm of governance that has come to dominate Western societies through the last quarter of the 20th century has resulted in a drastic redistribution of social wealth toward the top of the racial and class hierarchy, a vertical increase in economic inequalities, an acute precarization of work within increasingly segmented labor markets, a massive attack on workers' rights, and a systematic dismantling of the social safety net that had been instituted in the wake of the Keynesian compromise between capital and labor. In this sense, the neoliberal revolution has involved an organized assault against the economic relevance and political centrality of industrial labor, and, specifically in the USA, against the radical struggles for racial justice that had emerged from the civil rights movement. These transformations, legitimized through the neoliberal dogmas of absolute flexibility, ruthless competition, and rugged individualism, have significantly reshaped the field of social and penal control in much of the Western world. 12. Punishment. Alessandro de Giorgi. Punishment 213. Indeed, the same decades that witnessed a reconfiguration of the industrial paradigm of capitalist production were also characterized by the unfolding of a global lockdown resulting, although with different degrees of intensity between the USA and Europe, in a steady expansion of penal powers across late capitalist societies. The increasing centrality of punitive practices in the governing of contemporary societies signals a decisive deviation from the trend toward penal moderation that had characterized the second half of the 20th century, particularly in the USA, where by the early 1970s incarceration rates had reached historical lows and the rehabilitative ideal had become the dominant philosophy, at least within the nation's more progressive correctional systems. In addition to the increased prominence of carceral institutions in the governance of racialized social marginality, neoliberal societies have also witnessed the simultaneous proliferation of different technologies of social control, often operating outside the formal boundaries of the penal field, practices of extra-penal detention and surveillance targeting specific categories of people and largely immune even to the residual constitutional protections in place within the criminal justice system. One obvious example is the administrative detention of migrants from the global south within the large archipelago of camps and detention centers surrounding the heavily militarized borders of Europe, Australia, and the USA, dystopic non-places governed through a permanent state of exception and functioning as engines for the processing of the racialized human surplus generated by the new international division of labor. As these global processes precipitate locally in the form of cyclical urban crises within the post-industrial metropolis, late capitalist societies have also witnessed the multiplication of technologies of control specifically aimed at the punitive governance of segregated urban spaces. One could think here of the endemic diffusion of electronic surveillance, from the omnipresent CCTV cameras to the deployment of drones by police departments across major U.S. cities, but also of the fracturing of the urban landscape along heavily policed boundaries of race and class that mirror the functioning of national borders within the current global division of labor. The dynamics of capitalist accumulation characterizing the neoliberal city, such as the rampant gentrification of former inner cities and the ensuing displacement of entire poor communities of color, or the proliferation of securitized gated communities that effectively obliterate any notion of the city as a public space, offer clear examples of a neoliberal paradigm of social regulation that unfolds simultaneously at the urban and the global level, geared in both cases toward the neutralization of disposable surplus populations created by the predatory dynamics of capitalist accumulation. 214. The neo-Marxist criminological tradition known as the political economy of punishment provides a critical framework to dissect the developments just described and a lens to observe the evolving relationships between racial capitalism and the rise of punitive strategies for the governing of social marginality. In what follows, I will attempt to reconstruct the trajectory of the political economy of punishment as it has unfolded since the publication of George Rush and Otto Kirchheimer's seminal work Punishment and Social Structure. First, I will offer a brief materialist narrative of the origins of modern punishment and of the prison as its central institution, outlining the politico-economic conditions that prompted the transition from the bloody corporal punishments prevalent in pre-capitalist social formations to the disciplinary institutions of penal confinement that would become hegemonic across Europe and the USA at the dawn of industrial capitalism. Second, I will use the theoretical tools forged by the political economy of punishment to offer a critique of contemporary penal practices in relation to the neoliberal restructuring outlined earlier. Finally, along the path laid out by some recent critiques of the carceral state that have productively integrated the classic materialist analysis with an emphasis on the racialized dynamics of capitalist accumulation, I will suggest some possible new directions for a structural critique of punishment that might avert the economic reductionism of traditional Marxist criminology. Political economies of punishment. The political economy of punishment focuses on the relationships between penal transformations and the evolution of the capitalist system of production. Although materialist analyses of crime and punishment inspired by the writings of Marx and Engels had already appeared since the early 20th century, the foundational moment in neo-Marxist criminology is represented by the 1969 publication of the second edition of George Rush and Otto Kirchheimer's classic Punishment and Social Structure, followed within a few years by a wave of critical revisionist histories of punishment, including Michel Foucault's Discipline and Punish, Dario Malassi, and Massimo Pavarini's The Prison and the Factory, and Michael Ignatieff's A Just Measure of Pain. 2. According to these revisionist histories, penal practices perform a very different task than protecting society from crime. The latent functions of punishment can only be grasped by situating institutions of penal control within the broader economic dynamics and structural contradictions intrinsic to capitalist societies. From a materialist standpoint, penal change is always connected to historically specific relations of production and hegemonic forms of racial and class power. In the classic definition of Rush and Kirchheimer, Punishment 215. Every system of production tends to discover punishments which correspond to its productive relationships. It is thus necessary to investigate the origin and fate of penal systems, the use or avoidance of specific punishments, and the intensity of penal practices as they are determined by social forces, above all by economic and then fiscal forces. 3. The epistemological objective of the political economy of punishment is thus to overcome the dominant theoretical paradigm of criminology as a science of criminality and as a state-sponsored form of power/knowledge over the causes of crime and to replace it with a historically and economically grounded critique of the formation and evolution of different systems of penal control. Penal historiography thus becomes a social and economic history of the repressive apparatuses that have contingently emerged to regulate and reproduce existing relations of racial and class power. It becomes, again in Rush's own words, more than a history of the alleged independent development of legal institutions. It is the history of the relations of the two nations, as Disraeli called them, that constitute a people, the rich and the poor. In outlining the main theoretical elements of the materialist critique of punishment, Rush advances two main hypotheses. The first descends from utilitarian penal theories. Any penal system is ultimately governed by a logic of deterrence, that is, by the objective of discouraging potential lawbreakers from violating the law. Second, the contingent manifestations of this logic of deterrence evolve in relation to existing relations of power, as shaped in particular by the development of capitalist labor markets. Experience teaches us now that most crimes are committed by members of those strata who are burdened by strong social pressures and who are relatively disadvantaged in satisfying their needs when compared to other classes. Therefore, a penal sanction, if it is not to be counterproductive, must be constituted in such a way that the classes that are most criminally inclined prefer to abstain from the forbidden acts than become victims of criminal punishment. Therefore, different articulations of penal power will emerge on the basis of the material conditions faced by the most marginalized social classes. In order to be effective, penal practices and institutions will need to impose upon those who violate the existing social order worse conditions of life than those available to those who, despite their subordinate position in society, nonetheless accept to conform to its norms. This means that the living conditions of the most marginal sectors of the proletariat will define the coordinates of penal policy and the regime of legal suffering to be endured by those who are punished. The average standards of living at the bottom of the racial and class structure will thus determine the upper limit beyond which no penal reform can go without undermining the deterrent role of punishment. Borrowing again from Rush, all efforts to reform the punishment of criminals are inevitably limited by the situation of the lowest socially significant proletarian class that society wants to deter from criminal acts. All reform efforts, however humanitarian and well-meaning, which attempt to go beyond this restriction, are condemned to utopianism. In this sense, penal evolution is clearly not the outcome of humanitarian penal reforms. Instead, the structural limit to any process of reform and civilization of punishment is represented by the principle of less eligibility, just described, to which any penal system must ultimately conform. In pre-capitalist economic formations, as well as in capitalist economies characterized by the persistence of slave labor, such as the USA until the end of the Civil War, living conditions for the proletarian classes were largely the result of extra economic factors derived from feudal socio-political arrangements or existing regimes of labor enslavement. With the consolidation of capitalist relations of production, and the partial abolition of slavery with the amendment to the U.S. Constitution, the living standards of the proletariat become a direct consequence of capitalist processes of division and organization of labor. The invisible dynamics of the market now assign workers a fair price for their labor on the basis of preeminently economic standards. The larger the supply of labor, the lower its cost, and the worse the material conditions endured by those who own nothing but their labor power. As a consequence, historical periods characterized by a large surplus of labor will also witness a toughening of penal practices targeting society's poorest classes. Unemployed masses, who tend to commit crimes of desperation because of hunger and deprivation, will only be stopped from doing so through cruel penalties. The most effective penal policy seems to be severe corporal punishment, if not mass extermination. In a society in which workers are scarce, penal sanctions have a completely different function. They do not have to stop hungry masses from satisfying elementary needs. If everybody who wants to work can find work, if the lowest social class consists of unskilled workers and not of wretched unemployed workers, then punishment is required to make the unwilling work, and to teach other criminals that they have to content themselves with the income of an honest worker. Across Europe, the birth of the prison is inscribed within the historical transition from a penal regime based on the destruction of the body of the condemned through the staging of torturous spectacles of suffering meant to display the absolute power of the monarch, to a system that spares the body of the criminal, so that through its productivity can shine the economic power of the capitalist. A new conception of time as a measure of labor, together with the generalization of the principle of exchanges of equivalence, explains the parallel consolidation of the legal contract as a stipulation of work time and of the criminal sentence as a determination of prison time. At first across Northern Europe, and later in the USA, but in the latter with the significant exception of slave labor in the South, where discipline was largely imposed by the slave-owning class through state-tolerated racial violence, vigilantism, and lynchings, this new philosophy would inspire the construction of the early disciplinary institutions for the poor, workhouses, poorhouses, houses of correction, bridewells, and later penitentiaries. Confinement thus started. Punishment 217. To become the dominant practice for the control of marginal classes, paupers, vagrants, beggars, prostitutes, alcoholics, lunatics, criminals, etc. The body of the punished was now treated as a productive entity and as a potential source of value. The new systems of control would increasingly focus on correcting the attitudes, reshaping the morality, and disciplining the souls of those punished. Detention would gradually emerge as the hegemonic form of correctional intervention on any kind of social deviance, thus inaugurating what Michel Foucault would define as the age of great confinement. Ultimately, Rush and Kirchheimer's analysis builds upon the notion of primitive accumulation elaborated in the first volume of Capital, where Marx describes the historical moment in which a nascent capitalist system needs to create the conditions for its own development, that is, it must subsume pre-existing relations of production and forcibly transform free labor into wage labor. The constitutive contradiction of this process is that on the one hand, capital freed labor from the feudal ties of personal servitude that had entangled it until then, while on the other, it immediately recaptured this productive potential through a more abstract form of subordination. The liberation of work thus unfolded through an expropriation of producers, which ultimately consigned them to a higher level of subjugation. In England, masses of destitute peasants expelled from the countryside following the enclosure of common lands that had effectively deprived them of the subsistence economy on which they had survived under the feudal system, were now forced to migrate toward the industrializing cities of Northern Europe, where they would fill the ranks of the new urban poor. Dispossessed of its means of subsistence and brutally separated from its land, this proletarian workforce in the making would initially appear unable to adapt to the new conditions of production and reluctant to subject itself to the new organization of labor in the emerging factories. In the last pages of Capital, Marx reconstructs the violent fate awaiting this proto-proletariat. The fathers of the present working class were chastised for their enforced transformation into vagabonds and paupers. Legislation treated them as voluntary criminals, and assumed that it depended on their own goodwill to go on working under the old conditions that no longer existed. A comparable historical trajectory of subjugation through emancipation would characterize the fate of former slaves after the partial abolition of slavery in the USA. Indeed, if on the one hand the XIIth Amendment abolished slavery and involuntary servitude, on the other it created the conditions for the perpetuation of slavery by constitutionalizing it as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted. This new form of enslavement would materialize across the southern states through the enactment of black codes which criminalized vagrancy, unauthorized assemblies, lack of a known address, and miscegenation, among other behaviors, and then sanctioned them with penal enslavement in the form of convict leasing, forced labor, and even the auctioning of black criminals. As the bloody history of capitalism would illustrate 218. Again and again, similar dynamics of violent penal discipline would cyclically re-emerge whenever the engine of capital valorization would again set in motion masses of impoverished populations deprived of their means of subsistence by capital's ongoing movement of accumulation by dispossession. Neo-Marxist criminology and late capitalism. Toward the second half of the 1970s, radical criminologists extended the materialist framework of the political economy of punishment to the critique of penal systems in contemporary capitalist societies, particularly the USA. The effects of the 1973 oil crisis had started to materialize across the main industrial centers of the U.S. Steel Belt in the form of a significant increase in unemployment rates, especially among the African American working class, which in the wake of the Great Migration from the South had filled the ranks of the industrial workforce during the previous 4 decades. This labor force, rendered superfluous by processes of technological innovation, industrial downsizing, and productive relocation, emerged as the post-industrial rendition of the Marxian reserve army of labor, a mass of low-skilled, modestly educated workers consigned to economic redundancy by the restructuring of the productive cycle, and yet highly exploitable as a lever for the control of labor struggles over working conditions and wage demands by the active workforce. Famously defined by William J. Wilson as the truly disadvantaged, this racialized human surplus now found itself at the bottom of the U.S. labor market, where it would embody once again the lowest socially significant proletarian class described by George Rush. In the wake of these profound socio-economic dislocations, incarceration rates, which had been relatively stable between the late 1920s and the end of the 1960s, started to grow steadily around the mid-1970s, initiating an upward trend that would continue unabated for the next 40 years. Faced with these developments, some radical criminologists in the USA formulated the hypothesis that the simultaneous increase in unemployment and incarceration rates signaled a broader restructuring in the governing of social marginality. In the words of Richard Quinney, criminal justice, as the euphemism for controlling class struggle and administering legal repression, becomes a major type of social policy in the advanced stages of capitalism. Emerging within the political economy of late capitalism is a political economy of criminal justice. The first systematic attempt to elaborate an empirically grounded materialist critique of the U.S. penal system was developed by Ivan Yankovich in an early article published in Crime and Social Justice. Yankovich's starting hypothesis was twofold. The first, which he called the severity hypothesis, was that the punishment 219 worsening of economic conditions at the bottom of society's class structure, as signaled by growing unemployment rates, would prompt a toughening of penal sanctions and a significant increase in incarceration rates. The second hypothesis was that higher incarceration rates would also perform the indirect economic role of regulating the size of the labor surplus, thus becoming a tool in the reproduction of the Marxian reserve army of labor. After examining the case of the USA between 1926 and 1974, Yankovich came up with ambivalent findings. On the one hand, the severity hypothesis was broadly confirmed by his statistical analyses, which showed that unemployment and imprisonment rates followed parallel trajectories. On the other, however, he could not find evidence of any impact of incarceration rates on the labor market, although a significant fraction of the prison population was constituted by unemployed and underemployed people. The overall size of the prison population was not large enough to exert a significant impact on the size of the industrial reserve army of labor. Between the late 1970s and the early 1990s, other neo-Marxist scholars would attempt to test Rush and Kirchheimer's hypotheses by analyzing the relationship between unemployment and incarceration. Again, while the severity hypothesis was repeatedly confirmed, the utility hypothesis was not. The fact was that during the historical conjuncture in which these analyses were elaborated, the penal system had not yet become the current black hole into which the detritus of contemporary capitalism is deposited, to borrow from Angela Y. Davis. Indeed, at that time the restructuring of the industrial economy and the demise of the Keynesian welfare state had not yet produced the dramatic social dislocations that would fully materialize, particularly at the heart of the racially segregated U.S. inner cities, during the 1990s. The neoliberal assault on the welfare state was only at its inception, respectively under the Reagan and Thatcher regimes on each side of the Atlantic, and it had not yet wrought its havoc on the most marginalized fractions of the racialized poor. In this context, both the welfare state and what Loic Wacquant would later call the penal state still complemented each other in the governing of social marginality, along the lines of a rough division of labor between social and penal policies. A sizable fraction of the surplus population was still managed through the welfare system, although in increasingly punitive ways throughout the 1980s and 1990s, as attested by the toughening of conditions for access to social assistance, the shrinking of welfare benefits, the imposition of demanding conditions on welfare beneficiaries, and the introduction of stigmatizing sanctions for recipients who could not satisfy them. The boundary along which such division of labor operated was mostly a gender-based one, with penal strategies focusing specifically on racialized poor male residents of the inner city, and an increasingly disciplinary welfare system regulating racialized poor women and their children. 220. Along similar lines, Marxist criminologist Stephen Spitzer argued that the surplus population emerging from capitalist restructuring could be subdivided into two relatively separate components, which he respectively defined as social junk and social dynamite. The first term identifies those sectors of the subproletariat that represent a disposable social detritus, harmless to power elites and to the dynamics of racialized capital accumulation, and thus manageable through welfare measures. The second term connotes instead the potentially riotous fractions of the surplus population, which represent a looming threat to the existing structures of capital accumulation and must therefore be governed by penal means: marginalized youth of color, young unemployed residents from the inner cities, ghetto hustlers, drug dealers, etc. The difficulty to demonstrate any measurable impact of incarceration rates on the U.S. labor market, particularly in view of Spitzer's theorization of a structural division of labor between welfare and punishment in the governing of the poor, seemed to disprove the more orthodox hypothesis, initially elaborated by Rush and Kirchheimer, of a direct role of penal politics in the management of the Industrial Reserve Army of Labor. Yet, this would later prove to be a premature conclusion. During the next 30 years, incarceration rates in the USA would increase to reach historical records, leading the country to become the world's most punitive democracy. At the same time, the ongoing neoliberal assault on the welfare state, effectively symbolized by Clinton's campaign to end welfare as we know it, would drastically reshape the configuration of the social and penal arms of the state, prompting the metamorphosis of the U.S. welfare state into a hypertrophic penal state. In the wake of these later developments, at the end of the 1990s, Bruce Western and Catherine Beckett would again attempt to test the hypothesis of a direct role of penal policies in the regulation of U.S. unemployment rates. According to their analysis, the relatively low official rates of unemployment observed in the USA, compared to European countries, between the 1980s and 1990s were not the result of high levels of flexibility and labor market deregulation, but rather a consequence of the vertical increase in incarceration rates, which effectively rendered a sizable fraction of the surplus population invisible to official statistics. Observing the intersection of race and class in the composition of the U.S. prison population, Western and Beckett showed that if official statistics were to include the incarcerated population, overall U.S. unemployment rates would automatically increase by an astonishing 7.5% among African Americans, whose average rates of joblessness had remained around 40% through recessions and economic recoveries. On the other hand, the study also shows that in the longer run mass incarceration tends to raise unemployment rates by crippling the employment prospects of former prisoners upon their release. In the end, continued penal expansion becomes the condition to maintain lower unemployment rates, thus generating a downward spiral. Punishment 221. A punitive regulation that signals the complete transition of the governance of racialized social marginality from the Keynesian state's penal welfare hybrid to the neoliberal state's carceral archipelago. Racialized social structure and penal discipline in the USA. The recent literature in the sociology of punishment has focused on the punitive turn that has affected the USA during the last quarter of the 20th century, a penal experiment that has resulted in draconian penal policies, historically unprecedented imprisonment rates, and a widespread emphasis on the penal incapacitation of the new dangerous classes. In this direction, Loic Wacquant has described the transition of U.S. society toward a post-Keynesian paradigm of social regulation as the shift from a social state charged with mitigating the effects of economic inequality among marginalized populations to a penal state in charge of enforcing the neoliberal economic order through the punitive regulation of racialized urban poverty. Thus the invisible hand of the unskilled labor market, strengthened by the shift from welfare to workfare, finds its ideological extension and institutional complement in the iron fist of the penal state. The regulation of the working classes through what Pierre Bourdieu calls the left hand of the state, that which protects and expands life chances, represented by labor law, education, health, social assistance, and public housing, is supplanted or supplemented by regulation through its right hand, that of the police, justice, and correctional administrations, increasingly active and intrusive in the subaltern zones of social and urban space. As a result of these shifts, and despite some modest decreases in the aftermath of the Great Recession of 2008, at the time of this writing the incarcerated population in the USA hovers around 2.2 million individuals, distributed across a penal network of 1,719 state prisons, 102 federal penitentiaries, 901 juvenile correctional facilities, 3,163 local jails, and 76 Indian country jails. With close to 3% of the population living under some form of correctional supervision, the current productivity of the U.S. penal system is historically unprecedented and unequaled by any other country in the world. Against the dominant law and order rhetoric unleashed by U.S. politicians to justify penal expansion, often in the wake of media-generated racialized moral panics about crime, anti-prison scholar activists have developed the notion of the prison industrial complex in an attempt to unveil the structural sources of carceral buildup. For according to this perspective, prison expansion in the USA has been driven not by an attempt to curb crime, but rather by a mixture of structural racism and corporate profit-seeking. Particularly since the late 1980s, the skyrocketing 222 costs of the expanding U.S. prison system have worked as a magnet for private actors involved in the business of private detention and related prison services, such as healthcare, phone services, transportation, food catering, and so on. Multinational corporations like Corrections Corporations of America and GEO Group have consistently lobbied federal and state legislators to gain access to the alluring business of incarceration for profit. Although not always successful in these efforts, these companies have managed to establish and control a profitable market in correctional services, particularly at the federal level and in corporate-friendly states like Florida, Texas, New Mexico, Georgia, and California. As the cost of mass incarceration began to be felt by taxpayers in the form of massive reallocations of funds from welfare, healthcare, education, and other public services toward criminal justice and incarceration, the private prison business gained increasing traction with the promise of reducing costs while improving efficiency, a dynamic compounded by the anti-tax sentiments of the 1980s and 1990s. Thus, between 2000 and 2013, the number of federal prisoners incarcerated in private facilities grew by 165%, with the share of federal prisoners privately detained rising from 10% to 19%. Over the same time span, the number of state prisoners held in private prisons grew by 33.8%. As of 2012, after several years of continuous expansion, CCA could count on 91,000 beds across 20 states and the District of Columbia, whereas GEO Group had 65,700 beds available in domestic correctional facilities, a total number of private prison beds in the USA higher than the combined prison populations of Germany and France. It is important to note here that despite this significant increase, the fraction of U.S. prisoners detained within private penal facilities is still limited. As of 2013, more than 90% of the country's prison population was held in government-run institutions, and although an increasing share of prisoners do time in for-profit prisons, the profit motive, and prison privatization more generally, cannot be considered as the main cause of mass incarceration in the USA. Instead, as Marie Gottschalk has suggested, mass incarceration helped transform the private prison sector into a powerful and nimble political player that today poses a major obstacle to dismantling the carceral state. The profit-generating motive is only one of the three types of surplus that, according to Ruth Wilson Gilmore, who writes specifically about California, have prompted the emergence of the penal state as a major tool for the punitive governance of racialized poverty, a surplus of agricultural land linked to water shortages and to the centralization of agribusiness in the 1960s and 1970s, a surplus of capital linked to financial speculation and regressive fiscal policies in the 1980s, and a Surplus of state bureaucratic capacities linked to the demise of the Keynesian state in the 1990s. In such conjuncture, according to Gilmore, mass incarceration provides partial geographical solutions to political economic crises, organized by the state, which is itself in crisis.